Introduction. One can observe Yu Ziqi alone. Who is Yu Ziqi conversing with? Not far away, Tong Guang hides behind a large tree, watching Yu Ziqi speak, filled with curiosity. For the cliff's edge, Tong Guang sees only Yu Ziqi, unaware of any other presence. No wonder Yu Ziqi secretly comes here alone. Every day, I suspect he is meeting someone. I surmise that Yu Ziqi could very well be a spy sent by another sect, relaying intelligence about the Lingxiao sword sect to his contact. Tong Guang's expression darkens, his gaze glinting with insight as he privately speculates. What if I were to inform the enforcement elder? Chapter 1. The Bastard Jory Alexander. Pebble Island. March 7th dusk. A small, dim, and damp dwelling. The Prior family of Pebble Island are a noble lineage of the valley, governing the territory of Pebble Island. Pebble Island is a small isle in the narrow sea, located northeast of the Five Fingers Peninsula. This land is ruled by the Prior family, whose inhabitants pledge allegiance to the valley. However, the Prior family is sparse in numbers. Bastards seldom survive safely in this world. Now, within the castle of the Prior family on Pebble Island, having been in this world for 5 years. These 5 years have been a bleak memory. He has endured relentless bullying, humiliation, and beatings from Lady Carrie, the wife of Will. Since the age of 3, he has faced endless toil. Upon realizing the world he inhabits is that of a song of ice and fire, the life of a bastard devoid of status is akin to a living hell. Fortunately, he has endured all. From tomorrow, he shall be able to reside in the castle of Pebble Island. The castle is modest, incomparable to those of other lords that accommodate their vassals. It is so small that it can only house a few hundred souls. Yet, he now faces a pressing question. Will he be permitted entry into that castle? From this perspective, he has no allies to assist him. Moreover, the castle guards number at least several dozen. Will they truly allow him inside? Or will he be barred from entering altogether? A knight unable to return home? Contemplating this, he recognizes his frail 80-year-old body, malnourished and weak. Relying solely on his own strength seems futile. However, pondering his position, it appears no one is inclined to offer help. What am I to do? It is now the year 290 in the conquest of Aegon, and there are still 8 years until the events of the Song of Ice and Fire commence. With this thought, his gaze inadvertently drifts towards the castle of Pebble Island. The castle rises 3 zhang high, exhibiting a distinct Gothic architectural style reminiscent of Europe. Casting a fleeting glance at the confines of his modest dwelling, he envisioned a life within the castle of Pebble Island. Regardless, I shall reside in that castle that rightfully belongs to me. After a moment of self-encouragement, he lifted his gaze toward the heavens, now enveloped in darkness. At this juncture, it became evident that the realm of the Song of Ice and Fire is indeed a world steeped in enchantment, a world teeming with dragons, wights, sorcerers, and deities. In short, this world is fraught with peril. Calming his tumultuous thoughts, he reviewed his attributes. Title: Knight. Territory: Pebble Island. Vassals: none. Subordinates: 100 spearmen available for extraction, 100 infantrymen available for extraction, 100 knights available for extraction. Wealth: 10 million gold dragons partially available for extraction. The storyline yet to commence, with a maximum of 100,000 gold dragons available for extraction. Foodstuffs: 100 pounds of sweet potatoes available for extraction, 100 pounds of corn available for extraction, 100 pounds of potatoes available for extraction. Note: to extract, simply recite the specific quantity in one's mind. It is advisable to choose a secluded location. With this attribute panel in hand, he pondered the food supplies, noting that there were still 8 years until the narrative of a Song of Ice and Fire would unfold. 8 years was ample time for him to amass considerable provisions. As for the 100,000 gold dragons, prudent planning was essential for their utilization. I shall extract 10 knights. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the room. 10 individuals clad in obsidian armor, wielding black shields in their left hands and 3-foot-long swords in their right, appear before him, their formidable physique striking. Master, the 10 knelt on one knee in deference. You are to guard the entrance. The 10 promptly moved toward the door, taking their positions outside, remaining utterly still. He contemplated that upon moving into the castle, he must construct a substantial underground chamber beneath it to facilitate future extractions. That night passed, and as dawn broke the following day, he anticipated having breakfast within the castle of Pebble Island. Upon their arrival at the grand entrance of the castle, he declared, "Hand of the King, Duke of Eagle's Nest, Guardian of the East, I now seek entry to my castle for breakfast." Do you intend to obstruct my entrance to my own castle with your weapons? If such is the case, at that moment, a lean man with a short beard and dark hair stepped forward. Esteemed Lord, greetings. If there is any service I can provide, please do not hesitate to command. Without a moment's hesitation, he cleared the pathway to the entrance. The others scrambled to make way as if confronted by a ferocious beast. Naturally, Jory left 20 spearmen to guard the castle gates. Upon crossing the threshold, he realized the consequences of his previous arrogance. However, without an oath of allegiance, there is only death. Chapter 2. The Situation of Pebble Island. Take it down. At the command. Along the way, simultaneously, upon reaching the chamber, Pebble Island is but a modest estate. Who could have imagined that the residence of the Lord of Pebble Island would be so opulent? The chamber is adorned with a myriad of colorful gemstones scattered throughout. Then, in the blink of an eye, the morning had slipped away. With the sweet fragrance of summer's red wine and fruit filling his mouth, a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The life of a nobleman is indeed quite splendid. In comparison to his previous existence, it is akin to being in the heavens versus being in the depths of the earth. Master, a knight spoke. From now on, at your command, Master. This title of Master must be changed to address me as my lord. At your command, my lord. From now on, the knights shall be my bodyguard unit, and you shall be the captain of the guard. Thank you. My lord, I shall serve you eternally. At your command, my lord. He resolved to abstain from alcohol starting tomorrow. He feared that drinking might hinder his growth. In such an era, he needed to maintain a clear mind. The neighbors of Pebble Island are not particularly amicable. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, starting tomorrow, he must commence training. Considering his tender age, it would be unwise to practice horsemanship too early, for it could lead to bow legs, while a spearman could teach him the art of throwing a lance. As for whether any infantrymen possess archery skills, he might inquire. If so, he would arrange for that as well. Of course, Pebble Island Castle also requires a steward to assist in managing the affairs of the island's inhabitants. Indeed, free labor is not to be overlooked. Jory resumed his seat on the bench, his expression devoid of emotion. My lord, George, I hear from David that you wish to see me? Jory's flat tone resonated in George's ears. Honorable Lord, the seven gods guide me. I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. George's face bore a respectful and obsequious demeanor. George, what has prompted such a notion? Jory's gaze was like a sword, piercing into George's heart. A flicker of panic surged within George, and he immediately knelt on one knee. Honorable Lord, to pledge my loyalty to you is the utmost honor. Jory displayed a hint of hesitation. The room fell into a profound silence. George felt that the passage of time at that moment was akin to a tormenting ordeal. George, you catch me off guard after all. I have just entered my castle. Might I request a moment to consider? Please return in 3 days. Of course, that is no problem. With a sense of reluctance, George met Jory's calm gaze and departed the chamber. David, at your command, David replied respectfully. As the Lord of Pebble Island, Jory felt it essential to familiarize himself with certain aspects of the island. Honorable Lord, I humbly confess my sins before the seven gods. Jory furrowed his brow. Tears are a sign of weakness, and I have no desire to witness such displays. After uttering this remark, Jory glanced at David, who immediately drew his sword and respectfully inquired, My lord, the blade in my hand yearns for blood. I assure you this man will vanish from your sight. Interestingly, Jory perceived George as possessing a remarkable talent for theatrics, and he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding David's demeanor. Next, I shall pose questions, and you shall provide answers. Should you fail to cooperate, I shall let David's sword taste your blood, Jory said, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at George. Upon hearing this, George felt a chill run down his spine and nodded hastily. Honorable Lord, under the witness of the seven gods, I dare not conceal anything. How many inhabitants reside on Pebble Island? There are 1,000 people. And how many craftsmen and blacksmiths? 20 in total. 12 craftsmen and 8 blacksmiths. What is the gender distribution? There are 739 men and 261 women. Whose territory is the neighboring Five-Finger Peninsula? Previously, Jory fell silent. If he were named the individual he feared most in the Song of Ice and Fire, Littlefinger Baelish would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. A master of intrigue and deception, Baelish was indeed a formidable foe. Whose territory is the other neighboring Bite Bay? The Sunderland family. Nominally loyal to House Arryn, yet the islanders are known for their fickleness, loyal only to themselves. Bite Bay comprises 3 islands, Sweet Sister, Long Sister, and Miss Sister, situated south of White Harbor. Jory was already aware of this. The residents of the Sister Isles rely on trade, smuggling, or piracy to sustain their livelihoods. They sell seafood such as fish and crabs, as well as goat cheese to the north, in exchange for timber, pelts, and wool. For centuries, the Sister Isles have been a haven for smugglers and a stronghold for pirates. Listening to George's words, Jory interjected, "You say have been. What now?" Now, it is said they survive through salvage operations. Though their reputation is quite poor, George hastily replied to Jory. Jory's brow furrowed deeply. Salvage? It seemed this salvage operation was no ordinary endeavor. Both of his territory's neighbors appeared to be rather unsavory characters. Moreover, Widow's Watch could barely be considered a remote neighbor. The nearest neighbor, without a doubt, was Eagle's Nest, the most formidable of them all. Pebble Island lay to the northeast of Five Finger Peninsula, surrounded by powerful foes, with limited territory and a small population, raising concerns about its prospects for development. Jory believed that if the narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire were to unfold, the sole breakthrough point might lie within the confines of the Bight. First, he would secure the Bight, and subsequently seize White Harbor. As for why he did not consider the Eyrie, Jory thought it unwise to provoke both the Baratheon and Stark families simultaneously. If he were to capture White Harbor, he could establish it as a stronghold from which to conquer territory after territory in the unfolding events. He had no intention of utilizing the sigil of the Prell family from Pebble Island, for he bore the surname Alexander, not Prell. Jory had already conceived some ideas regarding the design of his own sigil. By the way, why have I not seen a maester on Pebble Island? Upon hearing this question, George fell into a reverie. Esteemed Lord, I recall the reason provided by the Citadel was the lack of sufficient maesters. Jory pondered that perhaps Pebble Island was devoid of hope. What is the financial status of Pebble Island? How much food remains? In terms of finances, there are 30 gold dragons, 189 silver stags, and 1,207 copper stars. As for food, it is nearly depleted. Are there any arable lands on Pebble Island? None. This place is unsuitable for farming. Esteemed Lord, Pebble Island is surrounded by sea, and most of it consists of barren shores. How many vessels belong to Pebble Island Castle? 3 fishing boats. Jory felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope. Although the coastal land was heavily alkaline, generally comprising selenialkali soil with high salinity, he wondered if there could be exceptions. As the Lord of Pebble Island, he had yet to thoroughly explore his territory. Tomorrow, he would lead a party to diligently scout his lands. Very well, you may leave. Jory felt weary, waving his hand to signal David to escort George away. George had intended to say something, but upon catching sight of David, he swallowed his words, daring not to utter another syllable. Alas, the development of Pebble Island is indeed arduous. However, it seemed that the selenialkali land could be improved. With 8 years remaining before the plot initiated, Jory still felt a glimmer of hope. He began to recall methods for ameliorating selenialkali soil, jotting down notes meticulously. Yet, the process was far from delightful, akin to squeezing toothpaste, yielding only a little at a time. Chapter 3. The Plan for Concealing Troops and Stockpiling Supplies to the Honorable Hand of the King, the Duke of Eagle's Nest, Guardian of the Eastern Realm. I apologize for taking up your valuable time. However, as a loyal vassal of House Eileen, I feel it is imperative to present certain matters to you. As is my duty, since your lordship bestowed upon me the title of Knight of Pebble Island, I have encountered considerable challenges in managing the estate. As you are aware, the Prewell family, long known for their scarcity of numbers, has left me, a mere illegitimate son, in a position of unexpected favor under your esteemed patronage. By the grace of the Seven, my gratitude towards you has only grown with each passing day. Regrettably, upon assuming control of Pebble Island, I discovered numerous issues. Firstly, the former steward of the castle sought to usurp my position, dismissing the honor your lordship had conferred upon me. Thankfully, with the blessing of the Seven, I triumphed over the nefarious steward with the aid of loyal free knights, thus fulfilling your expectations and taking residence in the castle. Alas, I have also lost a steward in the process. You must understand, I am but 8 years of age. Moreover, I found that the castle lacked a scholar. After some inquiries, I learned that there is a shortage of scholars from the Learning City. I pondered whether it would be possible to increase the number of scholars to prevent a recurrence of the situation at Pebble Island, ensuring that your noble name resonates throughout every castle in the 7 kingdoms. Admittedly, this may be a rather naive thought on my part. As the hand of the king, I have heard the sentiments of the inhabitants of Pebble Island, and I believe this to be a divine blessing from the Seven. My lord, much like the sky above Pebble Island, you watch over us, allowing us to flourish beneath your radiant light. Additionally, I have noticed that the provisions at Pebble Island Castle seem to have been ravaged by rodents, leaving us bereft of sustenance. Having gone a day without food, I humbly implore you to allow House Eileen to sell some provisions to me. I fear I may become the first knight to perish from hunger. However, I would rather face such a fate than tarnish your esteemed glory. I sincerely apologize once again for encroaching upon your precious time. Your most loyal young knight. In a grand chamber within the main fortress of Pebble Island, Jory read this letter he had penned multiple times. He believed that the squeaky will get the grease. Convinced there was no issue with his correspondence, Jory summoned David to dispatch the letter to King's Landing. Of course, considering the journey from Pebble Island to King's Landing and back, Jory estimated it would take over a month for the round trip. In March, Pebble Island was graced by the sea breeze, with the air seemingly infused with the scent of salt and fish. Standing by the window and gazing out at the sea, Jory felt it was time to embark on a tour of his domain. This time, he brought along David and 10 knights. As for the other knights under David's command, upon their arrival at the Pebble Island marketplace, Jory observed the inhabitants wearing expressions of despair. The market appeared to be in a state of disarray, characterized by filth and disorder. The air was thick with unpleasant odors, a mixture of foulness and fishiness. Jory took note of this and resolved to improve the cleanliness of the marketplace in the future. The local denizens, who had been engaged in commerce, became noticeably tense upon seeing Jory accompanied by David and others, and they respectfully bowed in his direction. Clad in noble attire, Jory was particularly conspicuous amidst the crowd. He surveyed the people and instructed David to summon an individual, wishing to inquire about certain matters. "Esteemed lord, how might I be of service to you?" spoke a lean man with a long beard and red hair, his face reflecting deference. "I have noticed the people in your marketplace bear expressions of sorrow. What is the cause of their distress?" Jory inquired, fixing his gaze upon the man. The man hesitated, glancing back at the other market-goers, his expression revealing inner conflict. "My lord, our recent catches from the sea have been scant. We are forced to venture further into the depths of the ocean to procure even a morsel to eat. The day when we must present our tokens of loyalty to you is fast approaching, and should that day arrive, we shall go hungry. Our families may even perish from starvation. What is your name?" "Esteemed lord, I wish to convey my orders to my subjects this year. They need not present their tokens of loyalty, and next year, they need only offer half of what they have in the past. We are forever grateful for your benevolence." "Noble lord, additionally, I would like to request another favor from you, Locke." "Of course, my lord, please proceed. My castle requires a number of craftsmen, blacksmiths, and skilled artisans. I intend to recruit all craftsmen and blacksmiths on Pebble Island, each to serve me for a stipend of 1 silver deer per month." "Sir, I shall promptly relay this auspicious news to them. As a lord, by simply showing kindness to his subjects, one could earn their gratitude." Soon after, Jory departed the marketplace, accompanied by David, to survey Pebble Island, paying particular attention to the soil conditions. The island was not large, roughly the size of 5 villages in later times. After examining the soil, darkness began to descend, and Jory's countenance grew grave. He had not anticipated that the soil conditions on Pebble Island were even more dire than imagined, consisting entirely of saline and alkaline earth. In light of this revelation, Jory deemed it necessary to purchase a sizable estate on the outskirts of Eagle's Nest City, where he could cultivate crops. Pebble Island also lacked timber, stone, grain, and ships, resources that would need to be procured. Furthermore, should these goods be purchased from White Harbor, ensuring their safe transport to Pebble Island would pose a significant challenge. The threat of banditry from the Bite Bay region could lead to inevitable conflict. Thus, one can only acquire land from Eileen Valley, yet it must remain discreet. Should it attract the attention of the unscrupulous, repercussions would be inevitable. After much contemplation, constructing a basement on Pebble Island is essential, along with fortifications for its defense. The primary requirement is singular. The larger, the better. For Pebble Island is one's own domain. Defensive structures must be erected on all sides, regardless of the expenses incurred. If funds permit, establishing a port is also viable. Naturally, the initial step involves purchasing a substantial estate on the outskirts of Eagle's Nest City, ideally situated in close proximity to Pebble Island. Concerning the estate, Jory believes it imperative to construct a sizable underground chamber within, again for the purpose of troop concealment. The number of soldiers is steadily increasing each year, culminating in a significant accumulation over 8 years. A decisive strike on Eagle's Nest City is not out of the question. Upon acquiring the estate, servants will also need to be procured. Furthermore, Jory wishes to purchase a group of children to form a personal guard, sworn to loyalty solely to him. Both the estate and the castle on Pebble Island must harbor this elite guard. Subsequently, the focus will shift to stockpiling provisions, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events in 8 years. Reflecting on these plans, Jory cast another glance at his interface. This panel, merely by the power of thought, would manifest before him, yet if left unattended for several dozen seconds, it would vanish from sight. At that moment, the display read as follows: Title, Knight Territory, Pebble Island Vassals, None Subordinates, 100 Pikemen, extracted, 100 Infantry, extracted, 100 Knights, extracted, Wealth, 10 million Gold Dragons, extractable portion, plot yet to commence, maximum extractable, 100,000 Gold Dragons, food, 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, extractable, 100 pounds of corn, extractable, 100 pounds of potatoes, extractable. Note: to extract, merely envision the specific quantity. It is advisable to select an uninhabited area. Gazing at this interface, Jory found himself at a loss regarding methods to bolster troop numbers, augment wealth, or increase food supplies. These matters eluded him entirely. Upon regaining focus, Jory resolved to first recruit craftsmen, blacksmiths, and skilled individuals the following day, before proceeding with David and 10 knights to acquire a substantial estate near Eagle's Nest. Upon returning to the castle, Jory partook of a modest meal, and then activated the panel within his chamber, silently invoking the extraction of 2,000 gold dragons. The sum manifested before him, divided into 20 bags. These funds would later be entrusted to David and the others accompanying him. The wealth section of the panel now reflected 10 million gold dragons, 2,000 extracted, plot yet to commence. With a maximum of 98,000 gold dragons still available for extraction, Jory placed the money inside a wooden chest, then retired to his bed to rest. Chapter 4. The Alexander Manor. Early this morning, David informed him that a multitude of people had gathered at the entrance of Cobblestone Island Castle. Among them were craftsmen, blacksmiths, and fishermen, both men and women, creating a cacophony of voices. They had come to respond to Jory's recruitment announcement made the previous day. Seated upright on a long bench with his hands resting on the table before him, Jory instructed, David, let the individuals below come up one by one. We shall commence the interviews. Understood, David replied, standing behind Jory like a statue after relaying the order. Before long, a knight ushered a man into the room. Esteemed lord, your servant greets you. What are your skills? My lord, I am adept at constructing houses. Most of the buildings on Cobblestone Island bear my design, including the castle where you reside, in which I also played a part. What is your name? Congratulations, you have been recruited, Jory declared. Thank you for your grace. My lord, your brilliance shall forever illuminate my path, the man replied. Old Gavin, are you capable of building a basement? My castle requires one. The larger, the better. Pleased with this response, Jory continued, Old Gavin, your lord is already aware of your talents. Your daily remuneration of silver deer differs from others, amounting to 3 silver deer a month. After patiently listening, Jory waved Gavin away. The subsequent candidates, the second and third individuals, followed suit. In total, Jory recruited 20 craftsmen and blacksmiths from Cobblestone Island. Simultaneously, he also enlisted several cooks and maids. Mary, appearing to be around 14 years of age, bore a smattering of freckles across her face, with green eyes that complemented her features perfectly. Jory chose to recruit Mary as the housekeeper due to her commendable arithmetic skills. Furthermore, Mary possessed a warm smile, all of which influenced Jory's decision to bring her on board. Jory entrusted Mary with the castle as treasury, 30 gold dragons, 189 silver deer, and 1,207 copper stars. Mary began residing in the castle from this day forth. Jory addressed Mary, saying, If there is anything the castle lacks, procure it, especially provisions. Ensure you acquire ample supplies. Mary nodded earnestly. Yes, my lord. I shall fulfill your request diligently. You exhibit great potential as a housekeeper, Mary. I hope you continue to maintain this diligence. Jory praised her at the opportune moment. Mary's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart fluttering with excitement. Yet, in the presence of her lord, she refrained from appearing frivolous, striving to control her expression. By the way, I have decided to replace the Pruel family crest with the new Alexander crest. We shall discuss the details of this new emblem upon my return tomorrow. Mary nodded in agreement. After Mary exited the Lord's Hall, Jory instructed David to lead 10 selected knights to his chamber. Upon opening the wooden chest, 2,000 golden dragons were revealed before David and the others. These 2,000 golden dragons, David, each knight behind you will carry 2 bags, each containing 100 golden dragons. Understood. Once the 10 knights secured the bags to their chests, Jory turned to David and said, 3 fishing boats, if that is insufficient. Rent from my subjects. David shook his head. I have assessed the size of the fishing boats. They will sufficiently accommodate us. Jory regarded David with a puzzled expression. Can you all row? David nodded. Witnessing this, Jory felt a sense of relief wash over him. While it is still light, we shall set off for Eagle's Nest City. As you command. The group boarded the fishing boats, making their way towards Eagle's Nest City, landing near Five Finger Peninsula. Subsequently, they hastened towards the city. Upon their arrival, the guards checked Jory's identity before permitting entry, and by then, night had fallen. They selected an inn within Eagle's Nest City and settled in. At the break of dawn, Jory was awakened by the clamor of the streets. Soon after, he and David inquired about merchants selling estates. Fortunately, it was not long before they found a seller. The seller was a rotund man with a round face, adorned with a ring of colorful gemstones. Esteemed sir, you seek to purchase an estate in close proximity to Pebble Island, am I correct? Jory observed the merchant's smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Indeed. By the Seven Gods' blessing, I happen to have an estate that may meet your expectations. The merchant's smile persisted, but his gaze towards Jory brimmed with greed, unsettled by the merchant's scrutinizing eyes. Jory replied, whether it suits or not, we shall first take a look. If it is appropriate, I am prepared to transact on the spot. The merchant, taken aback by Jory's words, mused that he might have encountered a lucrative opportunity. Consequently, his gaze intensified, and his demeanor became increasingly eager and humble, seeking to ingratiate himself. The group boarded the carriage arranged by the merchant and set off towards the estate. After traversing for over half an hour, they arrived at the estate described by the merchant. Jory surveyed the estate, noting its vast area and expansive grounds. Upon entering, he marveled at the verdant grass underfoot. Feeling a surge of excitement, the land appeared fertile. Should sweet potatoes, and corn be cultivated here, the harvest would surely be bountiful. With this thought, Jory's spirits soared. Moreover, the estate was not far from Pebble Island, close to Five Finger Peninsula, boasting an impressive 400 acres. If a basement were to be constructed within this estate, it would serve as an excellent refuge for either troops or provisions. Under the guidance of the merchant, Jory traversed the entirety of the estate. At this moment, they found themselves at the entrance of the manor. Esteemed sir, may I inquire if you are satisfied with this estate? During their recent conversation, it was decided that from this day forth, this estate shall be known as Alexander Manor. The merchant felt a surge of joy at this declaration, his smile radiant. Esteemed sir, this estate requires this amount. Fury gestured with 5 fingers towards Jory. Jory frowned, sensing a cunning glint in the merchant's grin. 400 gold dragons. Jory replied nonchalantly. Fury's expression faltered. Esteemed sir, 480 gold dragons is the lowest I can go. Jory chuckled. Then it shall be 480 gold dragons. Fury also smiled, contemplating how delightful it would be if more buyers like this one were to appear. Afterward, Fury produced the land deed along with some official documents. Upon witnessing this, Jory exchanged a knowing glance with David. David instructed the knights behind them to present 5 bags of gold dragons, from which he extracted 20 gold dragons. The merchant gazed longingly at the 20 gold dragons as they were revealed. Fury, aside from selling the estate, do you also trade in grain? I require a substantial quantity. As Fury handed the deed and documents to David, his eyes fixated on the money pouch. Upon hearing Jory's request, he promptly turned to him. Esteemed sir, how much grain do you require? Fury inquired with enthusiasm. Jory regarded Fury and asked, how much grain do you have available here in Eagle's Nest? Fury looked at Jory with a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. Esteemed sir, I must not conceal the truth. I possess 222 pounds of premium grain in Eagle's Nest. For each pound, I only charge 20 copper coins, totaling 34 gold dragons. Jory was taken aback by the steep price of the grain. Very well, Fury, I shall take all of it. We can draft the contract. How does it sound for the payment to be settled tomorrow? Thanks be to the 7 gods for your blessing, esteemed sir. It is an honor to formalize this contract with you. To prevent Jory from having second thoughts, Fury swiftly retrieved paper and ink, writing rapidly. 2 copies were prepared, each bearing their signatures. Fury placed the document against his chest, his gaze towards Jory becoming increasingly amicable. Esteemed sir, as the Lord of Pebble Island, do you require any ships? I have several that are urgently in need of sale. I also possess stone, timber, and leather armor. Do you have pigs, sheep, cattle, or horses? Esteemed sir, as a competent merchant, you know I have all of those. That sounds quite promising, Jory remarked, his interest piqued. Fury gazed eagerly at him. Fury, I hope our dealings in this matter remain confidential. The 7 gods bear witness, should my dealings with the Sir be revealed to others by the Buddha. May my family face annihilation. Observing the serious demeanor of the Buddha, Jory continued, "What I mentioned earlier, I hope to transact at Pebble Island." The Buddha promptly replied, "No problem. Indeed, everything will proceed as instructed by the Sir. Of course, Buddha, if you have any provisions available, please transport them to Pebble Island as well. You know, as a benevolent lord, ensuring that the inhabitants of my territory lead a decent life is no simple task," Jory remarked, casting a glance at the Buddha. The Buddha nodded in agreement. "By the way, Buddha, do you know where I might procure slaves? I wish to acquire some to become citizens of my domain," Jory inquired. The Buddha regarded Jory intently, maintaining a respectful smile. "Sir, your generosity towards slaves is commendable, if it is slaves you seek. I hope they will primarily be women and children." "Indeed, but the women must not be of an age where they can no longer walk," Jory interjected. "Yes, by the 7 gods, I assure you the women will be sprightly," the Buddha responded with a smile. Chapter 5. A storm approaches if the slaves are men. "I would prefer them to be craftsmen, blacksmiths, and carpenters. You see, I wish to construct houses for my citizens on Pebble Island." "No problem. Everything will cater to the Sir's requirements." After finalizing their collaboration, they agreed to complete the transaction on Pebble Island within a month, both parties satisfied. As the Buddha departed, Jory turned to David and said, "David, dispatch someone to Pebble Island." "As you command." With that, David communicated with a knight behind him, who then set off for Pebble Island. "When the Buddha brings the provisions tomorrow, you will be responsible for storing them in the manor's supply room and ensuring they are guarded." "Understood. Leave 5 men to guard the manor. David, you accompany me with the others for another trip to Eagle's Nest City. I still wish to purchase some clothing, panels, milk, and a cart." David nodded in agreement. The group proceeded towards Eagle's Nest City. Upon their return to Alexander Manor, they brought back 5 carts filled with various purchased goods. They arranged for the unloading of the carts and moved the items into their respective quarters within the manor. As night fell, Jory and David shared a simple meal of dry cakes before retiring for the night. The following day, at dawn, Jory extracted 400 gold dragons. Part of this gold was designated for fulfilling the transaction with the Buddha, while the remainder was for his personal use. When the Buddha arrived with a long convoy of carts laden with goods, Jory appeared at the manor's entrance with David. After a swift inventory, Jory handed over 34 gold dragons to the Buddha. The Buddha instructed his subordinates to assist in moving the provisions into the manor's vacant rooms, filling one after another. At this moment, Jory and the Buddha engaged in a pleasant conversation. Certainly, David stood behind Jory, his expression unwaveringly stern. "Fry, you are the most astute merchant I have ever encountered," Jory remarked with a smile directed towards Fry. "My lord, you are the youngest yet wisest noble I have ever known," Fry flattered Jory. Jory shook his head. "My lord, have you ever heard of the continent of Essos across the narrow sea?" Jory's heart raced, yet his countenance remained unchanged. "The farthest I have traveled is to Eagle's Nest. As for Essos, I have never heard of it." "In Essos, almost anything can be acquired for the right price," Fry replied, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Jory. Jory gazed at Fry with curiosity. "Why do you share this with me?" "Because, my lord, you are extraordinary. Unlike anyone I have encountered," Fry answered earnestly. However, Jory remained skeptical of Fry's words. To him, Fry was merely a merchant, and merchants' words often bore the sweetness of honey but concealed poison. "Fry, could you tell me more about Essos?" Jory's attention shifted to the laborers transporting grain. "Of course. It would be my honor to serve you, my lord," Fry responded. "Essos lies to the east of Westeros and north of Sithorios, stretching from the Shivering Sea to the Summer Sea, and from the Narrow Sea to the lands surrounding the Jade Sea. Facing Westeros across the Narrow Sea, Essos extends eastward for thousands of kilometers. It is larger than Westeros, yet its population density is lower. The western edge of the continent is governed by 9 free trade city-states, while the city-states of Slavers Bay are located in the southern heartland. The remaining inland areas are known as the Dothraki Sea, occupied by tribal warriors referred to as the Dothraki. Further east lie Karth and the legendary Jade Sea. Essos spans a vast expanse from west to east, extending southeastward. Its true area remains unknown. The farthest eastern reaches have yet to be fully explored, but we know they harbor the mysterious lands of ET and the Shadowlands. Its regions primarily encompass the free trade city-states, Slavers Bay, the Dothraki Sea, the Red Waste, the Valyrian Peninsula, Karth, and ET. As Fry recounted his tale, Jory began to form a rough impression of the continent of Essos in his mind. "Fry, have you ever been to Essos?" Jory asked with curiosity. "Certainly, as a competent merchant, one must have ventured to Essos," Fry replied with pride. Jory chose not to pursue the inquiry further, as the grain had already been moved into the estate by Fry's men. Noticing Jory's diminishing interest in conversation, Fry proposed his departure. Jory made no effort to retain him. A month later, they would inevitably meet again on Pebble Island for further trade. At noon, Jory instructed David to lead a contingent of knights to transport a portion of the grain back to Pebble Island, while he toiled diligently in the estate's fields. Certainly, the estate had been thoroughly cleared by Jory's men, devoid of any birds or falcons. Jory had sown the sweet potatoes, and corn from the panel. After planting, the guards within the estate were entrusted to 20 knights. Once these arrangements were made, Jory once again examined the panel. Title: Knight Territory, Pebble Island Vassal, None Subordinates, 100 pikemen, extracted, 100 infantry, extracted, 100 knights, extracted, wealth, 10 million gold dragons, extractable portion. The plot has not commenced. A maximum of 97,600 gold dragons can be extracted. Food: 100 pounds of sweet potatoes extracted, 100 pounds of corn extracted, 100 pounds of potatoes extracted. Note: when extracting, one must silently recite the specific quantity. It is advisable to choose a deserted area. Suddenly, the panel underwent some changes. Jory scrutinized it closely. Title: Knight Territory, Pebble Island. Alexander Manor Vassal, None Subordinates, 100 crossbowmen to be extracted. Wealth: 10 million gold dragons, extractable portion. The plot has not commenced. A maximum of 97,600 gold dragons can be extracted. Food: none. Jory contemplated the reasons behind these alterations on the panel. After much reflection, he attributed the changes to his efforts in strengthening his own power. Could it be that the future modifications of the panel would be related to his endeavors? Pondering the plausibility of this hypothesis, Jory remained uncertain about the reality of the situation. There would be ample time for further experimentation in the future. Meanwhile, Jory secured the manor's hall by closing all doors and windows, then extracted 100 crossbowmen. As the captain of the crossbowmen, Jory instructed them to bolster the estate's defenses and brought 10 of them back to the castle on Pebble Island. Since the onset of the panel's changes, Jory began to traverse between Pebble Island and Alexander Manor. Each day, Jory diligently engaged in several activities, practicing swordsmanship and archery, managing the affairs of Pebble Island, and monitoring the agricultural situation at Alexander Manor. Before long, the day arrived for the transaction with Fury to take place on Pebble Island. Jory returned to the castle early to await his arrival, ensuring that everything within the castle was meticulously organized. Additionally, the construction of the castle's basement was progressing smoothly. April had brought warm weather, with waves of heat enveloping the air. When Jory received news of many people arriving on Pebble Island, he felt a sense of relief. Fury had finally arrived. Accompanied by David, 10 knights, and 10 crossbowmen, Jory positioned himself at the shoreline to welcome Fury's arrival. As the two met, Fury greeted him with a warm smile and said, "Esteemed sir, as per your request, I have brought everything." At the same time, Fury produced a list from his pocket and handed it to Jory. Jory meticulously examined the list in his hands: grains, slaves, leather armor, cattle, pigs, horses, sheep, stones, timber. He was profoundly astonished by the sheer volume of supplies that Fuli had managed to bring. Glancing up at the vast fleet that Fuli commanded, Jory gained a deeper insight into Fuli's formidable power. However, the presence of such an extensive armada here would surely incite envy among the people of Bite Bay. Stirring their covetous hearts, Jory sensed that a storm was brewing. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. "Fuli, have these goods transported into the castle and entrusted to my steward. As for the ships, let them remain docked here for now. I shall escort you to my castle and settle our account," Jory instructed. Upon hearing Jory's words, Fuli's face broke into a tremulous smile, affirming his compliance with the knight's wishes. Together, they made their way to the castle of Pebble Island. Chapter 6. Kevin Fuhua. Upon entering the castle, Fuli felt the weight of the guard's vigilance. A robust warrior clad in leather armor stood sentinel every few paces, both sides lined with their imposing figures. Fuli realized that his understanding of Jory was still insufficient. However, he was increasingly convinced of Jory's immense wealth. The two men seated themselves in the Lord's Hall, with David continuing to stand behind Jory. After exchanging pleasantries, Fuli finally spoke. "Esteemed sir, the total cost for all the goods amounts to 50,000 golden dragons." Jory nodded slightly, retrieving the list once more and reading aloud. "Premium grains, 222,222 pounds, 500 slaves, 100 sets of leather armor, 300 cattle, 10 ships." Once assured there were no discrepancies, Jory exchanged a glance with David, who promptly made his way to the entrance. Before long, Jory's knights arrived with 5 wooden chests, placing them before Fuli. Subsequently, Fuli beamed as he counted the golden dragons. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. After Fuli completed his count, Jory invited him to share a meal. Following the lunch, Fuli, accompanied by his attendants, transported the 5 chests of gold onto the ship and departed from Pebble Island. Jory dispatched 100 men to guard the 10 vessels docked at Pebble Island. Fearing a potential ambush from the people of Bite Bay, Jory rallied the entire populace of Pebble Island to construct defensive palisades around the island. Simultaneously, they erected a 3-foot-tall low wall on each side, assigning 20 men to guard each wall, rotating in shifts. United in purpose, they labored until the early hours of the following day, completing the defensive measures. For those who participated in the construction, Jory rewarded each with 10 copper stars. Consequently, the inhabitants of the territory bore no grievances and lauded Jory's benevolence. Meanwhile, the Sunderland family of Bite Bay learned of the substantial supplies that had landed on Pebble Island. They cast their greedy gazes upon Pebble Island. In the Lord's Hall, Jory dozed on a bench while Mary concluded her report, exclaiming her exhaustion from the previous day. My apologies, my lord, it is my dereliction as the steward. It matters not. This is unrelated to you. By the 7, I long to rest for a while. My lord, may I take my leave? Watching Mary depart the Lord's Hall, Jory inexplicably exhaled in relief. As a competent lord, there were numerous matters to attend to. Yet at this moment, he yearned only for slumber. Today's swordplay and archery would have to be postponed. Jory laid his head upon the long table and drifted into sleep. Upon noticing this, David fetched a blanket from the room and gently draped it over Jory. He then stood vigil at the side, dutifully fulfilling his role as a guard. Bitten Bay, a diminutive isle, was owned by the illegitimate son of the prior family, a mere 8 years of age. As Thomas spoke, his emotions surged with indignation. Why does he possess such abundant resources? As the Lord of Bitten Bay, after years of salvage efforts, my reputation tarnished, I find myself outdone by the meager possessions of a small isle. Curse it, it is evident that the 7 are biased. The 5 vassals present felt a weight in their hearts. The renown of Bitten Bay's salvage operations echoed throughout the land, yet the days of recovery grew increasingly arduous. My Lord Thomas, we must strike Pebble Island at once and seize their resources. Would this not attract the attention of the King's Hand? After all, Pebble Island pledges allegiance to Eagle's Nest City. Our Bitten Bay once served as the battleground between the North and the Vale. All our resources have been taken by those accursed Vale and Northmen. Now that we wish to reclaim a fraction of our resources, do you think the Vale would muster an army against us? Amidst the clamorous dispute, a sudden silence fell. Legally, we owe fealty to the Aelin family. And even the descent of the 7 cannot alter this fact. I do not wish to assault Pebble Island only to provoke the wretched Falcon's wrath. Nevertheless, solutions were not absent. A cunning thief absconded with my Sunderland family's heirlooms from my castle, fleeing to Pebble Island, where that little imp shelters him. Our incursion would merely be to apprehend the thief. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, recognizing Lord Thomas's wisdom as vast as the ocean. Even the King's Hand could not rival him. You useless vassals, if it were not for your presence, our Biding Bay would have long been seized by the Falcon family. With that said, in the name of my lordship over Biding Bay, at that moment, one of the vassals spoke up. Lord Thomas, how many days would it take for the thief to reach Pebble Island? Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over everyone. Tomorrow night, I shall lead you in a surprise attack on Pebble Island. The remaining vassals then departed. River Bay's Academy City is a cluster of buildings in the Old Town, serving as the supreme governing body for scholars across the 7 kingdoms. Nestled beside the Honeywine River, its towers and domes are interconnected by stone arch bridges, with residential halls constructed atop these bridges. Flanking the main entrance are 2 towering green sphinx statues, creatures with the body of a lion, wings of an eagle, and the tail of a serpent. One bears a male visage, while the other resembles a female. At this moment, by the steps of the main entrance, 2 individuals were engaged in conversation beside the right green sphinx statue. The elder, with white hair, is the grand scholar of the academy, while the younger, appearing rather youthful, is the assistant scholar. Kevin, displaying astonishment, inquired, "Esteemed grand scholar, why such haste this time?" The grand scholar responded with a gentle smile. Kevin nodded and asked, "Esteemed grand scholar, are you familiar with the Lord of Pebble Island?" The grand scholar patiently listened to Kevin's question, smiling as he replied, "The Lord of Pebble Island is a wise 8-year-old child." Kevin's brow furrowed in confusion. "Esteemed grand scholar, if I recall correctly, Pebble Island is the territory of the prior family. This Alexander surname is one I am hearing for the first time." Upon hearing the grand scholar's words, Kevin nodded in agreement. "Esteemed grand scholar, I heed the Academy's summons and am willing to venture to Pebble Island. Alas, the conditions on Pebble Island are harsh, my child. It may require some endurance on your part." The grand scholar gazed at Kevin with a look of affection. Kevin, with determination in his eyes, responded, "Adversity shapes wisdom. You know this is a belief I have always held. The Grand Scholar smiled, gently nodding, his gaze filled with admiration. My lord, you are awake? David's voice reached Jory's ears as he stole a glance at David's tall, sturdy frame. Noticing the weariness etched upon David's face, a warm current flowed through Jory's heart. You have worked hard, David. My lord, it is my duty. You know it is all in service to you. Jory smiled faintly and shook his head. By the way, have the ships from Biting Bay attacked? David shook his head, my lord. I did not see any of their ships on the sea. Upon hearing this news, Jory fell into contemplation. What were the thoughts of Sunderland over there at Biting Bay? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jory rose from the bed and sent someone to instruct Mary to bring some food. At this moment, he felt a pang of hunger. Jory looked around, observing that the Lord's Hall was notably quiet. However, when Jory's gaze met the emblem of the Prelair family hanging on the wall, he could not help but pause. His mind began to contemplate the design of a crest that would embody the essence of the Shanshan family. Unbeknownst to him, a spark of inspiration flickered to life. A crimson background, adorned with a bronze ding. Jory held a unique sentiment towards the bronze ding. Perhaps it was the only familiar relic he could grasp in this era. The family emblem would consistently feature a crimson backdrop with the bronze ding, and the family motto was to be inscribed as, "Never surrender." With this in mind, Jory resolved to share his visions with Mary, urging her to create the family crest and the flag of Pebble Island according to his designs. Simultaneously, he meticulously documented his thoughts. After completing this task, Jory summoned the panel and directed his gaze towards it. Chapter 7, The Battle of Pebble Island. Title, Knight Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor vassals, none subordinates, none wealth, 10 million gold dragons, a portion may be extracted. As the plot has yet to commence, a maximum of 47,600 gold dragons may be withdrawn. Food supplies, none yet. Jory felt a tinge of disappointment. His previous conjectures regarding the panel's military deployment appeared to be misguided. Even though he had procured ample resources from Fuli that were sufficient to bolster the strength of Pebble Island, the panel showed no signs of change. Upon glancing at the wealth section, he was reminded that there were still 8 years until the plot unfolded, and during this time, he could only access 47,600 gold dragons, which left him with a complex array of emotions. The fleeting notion of optimizing resources crossed his mind. To ensure a stable development over the next 8 years, Jory resolved to embrace frugality, postponing any plans for expansion. Although numerous ideas swirled in his mind, the realization that their execution would attract envious eyes conflicted with his commitment to stockpiling resources and troops. Before long, 2 maids appeared behind him, each with their heads bowed, holding wooden trays laden with bread, milk, and roasted lamb. My lord, these delicacies are all your favorites. Jory took a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, then lifted a cup of milk to sip. Mary, as steward, you are becoming increasingly skilled. My lord, it is my duty. Jory cast a glance at Mary and inquired. About the 500 slaves, Mary, please provide me with a detailed account. Of course, my lord. A serious glint flickered in Mary's eyes as her expression turned grave. Among the 500 slaves, there are 50 adult males, 70 adult females, 220 juvenile males, and 160 juvenile females. What tasks will they perform? Jory continued chewing on the bread, sipping the milk. Of the 50 adult males, 33 are blacksmiths, 15 are hunters, and 2 are carpenters. 70 adult women, among whom 40 possess the skills of sewing garments and knitting gloves. 12 are adept at preparing food, while the remainder lack any such capabilities. After listening to Mary's words, Jory finished the bread and milk, holding a roasted leg of lamb in his hand, resisting the urge to bring it to his lips. After a moment of contemplation, Jory turned to Mary and said, 33 blacksmiths shall be tasked with forging leather armor, swords, and spears. 2 carpenters will craft bows and arrows. Please convey this message to them. Once the weapons and bows are completed, they should be stored in the vacant room until the basement is finished, at which point all will be transferred there. Upon hearing Jory's instructions, Mary nodded, though a hint of hesitation crossed her face. Observing her uncertainty, Jory inquired, do you have any further questions? My lord, regarding the materials required for weapon and bow production, if they are depleted, if they run out, inform me, and I shall procure a new batch, Jory replied. Continuing, 15 hunters should assemble in the castle square tomorrow morning. I have other plans for them. Is there anything else, my lord? Mary smiled at the serious-faced Jory. Ensure that the adult women are organized, and have the underage boys gather in the square as well. I will select a portion for different assignments. As for the underage girls, you are responsible for arranging their tasks. Understood, my lord. By the way, here is the newly designed emblem of the Alexander clan, along with the flag of Pebble Island in the clan language. You are to oversee the replacement of these with the existing ones in the castle. Jory handed Mary the freshly designed draft with his left hand. while his right clutched the roasted leg of lamb. Mary cautiously accepted it, and as she beheld the new emblem and flag on the draft, a look of confusion crossed her face. However, she refrained from further questioning. What the Lord decreed was absolute, a principle she had steadfastly upheld without deviation. By the 7 gods, I shall fulfill your commands, my lord, she earnestly stated, gazing into Jory's dark eyes. Jory nodded. Very well, I entrust this to you. At that moment, a knight hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, and urgently reported, my lord, the group from Biter Bay is commanding their ships towards us. Jory's expression shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to David and said, David, we must go. My lord, Mary interjected, concern etched on her face. Mary, carry on with the tasks I just assigned you, as you usually do. Before Mary could respond, Jory seized a sword from the ancestral lineage of the player family, named Blaze, and departed the Lord's Hall with David. As Jory exited the castle, David and 10 knights followed closely behind. They hurried along their path. Upon reaching their destination, Jory stood against the wall, peering into the darkness as he observed the 20 warriors engaged in combat against the formidable enemies from Biter Bay. Approximately 100 foes approached, ferociously wielding their weapons and shouting with fervor. Just as the words left his lips, the 20 soldiers stationed around the low wall stood at the ready. Among these warriors were knights, infantry, pikemen, and crossbowmen. At that moment, their faces bore a stern expression, devoid of any hint of fear. Terror had fled from their eyes. Each grasped their weapons tightly. The crossbowmen initiated the assault, unleashing a volley that was met with anguished cries from the enemies of Yaorinwan. Following this, the pikemen hurled their weapons, echoing the chorus of despair. Subsequently, the infantry and knights raised their swords or blades, the clash of steel resonating in the night, creating a tense and gripping symphony of war. However, the situation on the battlefield was dire. Jory observed the enemies from Yaorinwan advancing toward the low wall, some even breaching it and engaging the pikemen and infantry in combat. Due to their numerical disadvantage, the initial skirmish was unfavorable for their side. Concerned about the unfolding situation, Jory promptly addressed David. David, take 8 knights to assist. At your command, David replied, leading the 8 knights like arrows released from a bow, charging toward the enemies of Yaorinwan. Seeing David's formidable figure, Jory felt a sense of relief. Before his eyes, the enemies of Yaorinwan suffered heavy casualties upon David's arrival with the knights. The enemy's offensive was momentarily halted, as David continued to fell more foes. The air was filled with curses and wails. Who is this sudden interloper? I shall make a tablecloth of his skin. The tide of battle shifted in Jory's favor. Observing the dramatic change in circumstances, he couldn't help but smile. The combat prowess of David and his knights far surpassed that of the enemies from Yaorinwan. Judging by the battlefield, one could easily take on 5. Naturally, the most striking figures were David and his knights. They cut through the ranks like a sharp blade, leaving no one unscathed, as cries of anguish accompanied the carnage. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, the knights behind Jory had sensed the danger and swiftly drew their long swords, raising their shields to confront 2 approaching adversaries. Jory focused on the remaining enemy, now alone in the vicinity. His expression remained calm, while the lean man opposite him revealed a sinister grin, his gaze toward Jory filled with contempt. Little brat, it seems the 7 gods do not favor you, for you have encountered me. Upon hearing this, Jory refrained from responding, silently drawing his sword, flame, and raising it with both hands. His eyes wary of the foe before him, understanding that if he could stall for just a moment, the 2 knights engaged in combat would soon return to his aid. He remained composed. Moreover, those 2 knights had the upper hand in their fight. Sensing Jory's calm demeanor, the lean man appeared to feel his pride wounded, his expression shifting to one of anger, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his sword and lunged toward Jory. Jory tightly gripped the sword with both hands, raising it to block the incoming strike. The impact resounded, and he felt himself slide backward a few steps. A jolt of pain coursing through his hands, causing him to furrow his brow. He realized he was at a disadvantage in strength. The lean man, seeing his sword parried, wore an expression of intensified fury. With a furious roar, he forcefully withdrew his sword and swung it directly at Jory's head. The blow was swift and fierce. Jory, sensing the futility of blocking this attack, quickly sidestepped and darted behind the lean man. Capitalizing on his agile reflexes, Jory did not hesitate. With speed, precision, and ferocity, he thrust the blade towards the man's vulnerable spot. How dare you, pesky brat! I'll kill you. The lean man bellowed in rage as he turned around, his eyes darkening. However, Jory caught sight of 2 knights who had dispatched their opponents and were advancing toward him. Seizing the moment, Jory sprinted towards the knights. The lean man, enduring excruciating pain, glared at Jory with unbridled hatred and relentless intent, pursuing him closely. Upon reaching the knights, Jory swiftly took refuge behind them. This scene ignited a frenzy of impotent rage within the lean man, forcing him to confront the two knights with all his might. Outnumbered, he was soon vanquished and lost his life on the spot. As time passed, the enemies of Biting Bay began to falter, their morale plummeting. Chapter 8. The point of the sword. Jory watched the swift conclusion of the battle with a sense of joy. Following this confrontation, Pebble Island would enjoy a long period of tranquility. As for the account of the enemy's assault on Pebble Island, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years may pass, but the Sandler family would inevitably feel the wrath of his thunderous fury. My lord, we have slain 50 foes and captured 17 prisoners. As for the rest, they fled too swiftly, escaping on their ships before we could pursue them, David reported excitedly as he approached Jory, the scent of blood overwhelmingly strong on him. Jory frowned. What were our casualties? 2 infantrymen perished, 3 pikemen sustained serious injuries, and 7 others were lightly wounded. David, what are our spoils from this battle? 67 sets of leather armor, 82 sharp swords, 3 ships, 42 golden dragons, and 103 silver deer. It seemed the gains were quite satisfactory, and the fighting strength formidable. Apparently, their neighbors were not as fearsome as he had imagined, at least not as strong as he had believed. After repelling the enemies of Biting Bay, that night, naturally, the children of Pebble Island, under the cover of darkness, were immersed in dreams. When Jory awoke, he quickly consumed some bread and milk before making his way to the castle square. At that moment, the square was filled with 220 adolescent boys and 15 adult hunters. Surrounding them, the agreement was reached, considering this matter, of course. Jory entrusted some security duties of the castle to him. Should he perform well, Jory would also allow him to oversee the entire security situation of Pebble Island in the future. However, at present, when Jory arrived at the castle square with David and several dozen knights, he addressed the gathered crowd. My lord, it is my honor to assist you in any way within my capabilities. Jory cast his gaze upon the many figures in the square and approached them, with David and 10 knights closely following behind. 15 hunters, from this day forth, you shall join my guard. Jory stated directly to the lean adult hunters present. In Jory's mind, all knights were considered guards, part of the guard squad. Upon hearing this, the 15 hunters displayed expressions of joy. Stepping forward to kneel on one knee before Jory, their demeanor solemn as they expressed their gratitude for the Lord's kindness. By the 7 gods, we shall remain eternally loyal to you, my lord. Jory glanced at them and replied, you are welcome. The 15 hunters expressed their gratitude once more. Jory then waved at David, who signaled a knight to escort the 15 hunters to the knights' resting quarters within the castle. Jory surveyed the remaining underage boys and raised his voice. I will select 200 of you to form the young guard. I will provide you with food, ensuring you need not worry about hunger. I will offer you shelter, so you shall not fear the cold or rain. In the future, I will even allow you to marry and have children. However, I will also dispatch the valiant warriors of Pebble Island to train you until you become qualified fighters. From this day forth, until death, you shall fight solely for me. Where my sword points, that shall be your direction of attack. Your lives belong to Pebble Island, and any who dare betray us shall face the wrath of my thunderous fury. Upon finishing his address, Jory noticed the bright spark of determination in the eyes of the children present and instructed David to begin selecting 200 individuals from among them. Jory then stepped back, leaving the main proceedings to David. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. My lord, from this day forth, he reflected, I shall seize every opportunity to pledge my loyalty to the leadership, for some matters cannot merely be spoken of. After all, before Jory became the lord of Pebble Island, he remained silent, contemplating that perhaps one day he would have the chance to demonstrate his loyalty to the Lord. Meanwhile, with his strength, earning the Lord's regard and trust should not be too difficult. Opportunities, indeed, are fleeting. Last night, he hesitated and missed a golden opportunity. Soon, David had selected 200 boys, the future backbone of the young guard. Jory leaned closer to David, whispering, David, once the basement of the castle is completed, we shall take them there for training. As you command, David immediately responded. After casting a glance at the others, Jory turned and returned to the Lord's hall within the castle. As Jory continued his daily training in swordsmanship, archery, and throwing techniques, Mary appeared at the training ground. Noticing Mary's presence, Jory furrowed his brow, awaiting her approach. Mary, sensing Jory's displeasure, felt a pang of anxiety. My lord, I have just received a letter from King's Landing, fearing it might be urgent. I did not intend to disturb your training, she said. Jory took the letter from her hand, replying calmly, let it not happen again. Upon hearing this, Mary felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then hurriedly left the training area, swearing to the 7 that she would follow the Lord's commands henceforth. ensuring no further issues would arise. Indeed, this was a guarantee against complications. What a foolish mistake she had just made. She hoped to rectify her impression in the Lord's eyes. Jory opened the letter and quickly skimmed its contents, which brought him comfort. New scholars would be dispatched from the academy to assist him with matters concerning Pebble Island. Additionally, the Vale's Aaron family would send a shipment of grain to him. In Jory's view, this was fortuitous. Following his usual routine, after completing his training, he returned to his opulent chamber to rest. Finding the lavish decor excessive, he instructed Mary to remove the gaudy gems from the room. 2 days later, after attending to affairs on Pebble Island, the steward Mary reported that a shipment of 20,000 pounds of grain from the Aaron family had arrived. Furthermore, all operations had to be conducted discreetly, without drawing attention to himself. Regarding the power struggle in King's Landing, Jory expressed a desire to remain on the periphery, preferring to stabilize his position rather than prematurely engage in the political fray. He found it difficult to trust the intentions of Baelish, yet leaving him unchecked posed a significant threat. Thus, the only recourse was to send him underground to meet the Seven. Everything required careful planning. Chapter 9. Jasper Reed. Jory planned to entrust the management of the 20,000 pounds of grain to steward Mary. The construction of the castle's basement on Pebble Island continued unabated, with completion imminent. Of course, Jory had no intention of allowing the workers to rest. In his strategy, those experienced in constructing the basement would be assigned to continue building at Alexander Manor. The only costs incurred were a few gold dragons and some grain. However, once the basement was completed, many plans could commence. Moreover, Jory intended to store all weapons, such as swords, knives, and leather armor, from Pebble Island in the soon-to-be-constructed basement. Furthermore, the entrance to the basement was strictly off-limits to anyone without his permission, not even the housekeeper Mary. At present, the primary task was to welcome the representative of the Eileen family arriving with provisions from Pebble Island, ensuring that all formalities were meticulously observed. Simultaneously, Jory issued a command to David to conceal the majority of the castle's soldiers within the basement, instructing those involved in its construction to halt their work temporarily. All laborers engaged in the basement project would be closely monitored by the bulk of the soldiers. On the surface, the number of warriors from Pebble Island was not to exceed 10, with knights allowed only to accompany David. It was imperative that the representative from the Eileen family believed that only 10 warriors existed on Pebble Island. After considering these details, Jory arranged for David and the housekeeper Mary to cooperate swiftly in completing these tasks. Once completed, Jory donned a black cloak embroidered with the red background of the bronze Ding family crest, a garment hastily crafted by the maids at Mary's behest overnight. Accompanied by David and 2 knights, Jory departed the castle to greet the representative of the Eileen family bearing provisions. According to Mary, the envoy was purportedly from the noble Redford family of the Vale. Jasper Redford stood by the ship, transporting the grain, surveying the surroundings of Pebble Island with a contemplative expression. To his knowledge, Pebble Island was a barren territory with little potential for development. However, as Jasper gazed at a thick wall just a short distance away, he fell silent, particularly upon noticing 10 ships docked not far from Pebble Island. His lips twitched in disbelief. Was this truly the Pebble Island he was familiar with? Moreover, he had just learned from Mary, the housekeeper of Pebble Island, that the battle there last night, if memory served him correctly, had occurred when he was 8 years old. Jasper recalled how his father, Horton Redford, had repeatedly chastised him for his lack of decorum. Yet, what could the military strength of Pebble Island possibly be? Nevertheless, despite this, he was well aware of the formidable combat prowess of the Bite Bay warriors, having grown up immersed in tales as the son of Earl Horton Redford. The Redford family of the Red Keep was a principal noble family in the Vale, steeped in history and ancestral lineage. Before the arrival of the Undulls, the valley was under the governance of their forebears. Reflecting on this, Jasper recalled the family motto, as solid as rock. Perhaps the restoration of the Red Keep's glory would rest upon his shoulders. Among the sons of his father, only he had become a knight, and he possessed the greatest personal strength. In the future, it was not inconceivable that he might inherit the title of Earl of the Red Keep. However, as Jasper Redford contemplated his father Horton Redford's favoritism towards his younger brother, Michael Redford, he felt a wave of helplessness. To be honest, when Michael entered the world, Jasper had never noticed anything particularly remarkable about him. Reflecting on the past, a sense of desolation washed over Jasper. He did not wish to harm his brother Michael over the matter of inheriting the title of Earl of Redford. Michael had gradually begun to showcase his talents, and his yearning for the earldom was evident. Jasper was acutely aware of this. Perhaps I should beseech the 7 gods for their guidance, Jasper pondered. Just then, he caught sight of Jory, whose black cloak bore an unfamiliar family crest, its craftsmanship appearing quite exquisite. As Jasper observed Jory, he noticed that Jory was also scrutinizing him. In Jory's eyes, Jasper appeared imposing. Clad in a form-fitting black tunic adorned with a red-edged castle on a white background, a hint of sorrow etched upon his face. "Esteemed sir, on behalf of Pebble Island, I extend a warm welcome to you." Jory stepped forward and bowed to Jasper. "As you may know, I hail from the Vale. You may call me Jasper Redford." Jasper returned the bow, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Sir Jasper, would you care to visit my castle?" Jory gestured towards the castle on Pebble Island, looking at Jasper expectantly. "Oh, no. Thank you very much for your gracious invitation, Sir Jory." Jasper's gaze fixated on David, who was closely following Jory, feeling an immense pressure emanating from him. Goodness, how could such a formidable knight exist on Pebble Island? Jory, taken aback by Jasper's response, chose not to pursue the matter further. As for the castle's military arrangements, though not utilized, there might be some oversights in the short-term setup. At this moment, being rid of that trouble might indeed be a blessing. Indeed, Jory cast a glance at the bags of grain piled high on the ship, feeling quite pleased. Jasper, interpreting Jory's delight, thought that although Pebble Island seemed to have made some progress, it remained the barren Pebble Island, devoid of any promising future. "Sir Jory, how did you manage to command the battle and defeat those bothersome fellows from Biting Bay last night? Of course, if you find it inconvenient, consider my question unasked." Jory paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Although he was uncertain how the situation had transformed in this manner, he had little time to contemplate the details. Jory feigned a contemplative demeanor, then looked up into Jasper's eyes and smiled, saying, "Sir Jasper, although this is our first meeting, I find that interacting with you is like basking in the warmth of spring, bringing a sense of relaxation. As for how the battle was commanded last night, I shall undoubtedly share every detail with you." Jasper gazed at the smile adorning Jory's face, relishing his words, and replied with a warm smile, "I shall attentively listen to every word you utter. Last night, during the ambush at Biting Bay on my Pebble Island, as you are aware, I was merely 8 years old, confronting the terrifying specter of war for the first time, feeling an immense weight of pressure. Yet, I held steadfastly to my duties as a lord." Jasper listened intently to Jory's account, and as time passed, his gaze towards Jory grew increasingly gentle and filled with admiration. Indeed, at such a tender age, it is likely that most would succumb to fear in such circumstances. It was evident that this young Sir Jory had conquered the trepidation within and, through his astute command, had repelled the intruders from Biting Bay, revealing his extraordinary military prowess. Upon the conclusion of Jory's narration of the events on Pebble Island, Jasper did not hesitate to lavish him with praise. "Sir Jory, perhaps one day your name will resonate throughout the Seven Kingdoms." A pang of anxiety gripped Jory, who then exhaled softly, worried that brilliance often attracts envy. At present, he needed to cultivate Pebble Island in secrecy, rather than drawing the attention of those from King's Landing. "Sir Jasper, you flatter me excessively. I am acutely aware of my limitations. In my eyes, my abilities pale in comparison to yours. Perhaps, this time, I was merely favored by the Seven. A stroke of sheer luck. In retrospect, it does seem rather daunting," Jory admitted, allowing a hint of fear to surface at the opportune moment. Jasper nodded in apparent agreement. Understanding Sir Jory's predicament, Jory was taken aback when Jasper produced a pouch of coins from his cloak. In an instant, driven by the notion of seizing an opportunity, Jory resolved to accept it. The thoughts of what Count Houghton Redford might think were inconsequential. What mattered was securing the coins in hand. Jasper extended the pouch containing 100 golden dragons to Jory, who accepted it with a smile and remarked, "Please convey my gratitude to Count Houghton Redford on my behalf. Pebble Island shall forever remember the kindness of House Redford." "Of course, I shall convey your message," Jasper assured him. After Jasper had arranged the unloading of 20,000 pounds of grain, he added, "Sir Jory, I hope to hear your name celebrated for your valor once again." A flicker of concern crossed Jory's face as he thought to himself, that may prove difficult. Before departing, Jasper imparted a final message to Jory. Biting Bay has launched its attack on Pebble Island under the pretense of apprehending thieves. The consensus from the valley is to issue a warning to the Sunderland family of Biting Bay, the Aaron family, and my father, Houghton Redford. The matter ends here. The 100 golden dragons may perhaps serve as compensation for Sir Jory. Jory watched as Jasper's ship receded into the distance, his gaze imbued with a chilling resolve. Weakness is indeed the original sin. The account with Biting Bay will eventually be settled. As for the provisions sent by the Eileen family and the 100 gold dragons from the Redford family, Jory's gratitude vanished completely. He pondered, if it were not for the panel, Pebble Island would likely have become the private garden of the Sunderland family from Biting Bay. Furthermore, why did Jasper choose to mention the compensation last? Chapter 10. Affairs of Pebble Island. 2 months later, the construction of the castle's basement on Pebble Island was completed. This subterranean structure nearly encompassed the entire island. Naturally, due to the extensive use of materials such as stone, wood, and sand, there was scarcely a remnant left. The basement of Alexander Manor also required construction, yet Jory felt no urgency regarding this matter. After inspecting the completed basement, he resolved to transfer the majority of his forces there. For Alexander Manor, he deemed it sufficient to leave 5 knights, 5 crossbowmen, and 20 infantry to oversee the place. The remaining 377 men would be relocated to the basement to engage in daily training. Of course, David was an exception. The 200 adolescent boys from the Young Guard also began military training, with daily arrangements made to enhance their combat skills, including swordsmanship, throwing techniques, and archery. Meanwhile, the newly joined 15 hunters were integrated into the Pebble Island Guard, with David appointed as their captain. Jory accomplished all of this within 5 days. Simultaneously, the 222 pounds, approximately 200,000 gene, of provisions, along with pigs, cattle, sheep, weapons, and clothing previously purchased from Fuli, were also transferred to the basement. On the surface, the reported quantity of food in the castle was 111 pounds, about 10,000 gene, with 20 pigs, cattle, and sheep each, as well as 10 ships and 3 fishing boats. The castle's visible wealth amounted to around 200 gold dragons, while the remaining funds, including those extracted from the panel, were all relocated to a room in the basement. The panel itself underwent a slight transformation. Title: Knight Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor Vassals, none subordinates, none wealth, 900,000 gold dragons, not extractable until the plot commences, food, none. The entrance to the basement was modified. The original access point was filled in and sealed, while the new entrance was cleverly concealed beneath the bed in Jory's chamber within the main castle, controlled by a circular disc for opening and closing. Only Jory and David were privy to this secret. Regarding the earlier construction of the basement, Jory instructed the steward, Mary, to keep it strictly confidential, to which she swore a malicious oath to the 7 gods. At Jory's behest, Mary also spoke with all the maids and male servants of Pebble Island Castle, instilling in them a profound fear regarding the matter of the basement. To prevent any leaks from the artisans and blacksmiths involved in the construction, Jory arranged for them and their families to be housed under close supervision within the basement. Once all arrangements were made, Jory's life returned to its previous tranquility. On this day, after Jory concluded his daily combat training and returned to the Lord's Hall of the castle, Mary arrived. "My lord, the residents of Pebble Island wish to see you." "Very well, I am aware. Have them line up in an orderly fashion, allowing them to enter the Lord's Hall one by one. I shall meet with them and discuss their matters in detail. As the Lord, it is customary to address the concerns of the residents. However, to avoid frequent meetings, Jory had decreed that the inhabitants of Pebble Island could meet with the Lord once a month, specifically on the last day of each month. Jory was well aware that the issues faced by the residents were often complex, even trivial in nature, yet he felt a sense of helplessness, as the scholar dispatched by the academy had yet to arrive, leaving him to manage matters alone. Seated upon the long bench, Jory wore a gentle expression, patiently awaiting the first resident to enter the Lord's Hall. His wait was short. An elderly fisherman, frail and gray-haired, was assisted into the hall by the steward, Mary. Jory gestured for Mary to help the old fisherman take a seat on the opposite bench. "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. My legs have been quite troublesome, so it is a true blessing to sit." Jory smiled. "I assure you, each time you visit, you shall always have a seat. By the 7 gods, we are grateful for the arrival of such a benevolent lord," the old fisherman, Lance, expressed as he recounted his troubles. "Thank you, my lord. I have unwavering faith in your wisdom," Lance said before departing the great hall, aided once more by Mary. Upon her return, Jory turned to Mary. "Please send someone to inquire about the nature of the fish Lance mentioned. Once identified, procure a similar fish from the market and have it delivered to his home tomorrow morning. Furthermore, we must apprehend the thief. Dispatch someone to discreetly investigate who stole Lance's fish, and upon capture, have them repair any damages to Lance's home, as I recall there are some holes that require mending." Mary listened attentively to Jory's instructions, nodding eagerly, filled with admiration and respect for him. "Of course, my lord. I shall see to it." The Lord possesses a heart of kindness and compassion, Mary thought to herself. "Mary, I am grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would be utterly overwhelmed." Mary's spirits lifted at his words, her lips curling into a smile. "Of course, it is my duty as the castle steward." "Very well, let the second resident enter." "I am pressed for time," Jory remarked, a mixture of exasperation and warmth crossing his features. With a radiant smile, Mary stepped outside the Lord's hall, her demeanor brightening as she raised the corners of Jory's mouth in a subtle grin. The second resident, a gaunt man with a stooped back, appeared to be around 40 years of age, his demeanor shy. "Esteemed Lord, I have come to seek your assistance. Please, take a seat and let us converse," Jory invited. The slender man listened with a sense of unease, until Mary placed the bench before him, prompting him to sit swiftly and maintain an upright posture, his gaze cast downward. "Esteemed Lord, I am Simon, ever attentive to your words. I express my gratitude for your kindness. I have discovered that my child is not truly mine." Jory's eyes widened in shock, while Mary opened her mouth, caught in a moment of helplessness. "This is indeed an unfortunate matter, Simon. How did you come to this realization?" Jory inquired, his concern evident in his gaze. Simon felt a surge of emotion. "My lord, when the child was younger, I could not discern it. But now that the child has grown," Jory's heart brimmed with sympathy for Simon. "Simon," he said, "he is a wretched drunkard, utterly indifferent to this matter and everything around him. Does he even know about the child?" Jory pressed further. Simon fell silent. "My lord, the child seems to have come to an understanding," he replied. Jory nodded slightly. "After all these years, the child recognizes you, indicating that you have treated him well. You are a responsible father." Simon felt warmth in the Lord's words. "However, that would be a dreadful situation. I fear the child may become a drunkard like him. By the 7 gods, the child remains your child, and that will not change. When you grow old, the child will wish to honor you and care for you in your twilight years. The bond between father and child surpasses all else." Simon contemplated this, furrowing his brow in silence. "Thank you, my lord. I understand now," he said, a smile revealing his yellowed teeth. "Of course, you are still young and can have another child," Jory responded. Simon nodded. "My lord, I shall consider it." Jory cast a glance at Mary, who then guided Simon out of the Lord's hall. Jory exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Mary continued to usher the third and fourth subjects until late into the night. When Jory finally concluded the matters concerning Pebble Island, at that moment he appeared exceedingly fatigued. In his heart, Jory fervently hoped for the arrival of the scholar dispatched from the academy to Pebble Island. Mary, glancing at Jory, held a look of deep respect, mingled with a sentiment she dared not express. "My lord, your wisdom is as profound as the sea, leading me to gain much." Jory shot Mary a sidelong glance, rolling his eyes. "Mary, you know this is not the life I desire. There is no need for such flattery. What concerns me now is the absence of the scholar from the academy. Surely he has not forsaken us." Mary pondered. "My lord, could he have been delayed by some circumstance?" Jory fell silent, his gaze drifting through the window of the Lord's hall, staring into the endless night. Chapter 11. The end approaches in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed. At this moment, Jory was practicing swordplay with David in the training grounds. At this moment, Jory was clad in protective gear, which made him appear somewhat bulky. The two had already engaged in several rounds of combat, seemingly without either gaining an advantage. Jory, wielding flames, scrutinized David, seeking an opportunity to make him taste defeat. However, David remained impassive, even in the face of Jory's intensity. Jory furrowed his brow, unable to discern any weakness in David, which thwarted his plan to conquer him. Just then, David swiftly drew his sharp longsword, thrusting it directly toward Jory's chest with remarkable speed. Jory's heart raced, and he retreated in haste. Yet, David's speed was unmatched. As the tip of the sword pressed against his chest, Jory realized he had lost, utterly defeated. "David, you are truly formidable," Jory remarked, concealing any sign of discouragement from his defeat. "My lord, your swordsmanship is commendable," David replied, "but you are still quite young, lacking in strength and agility." David pointed out Jory's shortcomings with unflinching honesty. Jory nodded, requesting David to hold him to an even stricter standard in the future. "As you wish," David responded. "Shall we have another bout?" David suddenly inquired, looking at Jory. Despite the sweat from their recent match still trickling down Jory's body, he eagerly stepped forward. "I would be delighted." Jory yearned for another chance, believing that only through genuine combat could he gauge the extent of their disparity. With repeated encounters, he hoped to accumulate valuable battle experience. This time, Jory adopted a more cautious approach, ensuring that each of his strikes was executed with precision. Nevertheless, he was disheartened to find that David, equally skilled in swordsmanship, vastly outmatched him in strength. Consequently, Jory could not withstand David's onslaught for long before succumbing to another humiliating defeat. David furrowed his brow in contemplation before addressing Jory. "My lord, you must exercise patience as you grow. I believe that as you mature, your strength will eventually equal mine, and perhaps in our next contest, it will be I who faces defeat." Jory nodded earnestly. "David, There is no need to console me. I am aware that surpassing you will require considerable time. However, I shall not relent. To never give up is the unwavering conviction of the Alexander family. David smiled, with such determination. I find myself worried for my own prospects in our future encounters. Jory shot David a glare, but chose not to respond, instead opting to rest nearby. Subsequently, he led David away from the training grounds and back to the Lord's Hall in the main castle. As they arrived, Mary appeared with a young man. Noticing the silver necklace around the young man's neck, Jory realized that this scholar hailed from the Academy City. Esteemed Lord, I apologize for the lengthy journey from the Academy City to Pebble Island, the scholar said, bowing respectfully to Jory. Jory shook his head, invoking the 7 gods. Surely, this was not your intention. The scholar displayed a hint of surprise. Esteemed Lord, Jory paused, reluctant to acquiesce so readily. This matter is not urgent. Please take residence in the castle of Pebble Island for now. Mary, kindly escort Scholar Kai to his quarters. My lord, were you not eagerly anticipating the scholar's arrival at Pebble Island? David cast a puzzled glance at Jory. The journey from the academic city to Pebble Island had taken nearly 3 months. The newly arrived scholar may, perhaps, harbor a different perspective on Pebble Island, Jory thought. His brow furrowed with concern. David hesitated, words caught in his throat. I have my reasons. Let us observe him further, Jory declared with determination. Seeing this, David ceased his attempts at persuasion. The Lord's Hall once again fell into silence. Beautiful Miss Mary, may I pose a question to you? Mary hesitated, her expression uncertain. Please do not exceed my duties. Indeed, it shall not exceed your responsibilities, Miss Mary. She assumed a listening posture. My lord, it seems you are displeased with me for my tardiness. Turning towards Mary, it appeared she no longer wished to converse with him. He felt a pang of helplessness. The journey from the academic city to Pebble Island could typically be completed in just over a month. However, he had made several scholarly visits along the way, engaging in amiable discussions. In truth, this predicament had arisen due to his choices. Yet, considering his future on Pebble Island, without the Lord's trust, he feared his path would be fraught with difficulty. Reflecting on this, he recognized that their initial conversation was merely a preliminary understanding. Much more would need to be gleaned from their interactions in the days to come. The sound of Mary's footsteps echoed softly, watching her retreating figure. Suddenly, she paused by the castle's corridor. Beautiful Lady Mary, I apologize for my earlier impetuousness. If I have caused you any distress, it was never my intention. By the gods, every word I have spoken is sincere. Esteemed scholar, I have already forgotten the recent unpleasantness. I have matters to attend to, Mary replied before departing. She was a kind-hearted girl. As he watched her silhouette vanish down the corridor, he entered his chamber, which featured 2 rows of bookshelves flanking a long table, with a bed dressed in sheepskin situated nearby. The only dissatisfaction he harbored about this room was the absence of books on the shelves. He approached the long table, sat upon the bench, and retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket, laying the paper before him to write. Esteemed Grand Scholar, after a considerable journey, I have arrived at Pebble Island. The scenery here is quite splendid. The Lord is a composed and wise figure, in alignment with your descriptions. As you know, I have always been an avid reader. However, here on Pebble Island, I have yet to encounter a single book. The knowledge contained within books is akin to the vast ocean, its depths remaining unseen. Living without books fills me with profound anxiety regarding the stagnation of my own understanding, and I worry about my inability to assist the Lord in managing affairs more effectively. If you would permit it, I would greatly appreciate it if you could send me some books. Of course, I shall bear the cost, which I will include with this letter. Chapter 12. The invitation to the banquet in July. The sun blazed fiercely. Time raced forward until the afternoon, when Jory finally paused. At that moment, Mary appeared in the training grounds. Seeing her approach, Jory patiently awaited her arrival. My steward, upon seeing you here, I knew I was bound to have another headache. Oh, my lord, such words will surely sadden me. Jory observed the radiant smile upon Mary's face, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What is it, my lord? It is an invitation from the Aaron family for their banquet. Is it possible to decline? My lord, you are a vassal of the Aaron family. Refusing to attend may lead to difficulties in the future. Blast it, do they host such a banquet every year? Indeed, my lord. Curse it. I shall find a way to put an end to it. Mary handed the invitation to Jory, who removed the wax seal and unfolded the letter, his gaze sharpening. As a vassal of the Vale, he understood the importance of the invitation. However, he pondered the connection between attending this banquet and his current situation. Moreover, he had indeed departed from King's Landing. There must be reasons unbeknownst to him behind this development. At that moment, Jory recognized the significance of intelligence, even with stable growth. It was imperative to establish a network of information. Otherwise, should any unforeseen events arise, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, if he were to attend the banquet, he would undoubtedly encounter that troublesome group from Bitterbridge. After all, they were ostensibly loyal to the Arryn family and had every reason to be invited. Thus, attending the banquet would inevitably lead to some complications. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jory declared, "In 3 days, I shall attend the banquet with my companions." Mary nodded with a smile. "Oh, he has been riding tirelessly from dawn till dusk," Mary recalled. Jory remained silent for a moment before instructing Mary. "Keep a close watch on the castle's servants regarding the matters in the basement." Mary, her expression serious, replied, "My lord, I will adhere to your wishes, I promise." Jory smiled at Mary. "I trust you, Mary." "To Eagle's Nest, my lord, are you only taking 2 companions?" Mary asked, concern evident in her eyes. "Yes, just the 2 of them," Jory responded with a smile. "However, I shall also designate 5 knights and 5 crossbowmen to guard the Alexander Manor, who will rendezvous with me near Eagle's Nest." Of course, this thought was a private contemplation of Jory. His heart brimmed with vigilance towards Biding Bay. He feared that the recent events had caused the Sunderland family of Biding Bay to suffer greatly, and they might seek retribution against him. Perhaps they were plotting some scheme against him or might take the opportunity to confront him during this banquet. Mary, "Very well, my lord," she replied before turning to depart. Jory wiped the sweat from his brow with a clean cloth, and after doing so, he made his way to the Lord's Hall of the keep. As Jory entered the Lord's Hall, he pondered, "The Eerie family has extended an invitation. I must attend their banquet. This time, I shall bring only you and David. I fear this banquet may not proceed smoothly. After the feast, I will follow your commands," he said. "Understood, my lord. If anyone issues a challenge to combat, I shall fight with all my might." "Rest assured, I shall uphold your honor with my life," David vowed. "In the coming days, I will have David guide you." Upon hearing this, George felt immense joy. "Thank you, my lord, for your favor. May the gods bless you." Jory waved his hand dismissively. "George, you know I am not fond of excessive flattery." George straightened. "Understood. I shall seek guidance from Captain David thoroughly." With that, Jory gestured, and George exited the Lord's Hall. Rising from the bench, Jory approached the window of the Lord's Hall, where he could behold the entire landscape of Pebble Island. Gazing out at the vast sea stretching into the horizon, he wrinkled his brow at the pungent and salty scent in the air. "David," Jory called towards the entrance of the hall. The Lord approached swiftly and stood beside him. "Send word to Alexander Manor, instructing the 5 knights and 5 crossbowmen to bring 7 days' rations and conceal themselves near Eagle's Nest. Once I attend the banquet and depart from the city, they must be ready to assist me." After reflecting on Jory's words for a moment, David replied, "My lord, for your safety, I suggest that upon reaching Eagle's Nest, perhaps you could hire some free knights." Jory's eyes brightened at this suggestion. "Indeed, I can hire knights. David, how many do you think I should engage?" David paused for a moment before responding, "Hire 10. Jory nodded. 10 plus 10 to accompany, and another 10 to await near the city gates of Eagle's Nest. My lord, do you intend to arrive in Eagle's Nest a day early?" "Yes, the arrangements for hiring the cavalry must be completed first." David fell silent upon hearing this. Jory gazed into the distant horizon, his thoughts swirling like the tumultuous waves of the sea. After a considerable time, he shifted his attention toward David. "David, how fares the situation in the cellar?" "Indeed, all is well. Everyone is steadfastly fulfilling their duties for the Lord." "And what of the training of the young knights? Are they diligently striving to become your sworn champions, toiling from dawn till dusk, shedding both sweat and blood? Some wield blunt swords, while others practice with wooden ones." "My lord, as you are aware, each individual's talent varies." "What of the artisans and blacksmiths? Have they voiced any grievances to me?" "My lord, they lack for neither food nor clothing, and they feel as though they live like nobles. All this is your gracious gift. By the gods, they hold nothing but gratitude in their hearts. When I return from the banquet, I shall assign them some tasks. They will surely be most appreciative of your kindness." "David, dispatch someone to inquire about the news from Folly. It is also time to consider constructing a cellar at the Alexander Manor." "At your command." As David departed, Jory felt the pool of capable individuals in Pebble Island Castle was alarmingly scant. For this reason, Jory had been remarkably lenient thus far. Fortuitously, this banquet presented an opportunity to eliminate those who posed a threat. Given the temperament of the Sunderland family from Biding Bay, they would undoubtedly provoke conflict, leading to inevitable combat. The only candidate for the duel would be George, with David needing to remain by his side at all times. As for future explorations in the north, other individuals would have to be chosen. Truth be told, it might be due to his youth, or perhaps some other reason. Nonetheless, the territory of Pebble Island must remain an impregnable fortress. At that moment, the housekeeper, Mary, hurried into the Lord's hall, her face etched with panic. Jory furrowed his brow. "My lord, a band of brigands has arrived at Pebble Island," Mary exclaimed, her tone urgent. "How many are there?" Jory inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Fewer than 10. But they appear quite ferocious." "They have slain 11 of our subjects," Mary replied, her voice trembling with fear. Jory felt a slight relief wash over him. "Damn these scoundrels. The slain subjects have surviving kin. If they are minors, they shall be cared for by the castle until they reach adulthood. 4 adult men and women. Assign them some work, of course. This will fall to you, as the housekeeper. I pledge to assist with any difficulties they may encounter as their lord." As Mary listened to Jory's words, her expression returned to normal, though her eyes reflected sympathy. By the gods, those departed subjects were truly unfortunate. Jory remained silent. And it was at that moment that David appeared at the entrance of the Lord's hall. David, upon hearing Jory's summons, promptly stepped forward with a grave expression. "At your command." With a countenance imbued with a fierce determination, David departed the Lord's hall. Jory cast a glance at Mary, observing her anxious demeanor, and contemplated. She is a kind-hearted girl. "Mary, cultivate more assistance among your fellow maids. You may find them invaluable in the future." Mary nodded in response. "My lord. Your counsel is always astute." Jory turned and seated himself upon the bench, his mind pondering the development plans for Pebble Island, while Mary quietly withdrew. Unbeknownst to him, Jory glanced at the family crest depicted on the bronze cauldron against the red backdrop on the wall, remaining silent in contemplation. On a street to the east of the Pebble Island castle, doors were tightly shut, and the inhabitants peered through the cracks. Watching the intimidating bandits displaying their ruthlessness in the street, their eyes glinting with hatred. "Oh, these people are nothing but cowards," remarked a robust man with red curls, who grasped a helpless boy in his left hand while wielding a sharp iron sword in his right, a triumphant smirk upon his face, exuding mockery. Others echoed his sentiments, affirming that throughout Pebble Island, not a single true man could be found. "This is truly dull. Look, this boy's eyes are wide with a murderous intent towards me." As he spoke, he pressed the iron sword against the boy's neck. The cold gleam of the blade sent shivers down the boy's spine, his gaze filled with terror. "Oh, 7 gods, please grant me protection," the boy fervently prayed within his heart. Yet, as the iron sword broke the skin, bloodstaining his yellow garments, the deities he worshipped did not appear. His eyes dimmed, pupils darkened, and despair enveloped his heart. At that moment, an iron sword was hurled swiftly towards the robust man's chest, striking with great velocity. With a clang, the man's gaze fell upon a towering figure clad in armor, the iron sword slipping from his grasp, his smile freezing, eyes gradually losing focus. With a thud, the robust man collapsed. The boy, catching sight of David's silhouette, felt his dimmed vision brighten anew. In that instant, David loomed larger than life in the boy's eyes, transforming his faith in life in a heartbeat. This unexpected turn of events caused the onlookers to change their expressions. A cacophony of curses and insults erupted. Cries of anguish followed, only to be quelled into silence. Blood flowed upon the street, and the air was thick with the scent of iron. "My lord, this man still has a faint pulse," one of the onlookers stated. "Take him back and confine him," David replied calmly. "The rest is for you to handle." With that, he departed swiftly. The recent display of David's valor left an indelible impression upon them. "This is the most formidable knight I have ever witnessed," they murmured as they began to clean the scene. The boy, who had narrowly escaped death, mustered his courage to express gratitude to the adult before turning away. His face etched with sorrow, he mourned the loss of his closest kin, brutally slain by the sudden appearance of despicable villains. Alone, he stood on the street, resembling a mere shell of a human. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. In his final moments, his adoptive father had left him with a simple command: to live well. The thought pierced his heart, and he knelt helplessly before Simon's lifeless body. The image of his drunken father's fleeing figure felt like a dagger, severing the last remnants of their father-son bond. Reflecting on his past life, the boy gazed upon the bodies of his adoptive parents, and his faith in the 7 gods crumbled to dust. To him, the 7 gods offered no hope, only endless suffering and even death to their devout followers. His parents had prayed to the 7 gods in their final moments, yet the deities remained indifferent. "Damn the 7 gods! They are dead. Father, I am not yet grown. From this moment until my death, allow me to live in your name, so that you may always be by my side. In the future, I shall ensure that your name resonates throughout the 7 kingdoms." Now, envisioning his quest to seek the Lord's favor, he approached the castle gates of Pebble Island. Chapter 14. Conquest. Jory walked to the window of the Lord's hall, his gaze suddenly drawn to a figure kneeling before the castle's grand entrance. David had just concluded a battle and stood at the doorway of the hall. From David's account, Jory had learned of the events and their outcome. given Mary's benevolence. He was certain she would not turn a blind eye to what had transpired at the castle gates. This thought brought him a measure of comfort. Yet the presence of those who had intruded upon Pebble Island cast a shadow over his heart. Jory had devised a strategy to prevent such occurrences from happening again. First, he planned to construct a watchtower on each side of Pebble Island, with 3 guards assigned to each tower, working in shifts of 8 hours. Should any enemy approach, they would signal to the sky. Second, he aimed to enhance patrolling around Pebble Island, ideally with 3 teams rotating in shifts of 8 hours each. Lastly, he would organize the island's inhabitants into 10 teams of 100 individuals each, conducting military training every 15 days to improve their combat skills. The castle would provide the necessary weapons and food during training, which would be reclaimed afterward. If the patrol teams lacked personnel, they could recruit locals by offering compensation. Jory's strategic plans continuously evolved in his mind, all based on the strength of the troops stationed in the underground barracks. The thought of deploying them filled him with sorrow, as he would feel the pain of every life lost. At the very least, before the plot unfolds, he could strive to remain as still as possible. After enduring several months of silence from the panel, he grew increasingly anxious that it might never produce any more soldiers. If the panel were to cease its function, the warriors he currently possessed would constitute the foundation for his future conquest across the 7 kingdoms. Of course, he could not definitively ascertain whether the panel would once again yield soldiers. He could only wait for any sign of movement to know for certain. In Jory's view, it seemed the panel had entered a cooling period. He shook his head and meticulously pinned down the well-formed strategy swirling in his mind, intending to arrange matters before attending the banquet. Once he finished writing, he was oblivious to the passage of time, having been so engrossed that he didn't even notice when Mary arrived. With a gentle smile, Mary curtsied to Jory. "My lord, are you finished with your tasks?" "As you can see, my lord, yes, I certainly remember." His experiences feel as if they transpired just before my eyes. Perhaps it is his fate that has become agitated. Yet, I only wish for my own fate to be tranquil. He and his wife had fallen victim to banditry. Curse it. Those brigands and the scoundrels from Bitten Bay conspire against me. Observing the anger on Jory's face, Mary responded, "So, the child kneeling at the castle gate?" "Yes, my lord. That child will be raised by the castle until he comes of age." "My lord, the child wishes to beseech you to allow him to become a knight. I assure you he will prove to be a worthy knight." "Have you agreed?" "Yes, upon my return from the banquet. I shall offer him the opportunity to become my squire." A look of joy spread across Mary's face. "However, this time, I can hardly contain my fury." Jory's gaze turned icy, sending a chilling tremor through the air. Mary thought to herself, "The Lord is truly enraged this time." "Mary," she responded promptly, watching her retreating figure. Jory recognized that this incident served as a wake-up call. He was in dire need of a loyal executor. With this thought lingering in his mind, he turned to the departing Mary and expressed, "Thank you for your lordship's favor." Today, a band of wretched scoundrels from Pebble Island attacked indiscriminately. Jory continued, closely observing Kevin's expression. "My lord, how may I serve you? I have studied a bit of medicine at the academy." "Yes, after our discussion, you may consult with Mary." "Then, my lord, you summon me for?" "Kevin, in the presence of the 7 gods, can I trust you?" Jory fixed his gaze on Kevin for a long moment before diverting his eyes. "As the lord, I disdain to exchange oaths for your loyalty." Hearing this, Kevin's heart sank, his gaze falling. "However, I trust my judgment. You, Bachelor Kevin, are worthy of my trust, if only once. The gaze of the 7 gods often accompanies me. And you are deserving of my eternal loyalty." Jory took a few steps forward, presenting the first task I entrust to you. He handed Kevin the strategy he had previously composed. After a swift perusal, Kevin was profoundly astonished, captivated by Jory's brilliance. "My lord, I shall ensure this matter is managed well. Should you require funds, seek out Mary." "Very well, I shall do so." "Bachelor Kevin, may I inquire if it would be feasible to connect the castle and the surrounding low walls to expand a new fortress, thereby accommodating all the subjects of Pebble Island within its confines?" "My lord, the cost would be considerable." "How much?" "At least 3,000 gold dragons, and no more than 6,000. Let us discuss this further once I have attended the Eileen family's banquet." "Understood, my lord." "Bachelor Kevin, would you be willing to teach a few children to read?" "My lord, your wish is my command. I shall speak with Miss Mary about it. Moreover, there are 10 ships anchored at Pebble Island's shore, lacking personnel to operate them. Before your return from the banquet, I assure you that each vessel will have a capable crew." Jory nodded with satisfaction. "Bachelor Kevin, I look forward to your performance." "My lord, I shall not squander my efforts. In any case, I shall ensure your satisfaction with my work." After contemplating the day's events, I felt somewhat fatigued. "My lord, you must be mindful of balancing work and rest." With that, I reflected that my life as a lord would become considerably easier henceforth. as I watched Kevin's departing figure. Chapter 15. Hiring Knights. Dawn dispelled the night. David and George patiently awaited at the castle's entrance. Jory and Mary approached the grand doors of the castle. Mary, upon my departure, I entrust the affairs of the castle to you. As they walked, Mary nodded. My lord, when you return, the castle will remain as it was. Upon hearing this, Jory felt a wave of reassurance. Together, they arrived at the castle's entrance, where David, George, and Kevin respectfully bowed to Jory. Once they lifted their heads, Jory withdrew his gaze to meet the stern countenance of David and the cheerful expression of George. Let us set forth to Eagle's Nest City. With that, Jory took the flame from David and led the way. David and George flanked him, following closely behind. Mary and Kevin stood at the castle's entrance, watching as Jory's silhouette faded from view. Jory and his companions boarded a fishing vessel, rowed by servants from the castle. They anchored near the shores of Five Finger Peninsula. And after Jory and the others disembarked, the servants rowed the fishing boat back to Pebble Island. My lord, during this gathering, I have gathered intelligence indicating the attendance of the Aelin, Stark, Egan, Redwine, Royce, Tarley, Valerion, and Sunderland families. At the mention of the Sunderland family, George's voice nearly faded into obscurity. With a stoic expression, Jory advanced, suddenly halting to gaze at George. George, silence can often be a commendable virtue. Meeting Jory's cold stare, George instinctively lowered his head and murmured, Esteemed lord, I shall remain silent. Jory resumed his course, while David patted the still motionless George and remarked, Observe more, speak less. You shall learn much. George nodded in acknowledgement. The trio pressed onward. Upon arriving at the gates of Alexander Manor, Jory instructed David to fetch a carriage from within the estate. George gazed in astonishment at the manor before him, especially when David was permitted entry, pondering whether the estate's owner might be a friend of the Lord. Before long, David drove a spacious carriage towards the manor's grand entrance, adorned with several black flags emblazoned with the red background bronze cauldron, emblematic of House Alexander. The carriage came to a steady halt beside Jory, who, without further ado, ascended and entered the vehicle. David relinquished the task of driving to George, settling cross-legged on the carriage floor, leaning against the door, his keen gaze surveying the surroundings. George silently urged the horses onward toward the city of Eagle's Nest, the sound of the wheels persistently echoing. Inside the carriage, Jory sat on a low wooden stool. Lost in contemplation, his brow furrowed. Time slipped away like an arrow released from its bowstring. Jory was unaware of how long he had been seated. He only recognized that he had shifted positions 3 times, his legs growing somewhat numb with prolonged stillness. As the carriage traversed King S Road, a procession of 30 individuals, composed of vassals and knights, advanced slowly behind them. The knights held aloft several white banners, which fluttered in the wind, each emblazoned with the silver-gray direwolf, the sigil of House Stark. My lord, we have arrived at Eagle's Nest, George exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the sight of the bustling city. Jory, roused from his reverie, flung open the carriage door and leapt down, David closely trailing him. Upon returning to Eagle's Nest, Jory surveyed the myriad of busy figures, appearing somewhat taken aback. The influx of carriages, knights, and merchants seemed to surpass what he had previously observed. Even before entering the city, Jory felt the vibrancy of Eagle's Nest. The comparison between Pebble Island and Eagle's Nest was stark. The former's population could hardly rival the latter's. The trio submitted to the inspection by the guards of Eagle's Nest. And once cleared, Jory chose not to re-enter the carriage, his attention captivated by the cacophony of sounds emanating from the streets. David followed closely behind Jory, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings, while George was engrossed in observing the beautiful women they encountered on the street. Jory cast a glance at George, his expression impassive. After averting his gaze, Jory surveyed the taverns lining both sides of the street. The knights he intended to hire might very well be found among the establishments scattered throughout Eagle's Nest City. However, Jory was in no rush to employ them. He planned to first ascertain the prevailing rates for hiring knights. After locating an inn and entrusting the carriage to the innkeeper, Jory resolved to rest at this inn for the night. Once settled, he noticed George's fascination with the opulence of Eagle's Nest City and sent him off to gather details regarding the banquet scheduled for the following day. George, delighted by Jory's arrangement, hurried away almost immediately after Jory had spoken. Watching George's departing figure, David shook his head. Once George had left, Jory and David learned that the cost of hiring a knight for 2 days was astonishingly high, with each person at the table enjoying fine food and drink. Coupled with a fee of 2 golden dragons for each night's services, the total expenditure for 2 days amounted to 2 golden dragons and 10 silver bucks per person. If they were to hire 20 knights, the total cost would escalate to 40 golden dragons and 200 silver bucks. After several inquiries, Jory dispelled any notions of hope. The prices for hiring knights in Eagle's Nest City were nearly uniform. According to the tavern owners, the rates varied from castle to castle. Jory accepted this advice from the tavern owners. As for the selection of the 20 knights, Jory entrusted this task to David. After visiting 7 or 8 taverns, Jory finally completed the mission of hiring 20 knights and found a secluded corner to finalize the payment transaction. Before Jory, the 20 knights swore an oath to the 7 gods, promising to honor their agreement under divine witness. According to Jory's prior arrangements, half of the knights were stationed near the entrance of Eagle's Nest City, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances until he safely exited the city after the banquet the following day. The 10 hired knights positioned at the city gate were tasked with ensuring Jory's safe departure. While the specifics of what transpired beyond the city walls were of no concern to them, the accompanying 10 knights were carefully selected by David, each robustly built, and their duty was to ensure Jory's safety during the banquet. To remain inconspicuous, Jory instructed them to blend into the festivities of the banquet, maintaining a facade of detachment while discreetly keeping watch over him. Jory hoped he would never have to rely on this arrangement. Yet he understood that certain events are invariably unexpected, particularly with the troublesome individuals from Biting Bay, who required constant vigilance. The night in Eagle's Nest City stirs the soul. Jory, restless, stands by the window, silently observing the streets below. Chapter 16. Undercurrents in a tavern situated in the northwest corner of Eagle's Nest City, within a secluded room. The imp from Pebble Island has also arrived in Eagle's Nest. Father, he scoffed, that imp is accompanied by a formidable knight. Tristan Sunderland felt a twinge of disdain. To him, this seemed merely an excuse for his father's earlier failed assault on Pebble Island. However, Tristan was keen to avoid invoking his father's wrath and the consequent sting of a whip, a sensation he had no desire to relive. My esteemed Lord Marquis Toma, Goderic began, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, a chill creeping into the air. Goderic Bonner and Roland Landor exchanged glances with Alexander Torrent, both shaking their heads in disapproval. Beyond martial combat, perhaps we could hire knights to ambush the imp upon his return to his territory? Alexander suggested with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Alexander the Count replied, Eagle's Nest is the domain of House Aelin. Should our actions come to light, my Lord Marquis, would you be willing to expend more golden dragons? I believe many would risk everything for the right sum of gold, provided it is substantial enough. Alexander Torrent maintained his stance, his gaze resolute. Tristan Sunderland turned to Alexander Torrent, his curiosity piqued. Pray tell, my lord, if sufficient golden dragons were at hand, with whom do you propose to negotiate this transaction? Of course, any dealings must be conducted with utmost discretion, Alexander Torrent replied, elongating his words. I recall that Lord Marquis Toma is acquainted with Lord Nestor Royce of Moongate Castle. Lord Nestor Royce, indeed. This connection allows us to engage with the young swordsman from Bravos and procure weapons exclusive to Moongate Castle. What say you, my Lord Marquis, regarding this venue for our dealings? As Alexander Torrent spoke, the attendees were invigorated by the prospect. Even if the assassination of the imp were to succeed, should House Aelin send emissaries to investigate and discover the weapons traced back to Moongate Castle, Roland Landor added, the Lord Marquis could publicly visit Lord Nestor Royce while secretly creating opportunities for one among us to rendezvous with the young Bravosi swordsman at Moongate Castle, Tristan Sunderland. Upon hearing this, was naturally elated. Subsequently, Toma and the others diligently refined the specifics of their plan. At the banquet, both factions engaged in spirited discussions. Your son, Ed, is destined for accomplishments that will surely rival your own, John remarked to Rob, a smile blossoming within him. How old is he this year? John could not help but glance at Rob. I am 6 years old this year, Rob declared loudly, meeting John's gaze. Seeing Rob reminded me of a young knight in my domain, who is merely 2 years older than Rob yet possesses commendable military skills. His name will one day resonate throughout the 7 kingdoms. John smiled warmly at Eddard, who felt somewhat astonished, as it was the first time he had heard his foster father speak so highly of a child, stirring Eddard's curiosity. This is the first time I have heard you speak of him. What is his name? Upon hearing Eddard's inquiry, John cast a sidelong glance at him. The Prailers have always been few in number. I assume you are ensuring the stability of Pebble Island for the greater good. Eddard interjected aptly. Haha. Eddard? I am delighted to hear you say this. I can hardly believe such words come from your lips. It seems Caitlin has nurtured you well. John's face flushed as he took a hearty sip of wine. Previously, the Sunderland family from Bite Bay had concocted a flimsy excuse to launch a nighttime raid on Pebble Island with 100 men, attempting to seize its meager resources. However, the eventual outcome was a victory for Pebble Island. Initially, I too was skeptical, but after conversing with those I sent and the inhabitants of Pebble Island, I came to recognize the remarkable talent of this individual. He is destined to be a future commander. This child is your vassal, and when he matures, He may well become the warrior of the Vale. Eddard smiled, offering his high praise, feeling pleased for his foster son Jon, who had produced such talent for the Vale. Simultaneously, he vividly recalled the significant changes in the Eyrie. The Eyrie has expanded considerably compared to its former state. Once, it stood majestically atop the Moon Mountains, spanning the Giant's Lance, with the Vale nestled thousands of feet below. The Eyrie was deemed impregnable. Yet now, it has been augmented with the construction of 7 new structures, all interconnected, forming a new Eyrie. Should further expansions occur, perhaps the Moon Gate below will also become part of the new Eyrie. He pondered. Perhaps something unknown to him has transpired. Beside him, Robb and Theon suddenly found the food before them less appetizing. Humph, just a bastard. I hope you live up to your name, Robb thought to himself. At 8 years old, to slay a knight, especially a bastard. How could that be possible? Unless he defeats me, Theon mused. Chapter 17, Blood for Blood. The night deepened. Not far from the Eyrie, the castle of Heartsholme shone brightly as if it were day. In the great hall of the Lord's Keep, Count Leonor Cobury of Heartsholme, aged 32, was without heirs. Not long ago, his wife bore a sickly child who could not withstand the heat of June. He was but an infant. Each time Leonor recalled this tragedy, profound sorrow enveloped his heart. His wife, consumed by sorrow over the loss of their child, lay bedridden, her health deteriorating with each passing day. Leonor Cobury feared that she might not survive until the end of the year. The thought of his younger brother, Sir Lyn Cobury, his heir, deepened his despair. Lyn had fallen for the guardian of the Vale, the hand of the king, a woman he should never have loved. Leonor was anxious about the banquet tomorrow, concerned that his brother's audacious actions might bring shame and misfortune upon the Cobury family. Just recently, in an effort to protect his family from harm, Leonor had insisted that Lyn remain in the city of Heart's Rest. However, Lyn had firmly refused, leading to a prolonged argument that ended bitterly. What could he do? The ancestral Valyrian steel sword, known as Lady of Loneliness, was now in Lyn's possession. Their father had bequeathed the sword to Lyn upon his death, a decision that left Leonor simmering with resentment. In his eyes, as the Lord of Heart's Rest, he was the rightful owner of Lady of Loneliness. But why should Lyn possess it? This matter had become a thorn in Leonor's heart. Even now, each time he saw Lyn brandishing the sword before others, he felt a deep sense of humiliation and intense dissatisfaction. Damn it, father. How could you entrust Lady of Loneliness to one who would endanger our family? Leonor murmured softly. He was acutely aware that during the battle at the Trident, their father had been injured, and it was Lyn who had taken up Lady of Loneliness to lead the charge, routing the Dornish forces. Yet Leonor felt aggrieved. Had he been the one on that battlefield, he would have been the one wielding the sword. Instead, his father had ordered him to remain in Heart's Rest while he went to the battlefield. Aside from these troubling matters, a significant sum had been spent by the Cobury family to procure supplies from White Harbor, only to be plundered by the ruffians of Bite Bay near the sea. This grievance weighed heavily on Leonor's mind. At the forthcoming banquet hosted by House Arryn, he planned to propose a martial contest, allowing the bravest knight of his domain to redeem their family's honor. Moreover, he was determined to devise a way to humiliate the Sunderland family of Bite Bay at the banquet, ensuring that the tale of their disgrace would be sung by the bards across the 7 kingdoms, forever branding the Sunderland family with shame. After a while, he gently turned around, his gaze falling upon the family crest hanging upon the wall, 3 soaring crows against a white backdrop, each clutching a blood-red heart in its talons, beneath which were inscribed the family words, Blood for Blood. A fierce glint shone in Leonor Cobury's eyes, radiating a predatory aura. At this moment, Jory regarded George with disfavor. Esteemed Lord, I have, as per your request, gathered intelligence on all the families attending the banquet tomorrow. Jory nodded slightly. George continued. There is the Eyrie family from Seagull Town, the Baelish family from the Fingers Peninsula, and the Belmore family from Song of the River City. As George recounted, Jory gleaned several crucial pieces of information in his mind. Firstly, only 30 noble families from the Vale were attending, indicating that these were the sole invitees. Secondly, the Stark and Dorne families had also received invitations, which must hold significance. This second piece of information particularly piqued Jory's curiosity. There must be some underlying details he was unaware of. Frowning in contemplation, Jory continued, My lord, I also heard that the imp, Tyrion Lannister from Casterly Rock, will be present. Moreover, the Eyrie was not like this before. George belched, the scent of wine suddenly filling the room, his expression alight with excitement. The imp, Tyrion Lannister? I never imagined the banquet hosted by the Eyrie family would draw him in as well. Thus, Jory harbored doubts regarding the motivations for this gathering. Yet, he could not articulate the specific reasons. As for how the Eyrie had once been, Jory was indifferent, after all. His own Pebble Island castle was no longer the same as it once was. Perhaps the true nature of the banquet would reveal itself tomorrow. Concurrently, Jory's resolve to establish an intelligence network grew ever more steadfast. The disparity between possessing such a network and lacking one was monumental. He cast a sidelong glance at the drowsy George before turning to David. "Rest well. We must be alert for tomorrow's banquet." "As you command," David replied, pulling George aside to let him lie down against the table. Before long, George's snores filled the air. David approached Jory's side, observing. "It seems George has indulged quite a bit in drink. Not merely drink. He also carries the scent of a woman," Jory remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the slumbering George. "My lord, I sense your intent towards George," David said solemnly, his voice low. "David, you need not plead for him. I have afforded him too many chances on Pebble Island. After this banquet, perhaps only the two of us shall return to Pebble Island." Jory spoke softly. David fell silent for a moment, casting a complex look at George. What a pity, he was still a decent knight on Pebble Island. "If anyone challenges me to a duel at the banquet tomorrow, let George take my place. You shall ensure my safety," Jory instructed David, locking eyes with him. David nodded, affirming that safeguarding the Lord's safety was his paramount duty, far surpassing any glory derived from martial prowess. Upon hearing David's words, Jory felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that with David by his side at this banquet, he would assuredly return safely to Pebble Island. A gentle smile graced David's face as the night deepened. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Jory retired to his bed, while David leaned against the bedside, dozing lightly, his ears attuned. Unbeknownst to them, the dawn's light began to illuminate the entirety of Eagle's Nest City. Chapter 18. The challenge. After donning his attire, Jory, accompanied by David and George, prepared to depart for the great hall of the Eagle's Nest Castle. Along the way, he encountered nobles from other families. However, many of the nobles attending the banquet regarded the red-embroidered bronze cauldron on Jory's cloak with bewilderment. Their expression shifted to disdain upon recognizing Jory's visage. The illegitimate son of the Prior family, he had fortuitously inherited the Prior estate due to the family's dwindling numbers and the absence of collateral relatives. This fact was well known among the valley's nobility. In Westeros, bastards were commonly perceived as inherently greedy and duplicitous. Legalizing a bastard was far more challenging than acknowledging their existence without granting them legitimacy. Yet, the one capable of legitimizing a bastard was the king's hand, the Duke of Eagle's Nest. Nevertheless, the valley's nobility seemed divided into two factions, Pebble Island and the valley itself. Thus, Jory keenly sensed the cool indifference from the other nobles he encountered, almost as though he were invisible, which reminded him of the prior assault on Pebble Island from Bite Bay, a matter that had since faded into obscurity. He suddenly perceived a sliver of truth. In the valley, he appeared to be excluded from the noble circles. This realization sent a chill through him. Understanding this, Jory cast a glance at the other passing nobles, as if their disdain for him was an accepted norm. A heaviness settled in his heart. Yet, he drew solace from his surname, reminding himself that courage prevails in battle and steadfastness conquers all challenges. Indeed, these valley nobles looked down upon him. However, in the future, he would ensure that they bowed their haughty heads before him. Status defines position. Jory had no desire to argue or to socialize with the other nobles, for he understood that forcing himself into certain circles would only invite further contempt. Thus, he resolved to maintain the status quo. Having fortified his resolve, Jory continued forward with a calm demeanor. The distance to the great hall of Eagle's Nest Castle was not far, albeit somewhat steep. As Jory, David, and George entered the hall, a servant awaited them, guiding them towards the garden. Jory learned from the servant that the banquet was held in a garden transformed from the fishbeam heart tree. By the time Jory arrived with David and George, the guests already seated in the garden turned their attention toward him. Naturally, Jory noticed a few individuals glaring at him with palpable animosity. From their expressions, Jory deduced that they hailed from the Sunderland family of Biting Bay. Under the servant's guidance, Jory took a seat at the end of the table, while George and David stood silently behind him. Before Jory lay a silver wine jug from which the fragrant aroma of fruit spilled forth, leading him to conclude it contained wine. In addition to the silver jug, there was a transparent cup, 3 pieces of rye bread, 2 dried yellow fish, a roasted leg of lamb, and a cluster of dark purple grapes. Observing the food before him and glancing at the other nobles who had already begun to eat, Jory picked up a piece of dried fish and brought it to his mouth, thinking to himself that it tasted quite delightful. As Jory finished one piece of dried fish and prepared to eat a second, he noticed someone rising from the seating area of Biting Bay. A shiver ran down his spine. He understood that the Sunderland family was now focused on him. Among the gathered nobles, it was announced that a one-on-one lance tournament would take place, with the champion receiving 1,000 golden dragons. Perhaps this contest could grant them renown throughout the 7 kingdoms. The crowd rose, encircling the area with fervor, while Jory remained absorbed in his meal of dried fish, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding excitement. However, a burly man accepted a practice lance from the servant, directing it towards George, who stood behind Jory. This practice lance measures 12 feet in length, crafted from wood. With no iron tip, it may splinter upon impact, yet it can still penetrate unarmored horses. If it strikes plate armor, it will leave a dent, he declared. Feeling the gaze of the assembled nobles upon him, George turned to Jory with fervor. "My lord, I am willing to fight for Pebble Island." Jory paused momentarily, nodded, and continued eating the dried fish. As George accepted the practice lance from a nearby servant and prepared to enter the fray, the other nobles exchanged looks of disdain and mockery. "Isn't that the fortunate bastard? Oh, you mean the newly appointed Lord of Pebble Island from the Vale? Indeed. He is as young as my own son." Observing their physiques, they questioned why the knight from Biting Bay would face off against the knight of Pebble Island first. It was rumored that the Sunderland family had attacked Pebble Island, only to be repelled. That little scamp was the one who commanded that battle. What a lucky lad. Jory disregarded the murmurs around him and continued to savor the food on the table. In the next moment, George, unwilling to be outdone, executed the same maneuver. As the two approached one another, their long spears clashed with a resounding clang. Chapter 19. The first encounter with the little demon. The two riders eyed each other warily. Meanwhile, Jory made his way towards the arena where the duel was set to take place. The gathered nobles cheered, their faces alight with excitement. Jory furrowed his brow in concern. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Baseborn, it seems you are worried for your illegitimate knight." Upon hearing this, Jory felt a surge of displeasure and turned to face the speaker, a slender, dark-skinned boy of 11, destined to become notoriously infamous, Theon Greyjoy. Jory glanced at Theon, maintaining a stoic expression. "Indeed, I am a bastard, yet I reside in my own domain, while you shall forever remain an outsider, unable to return home." Robb, witnessing Theon's crestfallen demeanor due to Jory's words, felt a surge of anger and retorted, "No, I have always regarded Theon as a brother." With a faint smile, Jory replied, "Oh, is that not a fact? This so-called brother you cherish, Theon, is he not an outsider in Winterfell? He does not even bear the Stark name." Robb's face flushed crimson, struggling to articulate a rebuttal. Just then, feeling dejected, he glared at Jory and declared, "Humph, to prove my affection for Theon, I shall duel you." Jory's demeanor instantly turned icy. Robb sought to counter this, but found himself at a loss for words. "Fool," Jory remarked, nodding slightly. "We are merely children engaged in a petty squabble, harboring different perspectives. This hardly involves the Aarons or the Starks, wouldn't you agree? Bastard, your knight is on the verge of death." The words hung in the air, freezing the moment in time. The victor of this duel was met with cheers from the crowd, while the fate of the vanquished drew little concern. Yet, as the Lord, Jory understood the necessity of maintaining the pretense. Thus, he wore an appropriately grim expression, feigning sorrow. Robb observed Jory's facade with a sense of satisfaction, while Theon felt a similar glee. After all, this young lord, accompanied by only 2 knights, had lost one, and his heart must be heavy with grief. As Jory watched the servants of House Aaron remove George's corpse, he fell silent. Damn it, Lion of House Karstark, that wretched scoundrel. Despite some deviations from the plan, the objective of weakening Pebble Island had been achieved. Physically, the two were nearly indistinguishable. Yora silently returned to his seat, closely followed by David. Surrounding Yora were the knights he had employed, dispersed around him. Just as Yora poured himself a glass of wine, a short, stout, golden-haired man approached from behind, holding a glass of wine and walking with a steady gait. "Ah, young bastard, do you mourn for the fallen knight? If so, your deceased knight would truly grieve. Death, at times, is an unparalleled honor for a knight." Yora glanced at the dwarf drawing near and remarked, "I only believe in what I see." His face still adorned with a mask of sorrow. "It is hard to believe you are a child and not an adult unless witnessed firsthand. I am indeed a child. However, the life of a bastard before I became the Lord of Pebble Island was far from pleasant, and that experience has enriched my wisdom," Yora replied. "Yes, in the eyes of fathers throughout the world, there is little distinction between bastards and dwarfs. This point you make is irrefutable. Yet, whether one is a bastard or a dwarf, it is essential not to forget one's true nature to appreciate the beauty of life. The challenges one encounters merely serve to strengthen the strong." Tyrion paused, astonished. "By the gods, you are young, yet your wisdom runs deep. Though you are diminutive in stature, your intellect is capable of gazing down upon the world." Yora sipped his exquisite wine, his expression calm. Tyrion scrutinized Yora for a moment before diverting his gaze, pondering that perhaps coming to the valley was not such a tedious affair. Yora remained silent. Tyrion sat before him for a brief, while before preparing to depart. However, as he was leaving, Tyrion abruptly remarked that deceased knight might consider himself fortunate not to have witnessed your abysmal performance. Yura was taken aback, wondering if Tyrion had discerned something. Watching Tyrion's retreating figure, Yura mused, truly, it is Tyrion. Perhaps his acting skills still possess ample room for improvement. Chapter 20. The return of Blackfyre. Leonor Coberry's expression was grim. However, Yura paid no further attention to this, silently consuming his meal. Unexpectedly, a servant conveyed a message, leading Yura and David away. Yura observed the 2 pouches of coin. Pebble Island is barren, and today, your valiant knight tragically perished in the lance tournament. This is my fault. These 200 golden dragons, I present to you in the name of the Lord of the Valley, hoping that Pebble Island can nurture a few more exceptional knights. Only then did Yura accept the coin pouch. I shall do so. By the 7 gods, however. If memory serves me correctly, this unfamiliar family crest does not belong to House Pryor. So, is this the newly designed crest of Pebble Island? Why has there been no word from Eagle's Nest regarding this? Due to the presence of many onlookers, as Jon bid farewell to Jory, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards his wife, Lisa Tully. Witnessing Lynn Cobry fawning over Lisa, Jon's countenance darkened, his expression heavy with displeasure. The sight of Lynn Cobry sharing laughter with Lisa struck Jon as painfully glaring. He felt a surge of anger towards Lynn Cobry for his lack of decorum. Your foster father and the members of House Dorne are awaiting you in the hall, came the announcement. In the throes of his ire, Jon showed no hesitation in declining the summons. The envoy from House Dorne insisted that the matter was of great significance. Jon fell into a contemplative silence. Ed approved with a nod. Together, Jon and Ed departed the garden, making their way to the hall. This scene did not go unnoticed by several onlookers, including Jory, Robb, Tyrion, and Lyon Cobry. Jory speculated that it might pertain to the absent members of House Dorne. Robb relished the absence of his father. Tyrion furrowed his brow in concern. Lyon Cobry observed Jon's retreating figure, then glanced at his younger brother Lynn Cobry and Lisa, who were engrossed in jovial conversation. Lyon's expression darkened, his gaze laden with foreboding. He mused that the Cobry family would inevitably meet its ruin at Lynn's hands. Simultaneously, Lyon resolved to clarify the matter with Jon when the crowd thinned, asserting that Lynn Cobry's actions were solely his own and not representative of the Cobry family. Upon arriving in the hall, Jon and Ed were greeted by a familiar figure, the Red Viper, Prince Oberyn Martell. Accompanying the Red Viper were his 2 bastard daughters, Elia Sand and Obara Sand, who stood impassively behind him. Prince Oberyn exchanged pleasantries with Jon and Ed. Elia and Obara both offered respectful bows to Jon and Ed. The 3 men took their seats at the long table in the hall. Prince Oberyn continued, the return of the Blackfyre. With this statement, he nodded, affirming the widely known fact that the last known member of House Blackfyre, Meleys Blackfyre, perished in the War of the Nightpenny Kings. Ed inquired, can it be confirmed that this is indeed a legitimate member of House Blackfyre? Or could it merely be some nefarious individuals acting under their banner? Prince Oberyn hesitated. Although he had not seen them personally, the tales of platinum hair, inhuman beauty, and violet eyes were consistent with the Blackfyre lineage. Most crucially, the sword of Blackfyre had resurfaced, now wielded by this newly emerged member of the Blackfyre family. Jon's brow furrowed in concern, urging Oberyn to dispatch someone to ascertain whether this Blackfyre member was a mere impostor. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Prince Oberyn promptly assented. Robb Stark, were he to learn of this matter, would undoubtedly be incensed and would mobilize forces to annihilate that member of House Blackfyre. Have you ascertained their whereabouts? Jon fixed his gaze upon Prince Oberyn's eyes. From the merchants of Dorne, it has come to my knowledge that they are in Pentos. Oberyn replied without hesitation. Is there any news of the exiled offspring of the Mad King Aerys Targaryen? Upon hearing Jon's words, Prince Oberyn fell silent for a moment. My lord Jon, do you suspect that this so-called member of House Blackfyre is merely an impostor? That seems implausible. Members of House Blackfyre are bastards. Though there is a possibility that those who once supported Blackfyre have taken them hostage, Oberyn's brow furrowed deeper. Jon cast a sidelong glance at Oberyn, acknowledging that the notion of abduction was indeed a concern, yet his greater fear lay in the revival of House Blackfyre, which should have perished long ago. Who, then, is supporting them? Oberyn shook his head, truthfully admitting that he too wished to uncover the identity of the benefactor. The hall fell into an unexpected silence. As no one dared to speak, each lost in contemplation, yet devoid of clarity. My lord Jon, may I pose a question? Suddenly, Oberyn's curiosity compelled him to look at Jon. Jon, momentarily distracted and somewhat displeased, inquired, what question? The eerie towers atop the Moonshadow Mountains, spanning the Giant's Lance. But that was in the past. Why is it thus now? Oberyn's query also puzzled Eddard, who too wished to comprehend the significant transformation of the eerie. After a brief hesitation, Jon finally responded, "Perhaps it is the guidance of the Seven." Upon hearing this answer, both Oberyn and Eddard exchanged bewildered glances, observing their continued confusion. Jon elaborated, 5 years ago, I often dreamed of a peculiar vision, wherein the eerie appeared as it does now." Oberyn stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering that perhaps the true reason remains unspoken. Eddard, however, found himself believing Jon's words, especially as he witnessed the sincerity with which Jon spoke. Their long acquaintance had afforded him insight into Jon's character. "My lord Jon, I heard that you have legitimized a bastard in Dorne?" Oberyn gazed at Jon with keen interest. In his view, Jon's actions would undoubtedly stir discontent among many nobles of the realm, a rather unwise endeavor. "Indeed, there is but one member of House Plum left, and I find myself quite helpless in this regard. I understand that accepting a bastard is not an easy task." Jon's earnest account evoked memories for Eddard, reaffirming his belief. "However, just before your arrival, I caught a fleeting glimpse of that bastard in the garden. His sigil did not seem to belong to House Plum." Oberyn remarked with a faint smile, his gaze tinged with curiosity. In the Valley of Dorne, Oberyn stood, his demeanor unfriendly as he directed a fierce gaze towards Prince Oberyn. Frankly, Jon believed that once the banquet concluded, Oberyn would rise, wearing a smile, and return to Dorne, for this was not Dorne. Jon scrutinized Oberyn, a member of House Blackfyre, realizing that his identity needed to be clarified, and if the rumors were true, his position must also be discerned. "I shall compose a letter to King Robert in King's Landing to inform him of this matter." Oberyn nodded, stating, "Then I shall await His Majesty's command in Dorne." With that, Oberyn departed, accompanied by his 2 bastard daughters. Ned, upon hearing this, met Jon's gaze. If a member of House Blackfyre truly existed, perhaps King Robert might dispatch you to lead the charge against them. You know, the king has few he trusts. Be prepared for this. A tremor ran through Ned as he heard his foster father call him by his childhood name, evoking a sense of warmth and fondness. "I shall wield this ice in my hand to alleviate King Robert's concerns," Ned declared resolutely. Jon smiled in response, "I believe in you." Chapter 21. Out of place, the jousting continued, having already consumed 3 hours. A tedious affair, Jory mused. He offered David the remaining wine from the flask and a roasted leg of lamb. David accepted only the lamb, devouring it hastily. As for the wine, he declined, believing that drinking could lead to missteps. He bore the responsibility of guarding the Lord, and thus he must perform his duty to the best of his abilities. Jory returned the flask to the table, observing David quickly consume the lamb. He summoned a servant to fetch some fresh water. The servant soon arrived with a waterskin filled with clean water. Jory handed the waterskin to David, who eagerly drank it down. Following this, Jory rose to stroll around the garden, with David closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the southwest corner of the garden, Jory beheld a scene not far off. Though he could not discern their conversation, a sense of caution surged within him. Lord Nestor Royce of Moongate. Jory had heard of him from the nobleman at the banquet. He silently committed this name to memory. Yet, it seemed that Nestor was at least, on the surface, amiable. This aroused further suspicion in Jory towards Nestor Royce. An enemy's friend is also an enemy. Jory quietly slipped away. Nearby, in the southeast, Tyrion observed Jory's departure, his eyes glinting with intrigue. As he stepped into the position recently occupied by Jory, he recalled the earlier banquet where Tyrion had engaged in conversation with others and gleaned a wealth of information. Notably, the Lord of Bite Bay, coveting the meager resources of Pebble Island, had concocted a seemingly clever pretext to launch an assault on the island. Yet, the outcome of this conflict saw the small territory of Pebble Island emerge victorious. The individual commanding the defense of Pebble Island was none other than Jory, whom Tyrion had met for the first time in a rather pleasant encounter. At least, that was Tyrion's perspective, as he refrained from mocking Jory's deformity. In a world where such encounters were rare, Jory was one of the few who instilled in Tyrion a sense of human dignity, a memory that lingered in his mind. Tyrion had also caught wind of some information regarding the deceased knight named George. This news, however, confirmed that George's loyalty to the Lord of Pebble Island was rather flexible. Perhaps the illegitimate younger brother bore little concern for George's demise, as his intellect might have led him to perceive something amiss. With this thought, Tyrion was convinced that the illegitimate brother was indeed quite astute. As for Jory's character, his demeanor towards servants and guards suggested he was a gentle, patient, and courteous individual, devoid of the unreasonable arrogance and haughtiness often displayed by nobility. He neither embodied the traits of a noble nor those of a commoner. In Tyrion's eyes, a lord who could treat a servant with such approachability must be exceptionally kind-hearted, more so than any noble he had previously encountered. The subjects of this lord were fortunate to have such a benevolent ruler, albeit one born out of wedlock. Tyrion sighed softly, reflecting on the nature of power, which breeds sycophancy and desire. With a sardonic glint in his eye, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, in this entire valley, there is likely no one quite like him." This was a good lad, Tyrion thought, his emotions a tangle. Jory stood at a distance from the jousting arena, observing the excited cries of the valley's nobles. Silently aligning the information in his memory, Jory discerned their familial connections through the crests emblazoned on their garments. Having discreetly memorized the sigils of the valley's nobility prior to the banquet, he had anticipated their utility, yet, due to his status as a bastard, he found himself utterly disregarded throughout the event. A shadow of gloom crossed Jory's countenance, and he felt a profound sense of loneliness enveloping his very soul. Not interested in the jousting? The familiar voice of Tyrion echoed in Jory's ears, prompting him to turn with a look of puzzlement. Indeed, Jory replied candidly. Tyrion grinned. A stark contrast to the somber mood surrounding him, indulging in his own melancholy, a habit of little virtue. Jory was taken aback. Pondering silently, Tyrion seems to possess a pair of eyes that see into the depths of one's soul. Drinking alone is hardly commendable. Jory cast a glance at Tyrion's empty goblet, his lips curling into a slight smile. Tyrion, momentarily startled, shifted his gaze from Jory to the duelists in the arena, while Jory politely took the wine jug from a servant's hands. Tyrion, catching this out of the corner of his eye, furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, Jory said nothing. Directing his attention to Tyrion, "Your goblet is empty. Would you like it refilled?" Tyrion regarded Jory's gentle demeanor and replied with a smile. "I should feel honored that a lord is willing to play the role of a servant." Jory shook his head. "No, not a servant." Tyrion offered no further comment. Extending his goblet towards Jory, Jory accepted it, one hand grasping the jug, the other holding the goblet. Once he filled the goblet to the brim, he handed it back to Tyrion. Tyrion accepted the goblet, gazing at the vibrant crimson liquid through the transparent glass. Then looked up at Jory. "Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Maintain your distance from me at this gathering of valley nobles. After all, I am a Lannister, and perhaps I should take my leave. I cannot allow my personal desires to bring you trouble." Jory nodded. "Thank you. You are the only one willing to converse with me at this entire banquet, and I truly sense your goodwill and sincerity." Tyrion downed the wine in one gulp, belched, and turned to depart. The journey back to Pebble Island might not be tranquil. Jory watched Tyrion's retreating figure, reflecting, "The ugly resides beside the beautiful. The misshapen draws near to the graceful, and the grotesque hides behind the exalted." He surveyed the gathering of nobles in the valley, his thoughts growing tumultuous. This utterly tedious banquet made Jory realize that prejudice is a formidable mountain. He privately resolved to seek every possible excuse to decline future invitations. He felt utterly out of place among the valley's aristocracy. Here, he was a superfluous presence, but on Pebble Island, he was indispensable. His people depended on him. With this thought, Jory suddenly longed to return to Pebble Island. He yearned to sit in the Lord's Hall, savoring rye bread while attentively listening to Mary as she earnestly reported on the affairs of Pebble Island. Chapter 22. The challenge. The banquet reached its zenith. The champion of the Lance tournament had been declared. Jon personally awarded Wykner an iron medal belonging to House Arryn, emblazoned with the family crest. In front of all present, Jon proclaimed Wykner's victory, his beaming smile illuminating the hall. At that moment, all eyes in the banquet were upon him. Glory belonged solely to him. His name would soon echo throughout the realms of the Seven Kingdoms. At this moment, he found himself basking in the brilliance of his life's pinnacle. However, he had repeatedly gestured to Wykner to challenge the only knight near the imp at Pebble Island, yet was met with refusal. Wykner believed that such an action would tarnish his knightly reputation. Perhaps it was time to make a decision. Nestorios smiled subtly, for the conversation they had just shared had culminated in an agreement. Meanwhile, Leonor Caberry's countenance darkened upon witnessing that the champion of the Lance tournament was a knight from Bite Bay. The reality that the Caberry family's knights could not triumph over those of Bite Bay pained Leonor deeply. However, what troubled him even more was the fact that his younger brother, Lyn, remained oblivious to the disgrace faced by the Caberry knights. Still fawning over the lady he ought not to admire, Lady Lyssa, in full view of everyone. This constant display left Leonor in a state of unease. Could this damned love truly lead one to forsake their former wisdom? No. After this banquet concludes, he must ensure his wife is properly cared for. He must have his own progeny, his own heir. He would never allow someone like Lyn to inherit the heart of the city. Once Lyn lost his claim to inheritance, then the city would be under his control. After the Lance tournament concluded, the assembled nobles returned to their respective seats. Subsequently, a minstrel plucked at his harp and sang ballads, while the attendees sipped their fine wines, reveling in the melodies. As the minstrel departed, the banquet approached its conclusion. Jory found it puzzling that, in addition to the 30 nobles from the Vale, there were also members of House Lannister, House Stark, and even representatives from the previously unmentioned House Martell present. Was it truly just a simple gathering, or was he overthinking? At that moment, Viscount Nestorios of Moongate approached. Was he offering genuine praise, or was he intending to roast him over a fire? Jory pondered for a moment before addressing Nestorios. Esteemed Viscount Nestorios, your compliments leave me feeling quite embarrassed. What you may not realize is that the praise from Duke John is merely a source of motivation for me. As you know, I have only recently become a lord, and at a young age, I lack the experience and skills necessary to manage effectively. I have a long way to go before I can be considered a worthy vassal. Nestorios smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Jory felt a flicker of surprise, unsure of Nestorios' true intentions. Could it be that he had spoken to Robb about something prior? Jory observed as Robb rose, elegantly bowing to the assembly before turning towards John and stating. At this moment Ed furrowed his brows in silence, discerning the resolve in Robb's gaze. John timely interjected. In that case, Jory, what do you think? As John's words echoed through the air, the only one among the gathered crowd who cast a worried glance at Jory was Tyrion. Jory felt a mix of anger and helplessness at Robb's challenge. After all, Robb was merely a child, driven by a fierce desire to win, easily provoked by others. Yet, recalling their previous discord, Jory harbored no fondness for the North. In both literature and visual portrayals, the Stark family was invariably favored, albeit with a tinge of curse. Nevertheless, this was a tangible world, stripped of any filters. The Stark family was merely ordinary. Concurrently, Jory discreetly labeled Nestor Royce as an adversary. Confronted with John's suggestion, Jory understood he could not decline. Thus, with a gentle smile, he responded, I find it quite agreeable. Upon seeing Robb step into the open space between the seats, Jory rose and approached him. With wooden swords, John nodded. John's attendant procured 2 wooden swords, handing one to Robb and the other to Jory. Both boys grasped their respective swords as the attendant departed, leaving the arena to Robb and Jory. They distanced themselves, each regarding the other with eyes sharp as blades. At that moment, Jory's focus was solely on Robb. Suddenly, Robb raised his wooden sword and struck directly at Jory. Jory defended with a horizontal block. Clang, bang, thwack. The two engaged in a series of back-and-forth attacks, neither lowering their guard. It seemed their skill levels were evenly matched, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand. However, this was merely Jory's intentional design. He had no desire to steal the spotlight at this gathering, so he deliberately allowed Robb to keep pace, displaying many openings. In Jory's eyes, Robb too was rife with vulnerabilities. They exchanged blows for a full half hour, neither emerging victorious. Noticing the growing impatience among the onlookers out of the corner of his eye, Jory seized an opportune moment to place his wooden sword against Robb's neck. Throughout this duel, Jory maintained a calm demeanor, while Robb appeared dejected, lamenting his recent misstep. After returning the sword to the attendant, Jory resumed his seat. Robb, one defeat is nothing to worry about, Eddard said, patting Robb's shoulder earnestly. Upon hearing this, Robb regained his confidence and replied, Father, your words shall be remembered. In the same breath, he cast a determined glance in Jory's direction, silently vowing, next time, I shall defeat you. Chapter 23. Danger lurks. The gathering continued as everyone raised their glasses, indulging in merriment and exchanging compliments while boasting of their past glories. In this atmosphere, Jory remained a solitary figure, quietly observing. It was only when darkness fell and the guests began to depart that Jory, weary in body, prepared to seek lodging at the inn. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard the servant's words, without much thought. He followed the servant into the hall alongside David. Upon entering the hall, the servant asked them to wait. Jory exchanged a glance with David before turning his attention to the surroundings, curiously surveying the simple decor of the hall. This was Jory's impression of the Lord's Hall. As the hand of the king and master of the Vale, he was accustomed to grandeur. Hearing footsteps approach, Jory turned his gaze to the newly arrived John. Please, have a seat, John said. May I ask you a question? Certainly, Jory replied. I find the emblem of House Prior rather appealing. Why has it been replaced with such an unfamiliar crest? John's voice carried a suppressed anger, causing Jory's expression to shift. He acutely sensed the authority emanating from John, a presence not to be trifled with. Jory remained silent for a moment. The true reason behind the change was not something he intended to reveal. John's demeanor softened slightly as he continued, You may not be aware, but all the bastards in the Vale bear the surname Stone, while you, Alexander, are different. The surname of a bastard is determined by their birthplace, each region having its own distinctive naming conventions. The North has snow, the Riverlands have rivers, the Vale has stone. The Westerlands have hill, the Iron Islands have pike, the Stormlands have storm, Dorne has sand. The surname Alexander does not belong to Westeros. I suspect it originates from across the narrow sea. Regrettably, Will did not divulge more before his demise, but one thing is certain. You were not born in the Vale. Jory's expression remained calm, yet he was taken aback and deeply puzzled. He was astonished and questioned why, according to the Duke of Arryn, all bastards in the Vale bore the surname Stone, while he bore the name Alexander. Could it indeed be as the Duke speculated, that his surname came from across the narrow sea? Observing Jory's unchanging demeanor, Jon continued, while I cannot alter the fact of your bastardy, with my endorsement, I sincerely hope your emblem remains as it once was. Upon hearing this, Jory fell into silence. He was reluctant to revert to the former emblem of House Pryor. For he was Alexander, not Pryor. The origins of his surname were not something he wished to delve into at this moment. Engaging in such actions only brings forth a greater array of troubles upon oneself. He is aware solely of his surname, Alexander, and nothing beyond that. The new family crest shall sever ties with all matters pertaining to the Pryor lineage, an undeniable truth. For the memories associated with the Pryor family are what Jory has tirelessly sought to forget. The silence that envelopes them serves as a form of resistance. A sentiment understood by both Jory and Jon. Yet, the displeasure etched upon Jon's face becomes increasingly apparent. The entire hall is suffused with a palpable tension. Observing Jory's obstinacy, Jon feels an acute sense of helplessness. In light of his position, he could indeed command the child before him to revert to the Pryor family crest. However, should he choose to do so, it would likely estrange the child from the Arryn family in the future. Jory, feeling as though he has been granted a reprieve, turns without hesitation and departs. David trails closely behind him. Jon watches Jory's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Once outside the Lord's Hall, Jory focuses solely on hastening his journey. It is only after he realizes he has distanced himself significantly from the Lord's Hall that he, accompanied by David, returns to the inn, boards a carriage, and sets off from the area under the cover of night. Various factions, keenly attuned to Jory's movements, follow suit. Among them, the young swordsmen from Braavos trail closely behind. Following the men dispatched by Sunderland, 2 knights from Lannister's envoy make their appearance. While the enigmatic figure of Tyrion reveals himself behind them, his eyes a striking contrast of black and green. Accompanying Tyrion are 2 knights loyal to House Lannister, clad in armor emblazoned with the Red Lion. The presence of such a retinue, pursuing a mere child at this late hour, renders the area a perilous place indeed. Tyrion's eyes glint with derision. My lord, one remarks, it appears that group over there is also following suit. Tyrion's gaze narrows as he observes 5 knights emerging from a direction outside the area, joining the ranks of those who preceded them. By the gods, how could that innocent child attract such a multitude of adversaries? He exclaims, frustration evident in his voice. It is abundantly clear that the child has unwittingly become entangled in a turbulent struggle for power among the great. This cursed world, adults indulge in their power games, yet they are ever so eager to ensnare innocent children within their machinations. Tyrion laments, his vexation palpable. Young master, you seem to harbor a different regard for that child. Dave, you are being overly sensitive. Young master, your words are quite impolite to me. Dave, I am not in the mood for jesting. We must hasten our pace and catch up with them. Young master, the master did not instruct us to engage in any unnecessary activities. Then you shall wait to collect my remains. You know as well as I do that against such numbers, I stand no chance. As Tyrion stormed away in fury, it became apparent that we are in quite a predicament. Ryan, we had best follow closely, for if anything were to happen to the young master, there would be no refuge for us in the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 24, Assassination with a crack of the whip. David urged the carriage onward. However, the path was far from smooth, causing the carriage to jolt violently. David exerted himself to maintain a steady speed, aiming to accelerate once they reached King's Road. Inside the carriage, Jory sat with his brow furrowed, his nerves taut since their departure from Eagle's Nest. He feared that the Sunderland family of Bitter Bay might already be plotting their next move. Would it be assassination or poisoning? If it were assassination, then the knights and crossbowmen he had arranged would be of use. But if it were poisoning, it would likely be much harder to defend against. Many methods existed for poisoning, and Jory was particularly concerned about the possibility of the enemy applying poison to their weapons. In contemplating this, Jory recalled the panel that seemed to be in a state of dormancy. He mused that if the panel were to bestow upon him an immunity to toxins in the future, it would bolster his confidence in confronting various treacherous foes. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. My lord, please remain inside the carriage. I shall not allow the enemy to approach you. Upon hearing David's voice, Jory tightened his grip on Flame. Since the enemy was already near, It was likely that the knights and crossbowmen he had arranged were lurking nearby. Yet, why had they not made their presence known? Could there be more enemies? At that moment, Jory overheard voices outside the carriage. Tessero, the knight belongs solely to assassins. That little imp in the carriage is your responsibility. As for this knight, he is to be dealt with by me and a barrow. Humph, do you think I am invisible? Just one knight? Over the years, we have eliminated many. My blade tells me that your blood will surely be exquisite. Jory listened intently to the exchange outside, realizing David was quite angered. To be honest, Jory had never witnessed David in a state of fury. He wondered if David's combat prowess would reach unprecedented heights when enraged. The phrase "the knight belongs solely to assassins" felt oddly familiar. Jory pondered over the memories associated with it. In the next moment, Jory suddenly realized the truth and thought to himself, so it was a swordsman from Braavos. Upon understanding the identity of the visitor, Jory felt a surge of determination within him. First, he must gather strength to unify the entire realm of the Seven Kingdoms. When the time comes to march on Braavos, he must eradicate the instability represented by the swordsmen of that city. Simultaneously, Jory could surmise that it was indeed the Sunderland family who had instigated the action of the Braavosi swordsmen. He was astonished by the audacity of the Sunderlands, daring to hire assassins so near to Eagle's Nest. The Sunderland family must possess sufficient confidence to act in such a manner. Did they believe that this assassination attempt, like the last, would end without consequence? Was it due to his status as a bastard? The mere thought of such a possibility left Jory feeling suffocated. He yearned for the day when he could wield his power to reshape the rules of this world. A new order and set of rules would emerge from destruction. He mused. Of course, this undertaking was a monumental task. There was no rush. He could plan meticulously over time. Clang, boom, thud, hiss. The sounds of clashing weapons, bodies hitting the ground, and swords slicing through flesh rang out frequently and urgently. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside. David, are you all right? Jory called towards the carriage's exterior while drawing his sword, flame, firmly gripping the hilt, and pointing the blade towards the carriage door, leaning slightly forward with vigilance. The absence of David's reply caused a weight to settle in Jory's heart. Just as Jory's mind raced with anxious thoughts, David's voice emerged from outside. Cough, my lord. I'm fine, just a bit injured. Upon hearing David's voice, Jory felt a wave of relief. Yet, knowing David was hurt filled him with concern, prompting him to exit the carriage while holding flame. Upon stepping out, he beheld David lying on the carriage floor, gasping for breath. As Jory approached, he realized that David was pressing his right hand tightly against his abdomen. A closer inspection revealed blood seeping from David's wound, a sight most alarming. Jory's complexion changed. David. It's of no consequence, my lord. Those assassins were truly formidable, but fortunately, I managed to slay them all despite my injuries. Jory fell into silence upon hearing David's words. He swiftly removed his outer garment and used it to perform a hasty bandaging of David's wound. Jory was uncertain of the effectiveness of his actions, but he understood that it was all he could do at that moment. Further treatment would have to wait until they could return to Pebble Island, where he recalled that Scholar Kai was skilled in healing. David observed this scene quietly, his gaze profound. David, what of the 5 knights and the 5 crossbowmen we arranged? Why have they not yet appeared? Perhaps something unforeseen has occurred? Are you still holding up, my lord? David gasped. As long as I am still breathing, even if a few more foes appear, it will be they who fall first. Just as he finished speaking, several figures emerged from the darkness behind him. Cloaked in shadows, their features remained obscured. In total, there were 4 individuals who instinctively surrounded the carriage. Each bore formidable weapons, long spears, iron hammers, or swords, and their imposing physiques suggested they were seasoned warriors. They exchanged no words, merely raising their weapons as their eyes locked onto Jory, brimming with lethal intent. Despite his injuries, David forced himself to rise, preparing to confront the adversaries with his sword in hand. The horse, restless, stomped its hooves and neighed, the moonlight casting a cold glow over the scene. David refrained from making any rash moves, acutely aware of his disadvantage. 1 against 4 was no trivial challenge, especially while protecting Jory. Jory, too, recognized the perilous situation. Should the enemies be sufficiently cunning, they might use him as leverage. Just as Jory contemplated this, 5 more figures suddenly appeared behind him, prompting the original 4 assailants to exchange puzzled glances. They wondered who these newcomers were. However, upon recognizing the 5 knights, Jory felt a surge of relief. Their presence eased the tension for both David and Jory. Without hesitation, the knights assessed the situation and surged forward, swords drawn, to engage the cloaked figures. The dynamics of the confrontation shifted dramatically, forcing the 4 dark-clad foes to abandon their distraction and confront the knights. The clash of weapons echoed through the air, and soon, anguished cries pierced the night. Jory focused intently, realizing the cries emanated from the black-clad figures, allowing him to exhale in relief. In the blink of an eye, the tide had turned against the four assailants, who found themselves overmatched by the five knights. Noticing David's unsteady stance, Jory assisted him into the carriage to rest. David did not protest. When Jory emerged from the carriage again, he found that the knights had swiftly dispatched the four cloaked adversaries. My lord. The other five are dealing with the remaining threats, Jory thought, startled to discover that two separate groups had come to kill him. He reflected on the banquet, unable to recall offending anyone. With no clear leads, Jory turned to the knights, instructing, ensure our swift passage to Pebble Island. David's injuries cannot be delayed. As you command. My lord, came the response. One knight took charge of the carriage, moving cautiously, as Jory feared that haste might exacerbate David's wounds. The remaining four knights flanked the carriage, two on each side, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Behind them, the five archers Jory had initially stationed engaged in a fierce battle with two knights dispatched by Leonor Cobry and two more behind Tyrion. The struggle was intense, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The battle intensified, with both sides holding back their full might. Tyrion observed the fierce combat unfolding before him. A shadow cast over his heart. It had been quite some time, and he feared for the child. Chapter 25. The Red Fox. Tyrion's anxiety deepened, his expression darkening. Five crossbowmen, sensing that Jory had likely departed, seized the opportunity to retreat. Only two knights dispatched by Lannister remained in the fray, along with Tyrion and his two Lannister guards. Both parties eyed each other warily. Are you from House Cobry? Tyrion inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, came the reply. Tonight is quite lively. We are witnessing a splendid performance, Tyrion remarked with a tone of sarcasm. What do you mean, little imp? One of the knights retorted. Before your arrival, at least 3 companies from the Vale pursued the legitimized bastard knight of our king's hand, all brimming with hostility. What? The two knights loyal to House Cobry exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Tyrion observed the knights opposite him and seemed to grasp the situation. It appears you are not intending to harm that bastard child. However, I must make haste. That young lad is in dire straits. The lords of the Vale engaging in such despicable power games against a child, I must say, even a Lannister cannot condone it. With that, Tyrion and his two Lannister knights proceeded onward. The knights loyal to House Cobry shared a meaningful glance, their thoughts intricate, and they instinctively headed towards the Eyrie. They intended to report the events that had transpired to Lannister in full honesty. Tyrion, accompanied by his two knights, failed to catch up with Jory. They arrived at the scene where David had fought earlier. My lord, upon thorough inspection with Ryan, we found 7 deceased, all slain by sword strikes, David reported. Tyrion remained silent. David, I recall we saw 10 dead, he replied, his countenance expressionless. Indeed, it appears the Vale is involved. I must seek out our king's hand for a drink, Tyrion stated. My lord, we should return, David interjected. I understand. But that is contingent upon verifying the child's condition, Tyrion replied, turning back towards the direction of the Eyrie. Ryan furrowed his brow. David approached Ryan, saying, We shall do as the Lord commands. Perhaps upon our return to Casterly Rock, we shall be richly rewarded. Ryan nodded. Yes, the Lord is always generous. The two men followed Tyrion in silence, not uttering a word. Meanwhile, Jory and David, under the protection of 5 knights, returned to Pebble Island overnight. The 5 crossbowmen who had pursued them, along with 20 infantry originally stationed at Alexander's estate, continued to guard the estate. The 5 knights followed Jory back to the castle on Pebble Island. Mary was promptly informed of Jory's return. Upon seeing Mary, Jory immediately said, Mary, please fetch Maester Kevin to treat David. He has sustained grave injuries and is now unconscious. Mary, noticing David being carried behind Jory, turned pale and replied, My lord, I shall go at once. As Jory watched Mary hastily depart, he quickly shifted his focus to lifting David into the room adjacent to his chamber. Remain here and inform Maester Kevin shortly, he instructed. Afterward, Jory briskly made his way toward his own quarters. His group hurried into the room beside his bedroom. Once they laid David upon the bed, Jory noted Kevin's absence and felt a surge of anxiety. Gazing at David's ashen face, Jory harbored a profound loathing for the Sunderland family of Bite Bay. Had David not been at his side, Jory could scarcely fathom how he would fare in a similar predicament. Would he possess even a modicum of hope to return alive to Pebble Island? Simultaneously, a thought struck Jory, one of the most commonly employed tactics in the Game of Thrones to deal with adversaries, poisoning. If there were traitors among those in his castle, perhaps bribed by the Sunderlands, they could pose a lethal threat to him. Confronted with this possibility, Jory fervently wished for immunity to toxins in the future, as it would at least spare him from the consequences of poisoning. At that moment, Maester Kevin and Mary hurried in. Upon seeing them, Jory immediately addressed Kevin, Maester Kevin. The fate of David rests entirely in your hands. Kevin's expression grew solemn at Jory's words, and he replied, My lord, I shall exert every effort. May the 7 gods bless the captain of the guards. Subsequently, Kevin approached the bedside and diligently began his examination of David, tending to his wounds with meticulous care. Jory observed quietly, refraining from interrupting Kevin's work. An hour later, Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Jory, saying, My lord, thanks to my treatment, David has escaped peril. It is fortunate that you brought him back in time. Had it been any later, he would have perished. Jory nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Maester Kevin. How long until he awakens? After a moment of contemplation, Kevin offered a cautious response. If all goes well, he may awaken within 3 days. If not, it could take about 7. Additionally, providing him with liquid nourishment will facilitate a swifter recovery. What specific liquid nourishment does he require? Please inform Mary. I will procure any rare ingredients necessary. I only wish for David to awaken as swiftly as possible. A sigh of relief escaped Jory as he glanced at Mary and then back at Kevin. My lord, I shall cooperate fully with Maester Kevin, Mary said earnestly. My lord, is something amiss at the feast? Upon hearing Kevin's inquiry, Jory cast a glance at David before turning to Mary. Mary, arrange for a maid to attend to David. Mary nodded and exited the room to attend to the arrangements. Jory then turned to Kevin and suggested they proceed to the Lord's Hall. Following closely behind Jory, Kevin entered the grand chamber. At the entrance, 5 knights stood guard. Kevin's gaze fell upon these 5 figures, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Could they be loyal to the Lord? Yet, he had never encountered any of them before. Kevin had memorized every knight, servant, and even the household staff of Pebble Island Castle. But these 5 individuals were utterly unfamiliar to him, prompting him to refrain from further inquiry. Seated on a bench, Jory's expression darkened as he spoke of the Sunderland family from Biting Bay. Upon hearing this, Kevin's eyes widened in astonishment. Did they not fear the wrath of Duke Eileen? The assassins they had hired to eliminate both him and David came in waves. Had they not escaped swiftly, there would have been several more attempts on their lives. Jory's heart swelled with indignation as he recounted these events. Kevin was struck with horror. The Sunderland family dared to act in such a manner, seemingly unconcerned about the possible repercussions. Regaining his composure, Kevin furrowed his brow. At the banquet, I saw the steward of the valley, Nestor. A weight settled in Kevin's heart. Duke Eileen had always placed his trust in the Baron of Moongate, Nestor Royce. If the Lord were to inform Duke Eileen, he might perceive it as an attempt to sow discord. Jory's demeanor steadied, his resolve shining through. From now on, I shall no longer attend the Eileen family's banquets. Should another invitation arrive, I would appreciate it if you, Scholar Kevin, could write a letter of refusal on my behalf. Understanding Jory's discontent and desire for distance from the Eileen family, Kevin nodded gravely in response. I shall write the letter of refusal for you, my lord. Furthermore, Pebble Island lacks a raven. Jory's gaze bore into Kevin's. Indeed, my lord. Rest assured, grant me a month, and I shall ensure that black ravens appear on Pebble Island. Kevin met Jory's gaze with determination. It is time for Pebble Island to establish its own intelligence network, Scholar Kevin. Can you assist me? By the 7 gods, I would be more than happy to serve you, my lord. The intelligence organization would be known as the Red Fox, with Kevin as Jory's deputy. A minor supervisor within the Red Fox. Red Fox, my lord, I shall remember this. Thank you for your trust. Once the Black Ravens were present, the personnel of the Red Fox would also need to be well prepared, and Kevin offered to select and train them to manage the Ravens. Very well. As soon as each member of the Red Fox masters the Ravens, I will dispatch individuals to infiltrate Biting Bay. Kevin felt a chill as he gazed at Jory. It appeared that the Sunderland family had truly provoked the Lord's ire. Scholar Kevin, how have you progressed with the task I entrusted to you? Jory rose from the bench, directing his gaze toward Kevin. Every 15 days, we are conducting military training. I have informed all the vassals on Pebble Island, and they are willing to heed your directives. My lord, there remains the matter of recruiting the patrol team, which was completed yesterday. Only the construction of the watchtower is left. However, when I inquired with the housekeeper Mary, she informed me that there was no surplus wood to be found within the castle. Jory listened intently to Kevin's words. My people have yet to make contact with the merchant Fooley, but I shall have Mary send someone to reach out to the other merchants in the valley. A smile graced Kevin's face as he felt a sense of relief. Scholar Kevin, I wish to contemplate a few matters alone here. Kevin bowed to Jory and exited the Lord's Hall. At that moment, the long quiet panel finally came to life once more. Jory focused intently, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 26. Panel update. The panel displayed information, clearly laid out before Jory. Title: Night Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor Wealth, 900. 000 Gold Dragons, Frozen, Lord Level, 1 farming achievement points, 10 war points, 10 marketplace, not yet open, panel update details, 1. Maximum unit production limits, level 1, 500 units, level 2, 1,000 units, level 3, 2,000 units, level 4, 4,000 units, level 5, 8,000 units, level 6, 16,000 units, level 7, 32,000 units, level 8, 64,000 units, level 9, 128,000 units, level 10, 256,000 units. Payment methods for purchasing soldiers, farming achievement points, or war points. Exchangeable troop types, below level 4, exclusive, can exchange for infantry, pikemen, and archers. Between levels 4 and 8, exclusive, can exchange for infantry, pikemen, archers, light cavalry, and naval soldiers. Between levels 8 and 10, inclusive, can exchange for infantry, pikemen, archers, heavy cavalry, knights, light cavalry, and naval soldiers. Above level 10, insufficient authority to exchange troop types. Specific trading and exchanges. 1 farming achievement point can be exchanged for 10 soldiers, and 1 war point can be exchanged for 1 soldier. Methods for obtaining farming achievement points. For every 100 acres of arable land planted with grain, 1 farming achievement point is awarded, which can accumulate annually. Methods for obtaining war points. Capturing a noble territory grants 10 war points. Conquering a guardian in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros grants 2,000 war points, which can accumulate. For other locations, please refer to the panel's update details upon implementation. Upgrade method. To advance to the next level 2, one must trade 500 war points or 50 farming achievement points. Previously acquired soldiers are part of the novice benefits and do not count towards the unit production limit of 1. The initial gift of 10 farming achievement points and 10 war points is a first-time upgrade benefit. To exchange, one need only recite silently. The panel's activation or shutdown mode remains unchanged from before. Jory gazed at the panel before him, his heart brimming with astonishment. The panel had finally revealed to him the means of unit production, alleviating the burden of pondering how to generate soldiers. However, upon observing the agricultural and martial achievement points, Jory furrowed his brow. At present, it seemed that the martial points were more readily obtainable. Yet engaging in warfare to conquer the territories of other nobles could very well invite catastrophic repercussions. Although Jory felt a stirring of ambition, he was still young and could afford to wait a little longer. Thus, it appeared that he must rely on agricultural pursuits to garner achievement points. Jory's gaze focused intently on the method of acquiring agricultural achievement points. One would earn a single point for every 100 acres of cultivated land planted with food. The land of Pebble Island was deemed ineffective for farming, and any attempt to cultivate there would be a futile endeavor. While the Alexander Manor boasted over an acre of land, Jory pondered whether the panel had already factored in the agricultural conditions of the manor. However, surrounded by the island, how could he cultivate discreetly? Where would he find arable land? Was the arduous path of improving saline alkali land the only option? Jory felt compelled to experiment. If he could successfully navigate the improvement of saline alkali land, the future rewards would be substantial. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but envy the fertile regions of Riverbend, the north, and the royal domain. The limited cultivable land in Aelin Valley was a frustrating reality, prompting him to cast his gaze elsewhere. Jory assessed his agricultural and martial achievement points, calculating that he could exchange them for 100 soldiers. After some contemplation, he resolved to convert all his agricultural achievement points into soldiers while reserving the martial points for later use. Although the marketplace feature remained inaccessible, Jory harbored high hopes for it. Perhaps he could procure the much-desired antidote elixirs he had long sought within its confines. Lost in thought, Jory returned to the castle bedroom. He instructed the knight stationed at the door that during his rest period, he wished to see no one. Once he closed the door, he approached the bedside, crouched down, and began to rotate a disc hidden beneath the bed. With a resounding boom, the bed slowly shifted, revealing an entrance 2 meters long and 1 meter wide where the bed once stood. Without hesitation, Jory slipped through the opening. Inside was a rectangular stone platform connected to a series of steps. After entering, Jory pressed a protruding circular handle at the entrance. With a series of rumbling sounds, he stood on the platform, gazing upward as the bed sealed the entrance once again. He then diverted his attention to the steps leading down from the platform. As Jory emerged on the platform, Russell, Meyer, and Dave had already gathered with torches to welcome him. Upon seeing them, Jory approached and instructed Russell, Meyer, Dave, arrange for a spacious area, ensuring that there is no one around, not even a mouse. Observing the solemnity in Jory's demeanor while he spoke, Russell, Meyer, and Dave seemed to grasp something significant. Each dispatched someone to clear a designated area, fortifying each entrance with a strong guard. As Jory engaged in casual conversation with Russell and the others, he waited until the space appeared sufficiently cleared before he finally spoke. "Take me to that open area." Russell, Meyer, and Dave nodded in agreement. Jory and his companions traversed a hidden passage, arriving at a vacant expanse. As Jory surveyed his surroundings, he noted the stone walls encircling the area, devoid of any presence, while Russell, Meyer, and Dave stood guard at the entrance with a formidable force. Only then did Jory feel a sense of relief. For some time, Jory had been anxious about his explosive combat abilities drawing the attention of the three-eyed raven, fearing he might be perceived as another Night King, prompting the creature to allocate its focus towards him. Fortunately, none of this transpired, as he remained sufficiently cautious. Thus, Jory silently intoned, "Panel, exchange 10 farming points for 50 crossbowmen, 30 infantry, and 20 pikemen." In the next instant, a flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing 50 crossbowmen, 30 infantry, and 20 pikemen. Jory's heart leaped with joy upon seeing the crossbowmen equipped with bows and arrows, the infantry clad in leather armor, and the pikemen wielding their long spears. At least, they were not mere phantoms, Jory mused. Subsequently, he called upon Russell, Meyer, and Dave, instructing them. "Russell, I entrust 20 pikemen to your command. Meyer, the 30 infantry are yours to lead. Dave, the 50 crossbowmen fall under your jurisdiction. Arrange them accordingly, and then we shall discuss further matters." "Understood," Russell, Meyer, and Dave replied in unison. They swiftly dispatched their men to escort the newly appeared soldiers to their respective military camps. Once all the soldiers had departed, Jory turned to Russell and inquired, "What is the current strength in the basement?" Exchanging glances, Russell, Meyer, and Dave promptly replied, "The basement houses 200 guards, 100 knights, 110 infantry including the newly joined, 155 crossbowmen, and 125 pikemen. Among the knights, infantry, and crossbowmen, a few are relatives of craftsmen and blacksmiths, totaling 690 personnel." Jory nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating the additional forces within the castle, including 6 knights led by David, 15 attendants, 20 personnel responsible for the security of Pebble Island, 5 crossbowmen, and 20 infantry from Alexander Manor. He also noted an additional 66 warriors unaccounted for in the basement. In total, Jory realized he commanded a force of 756 men. Such a formidable army was indeed sufficient to wage war. However, his rationality quelled that notion. The time to initiate conflict was not yet ripe. Were the craftsmen and blacksmiths harboring any discontent? Without their gratitude, esteemed sir, their families would be burdened with the worry of securing their next meal. In their hearts, you are akin to a deity. Whatever task you set before them, they would never dare question. Upon hearing Russell's words, Jory felt a profound sense of satisfaction and instructed the artisans and blacksmiths to prepare themselves, for they would soon be tasked with constructing a basement for my estate. "As you command." Subsequently, Jory, accompanied by Russell, Meyer, and Dave, inspected the basement, feeling immensely pleased with its current state. He directed Russell and the others to continue training the soldiers and retrace their steps through the secret passage back to the castle's chambers. Upon returning to his quarters, Jory examined his status panel. Title: Knight Domain, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor Wealth, 900. 000 gold dragons, frozen, lord level, 1 farming achievement points, 0 war points, 10 marketplace, not yet open. Jory then returned to bed to rest. Chapter 27. The dragon's flame scorches the earth as night transitioned into dawn. The lights in the Lord's Hall of Eagle's Nest remained ablaze. Around the long table at the center of the hall, a considerable number of individuals were seated. Those vassals from the Vale attending the banquet hosted by House Aaron had each taken their respective places, while Tyrion occupied a seat at the opposite end from Jon. The atmosphere in the hall felt almost stagnant, the expressions on every face far from pleasant. Late at night, summoned for a meeting, none bore a cheerful countenance. However, since the one who called them was Jon, even amidst their grievances, none dared voice their discontent. Simultaneously, a sense of curiosity lingered regarding Jon's purpose for gathering them. Jon appeared weary, his gaze somber, sharp eyes sweeping across the faces of the Vale's vassals. "I am aware that the reputation of bastards is often unfavorable. At the banquet, he conducted himself commendably. Yet, to my astonishment, the moment the feast concluded, there were those eager to dispatch assassins to eliminate him, and now his fate hangs in uncertainty. I have sent word to Pebble Island to ascertain his status. This matter was first uncovered by Tyrion, and the 2 knights of House Lannister can attest to it. Let us discuss how to address this situation." Jon's remarks caused the brows of those present to furrow deeply. The numerous nobles of the Vale respectfully lowered their gazes. While Tyrion scanned the assembly with a mocking glint in his eyes, his voice chilling, I have witnessed 17 assassins relentlessly pursue that poor child. The unfortunate bastard has been drawn into a power struggle among the prominent figures of the Vale. As a Lannister, I could hardly bear to witness the unfolding events. I had intended to offer assistance, yet I was unexpectedly thwarted by a formidable assassin. The prowess of these assassins, I am certain, has been vividly experienced by the 2 knights of House Cabrian who have encountered their astounding strength. Now, I find myself pondering the fate of that child. Perhaps he has already met his demise. Although I am aware of the identity of the perpetrator, uttering such words would only cast suspicion upon my intentions. Should I dare to speak, you would accuse me of sowing discord. This matter must be left to the hand of our king. As soon as Tyrion concluded his statement, Jon's lips twitched and his expression darkened. The gravity of this incident weighed heavily upon him. The dignity of the king's hand had once bestowed upon him unparalleled glory. However, the assassination of a lord in the Vale was akin to a public slap to his face. Moreover, Tyrion's sardonic remarks only fueled Jon's indignation. Should this news spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, it would inflict irreparable damage to his reputation. He knew he must take action. In the name of Robert Baratheon, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Jon of House Arryn, Duke of Eagle's Nest and Guardian of the East, hereby entrust this matter to you, Nestor Royce, Lord of Moonstone. Nestor, as the steward of the Vale, I charge you with this task. Nestor Royce responded with reverence. Tyrion, upon witnessing this exchange, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A chilling sensation coursed through his body. He pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from speech. In that instant, a smirk of derision crossed Tyrion's face. By the gods! Is there anything more ludicrous than entrusting this matter to a suspect? He mused. From this incident, Tyrion discerned the depth of Jon's trust in Nestor. Even amidst the doubts he harbored, perhaps Jon believed that the Lannisters were attempting to incite discord between him and his vassals. He understood that his words would bear no weight. The die had been cast, and the outcome of this affair was destined to remain unresolved. Tyrion had also examined the weapons of the assailants, all of which pointed towards Moonstone. Seeing the smile on Nestor's face only filled him with revulsion and hypocrisy. He longed to deliver a couple of solid punches to that insufferable visage. No one present truly cared for the fate of the illegitimate child. Perhaps with the exception of himself. Tyrion felt an overwhelming urge to leave the hall. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might indeed slap Nestor to curb that infuriating grin. Thus, Tyrion turned to Jon and coldly remarked, "My lord, the Duke of Arryn, I find myself feeling unwell. I must take my leave to rest." Jon cast a fleeting glance at Tyrion, permitting him to go. Tyrion then departed without a moment's hesitation. As Tyrion stepped out of the hall, a figure hurried towards him. Upon recognizing the individual as a servant dispatched by Jon, Tyrion abruptly positioned himself in the servant's path and inquired about the fate of his half-brother, the bastard. The servant, upon realizing he was confronted by the infamous imp, felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune and disdain. He relayed, having learned from the maester of Pebble Island, that the young bastard had sustained severe injuries and remained in a state of unconsciousness, though he was no longer in peril. Tyrion instinctively stepped aside, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he was alive, that was what mattered. The servant disregarded Tyrion and swiftly proceeded back towards the hall. Concern once again gripped Tyrion. A serious injury, unconsciousness, 7 save him. May my half-brother awaken. I would gladly forego a day at the brothel for his recovery. With 2 knights of House Lannister accompanying him, Tyrion departed from the Eyrie. However, as he left the castle, he spat twice towards the direction of Moondor Keep. At dawn, Yura had a dream. Within this dream, he found himself in a frigid world, barren and devoid of life. Amidst this desolation, he felt an overwhelming chill that penetrated to his very soul, causing him to tremble. Yet, he pressed forward, directionless and unaware of his purpose. As he traversed this icy realm, he suddenly beheld a figure beneath a great weirwood tree. Before he could examine it closely, the figure turned, revealing only its back, which seemed to whisper tales of solitude and silence. It appeared that the figure sensed Yora's presence, for it turned to face him, and he discerned its features. Just as he was about to approach, a thunderous roar reverberated from the sky. Yura looked up to witness a world engulfed in flames. At the center of this inferno rose an immense column of fire, towering toward the heavens, upon which stood a row of dragons. They slowly turned their heads towards the weirwood, unleashing torrents of dragon fire that scorched the tree and the icy expanse around it. In that moment, the dragons pivoted, their molten eyes locking onto Yora's gaze. He awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. The vividness of the dream was overwhelming. Yura speculated that it was merely a manifestation of his thoughts by day, a reflection of his subconscious. As ethereal as dreams may be, they can also be as elusive as shadows. Having experienced such a dream, Yura found sleep to be a distant thought. Curled up, his mind wandered from dragons to Daenerys and Viserys, pondering what they might be doing at that very moment. Chapter 28. Daenerys in the west of Essos. Within one of the 9 free cities lies Pentos, where a tavern bustles with life. In a chamber where Daenerys resided, she stood beside the window, gazing at the passers-by on the street. She possessed the quintessential Valyrian silver-golden hair and violet eyes. At that moment, Daenerys was enveloped in a shroud of confusion. Together with her brother Viserys, they had journeyed from Braavos to Meereen, then to Tyrosh, followed by visits to Coer, Volantis, and Lys, ultimately arriving in Pentos. They drifted aimlessly, without a place to call home. Today, her brother sought an audience with the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, hoping to solicit his assistance in amassing an army to reclaim the 7 kingdoms. She was acutely aware that it was highly probable Viserys would return empty-handed. Such outcomes had occurred far too frequently, leaving her numb to the prospect. Having been in Pentos for nearly a month, her brother had been mockingly dubbed the Beggar King by the tavern-goers and denizens of the alleys. Upon hearing this, he was filled with rage, and Daenerys bore witness to his wrath, which left her confined to her bed for several days. She harbored a sense of trepidation towards her brother Viserys, especially in light of his incessant references to the wrath of the dragon. His fury often manifested in violent outbursts directed at her, and even her tears could not quell his anger. A mere nickname had transformed him into a figure of terror and brutality. Daenerys could scarcely fathom what moniker they might bestow upon her. Perhaps the Beggar Princess, the Exiled Princess, or something even more scathing. Daenerys pondered why, in the beginning, she and her brother had been esteemed guests of the governors of the free cities, enjoying the privileges of nobility. Yet, as time wore on, their circumstances had deteriorated day by day. Now, they had become individuals whom no one wished to welcome. She had heard her brother mention that the usurper had solidified his hold on the Iron Throne, making their existence increasingly precarious. Over the years, they had nearly pawned all their jewels. Nonetheless, in a bid to maintain the facade of royalty, her brother had persistently invested in their attire. To Daenerys, this seemed illogical. She believed it would be wiser to exchange their finery for sustenance. After all, food could satiate their hunger, while their garments merely attracted scornful glances and derision from others, offering little in return. Naturally, she dared not voice such thoughts to her brother. As for the places he frequently mentioned, Castle Black, the Eyrie, High Garden, the Vale, Dorne, and the Isle of Faces, these were entirely foreign to her, mere assemblages of words devoid of meaning. Seizing the opportunity after her brother's departure, Daenerys donned a simple outfit. Daenerys never anticipated that her brother Viserys would return even earlier than expected. Thus, when Viserys stealthily entered the room, Daenerys's complexion turned ashen. Her gaze towards him filled with trepidation, compelling her to lower her head and fix her eyes upon the ground. Viserys' expression was one of simmering rage, his eyes dark and brooding. Upon seeing the attire she wore, his fury intensified. "How many times must I remind you that I am the king? And you are the princess? You must embody the majesty of our lineage. Look at what you are wearing. Are you a beggar?" Daenerys averted her gaze, too fearful to retort. Instinctively retreating a few steps, Viserys strode towards her, seizing her by the hair, and bellowed in anger, "Change back." Daenerys, her head bowed in fear, remained frozen in place. Not daring to move, Viserys roughly shoved her forward. Once Daenerys had changed her attire, he circled around her, his face devoid of expression. "I, Viserys III, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, and you, my sister, Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, Princess of Dragonstone, have told you countless times that royal blood courses through our veins, golden blood of the ancient Valyrians, the blood of proud dragons. We must never forsake our regal bearing. Do you understand? If there is a next time, you will learn what it means to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Daenerys kept her head lowered, too afraid to meet Viserys' gaze, timidly replying, "I understand, brother." At dawn, Yura visited David and upon his return, consumed 2 slices of rye bread and a cup of milk. Shortly thereafter, Kevan arrived. Their meeting place remained as customary, in the Lord's Hall. "My lord, last night, the Arryn family sent someone to inquire about your condition. I saw you asleep and told that person a falsehood. I informed them that you were gravely injured and unconscious, but had since escaped danger. I failed to seek your counsel on this matter. I beg your pardon." After speaking, Kevan respectfully lowered his gaze and knelt before Yura. Upon hearing Kevan's account, Yura rose from the bench and approached him, stating, "No, you handled this matter excellently." Yura helped Kevan to his feet and invited him to sit on the bench. Yura looked at Kevin and said, Scholar Kevin, I am quite pleased with your response. By the seven, I thank you for your leniency, my lord. Yura fell silent. My lord, I learned from the Aaron family yesterday that the Duke of Aaron intends to deliver you justice. Kevin's face brightened as he looked at Yura. Yura shook his head, inwardly lamenting that Scholar Kevin was still too young. Do not harbor excessive expectations. He remains hand of the king and shall not linger in the vale for long. Once time stretches on, he must inevitably make his way to King's Landing, for our sovereign cannot do without him. Based on my conjecture, this matter is likely to come to naught. Rather than anticipating justice from Lord Darren, it would be wiser for me to seek retribution from the Sunderland family myself in due course. Kevin sighed in resignation. He gazed at Jory, youthful yet composed, filled with admiration. Scholar Kevin, have you brought any books from the Citadel? My lord, in approximately a month, a shipment of books will arrive from the Citadel. Scholar Kevin, do you possess knowledge on how to transform the saline and alkaline soils of Pebble Island into arable land? My lord, I regret to say that my knowledge is rather limited, and I may not be of assistance. That is quite all right. Recognizing one's own ignorance is not always a detriment. Kevin mused that perhaps he could request the Grand Maester's assistance in procuring agricultural texts in the future. By the way, Scholar Kevin, could you enlighten me about the laws within the Seven Kingdoms? I am utterly oblivious to such matters. My lord, it is my honor to enlighten you. Allow me to first explain the laws concerning the inheritance of noble titles. Jory listened intently to Kevin's exposition until the topic of the prohibition of slavery within the Seven Kingdoms caused a noticeable shift in his demeanor. He had previously engaged in slave trading with Forey. Should this information come to light, it would surely render him an outcast in the realm. As an experienced merchant, Forey must have been aware of the illegality of such dealings. Whether Forey withheld this information from Jory out of a desire for profit or to maintain leverage over him was uncertain. Ultimately, the fault lay with Jory for his ignorance of the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. He resolved that such an error would never be repeated. The next time he encountered Forey, he would be prudent to gauge the situation. However, one could not entirely blame him. Since his arrival in this world, his existence had revolved around Pebble Island, and as an illegitimate son, acceptance had always eluded him. Merely surviving and growing had been a considerable challenge. As for the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, only those truly of noble lineage enjoyed such education from a young age, and he was not among them. He recalled that the individual had been exiled from the Seven Kingdoms for smuggling slaves. This was a fact Jory had nearly forgotten. It could only be said that the passage of time wielded a formidable power. After listening to Kevin's exposition on the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, Jory felt these laws seemed somewhat antiquated. Yet, given their prevalence in this era, any desire for change would necessitate becoming one of those who shape the rules of this world. Scholar Kevin, I am grateful for your elucidation. I have gleaned much from it. Upon hearing Jory's words, Kevin smiled and replied, It is my duty. Chapter 29. The death of John Arryn 8 years later. In the year 298 of Aegon's conquest, in the great hall of Pebble Island Castle, by the window, Mary gazed at the tall, imposing figure of the Lord standing before her, her heart filled with joy. Each day spent in the presence of her Lord brought her immense comfort. She had watched him grow from the tender age of 8 to the young man of 16 he was now. She had witnessed his maturation and the blossoming of his youth. Yet, within her heart, there stirred thoughts that she knew were inappropriate. She had endeavored to suppress these feelings with reason, but as time passed, she found these thoughts persistently lingering in her mind. Ultimately, she dared not take that step, for the chasm of their social statuses rendered her hesitant. Reason reclaimed its dominion. Jory was lost in reflection. Over the past 8 years, he had accomplished much. For instance, he had commissioned Sir Kevin to construct a watchtower, which was now complete. The expansion of Pebble Island Castle was also finished, a venture that had cost him 7,000 golden dragons. Fortunately, the new castle could accommodate the inhabitants of Pebble Island, allowing him to defend the stronghold with minimal forces against any adversaries. The intelligence network known as the Red Fox had been established, comprising 50 dedicated members. These individuals were meticulously chosen by Jory, serving as the backbone for the future expansion of the Red Fox. They had been selected from the ranks of the young knights trained in the basement years prior, displaying unwavering loyalty. He had entrusted Sir Kevin with their education in literacy and the mastery of the Black Ravens, imparting knowledge from his previous life about subterfuge and instructing them on how to become competent infiltrators within enemy ranks. These 50 were solely accountable to him. As for Kevin, despite holding the nominal position of a junior supervisor within the Red Fox, he was effectively sidelined. Within the organization, only Jory's voice resonated. However, to provide Kevin with a sense of purpose, Jory assigned him the task of organizing intelligence and offering analytical perspectives. Each time intelligence was received, the first copy would be delivered to him, while a duplicate would be transcribed for Kevin's handling. Aside from the matters concerning the Red Fox, the basement of Alexander Manor had been completed 7 years ago. The underground storage was brimming with provisions. Not only the manor, but also the basement of Pebble Island was filled to the brim with an abundance of food. Moreover, the upper rooms of the manor were likewise overflowing with supplies. To avoid arousing suspicion during the procurement of vast quantities of grain and their subsequent transfer to the basement, Jory would often engage Kevin in conversation in the study of Pebble Island Castle, chatting away the whole day. In these 8 years, aside from the expansion of Pebble Island Castle, Jory had reserved 3,000 golden dragons for daily expenses, with the remainder invested in the acquisition of food, thereby establishing partnerships with numerous merchants. As for the merchant Fuli, who initially collaborated with him, one of the partnering merchants informed that Fuli met an unfortunate demise while transporting goods across the trembling sea. Upon hearing the news of Fuli, Jory's emotions were conflicted, yet his previous worries vanished without a trace. Furthermore, through meticulous experimentation by Jory and Kevin, the saline alkali land of Pebble Island finally yielded 10 acres of arable land. Although 10 acres may not be extensive, the method for transforming saline alkali land into cultivable fields has been successfully devised. In the future, should he acquire islands akin to Pebble Island, he could directly replicate this improved technique, thereby securing more farmland and achieving agricultural milestones. Over the past 8 years, Jory selected 100 fishermen from Pebble Island and organized them into a naval force. The 10 ships he traded for from Fuli 8 years ago were entrusted to this naval unit, which relied on them for training. During these 8 years, Pebble Island has consistently conducted military drills every 15 days, fostering a robust martial spirit among its inhabitants. To further encourage this, Jory established a system of champions and runners-up during these drills, with enticing rewards for the victors, which has significantly heightened the enthusiasm of the island's populace. In his capacity as Lord of Pebble Island, Jory also advocated for increased fertility among the islanders. All residents of Pebble Island who bore children were entitled to receive monetary rewards, food, and stable employment at the castle. Over the 8 years, Mary recorded that the average number of new births among the islanders was around 100 annually, steadily increasing. Currently, there are 2,031 registered residents of Pebble Island. Had it not been for the relatively small population of the territory, the number of new births over the past 8 years might have been even greater. In addition to these accomplishments, Jory has adhered to rigorous training in swordsmanship, archery, spear throwing, and horsemanship over the past 8 years, yielding commendable results. He has reached the ability to defeat David within 20 bouts in swordsmanship. In archery, his skills have surpassed those of Dave, the captain of the crossbowmen. In spear throwing, he has outperformed Russell. Since the age of 12, Jory has diligently honed his horsemanship, and he has now achieved remarkable proficiency. Moreover, Jory is no longer the frail and diminutive child he once was. He has grown into a robust young man. Standing nearly 73 inches tall, approximately 184 centimeters, with impressive strength. To the eyes of others, he appears overall with brown hair, black eyes, and fair skin. Specifically, he has a prominent bridge and sharp tip to his nose, high cheekbones, and a slender, elongated face, characterized by sharp and well-defined features. His appearance has garnered the secret admiration of many unmarried women on Pebble Island, making him the ideal man in their eyes. As Jory contemplated this, a subtle smile graced his lips. Mary, where is Simon? Under David's personal training and guidance, Simon became the second most skilled swordsman of Pebble Island, surpassing David himself. Years of mentorship and support from David led Simon to regard him as a father figure, fostering deep respect in his heart. Nevertheless, when compared to Jory's swordsmanship, he still fell short. Presently, Simon serves as Jory's captain of the guard, having pledged his loyalty to Jory under David's strong recommendation 2 years prior. Since David's injury 8 years ago, Jory appointed him to lead all the knights and junior guards in the basement, diligently enhancing their training, while he himself seldom appeared in public. Upon hearing Jory's words, Mary smiled faintly. My lord, Simon heard that his wife has given birth to a son, and he asked me to inform you that he wishes to return home to see the child. Mary still remembered that Simon's current wife was once her capable assistant, whom she had trained by hand. Ever since Simon laid eyes on Ollie, he had been utterly captivated. The Lord had promised Simon that upon his coming of age, Ollie would become his partner. Of course, the Lord had discreetly inquired about Ollie's feelings as well. With mutual affection blossoming, the Lord decided to unite them in matrimony. Reflecting on this, Mary's gaze towards Jory brimmed with a hint of admiration. Yet, she felt a pang of distress, realizing that the Lord seemed oblivious to her affections. After pondering Mary's words for a moment, Jory replied, Shortly, you will represent me and visit Ollie's home to deliver some provisions and clothing for the child. As Simon, his loyal captain, had always been dutifully by his side, Jory could empathize with the joy and excitement of Simon's newborn. "My lord, I shall take my leave at once," Mary said, hurrying away. Jory watched her depart, filled with a sense of helplessness. Mary was known throughout Pebble Island as a kind-hearted girl. However, unbeknownst to others, Jory was aware that Mary had been stealing glances at him more frequently of late. It dawned on Jory that he might comprehend a fragment of her feelings. Yet he chose to feign ignorance. Mary had undergone remarkable growth, and if not for their daily encounters, Jory would find it difficult to fathom such a transformation. Just as these thoughts occupied Jory's mind, a member of the Red Fox silently infiltrated the hall. "My lord, intelligence from King's Landing has arrived. The hand of the king, Lord of the Vale." Jory's eyes brightened. "Is there more news?" "The king wishes for Eddard Stark to assume the role of prime minister and plans to visit Winterfell, the stronghold of Lord Eddard Stark of the North. Furthermore, King Robert and the queen have already departed for Winterfell." Jory's expression brightened with delight. "Very well, I understand. You may leave. As you command, my lord." Watching the Red Fox member vanish from sight, Jory silently contemplated before turning his attention to his panel. Title: Knight's Title, Knight Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor Wealth, 9,900. 000 Gold Dragons, Pinning Collection, Lord Level, 1 Farming Achievement Points, War Points, 10 Marketplace, Entry to Beginner's Marketplace opened. Jory was filled with elation as the narrative finally commenced, and his fortune surged instantaneously. With this newfound wealth, Jory found himself presented with countless possibilities. Moreover, the entrance to the marketplace had been unveiled. Curiosity piqued. Jory whispered the command to enter the beginner's marketplace. Upon being redirected to the details of the marketplace, he was astonished by the array of goods showcased within. Edibles, garments, a plethora of weapons, everything one could desire was available. Transactions were conducted using farming achievement points and war points. Jory's gaze fell upon the foremost items displayed. Contract Dragon Egg, 1 Dragon Egg for 1. 000 War Points, or 100 Farming Achievement Points Mutant Skill, 900 War Points, or 90 Farming Achievement Points Fire and Ice Resistance Physique, 800 War Points, or 80 Farming Achievement Points Immunity to All Poisons Physique, 800 War Points, or 80 Farming Achievement Points Valyrian Steel Sword, 1 for 10 War Points, or 1 Farming Achievement Point Antidote, capable of neutralizing various toxins, 1 for 10 War Points, or 1 Farming Achievement Point Tiger and Dragon Pill, 1 can be consumed in a lifetime, enhances strength by 3-fold, 1 for 10 War Points, or 1 Farming Achievement Point Armor, a full set for 1 War Point Dragon Crystal, 20 pounds for 1 War Point Grain, 30 pounds for 1 War Point. As Jory surveyed the offerings in the beginner's marketplace, he yearned to acquire them all. However, the meager war points and farming achievement points displayed on the panel brought him back to reality. His attention lingered on the Tiger and Dragon Pill and the Antidote, both items he ardently desired. Subsequently, Jory's focus shifted to the farming achievement points. Once he surpassed the threshold of 1 point, he would be able to procure both the Tiger and Dragon Pill and the Antidote. With such thoughts in mind, Jory directed his gaze towards the direction of Bite Bay. King Robert had already journeyed to Winterfell, and soon he would meet his demise. Contemplating this, Jory considered the potential for profit. For instance, he might persuade a bard to spread this truth, embellishing it for effect, and even insinuate that members of House Sunderland from Bite Bay had conspired against Jon. This could allow the Red Fox to discreetly bribe other factions to take action. Such maneuvers would not only plunge the Vale into chaos, but could also ensnare Littlefinger and implicate House Sunderland. Once the Vale succumbed to suspicion and internal strife, Jory could seize the opportunity to assault Bite Bay, and others would remain silent, only extolling his virtues. At that time, Jory believed the plan to be feasible. After refining it in his mind, he meticulously documented it and summoned the chief overseer of the Red Fox within the castle. Ostensibly, this individual was appointed by Jory to manage logistics, yet only Jory and Kevin were privy to his true identity. The others remained in ignorance. Before long, the man, Corey, responded respectfully, lowering his gaze. "As you wish, my lord." Jory fixed his penetrating gaze upon Corey, inquiring, "In your estimation, how long will it take to disseminate this information throughout the 7 kingdoms?" "At the quickest, within 7 days. At the slowest, half a month," Corey replied without hesitation. Jory furrowed his brow. "Can it not be expedited?" Corey's expression turned grave. "My lord, to execute your plan in its entirety does indeed require this time. Should you desire a swifter approach, it may expose our Red Fox operatives to the scrutiny of rival factions, resulting in significant losses for us." Jory fell silent. "Very well. Then, arrange for it to be accomplished within 7 days," he commanded, waving his hand. Corey nodded and respectfully exited the hall. Jory moved to stand before the wall adorned with the Alexander family crest, gazing coldly at the map of the valley adjacent to it. His eyes fixating on the treacherous Bite Bay. The Three Sisters archipelago comprised 3 islands: Sweet Sister Island, Eldest Sister Island, and Youngest Sister Island, situated south of White Harbor. Sweet Sister Island belonged to the Bornal family, ruled by Count Godrich Bornal. Eldest Sister Island was under the dominion of the Randop family, led by Count Roland Randop. Youngest Sister Island was the territory of the Torrent family, governed by Count Alexander Torrent. The lords of these 3 islands owed fealty to the Sunderland family. Much like the Sunderland family itself, remaining untrammeled by the commands of the Eileen family, though nominally under their rule. Youngest Sister Island, closest to Pebble Island, was the smallest, yet boasted a land area surpassing that of Pebble Island. Jory's gaze swept across Sweet Sister Island, Eldest Sister Island, and finally settled upon Youngest Sister Island. An assault on Youngest Sister Island would inevitably provoke a response from Sweet Sister Island and Eldest Sister Island. Should Youngest Sister Island be attacked, one must guard against reinforcements from Sweet Sister Island and Eldest Sister Island. However, capturing Youngest Sister Island would yield 10 war points and expand territorial boundaries while increasing the population of subjects. As for Sweet Sister Island and Eldest Sister Island, they could be plotted against gradually, without haste. Nonetheless, the inhabitants of the Three Sisters archipelago were notoriously fickle, possessing a reputation for being as greedy and savage as beasts. Even if Youngest Sister Island were seized, Jory would need to remain vigilant against potential betrayals from its residents, necessitating a strong military presence and an even fiercer demeanor. Moreover, Jory had resolved that upon his soldiers landing on Youngest Sister Island, any inhabitant who dared to wield a weapon would be regarded as an enemy, to be eradicated without mercy. Jory was reluctant to accept the surrender of the captives from the Three Sisters Islands, particularly given their notorious fickleness. Granting leniency to prisoners was utterly inappropriate among the islanders. Not only would it fail to elicit gratitude, but it would also deplete resources and, more critically, pose a risk of betrayal. To avoid such troubles, a ruthless approach was deemed necessary, swift, and severe suppression. With the decision made to assault Miss Island, Jory contemplated how to devise a strategic plan for the operation. Firstly, a military force had to be stationed between Miss Island and Sweet Sister Island to prevent and intercept reinforcements from Sweet Sister and Eldest Sister Islands. Secondly, a dedicated army was essential for a frontal assault on Miss Island, aiming to seize its vessels and launch a direct attack on the castle, in coordination with members of the Red Fox. Finally, a garrison would be established within the castle on Pebble Island to guard against any desperate attempts by forces from Sweet Sister Island and Eldest Sister Island to intervene. Having formulated the battle plan, Jory summoned Kevin, Mary, David, Simon, Russell, Meyer, Dave, and Corey to discuss matters. Before long, Kevin, Mary, and David hurried into the hall. Chapter 31, The Blooming Rose. Upon seeing Russell, Meyer, and Dave, Kevin's expression turned to one of surprise, as he did not recognize the individuals present in the hall. However, he noted that David, Russell, Meyer, and Dave appeared to be acquainted, which puzzled him even further. Simon and Corey shared a similar sense of confusion. Mary, having seen them before, felt a sense of familiarity but was unaware of their names. Thus, they all turned their gaze toward Jory. Jory seemed to understand the curiosity of those present and began the introductions. From left to right, they, like David, each command a military force, are loyal to me, and are individuals I trust. They have been preoccupied with military training, and it is primarily David and I who have interacted with them. Jory glanced at David. Indeed, what the Lord says is the truth. They are all my friends. Upon hearing Jory and David's words, Kevin, Simon, Mary, and Corey nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Kevin replied, the suddenness of these events has left me incredulous. I dispatched someone to verify in Eagle's Nest City, having heard that Lady Lisa returned there with her child. The assembly listened intently as Jory and Kevin spoke. As for the truth surrounding Duke John S. demise, I am already aware of its underlying reasons. Our sources have revealed that Littlefinger incited Lady Lisa to poison Duke John S. Wine, subsequently informing Lady Anne Winterfell that he was murdered by the Lannisters. Jory's words captured everyone's attention, drawing their gazes to him. Of course, this truth must remain confidential for 7 days, as it pertains to a significant forthcoming operation. The hearts of the crowd were filled with astonishment and uncertainty, yet they all nodded earnestly, signifying their intent to remain discreet. It was only then that Jolie continued. 8 years ago, the Sunderland family of Biting Bay conspired to assassinate me, and it is time to settle that score. I have resolved to launch an attack on Miss Island in 7 days, and to plant the flag of Pebble Island upon its shores. Upon hearing these words, the crowd reacted with a mix of excitement, concern, and contemplative frowns. My lord, why 7 days hence? Kevin respectfully inquired of Jolie. A gentle smile graced Jolie's face as he replied, a plan of mine requires 7 days to come to fruition. Once the plan is complete, our assault on Biting Bay will go unchallenged, and by that time, Biting Bay will find itself isolated. Kevin pondered this, yet refrained from further questioning. He understood that if Jolie did not voluntarily disclose information, it was best not to inquire, lest he invoke Jolie's disdain and jeopardize his trust. At this moment, Kevin maintained his silence. Simon appeared exhilarated, proclaiming, My lord, when the time comes, I shall present you with the head of Count Alexander Torrent. David cast a sidelong glance at Simon and shook his head. Russell, Meyer, Dave, and Corey remained impassive, while a fleeting look of worry crossed Mary's face, though she chose not to voice her concerns. Currently, my Pebble Island boasts an army of 827 warriors, Jolie revealed, opting for transparency as the narrative had commenced. His declaration swept through the hearts of Kevin, Mary, Simon, and Corey like a tempest, leaving them in shock. Jolie offered no further explanation, instead quietly observing the assembly. Granting Kevin, Mary, Simon, and Corey a moment to absorb the gravity of his words. Once Kevin, Mary, Simon, and Corey regained their composure, Jolie casually remarked, You need not doubt the loyalty of these warriors. Wherever my sword points, that shall be their target. Noticing that the crowd remained silent, Jolie stood and laid the map of the valley upon the long table. The assembly watched intently, awaiting Jolie's next words. Pointing to the map, Jolie continued. To elaborate on our previous discussion, Biting Bay is comprised of Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Miss Island, with Miss Island being the closest to us. Prior to your arrival, I devised a battle strategy. I intend to consolidate all warriors from Pebble Island into 3 divisions. The first division, led by the crossbow Captain Dave with 100 crossbowmen, and the spear Captain Russell with 100 spearmen, will take the 2 ships to intercept reinforcements from Long Sister Island and Sweet Sister Island, repelling them and preventing any support from reaching Miss Island. Dave and Russell both rose, respectfully lowering their gazes, as you command. Jolie gestured for them to remain seated. The second division will be led by myself, comprising knights, naval forces, and junior guards, alongside Simon, who will command the Royal Guard, totaling 467 men to launch a direct assault on Miss Island. Just as Simon was about to rise, Jolie's gaze halted him. The Third Army, commanded by David, remained stationed on Pebble Island with the remaining 157 men, tasked with preventing any flanking assaults on Pebble Island from Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island. Kevin was responsible for assisting David in the defense of the fortress. David spoke hastily, and Kevin nodded in agreement. For the next 7 days, Mary directed her gaze towards Mary, speaking gently. Mary met Jory's serious gaze. You are in charge of overseeing all the blacksmiths and carpenters on Pebble Island, ensuring the production of weapons for our assault on the castle, particularly bows and wildfire devices. We must prepare ample supplies. Corey, you are responsible for the logistics of the army, especially the weapons and provisions. Mary and Corey nodded solemnly. In my strategy, once we seize Miss Island, we shall proceed to conquer Sweet Sister Island, gradually encroaching upon the territory of Biting Bay until we unfurl the flag of Pebble Island. Furthermore, when we engage Biting Bay, any islanders who take up arms against us shall be treated as foes without a trace of mercy. To show compassion on the battlefield is to be cruel to oneself. I hope you will remember this. The inhabitants of Biting Bay are notoriously fickle as the aggressors. We must maintain a vigilant disposition towards them and not be easily swayed. We are fighting on enemy territory, and this must be clear to all. Once we have secured Miss Island, Mary will assign one of your aides to manage the affairs of the castle there. Additionally, after the conquest of Miss Island, David will garrison his troops there as my first vassal. Jory pondered this but refrained from voicing it. The others present wore solemn expressions, nodding gravely. All right, everyone. Go and arrange the matters I've mentioned, he instructed, leaving only Mary and Jory in the hall. Mary, contact the merchants. We must procure as many ships as possible for Pebble Island. The more, the better. Money is not an issue. Mary hesitated but eventually nodded. As you wish, my lord. As the steward of Pebble Island, she knew that the visible funds were insufficient to purchase a decent vessel. Soon, I will send someone with the funds to you. Very well, my lord. Mary, on Pebble Island, do you have someone you fancy? At Jory's question, Mary's heart skipped a beat. When she met his gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively lowered her head, whispering, No. Jory stepped forward, taking Mary's hand, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mary, I know you harbor feelings for me. Since I was 8, you have always treated me well. I consider you a sister. As he spoke, Jory noticed Mary's complexion pale, and each time he gazed upon her beautiful, fair face, he sighed inwardly. If I cannot offer you a formal title Or if others perceive you merely as a mistress, would you still wish to hold affection for me? To speak candidly, I do not wish to impose upon you. You deserve to be treated by someone far better. The affection that flickers in Mary's eyes shines like a flame, a fervor that renders Jory unable to meet her gaze. No, my lord, I am willing, always willing. Even without any status, simply to be by your side is the most exquisite and joyous experience in the world. Even as a mistress, I willingly accept this role. Without regret or complaint. My lord, love me. Upon hearing such bold words from a girl who mustered such courage, Jory could no longer pretend to be oblivious. He was no eunuch. He was a young man, and at that moment, his emotions surged fiercely. His gaze flitted towards Simon, the guard in the hall. Simon, I grant you a day's respite. Return tomorrow at noon. Simon, seemingly aware of the tension in the air, smiled and replied, very well, my lord. Enjoy your time. His words caused Mary to lower her head, her face aflame with embarrassment. Jory too felt a twinge of awkwardness as he watched Simon vanish from sight. He turned his attention back to Mary, who appeared like a beautiful flower needing to bloom. Jory pondered that this was a world of ice and fire, and perhaps it was best to yield to the currents of desire within. In the next instant, Jory stepped forward, lifting Mary effortlessly into his arms. She instinctively buried her head against his chest, unable to meet his eyes, her heart racing. He made his way to the bedroom, using his foot to nudge the door closed behind them. Once the door was shut, she smiled sweetly, closing her eyes in serene tranquility. Jory too succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Jon Snow upon awakening. Jory discovered the room empty, a hint of melancholy washing over him. Perhaps one day, he could ascend to power in this world and bestow upon Mary a rightful title, for she was his first woman. Failing to grant her that recognition weighed heavily on his conscience. As he contemplated this, Mary entered with food, yet her gait appeared labored, revealing her struggle. Mary, you ought to rest more, Jory expressed with displeasure. My lord, there are many matters awaiting my attention, and I fear others may not manage them well, she replied. Her head bowed. After partaking in the meal, Jory, with Mary's assistance, donned his garments. His gaze fixed on her, he spoke earnestly. Mary, as a steward, one cannot possibly attend to every trivial matter within the castle daily. You must learn to delegate appropriately. For instance, assign less significant tasks to your assistants, while discerning the crucial ones. Urgent and important matters should be handled by you, while important but non-urgent tasks can be postponed. As for those that are neither urgent nor important, such duties may be entrusted to your assistants, aiding in their development. In the future, I may possess numerous castles, and I certainly do not wish to witness you falling ill due to the burdens of castle affairs. Remember, besides being the steward, you are also my beloved. Mary dared not meet Jory's gaze, yet the warmth of his words enveloped her heart. She realized that Jory was genuinely concerned for her. My lord, I am perfectly fine. Mary replied softly. Jory, with a stern demeanor, insisted, you shall do as I say. Mary nodded. By the 7, I shall comply with your wishes. Instantly, Jory felt a wave of relief wash over him. I trust you. Now go and rest well. Once you have recovered, come to me tonight, Jory said earnestly to Mary. Her face flushed like fire, and she swiftly exited the room without uttering another word. Jory was left astounded, pondering whether Mary was simply too bashful. Perhaps the events of the previous day had drained her courage entirely. Shaking off these tangled thoughts, Jory turned his gaze toward Winterfell. Winterfell. The Stark family hosted a grand feast to welcome King Robert and his entourage. During the banquet, King Robert and Duke Eddard shared drinks while reminiscing about the past. Nearby, Queen Cersei sat with the Kingslayer, while Catelyn accompanied Cersei, smiling and engaging her in amusing tales of the North. Beside Cersei sat her son, and next to Joffrey were Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella. Opposite Joffrey sat Robb, followed in succession by Sansa Stark and Arya Stark. Sansa's gaze lingered upon Joffrey, her cheeks flushed with youthful shyness. Prior to the banquet, she had overheard her mother mention that one day, Prince Joffrey would be her husband. The prince was tall and handsome, embodying the ideal of her dreams. Robb caught Joffrey's eye, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Oh, Prince, do you require something? Robb inquired, perplexed by Joffrey's attention. I recall you once lost to a bastard at Lord Aaron's feast, Joffrey remarked with a smile, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Anger flared in Robb's expression upon hearing Joffrey's words, but he subdued his wrath, considering the setting. Should we meet again, I will defeat him, he asserted. Oh, really? Joffrey replied skeptically. This exchange bruised Robb's pride. Arya, unable to bear the sight, spoke up for Robb, bluntly stating, Prince, had the roles been reversed, you too would fall to that so-called bastard lord. Joffrey's expression stiffened with fury as he glared at Arya. Sansa, noticing this, quickly admonished, Arya, Apologize to the prince at once. Arya shot a glance at Sansa, feeling a surge of resentment. Why should she? As I observed Joffrey's fury seemingly on the verge of ignition, Tyrion interjected, Joffrey, my nephew, I have encountered that bastard brother of yours. Should he wield a sword, you would undoubtedly fall short. After uttering this, Tyrion took a generous gulp of wine. His words left Joffrey feeling utterly humiliated, particularly as they came from his uncle. This realization gnawed at Joffrey's pride. He cast an angry glance at Robb, convinced that he would surely vanquish that bastard if given the chance. Tyrion, observing Joffrey's reaction, shook his head. Thinking to himself, once again, he is indulging in ridiculous bravado. Catelyn shot Robb a look, stirring feelings of indignation within him, finding the festivities before him tiresome. Tyrion lifted his goblet and departed from the gathering. Once he left, revelry and music filled the air. With a hint of derision in his eyes, Tyrion stepped outside, where he noticed someone lost in sorrow, their demeanor dark and brooding. Approaching closer, he mused, is the banquet truly so dull that it brings tears to your eyes? Jon, upon hearing Tyrion's words, turned sharply, his expression one of anger. No, I am not, he retorted. Indeed, you are, Tyrion replied calmly. As Jon beheld Tyrion's misshapen figure, thoughts of his moniker, the Imp, and his lineage as a Lannister coursed through his mind, prompting an unexpected tranquility to wash over him, rendering him silent. Though I do not grasp the entirety of your troubles, I sense they are entwined with your status as a bastard, Tyrion remarked, drifting into reminiscence. Yes, bastards possess a sense of honor as well. I merely wish to join the Night's Watch. I am prepared to pledge my oath. Yet, why am I denied entry? Jon's face was a mask of fury. Tyrion cast a surprised glance at Jon, reflecting, you remind me of that bastard brother of mine. Indeed, he is a kind-hearted boy. A smile graced Tyrion's face. It is evident that you share a bond with him. Jon gazed at Tyrion with confusion, unable to fathom how a member of House Lannister could connect with a bastard from the Vale. It has been 8 years since we last met. I wonder if my bastard brother still remembers me, Tyrion mused, a tinge of melancholy evident in his features. Such an expression is rare upon your countenance. Are you not the Imp? Jon remarked, somewhat taken aback. Tyrion turned to Jon and inquired, what do you envision a little monster to be? After a moment of contemplation, Jon replied, in the eyes of fathers across the realm, there is no distinction between a bastard and a dwarf. You are akin to me, yet distinctly different. The term little monster carries with it a great deal of malice. Tyrion was genuinely astonished, regarding Jon thoughtfully. Should you encounter my bastard brother, you would likely find ample conversation to share. Should he ever venture to the north, Jon responded with a hint of a smile, though a shadow of sorrow lingered in his gaze. Perhaps he will come, Tyrion said uncertainly, surprised by his own words as they slipped from his lips. After speaking, Tyrion raised his goblet and continued forward, leaving behind a parting remark. Little brother, allow me to impart a piece of advice. Never forget who you are. Whether a bastard or a dwarf, it is only by remaining true to your essence that you can appreciate the beauty of life. The challenges encountered are merely the means by which the strong become stronger. Jon pondered these words, momentarily gazing at Tyrion's figure, both grand and proud. Chapter 33. The Fury of King Robert. The sky was overcast. Damn it, it is still the long summer. The north is truly cold, remarked King Robert, clad in thick black gloves and a heavy fur cloak, as he rode alongside Eddard. Your Grace, winter is coming, Eddard replied solemnly, also mounted on his steed. Behind them were Ser Barristan and Ser Meryn, leading 20 guards. Robert fell silent upon hearing Eddard's words. Ned, after the feast yesterday, I had not yet spoken with you about certain matters. In camp, I feared eavesdroppers, and besides, I have come to the north to clear my mind and to behold its splendor. Ned, your Grace, I would be delighted to accompany you in exploring the beauty of the north. I trust you will not be disappointed. Robert's face brightened at this response. He then cracked the whip and galloped away on his black stallion. Eddard's expression shifted as he called out after Robert, but the howling winds drowned his voice. Resigned, he urged his horse onward, hastening after Robert along with Ser Barristan and the others. Before long, they had left King S Road and entered a vast plain shrouded in mist. It was not until Robert spotted a gentle ridge that he slowed his pace and dismounted. Eddard and the others followed closely behind. Naturally, Ser Barristan and Ser Meryn remained a short distance down the ridge, granting Robert and Eddard some privacy. Robert glanced back, realizing they had traveled several miles from the camp. Watching Robert's exuberant demeanor, Eddard was reminded of the valiant figure Robert once was. Damn it, Robert exclaimed joyfully. The usual slowpoke pace drives one to madness. Ned, this is much better. It feels good to ride like a man. Listening to Robert's words, Eddard's thoughts returned to the present. Your Grace, the north has always been thus, but after a while, it becomes rather mundane, he replied with a smile. Robert shot a glance at Eddard. Ned, you remain unchanged, not a bit different. Your Grace, you have certainly gained some weight. Robert paused at Eddard's remark. Ned, if you resided in King's Landing, you would grow stout as well. Eddard did not respond, maintaining a grave expression. Ned, my old friend, my intentions remain as they were yesterday. I wish to appoint you as Hand of the King. You know I have few I can trust, Robert said wistfully, gazing into the distance. Hearing such heartfelt words from Robert, Eddard felt a long-forgotten warmth within. Rob still trusts me as he always has, Ed thought. His Majesty, Ed knew, had made up his mind, yet he remained hesitant. After all, the burdens of the Hand of the King were immense, once to just below the king, above all others. In a position of great prominence, one that could only be entrusted to those whom the king held in high regard. Rob was placing the 7 kingdoms in his hands, which deeply touched Ed's heart, yet he harbored concerns. He feared that a misstep in the duties of the hand would betray Rob's trust. Furthermore, the present King's Landing was fraught with danger and uncertainty. The letter his wife, Catelyn, had received the previous night filled him with apprehension. Suddenly, Rob turned to Ed. Sorrow etched upon his face. Jon has already left me in King's Landing, and I cannot find a single person I trust. You know, with Jon, the 7 kingdoms remained at peace, but without him, I am utterly exhausted. I need your assistance. Upon hearing Rob's plea, Ed could no longer refuse him. Thus, he knelt on one knee and declared, Your Majesty, I shall go to King's Landing. Rob burst into hearty laughter, clapping Ed on the shoulder with great vigor. Ned, my old friend, I knew you would not refuse. Seeing the smile on Rob's face, Ed too broke into a grin. Ned, Jon's death strikes me as peculiar. I require your help to uncover the truth behind those scoundrels lurking in the shadows who have taken from me an invaluable ally, an important person. I shall see them all burn, Rob exclaimed, helping Ed to his feet, his indignation palpable. A weight of seriousness settled upon Ed's expression. The previous night, his wife, Catelyn, had received a letter from Lady Lisa, Jon's wife, expressing her suspicion that the Lannisters were responsible for Jon's demise. Catelyn believed it, yet Ed remained unconvinced. Faced with Rob, Ed grappled with how to broach the subject. However, he was resolute that once the truth was uncovered, those responsible for Jon's death would face justice. Whether it be the Lannisters or others, the crime of murdering the Hand of the King warranted a death sentence. After Jon's passing, Lisa had left King's Landing with Jon's child and returned to the Eyrie. What was she afraid of? Did she not trust that as king, he could protect them? Rob recalled this matter with indignation, feeling that his honor was tarnished, and more so, he was angered by Lisa's lack of faith in him. Your Majesty, you must understand. Lady Lisa is a woman, and her husband died suddenly before her eyes. She was frightened, and returning to the Eyrie with her child is understandable, Ed defended Lisa. Rob nodded. Ned, you are right. She was terrified. King's Landing is ill-suited for her. Your Majesty, do the Blackfyre family still pose a threat after 8 years? Ed pondered, recalling letters from 2 months prior to Jon's death that had kept him vigilant against any resurgence. They are merely a group of rats lurking in the shadows. 8 years ago, I commanded Tywin and the Lannisters to march forth and vanquish the traitorous Blackfyre rebels. However, some members of the Blackfyre family managed to escape, and currently, there is no news of them. Tywin, I harbor no trust for him. I suspect he may have aided their flight. Rob's countenance bore a semblance of gravity, for this was the first occasion he had unburdened his long-held thoughts to Eddard. Tywin is quite the troublesome figure, Eddard murmured, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Ned, those surrounding me are nothing but fools and sycophants, and it truly drives me to madness. After Jon's demise, they have all turned into liars. If only we had met defeat at the Battle of the Trident, Rob lamented. Your Majesty, as an old friend, I can empathize with your suffering, Eddard replied. Your Majesty, I have little more to convey today. With your presence, I feel as though I have returned to the past. Eddard also found himself lost in reminiscence. At that moment, Rob and Eddard turned their gazes simultaneously. Observing Eddard's demeanor, Rob cast a puzzled look towards Jory. After Jory had bowed respectfully to both Rob and Eddard, he lowered his eyes and spoke promptly. Your Majesty, my lord, it is Lady Catelyn who has sent me to seek you. She said that a significant event has transpired in the north, leading to a quarrel between the Queen and Lady Catelyn. Upon hearing this, both Rob and Eddard furrowed their brows in concern. What grave matter has occurred in the north? They inquired in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, Jory replied, in the north. As Jory spoke, a flame of fury ignited within Rob. Those damned scoundrels. Even after Jon's death, they cannot spare his wife and children. I, the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. Eddard, however, felt a chill creep into his heart. For indeed, Catelyn had received a letter from Lisa last night, which explicitly stated that Lord Jon had been slain by the Lannisters. Yet, Eddard was certain the letter had not been opened. Lost in thought, Eddard stood there, his face betraying shock. "Ned, do you think those damned scoundrels ought to be sentenced to death?" Robb inquired, casting his gaze towards Eddard. "Ned," Robb called again, his tone growing more insistent. "Your Majesty." "I have just recalled something," Eddard said, waving for Jory to step back. Jory promptly complied, joining Ser Boros and the others at a distance. "Your Majesty, there is something I do not wish to keep from you." "What is it?" "Last night, my wife Catelyn indeed received a letter from Lady Lisa, and the contents of that letter confirmed that Lord Jon had been murdered by the Lannisters. I can assure you that the letter was seen by no one other than Catelyn and myself." Robert was utterly shocked, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Could it truly be that scoundrel Peter Baelish? Eddard remained silent for a moment. Perhaps this matter was true, or perhaps it was false. However, it undoubtedly involved Peter Baelish. As for the Vale's Sunderland family and Lord Nestor Royce of Runestone, they might also be implicated. Nestor Royce had long served as the steward of the Vale. Perhaps he desired more than merely being a steward. "Ned, are you suggesting that Peter Baelish, the Sunderland family, and Lord Nestor Royce have conspired against Jon for power? As for Lisa poisoning Jon, I find that hard to believe. I am more inclined to think that Baelish manipulated Lisa to substitute Jon's wine. Perhaps someone wishes to incite chaos in the Vale." Robert's expression darkened, his face etched with fury. "Yes, Your Majesty, Lady Lisa is my wife Catelyn's sister." "No one understands Lady Lisa better than my wife," Eddard stated earnestly. "Lady Lisa may be unaware, and even if she is, it is likely that she is being coerced. Aside from Lisa, I shall not spare the others when I return to King's Landing. I hope they can withstand my wrath," Robert declared, his gaze lethal. "Your Majesty." "There is no evidence." Eddard hesitated before speaking. Robert fixed a deep stare upon Eddard. "Evidence will emerge." Eddard fell into silence. "Ned, let us return," Robert said as he mounted his horse, casting a glance at Eddard before spurring his steed towards Winterfell. Eddard mounted his horse as well, closely following behind. Chapter 34. The selection of the Guardian of the East. Time flew by, and another day passed. In the Riverlands, the Mander flowed quietly. In the Hall of Highgarden, by the window shaped like a corridor, stood a portly man. With brown curly hair and brown eyes, he was the Guardian of the South, protector of the borders, Duke of Highgarden, and the supreme commander of the Riverlands, Mace Tyrell. His gaze was calm, as though nothing troubled him, yet his heart was filled with many concerns. Most critically, he harbored the hope that his daughter Margaery Tyrell would become queen. This had become a source of great anxiety for him. Notably, Queen Cersei had borne 3 children for King Robert, firmly entrenching her position and making it difficult to unseat her. As long as Cersei remained, Margaery, the blooming rose of Highgarden, had little chance of ascending to the throne, unless the king were not Robert. Reflecting on this, Mace shook his head. How could that be? The king was still so young. "What are you pondering, father?" came Margaery's voice from behind. Mace turned to his daughter, a gentle smile gracing his face. Like him, she possessed soft, chestnut curls and the same warm brown eyes. Yet, unlike him, she bore an exquisitely graceful figure and stunning beauty. How could she not be a queen? His daughter is destined to ascend to that throne. She is indeed worthy of the title. However, the king is Robert. He recalled an anonymous letter he had received earlier, one that had been dispatched from King's Landing. Though the identity of the sender remained a mystery, the contents of the letter had caused his complexion to shift dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he incinerated the missive. The letter was consumed by flames, yet its contents lingered like a haunting specter, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it. The undeniable truth was that as long as King Robert lived, his daughter would never become queen. If another king were to reign, his daughter might have the chance to don the crown. King Robert, in the prime of his life, with Jon dead, still had the formidable Stark family of the North and the Lannisters of Casterly Rock supporting him. Thus, his daughter's aspirations of queenship remained unattainable. But what if he were to perish? The letter's conclusion bore a location and a time that filled Maze with both longing and trepidation. The sender of the anonymous letter wished to meet him and converse. Yet, Maze hesitated, uncertain if he was prepared to meet this enigmatic individual. Observing his daughter Margaery's worried expression warmed Maze's heart. "Margaery, I wonder what our king might be doing in the north?" Upon hearing her father's words, Margaery replied with a smile, "Father, you know." Maze was taken aback. "Margaery, are you suggesting the king has gone to the north?" She nodded with a grin. Maze fell silent, envious of the Starks in Winterfell. "Father, grandmother told me that King Robert's journey north likely involves a potential union with the Stark family. If I remember correctly, they have a daughter named Sansa." Maze furrowed his brow. The eldest son of King Robert was also a candidate for a union with the Stark family. This meant that his daughter's chance of becoming queen was utterly extinguished. If this information had come from his mother, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, it was likely true. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the location and time mentioned in the anonymous letter resurfaced in Maze's mind, prompting him to decide to meet this mysterious correspondent. Perhaps he could devise a plan, he mused. Marjorie, I know you typically do not seek me out here. Is there something amiss? Maze smiled at Marjorie, fully aware of her respect for his solitude and her reluctance to disturb him. If she had made an exception, it signified that there was indeed something pressing. Marjorie hesitated, then sighed. Father, there has been an unverified rumor circulating in the Reach since last night. What rumor? Maze inquired, furrowing his brow. He wondered if Jon's death bore a deeper significance. Marjorie shook her head, expressing uncertainty. At present, it remains unclear how this news has surfaced. Mace gazed intently at Marjorie, his demeanor grave. A wave of profound anxiety coursed through Mace, his eyes icy as ash. Marjorie, do you believe the truth behind the news of Jon's demise is genuine? Marjorie, her thoughts in disarray, replied, Father, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is true, or perhaps it is false. I cannot fathom how this news has spread throughout the Riverlands overnight. It feels as though unseen hands are orchestrating these events. Mace, beset by unexpressed doubts, remained silent, akin to a looming storm cloud. Regardless of its veracity, once this matter permeates the Seven Kingdoms, the falsehood may transform into reality. A complex expression flickered in Marjorie's eyes. Do you imply that Littlefinger is intricately involved in this affair? Mace shot a surprised glance at Marjorie, who had considered a point he had yet to ponder. When such rumors circulate throughout the realm, the swiftest means for our king to quell the unrest is to acknowledge their truth. Marjorie nodded at Mace with a smile. If that is the case, His Majesty would never entrust the guardianship of the East to an infant, Mace asserted confidently. Then whom would the king appoint as the new protector of the Vale? Marjorie mused, following Mace's line of thought. Mace, upon hearing her words, fell into contemplation. Lannisport, a city along the Sunset Sea, lies west of Casterly Rock, where the King's Road, the Gold Road, and the Coast Road converge. Casterly Rock itself is a grand and majestic fortress, overlooking Lannisport and the Sunset Sea from the western coast of Westeros. A tall man with a lean frame and broad shoulders, his thick golden beard and light green eyes flecked with gold, appeared to be around 50 years of age. On the long table in the hall behind him lay a slain stag. Tywin's gaze was as tranquil as still waters, profound enough to conceal the depths of his thoughts. My lord, there is a whisper circulating in Lannisport, began one of Tywin's servants, respectfully lowering his eyes to the ground. From what I understand of Jon, it is plausible he met his end by Lysa's hand. A woman capable of poisoning her husband must bear a connection to her children. Jon likely made some arrangements concerning them that incited Lysa's fury. Moreover, it is evident that Littlefinger has played a role in inciting these events, as the rumors suggest. It is fortunate that Jaime once donned the white cloak and refused to marry her. Foolish Robert understands well that Jon's child cannot shoulder the responsibility of the East's guardianship. Neither Stannis nor Renly commands his trust. Thus, who might the new protector of the East be? Tywin furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Winterfell, the Great Hall. Ned. Jon is a wise and sagacious prime minister, yet I shall not permit that scion of House Arryn to succeed in safeguarding the East. I am well aware that the boy is your nephew, but entrusting the command of a quarter of the kingdom's forces to a frail and ailing child is a folly I cannot abide. Lysa, you too know that she is far too weak to assist that child. Ed remained silent in response to Robert's words. Shortly thereafter, Ned spoke. Yet, the East must have a guardian. If all else fails, Lancel could suffice. Upon hearing Stannis and Lancel's names from Ed's lips, Robert furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. Of course, if you have already bestowed the position upon another, then disregard my words, Ed said, his brow furrowed. What if I truly have given the guardianship of the East to someone else? Robert's gaze bore down on Ned. Ed met Robert's stare. As long as this person is not a kingslayer, what if it is he? Robert remained steadfast. Your Majesty, his father is the Warden of the West. Dangerous? Ned, you worry excessively. If enemies were to emerge, Tywin still stands, does he not? Moreover, I have you. Robert shook his head. Your Majesty, I implore you. He is Cersei's twin brother and a sworn member of the King's Guard, Robert retorted. Ed replied without hesitation, indeed, he has never disappointed me in my commands. And he aided me in slaying Ares, earning only the title of Kingslayer, enduring your scorn and derision daily. Frankly, my claim to the throne is also won by his sword. Consider it my reward for his loyalty. Ed, let us put this matter to rest, Robert said impatiently. A heavy feeling settled in Ed's heart. He knew that once Robert made a decision, none could thwart it, unless Lord Jon were still present. Yet, faced with such a resolution, Ed felt a disquiet. Robert's obstinacy made him question whether the weight of the hand of the king truly belonged to him. Ed's gaze drifted through the window, observing the overcast sky, a bitter smile gracing his lips. For several days, under the machinations of the Red Fox, the turmoil in the Riverlands, Stormlands, Dorne, and the Crownlands had escalated. King Robert and Queen Cersei had returned to King's Landing. In Winterfell, Bran lay along the predetermined path of fate, his frame frail and emaciated, confined to his bed. As for Winterfell, it was held by Catelyn, Robb, Bran, and Rickon. The Vale was rife with undercurrents. The nobles of the Vale sought to compel Lisa to dispel the rumors, yet Lisa dared not show her face, remaining hidden within the castle. Her public stance was that she feared for her children, lest they follow in Jon's footsteps. Meanwhile, Lord Nestor Royce of the Moon Door was gradually ostracized by the other nobles, his countenance perpetually darkened, perceiving all as conspirators against him. As for the Sunderland family, the nobles of the Vale paid them little heed, for the family's reputation was well known, and there was seldom any superfluous communication regarding them. However, the House of Baelish in the Vale faced a myriad of adversities. Firstly, the Baelish family's domain, situated on the smallest peninsula of the Fingers, housed an unnamed tower that was set ablaze by wildfire, the perpetrator unknown, yet the former wet nurse of Peter perished in the flames. Secondly, the steward of the Duke Peter's lands, Wolfred, succumbed to a mysterious poison after merely enjoying a glass of red wine one fateful night. Upon learning from a member of the Red Fox that Wolfred had been poisoned, Jory acted without hesitation, accessing his panel to expend 10 war points for an antidote, which he carefully stored in a small box close to him. In the face of such insidious and unpredictable methods of poisoning, Jory yearned fervently for an immunity to all toxins. At that moment, the status on his panel fluctuated in real time. Title: Night Domain, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor. Maiden Island Wealth, 9 million gold dragons, awaiting collection, Lord level, 1 agricultural achievement points, war points, 0 marketplace. Entry to the basic marketplace opened. Regarding his wealth, he had withdrawn 900,000 gold dragons over the past few days, most of which lay in the basement, while a smaller portion had been entrusted to Mary to procure ships and other supplies from merchants. As Jory's gaze fell upon the war points, which stood at 0, he felt an overwhelming urge to immediately assault Maiden Island. Yet, he continued to exercise restraint until the 7th night of the Red Fox's deployment. Jory resolved to launch a nocturnal assault on Maiden Island. Thus, he meticulously led a force of knights, naval troops, and a small army, alongside Simon commanding the guard, totaling 467 men in a direct attack on Maiden Island. Meanwhile, Dave commanded 100 crossbowmen, and Russell led 100 spearmen, each boarding 2 vessels to intercept reinforcements from Long Sister Island and Sweet Sister Island, repelling them to deter any support from Maiden Island. David remained behind on Pebble Island, overseeing the remaining 157 men to guard against flanking assaults from Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island, with Scholar Kale assisting him in the defense. Except for those stationed on Pebble Island, Jory and his contingent boarded their ships. Prior to setting sail, Jory refrained from delivering a lengthy pre-battle speech, instead uttering a simple yet potent phrase: "Boldness prevails in battle, and steadfastness conquers all." The assembly echoed his sentiment, chanting, "Boldness prevails in battle, and steadfastness conquers all." With a commanding shout, Jory ordered the ships to depart. As they ventured forth from Pebble Island, the vessels carrying Dave and Russell diverged from Jory's group. Considering the vastness of their collective objective, Jory instructed Dave and Russell to navigate northwest of Pebble Island, circling behind Maiden Island and heading directly towards the area between Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island. Jory chose to advance directly westward from Pebble Island, heading straight for Miss Island. "My lord, I shall certainly present you with the head of Count Alexander Torrent," Simon exclaimed excitedly, standing beside Jory. "I shall await your triumph," Jory replied with a smile. After that, he fell silent, his gaze fixed on the direction of Miss Island. Strictly speaking, this was his inaugural combat mission outside Pebble Island. In the future, such encounters would be frequent. It would be a path of conquest or the act of conquering itself. The sea breeze howled past his ears as Jory's eyes glinted with a flicker of fervor at the increasingly imminent Miss Island. It was not until Jory and his crew's vessel reached the shore that the inhabitants of Miss Island became aware of the impending assault. Drawing forth his blade, Flame, Jory bellowed, "This is the battle of vengeance for Pebble Island. We shall quench our hatred with the blood of our enemies. Arm yourselves and join me in the charge." With Jory at the forefront, Simon and the others followed closely, forming an outwardly curved military formation, akin to a sharp blade thrusting towards the throngs of adversaries on Miss Island. The clash of weapons resounded, clang, bang, hiss, ah, The violent collisions of arms ignited vivid sparks as chaos erupted around them, filled with the sounds of struggle, shouts, and curses. The cries of the fallen, both friend and foe, echoed incessantly. Jory, wielding flame, ferociously cut down the foes before him, each adversary collapsing one after another in his wake. As time wore on, he seemed to enter a state of frenzy, growing more formidable with each strike. The slaughter persisted. The warriors of Pebble Island were akin to ferocious beasts, their momentum surging, while the enemies resembled docile sheep, easily vanquished and demoralized. Jory, along with his knights, surged through the enemy ranks, leaving devastation in their path. The battle on Miss Island grew ever more intense. Simon, leading a contingent of fighters, charged toward the castle of Miss Island. He had declared before his lord that he would bring back the head of Count Alexander Torrent, and he held steadfast to that conviction. Jory was unaware of the sheer number of enemies on Miss Island, but he showed no mercy to anyone wielding a weapon against them. All were deemed foes. No matter how rudimentary the weapon raised against him, Jory's resolve remained unshaken. To show mercy to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. That night, Miss Island was drenched in blood, lamentation, and sorrow. The area between Miss Island and Sweet Sister Island bore witness to particularly fierce fighting. One side comprised Sweet Sister Island and Elder Sister Island, seeking to aid Miss Island, while Pebble Island stood firm against the incoming reinforcements. In the face of the enemy's support, Pebble Island first unleashed a barrage of fire upon them, followed by volleys of thrown spears, causing significant losses to the opposing forces. As both sides drew closer, the ferocity of their combat intensified, with Pebble Island maintaining a clear advantage. As time elapsed, the enemy reinforcements dwindled to a mere fraction. The battle concluded only when a glimmer of dawn broke upon the horizon, leaving the opposing forces nearly annihilated in this maritime expanse. Morning arrived, marking the end of the conflict at Miss Lady Island. Notably, Simon engaged in a duel with Count Alexander de Torrent as he stormed the castle, showcasing his exquisite swordsmanship by severing Alexander's head from his body. True to his word, he presented the severed head to Jory. Jory extolled Simon's bravery on the spot, eliciting a smile from Simon in return. Subsequently, Jory ordered that Alexander's head be displayed on a high pole atop the castle, a grim spectacle intended to instill fear among the subjects of Miss Lady Island. The black, bronze, and red banner of Pebble Island was ultimately hoisted upon the castle of Miss Lady Island, signifying its new allegiance to Jory. The circumstances of this battle were conveyed to Pebble Island Castle. Upon learning of the news, Kevin rejoiced and inscribed the events in the year 298 of the long summer. Chapter 36, Uprooted. In the hall of Miss Lady Island Castle, after a brief half-hour slumber, Jory awakened. The first thing he did was to check his status panel. Title: Knight. Territory: Pebble Island, Alexander Manor, Miss Lady Island. Wealth: 9 million gold dragons to be received. Lord level 1. Farming achievement points. War points 10. Marketplace. Entry to the basic marketplace unlocked. Observing the changes in his war points, Jory felt elated. He believed that seizing territories was a swifter path to power than mere farming. At that moment, Dave, Russell, and Simon entered, appearing exceedingly fatigued. The three of them respectfully bowed to Jory. How many casualties did we sustain in the battle? Jory inquired. A total of 7 perished, all of whom were naval soldiers, having fallen due to insufficient vigilance. We have 15 severely injured, primarily from the Navy and a few from the light infantry, and 63 lightly wounded, Dave replied. Jory fell silent for a moment before stating, the enemies on Miss Lady Island are not numerous. However, the reinforcements that joined the fray were quite substantial. I wish to understand the specifics. My lord, after counting, there were only about 40 warriors capable of combat on Miss Lady Island. The rest were local subjects wielding weapons against us, since this is the enemy's home ground. Those who fell or were severely injured last night were primarily victims of sudden ambushes by the local populace, Russell remarked, his expression heavy. How many local subjects participated in the battle last night? Jory's gaze turned icy. My lord, there should be over 200, perhaps even more, Simon replied helplessly. Jory felt a jolt of astonishment within. The islanders of Biting Bay certainly lived up to their reputation for capriciousness and greed. Their audacity likely stemmed from their fighting spirit. He mused. However, recognizing the deep-rooted issues among these people, Jory resolved not to squander excessive time attempting to placate them, as it would be a thankless endeavor. Moreover, prior to him, many had embarked on similar endeavors, yet they suffered greatly at the hands of the inhabitants of Biting Bay. Jory felt compelled to learn from these lessons. Furthermore, we observed that the surviving subjects on Miss Island gazed at us with eyes brimming with animosity, and I feared they might retaliate at any moment. Simon's face betraying concern. How many of the inhabitants of Miss Island still live? Jory inquired of Simon. Simon cautiously replied, approximately 800 remain. Jory fell into contemplation, pondering how to address those who harbored such hatred towards them. During the subsequent assaults on Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island, vigilance against the islanders would be paramount. Reflecting on the gains and losses of the Miss Island conflict, Jory resolved that during the assault on Sweet Sister Island, his knights should wield shields in their left hands and swords in their right. Naturally, an ample supply of wildfire would also be essential, as it would expedite the progression of battle. After a moment of reflection, a chill entered Jory's gaze. Biting Bay resembled a great tree with decayed roots, utterly beyond salvation. I would rather uproot it entirely and replant anew. Upon hearing Jory's words, Simon's eyes widened in shock. My lord, do you mean to compel the inhabitants of Miss Island to toil ceaselessly until they perish? Jory replied coldly. And what of the children of Miss Island? Simon's face reflected his discomfort. Jory's gaze fixed intently on Simon. As for infants, they shall be entrusted to the servants of Pebble Island for care until they are grown and can join the young guard. The others will be dealt with as I have just outlined. Simon fell silent. During their labor, should anyone dare to assault us, they shall be executed, Jory stated matter-of-factly, directing his gaze towards Simon. Remember, mercy towards our enemies is cruelty towards ourselves. You surely do not wish for a day when one of them might rebel and take the opportunity to slay our kin and friends, do you? After listening, Simon appeared lost in thought, his face shadowed by sorrow. After a moment, he looked resolute. My lord, rest assured, I shall take on this ignoble task. From now on, I willingly offer myself as a sharp sword in your hand. Jory felt a sense of satisfaction within, though some hesitation lingered. Simon, I intend to entrust this matter to David. In the future, I wish to assign the castle of Miss Island to him. He shall be my first vassal. Upon hearing this, Simon felt joy for David. My lord, thank you immensely. I believe Lord David will be overjoyed. In Simon's heart, David was not only his foster father, but also the one who imparted various skills to him, which fostered Simon's deep respect for David. Jory looked at Simon earnestly and said, with Biting Bay, Sweet Sister Island, and Long Sister Island yet to be conquered, I hope that you, Simon, will become the second vassal of my domain. Simon immediately knelt on one knee. My lord, I, Simon, shall heed your commands, wherever your sword points. That shall be my assault. Jory helped Simon to his feet, smiling as he remarked, the inhabitants of Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island will be as challenging to confront as those of Miss Island. The plans for the assault on Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island must be meticulously crafted. However, I believe this time will not be prolonged. Simon nodded. Simon, those injured in this incident, you shall escort them back to Pebble Island for treatment by Scholar Kywin. Furthermore, you are responsible for the defense of Pebble Island. Inform David to come to Miss Island. Additionally, have Mary bring an assistant, as the castle on Miss Island requires a steward, Jory instructed Simon. As you command. Simon replied promptly. After watching Simon depart, Jory turned to Dave and Russell. You both should go and rest well. Dave and Russell nodded and exited the hall. The entrance was guarded by knights, and without Jory's permission, no one could enter. Jory sat on a bench. A wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he could not help but lay his head on the table and close his eyes. When Jory awoke, the sky outside had darkened. David and Mary had been silently keeping vigil in the hall, neither of them uttering a word. Jory clearly grasped the situation. A warm current coursed through his heart. David, Mary, I appreciate your efforts. David shook his head while Mary offered a faint smile. David, Simon should have informed you, Jory continued. My lord, rest assured. With me guarding Miss Island, there shall be no issues here. Excellent. I shall leave 30 knights and 70 young soldiers with you. Miss Island is entrusted to your care. And from now on, you shall be my foremost vassal. My lord, it suffices to leave 10 knights and 40 young soldiers. I am confident. No, David. The personnel I assign must also safeguard against the individuals from Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island. Of course, this will follow after I establish the watchtower and make initial improvements to the saline alkali soil of Miss Island. As you command. Remember, David, I reiterate one last time. Should anyone dare to retaliate against the subjects of Miss Island, they must be executed. By the 7 gods, I shall. David, please go and arrange for those subjects to commence their tasks. First, have them repair the castle, then construct the watchtower, the cellar, and expand the castle to have towering walls on all 4 sides, akin to Pebble Island. Do not concern yourself with financial matters. As you command. After David left the hall, only Jory and Mary remained. Mary could not meet Jory's gaze. Her face flushed with crimson. Mary, has your assistant arrived? My lord, she has. Before her arrival, did you instruct her on how to be a competent steward? I did. Your assistant will henceforth serve as the steward of Miss Island. aiding David in managing affairs on the island. Simon has already spoken to me, and I have instructed my assistant, Molly. In this battle, the families of the fallen or severely injured warriors require comfort, as well as assurance for their loved ones' future livelihoods. Mary, once you return to Pebble Island, you will address these matters. Before you leave, I shall provide you with a list. By the 7 gods, my lord, I shall fulfill your directives diligently. Mary, now, please accompany me to the bedroom. After a hurried rise, Jory swiftly made his way toward a bedroom adjacent to the hall. Mary observed Jory's retreating figure, her cheeks aflame. Bowing her head in contemplation for a moment, she silently followed in his wake, entering the bedroom alongside him. Subsequently, the two succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 37. The Sleepless Night of Bitten Bay, Sister Town. The countenances of all present bore a somber expression, clouded with concern. The Lord of Miss Island, Count Alexander Torrent, has perished, slain by the hand of that illegitimate son on Pebble Island. Upon hearing this news, disbelief washed over them. Pebble Island, a territory even more impoverished than their own. How could the illegitimate son possibly vanquish Count Alexander Torrent of Miss Island? Yet, the truth was undeniable. Leaving no room for doubt, Count Alexander Torrent's head now hung upon the castle of Miss Island. That illegitimate son, I never anticipated he would rise to such formidable heights. By the 7 gods, how long must he continue to receive their favor? In the battle for Miss Island, all the valiant warriors we dispatched for support perished. We have suffered grievously in Bitten Bay, and with Miss Island now under the control of that illegitimate son, this grievance must be avenged. It is lamentable that we did not spare any effort to eliminate him back then. Thomas rose in fury, shattering the cup in his hand upon the floor. The sound echoed as it splintered, scattering fragments everywhere. The Lord of Sweet Sister Island, Count Godric Bonnell, furrowed his brow. Can we not seek the support of the Aelin family from the valley? After all, our losses have been catastrophic, and we no longer hold the advantage in numbers. How can that illegitimate son command so many exceptional warriors? Why would they pledge their loyalty to him? This is a disgrace. Tristan Sunderland murmured in agreement, consumed by jealousy, yet also intimidated by the military strength of Pebble Island. Roland Landop listened quietly, his face deep in thought. Pebble Island, once scorned when under the dominion of the Pryor family, has now become immensely powerful in the hands of that illegitimate son, at least from his perspective. The only noble family in the valley capable of mobilizing such forces might be the Aelin family. If that illegitimate son could seize Miss Island so effortlessly, could he not also lay claim to Long Sister Island? Roland had a rough estimate of the military strength of the Sunderland family. Even when combining the forces of Long Sister Island, Sweet Sister Island, and Sister Town, they would still fall far short of half the military might of Pebble Island. Upon contemplating the current predicament, Roland appeared deeply troubled and anxious. He feared that, without formidable reinforcements, the next time that bastard attacked Sweet Sister Island, his head might end up displayed atop the castle like Alexander's. Such a fate was far from what Roland wished to witness. Hearing Godric's words, Toma's expression reflected disappointment. Godric. Had it been in the past, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, now, damned be the fool who claimed my Sunderland family conspired to murder that imbecile John and all the noblemen of the Vale, viewing us as venomous snakes and adversaries. If it weren't for our coastal isolation, we might have been targeted by those fools like the Barrises family of Fingerbone Peninsula. At this juncture, Toma's indignation boiled over. He had been unjustly accused of plotting against the former king, with no opportunity for explanation, leaving him at a loss for recourse. He seized the wine jug and took a hearty swig, the liquid rolling down his throat with a pronounced sound. Roland, do you have any solutions? Godric inquired. Turning to Roland. Roland shook his head, recalling that Alexander's wife had fortuitously remained in Sister's Keep with their child that day. Otherwise, the Torrent family would have met their demise. Roland's words jolted Godric, who pondered the deeper implications of this statement. Perhaps it would be prudent to send his wife and child away from Sweet Sister Island in advance, should anything happen to him. The Bonner family might still have a chance for resurgence. Noticing Godric's expression, Roland seemed to grasp his thoughts. Toma observed Roland and Godric, who refrained from their customary tirades. His gaze fell upon the still fuming Tristan, and he found himself harboring thoughts akin to Godric's. Once he and his vassals were free from worry, engaging in battle against that bastard from Pebble Island would not be devoid of possibility for victory. Sister Island, we must reclaim it for the Torrent family. To better confront Pebble Island, I have resolved to recruit the common folk in Bite Bay to assemble an army, combining the forces of the Long Sister Island, Sweet Sister Island, and Sister's Keep to utterly defeat that bastard, Toma declared steadfastly to Roland and Godric. How many do you intend to recruit, my lord Toma? Roland inquired. 1,000. Long Sister Island will recruit 700 commoners, Sweet Sister Island 300, bringing our combined forces to approximately 1,200, Toma responded, looking at Roland and Godric. Both Roland and Godric nodded in agreement. Within 3 days, we shall gather the forces, and then my Sunderland knights will lead their training, Toma continued. Understood. Roland and Godric replied in unison. Subsequently, the two hurriedly departed. After Thomas withdrew his gaze, it fell upon Tristan, his eyes radiating warmth. Tristan, tomorrow morning, take your mother, along with your brother and sister, and my chief knight, Ser Soren, as well as my attendant, Ser Jenny, and depart from Sister's Town. Carry with you 10,000 golden dragons from House Sunderland, and proceed to King's Landing to establish a new life. This was the first time Tristan had encountered such gentleness in Thomas's gaze, and he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing his father's words, he was filled with both emotion and discontent. Father, how can I leave you at this moment? I must stand by your side to vanquish that bastard. Thomas cast a cold, furious glance at Tristan, rebuking him. Utterly foolish. If you do not leave and remain here, do you wish to see the bloodline of House Sunderland extinguished? What of your brother? The moment Tristan spoke, he was silenced by the fierce glare of Thomas. Tristan, you are the heir I, Thomas, have personally chosen. You embody the hope of House Sunderland, for only you can carry it forward. Your brother, on the other hand, is a simpleton, blissfully unaware of his own ignorance, believing himself clever. At this juncture, Thomas's expression darkened. He was tempted to give his youngest son a sound thrashing. Tristan was momentarily speechless, realizing that in his father's eyes, he was still regarded as a worthy heir. Overwhelmed with emotion, he thought, Father, I am willing to heed your wishes. Thomas sighed with relief. Remember, upon reaching King's Landing, seek opportunities to approach the king, pledge your loyalty, and bide your time to restore House Sunderland. Tristan's expression shifted. Father, Thomas maintained a serious demeanor. One must recognize reality and avoid arrogance when faced with insurmountable challenges. Consult Ser Soren. His abilities are well acknowledged. Soren will assist you. Listening to Thomas, Tristan felt a heavy heart, coupled with a simmering resentment toward the Lord of Pebble Island. Leave me be. I wish to be alone for a while, Thomas huffed, directing his gaze toward Tristan. After a brief silence, Tristan spoke. Father, we must defeat that bastard from Pebble Island. My mother and I will await your messenger in King's Landing. Thomas's emotions were complex, yet his face remained calm. Tristan departed with a heavy heart. Thomas watched his son's retreating figure, filled with hope. He then turned, seized the wine jug from the long table, and indulged in hearty draughts, exclaiming, refreshing. Before long, Thomas's face flushed crimson. The scent of alcohol enveloped him, and he seethed with anger, pointing at the long table and berating, John, damn it, are you not the hand of the king? How could you allow another to poison you? Where is your former wisdom and brilliance? Utterly foolish. Curse that bastard. This time, I shall use my sword to sever your head and use it as a goblet. By the gods, perhaps the Sunderland family is doomed to conflict with bastards. Once, House Sunderland weakened due to the illegitimate offspring of House Blackfire, and now it falters once more because of another bastard. Is this a curse from the Seven upon House Sunderland? John, you fool. That night, many on Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Sister's Town found it difficult to find slumber. Chapter 38. Urgency. When Jory awoke, the hall was filled with the sound of singing. The Heavenly Father possesses a resolute and strong countenance, adjudicating errors and upholding justice, determining the length and height of blessings and longevity, while lovingly favoring the tender-hearted children. The Holy Mother brings forth the blessings of life, safeguarding and watching over every woman, her smile ultimately quelling strife and gently nurturing the little ones. Mary's voice resonates with a melodious charm, captivating to the core. Jory mused to himself, recognizing this song as a hymn of praise to the seven gods, known as the Song of the Seven Gods. After Mary's enchanting performance, Jory felt an uplifted spirit as he donned his attire and stepped out of the bedroom. Mary was at the long table in the hall, busily crafting gloves, her face aglow with radiance. Upon Jory's entrance, she paused her work and turned her gaze towards him. Jory responded with a smile, while Mary bashfully lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the ground. Observing her shyness, Jory felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. For her modesty was a beautiful sight in itself, he thought. After a brief moment, Mary regained her composure and approached Jory. Sir, you are awake. I am preparing to return to Pebble Island, she softly conveyed. Mary, wait for me on Pebble Island, Jory replied, his smile brightening. Mary blushed, remaining silent. I will send someone to escort you back. Upon your return, continue to procure supplies from our trading partners, primarily timber, stone, and leather armor, Jory gently instructed her. Mary listened attentively, her heart sweetened as if coated with syrup. After bidding farewell to Jory, Mary seemed to drift away like a breeze towards Pebble Island. Meanwhile, Jory focused his efforts on improving the saline alkaline land of Miss Island. He personally led the knights in a survey around Miss Island. According to Jory's exploration and estimations, should he successfully enhance the saline alkaline soil, he anticipated at least 50 acres of arable land on Miss Island. When factoring in Sweet Sister Island and Long Sister Island, Jory estimated the total could exceed 300 acres of cultivable land, if not more, which filled him with hope. Upon concluding his inspection, Jory penned a letter to Kevin, instructing him to transport all remaining resources for improving the saline alkaline land from Pebble Island to Miss Island, while also dispatching personnel to continue gathering such supplies. On his way back to the castle on Miss Island, Jory sensed the flickering eyes of the original settlers around him, filled with a glimmer of hatred, which sent a chill down his spine. He summoned David, assigning him to impose military control over the original settlers of Miss Island, consolidating them into a large camp to restrict their freedom as much as possible, while deploying supervisors to oversee their daily labor and prevent any idleness. To aid David in executing this plan effectively, Jory elaborated on a stringent system of oversight and the recruitment of personnel from the settlers of Pebble Island. David meticulously noted everything, resolute in adhering to Jory's directives. With these arrangements in place, Jory found himself at leisure and dispatched several members of the Red Fox personnel to infiltrate Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Sister S settlement, remaining ever vigilant to the happenings in Biting Bay. Jory, ever restless, was engrossed in strategizing how to seize the remaining islands of Bite Bay within the Grand Hall of Miss Lady's castle. As the night deepened, he received intelligence from the Red Fox personnel at Sister's camp, prompting a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated the prospect of Thomas leading an army against the very island he had just conquered. Although the 1,000 warriors Thomas was set to recruit were of low combat efficacy, their sheer numbers would still inflict weariness upon Jory's forces, a scenario he wished to avert. Gazing intently at the unclaimed territories of Bite Bay, Jory contemplated how to secure them, along with the expansion of his own army. Relying on war points and agrarian achievements to procure soldiers and upgrades proved too sluggish. His attention shifted to the Unsullied, for he was not lacking in resources, though this ambition would have to wait until he had fully claimed Bite Bay. His immediate goal was to swiftly annex the region, transforming it into his domain. As for the opinions from King's Landing, Jory felt indifferent. The vassals of vassals were not his concern. Should they demand an explanation, he had his strategies ready. At worst, he could feign allegiance like the House of Sunderland, while in reality, remaining aloof. He would discreetly amass strength, biding his time for the opportune moment. Of course, he knew he must maintain a facade of decorum, adhering to the established rules of the Seven Kingdoms. If his territorial interests were threatened, he would reconsider his approach, ready to overturn the tables and withdraw from their games. Contemplating these matters, Jory felt a sense of reassurance. Additionally, he remained acutely aware that the world of Game of Thrones lacked cannons and gunpowder. Over the years, he had learned from Kevin that the technological level of the current era was insufficient to meet the requirements for the invention of proper firearms. Jory identified two primary reasons: the presence of magic and dragons could substitute for firearms, and the unstable seasonal transitions rendered Westeros incapable of achieving the conditions necessary for an industrial society. Each winter claimed many lives, hampering productivity and leaving the region markedly backward. On the continent of Westeros, coal mines had yet to be discovered and utilized, with saltpeter and charcoal being exceedingly rare. Moreover, the closed-off nature of Westeros, coupled with its rigid class structure and elitist scientific knowledge, stifled technological innovation, leaving the populace with no inclination to seek change. The soil for an industrial revolution simply did not exist. In this world, the pinnacle of scientific invention was represented by the man-made weapon known as the giant crossbow. The deeper Jory delved into these thoughts, the more grave his expression became. To cultivate the groundwork for an industrial revolution, one must first ensure the populace's basic needs are met and gradually reshape their mindset, an endeavor that could not be accomplished overnight. To guarantee that people's needs were satisfied, it would be ideal for this world to resonate with a singular voice, acting in accordance with his own will. Thus, unifying this realm would become the first step, eliminating any obstacles to that unity. To propel the advancement of the world, bloodshed and sacrifice are indispensable. War, too, is inescapable. A modest objective is set, to seize the Biting Bay, and it must be accomplished before the response from King's Landing. Recalling the wildfire used in the previous assault on Miss Island, Jory felt a lingering trepidation. He had never anticipated that this wildfire was fraught with peril. Should the wind shift, it could very well engulf his own side. Jory had inquired with Kevin, who informed him that wildfire is volatile and unstable. These are common knowledge. However, its formidable power is equally well known. and often its flaws are willfully overlooked in light of its might. Jory resolved that upon capturing Biting Bay, he would ensure that the members of the Red Fox acquired the technology to produce wildfire, subsequently improving it to transform it into a safer weapon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a letter was delivered by a Red Fox member stationed on Miss Island. Upon reading the letter, Jory's expression shifted dramatically. He resolved that the plans to assault Elder Sister Island and Sweet Sister Island must be expedited. As for Pebble Island, he would not be returning there for the time being. For the letter conveyed that the newly appointed guardian of the Eastern Territories would arrive in the valley within a fortnight. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. Biting Bay must be entirely secured. Chapter 39. Chaos is a ladder. As night descended, the entire river bay lay in slumber, with only the manned river stirring slightly with ripples. The Southern Guardian, protector of the borderlands, Duke Mestelier, the supreme commander of River Bay, waited at the confluence of the manned river and the Red Cross River, following the information received in an anonymous letter. Naturally, he was accompanied by his chief guard, Nick. Nick, the illegitimate son of River Bay, was a formidable figure, with dark skin and sparse hair, with only a few stubborn strands fluttering in the breeze. At that moment, his brow was furrowed in concern. He could not fathom why Duke Mestelier had chosen to evade everyone and come here at this late hour. Perhaps he had arranged a meeting with someone here, Nick pondered. Just as he contemplated this, his vigilant gaze fell upon a figure approaching through the darkness. Observing the cloaked individual, Nick calmly placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing sharply at the figure clad in black. Meanwhile, Mestelier glared at this person who dared to keep him waiting in the dead of night, thinking, "You had better provide me with an explanation for this delay." Mestelier's reaction was one of considerable displeasure. The cloaked figure chuckled softly, saying, "There are matters I wish to discuss solely with you." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Nick. Nick's expression changed dramatically. "My lord, step back. I have matters to discuss with this gentleman," he said. Mestelier hesitated only a moment before deciding to heed the words of the cloaked figure, intrigued to learn how this person could facilitate his daughter's ascension to the role of queen. Nick opened his mouth, directing an angry glare at the cloaked figure. "I assure you, should you harbor any ill intentions towards my lord, I will sever your head and use it as a goblet." Ultimately, under the piercing gaze of Maze, Nick retreated a few steps. Now, he was far from us, so there was no need to worry about him overhearing. "Well then, sir, what is your opinion?" Maze calmly inquired of the cloaked man. Though his tone was serene, it still conveyed an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Esteemed guardian of the southern lands, protector of the borders, Duke of Highgarden, supreme commander of the River Bay, Lord Maze Tiller, if my delay has caused you displeasure, I apologize. That was not my intention. As you know, traveling from King's Landing to this place is no easy feat. Maze's expression softened as he curiously regarded the cloaked figure. The continuation of this conversation hinged upon you. I must ascertain your identity, for I refuse to be a mere pawn in this game. In King's Landing, there are only two types of individuals, players or pawns. The cloaked figure interjected. Who would willingly choose to be a damned pawn? Maze cursed, his gaze fixed on the figure with palpable distrust. Very well, Lord Duke Maze Tiller. I suspect that if I do not reveal my identity, you would be reluctant to continue this dialogue, the cloaked man said, pulling down the hood that shrouded his face. Maze beheld the true visage of the cloaked figure, a handsome countenance. He possessed striking gray-green eyes, a small tuft of beard on his chin, and dark hair interspersed with strands of gray. "You are Peter Baelish." Maze's expression turned cold, revulsion evident in his gaze. Peter remained silent for a moment before responding. "I understand that no matter what I say, it would be difficult to defend myself. Yet, I must state." Maze met him with silence, his skepticism evident. "How did you arrive here from King's Landing? After all, no one harbors fondness for the murderer of a king." Peter felt a surge of anger but managed a slight smile, though his gray-green eyes remained devoid of mirth. "Search high and low in King's Landing, and you will find no one bearing the emblem of a mechanical bird on their chest. Yet that does not imply that I, Peter Baelish, lack friends within the city." Maze was taken aback. "Did His Majesty spare you?" Peter returned the smile, leaving Maze uncertain of the source of his confidence, yet he chose not to delve deeper. At that moment, Maze was primarily concerned with how to elevate his daughter to the status of queen. "The anonymous letter was pinned by you. Now, tell me, how do you intend to make my daughter queen?" Maze's gaze sharpened as it bore into Peter. Peter felt a sense of relief. The esteemed Lord Baelish lived up to his reputation, he thought. As I previously mentioned, in King's Landing, there are only two types of people, players or pawns, and clearly, the same applies beyond the city walls. A slight smirk graced Peter's lips as his demeanor remained calm. Maze furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that someone covets the Iron Throne?" "No, I never stated that," Peter continued, noting the displeasure on Mace's face. "Of course, This is merely your conjecture. I have never claimed otherwise. Mace's expression shifted, prompting him to inquire further. Who will take the seat? Peter shook his head. Some hope it will be Stannis Baratheon, the Duke of Dragonstone, while others wish for Renly Baratheon, the Duke of Storm's End. Naturally, there are those who aspire for our Prince Joffrey Baratheon to ascend as well. As I mentioned, some desire Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, or Renly Baratheon of Storm's End, or even Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Stannis and Renly, they are both Baratheons. Respected Duke Mace, you are aware that the king harbors no fondness for them. Peter paused, then continued. Regarding your concerns, they are inconsequential. Each individual harbors desires. Understanding those desires allows one to comprehend others, thus enabling manipulation. Even Stannis and Renly, who share Baratheon blood with the king. Mace, taken aback by Peter's words, gazed at him with newfound wariness. By the gods above, who knows what trickery Littlefinger is engaged in, Mace thought. Now, returning to our earlier discussion regarding my daughter. How shall she ascend to become queen? Mace was indifferent to Peter's musings. His singular focus remained on his daughter's royal aspirations, his gaze earnest upon Peter. Peter smiled. If Stannis Baratheon becomes king, then your daughter stands no chance. Mace nodded, fully aware of Stannis's character. Serious, reserved, just, unwavering, uncompromising, and scrupulous in matters of law. Devoid of flexibility and cold in his dealings with others. Should Stannis ascend the throne, he would never consider divorcing his wife. This is known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Peter continued. Mace felt a stirring within him. Renly, with his handsome visage, amiable demeanor, and an extraordinary charm, inspires greater confidence among the people of the Seven Kingdoms. To Mace, Renly's charisma and generosity left a lasting impression. He believed that if Renly became king and his daughter queen, the Tyrell family would ascend to unparalleled heights. Yet, doubts lingered in Mace's heart. Even if King Robert were to meet an untimely end, Joffrey still had a significant chance of inheriting the Iron Throne. What if it were Prince Joffrey? He is wed to a Stark. If he were to claim the Iron Throne, my daughter would forever be denied her opportunity. Mace turned to Peter, his gaze sharp as a blade. Peter met Mace's stare with candor. If the king is no longer Robert I, and the Starks are no longer the hand of the king, I believe, based on my understanding of the queen, she would ardently oppose any union between the Baratheons and the Starks. Rest assured, I shall exert my efforts to orchestrate this matter. Mace withdrew his gaze, pondering for a moment. Your words, as always, carry an undeniable truth. I am convinced that you are indeed the second most cunning individual in the Seven Kingdoms. Peter shrugged, his expression one of resignation. If you must perceive it that way, then I suppose it is a compliment to me. However, your assistance comes at a price. Does it not? I find it hard to believe that you are genuinely inclined to be so helpful, Mace said with a solemn countenance. Well, your Grace Mace, you are gravely mistaken. I am indeed a person who finds joy in aiding others. Yet, you are correct. Everyone harbors their own desires, myself included, Peter replied. State your request, Peter, Mace spoke in a calm tone. As long as it does not involve the Vale, the Riverlands, Dorne, the North, or Casterly Rock, I shall provide my assistance and support without hesitation. Mace responded resolutely. That sounds promising, esteemed Duke Mace. Soon, your daughter will undoubtedly be the most cherished queen within the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, I will require some aid from the Tully family, Peter said with a smile. No problem, Mace readily agreed. Once I return to King's Landing and make the necessary arrangements, I shall send word detailing the assistance I require. Peter looked at Mace, refraining from elaborating further. Then, the help from House Tully will be promptly delivered, Mace replied with a smile. The two exchanged glances, both inadvertently breaking into smiles. Chaos is a staircase, Peter mused. Subsequently, he departed from the Riverlands, silently making his way to King's Landing. Chapter 40. Vain and the noble bastard. The waves howled like the futile sighs of humanity. Jory's brow was furrowed deeply, his gaze directed towards Sweet Sister Island, revealing a hint of longing. The sea breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing sensation. The recent appointment of a guardian from the east by the king stirred a sense of agitation within Jory. He must seize Bite Bay before this guardian arrives. However, the thought of the subjects from Bite Bay, Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Sisterton aiding in battle made Jory's head throb. On Miss Island, Jory had stationed over 600 men, with 100 tasked with overseeing the subjects to prevent rebellion. This meant he could muster approximately 500 warriors for combat. If he committed fully to the assault on Sweet Sister Island, it might not be impossible to conquer it. Nevertheless, the cost could be far greater than attacking Miss Island. Sisterton and Long Sister Island would not idly stand by while Sweet Sister Island was besieged. The Sunderland family would undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements. They surely understood the principle of mutual vulnerability. It was precisely this awareness that weighed on Jory's mind, for he knew that attacking Sweet Sister Island was, in essence, an assault on Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Sisterdom. The notion of first targeting Sweet Sister Island and then Long Sister Island had proven overly simplistic. A swift victory would render Bai Bei his spoils, but a defeat would necessitate a more gradual approach. The Battle of Sweet Sister Island will determine who shall reign as the Lord of Biting Bay. Jory has already dispatched a letter to Kevin, instructing him to oversee the blacksmiths on Pebble Island as they toil day and night to forge the colossal crossbows. Simultaneously, he has sent word to Mary to gather wildfire. In order to secure a decisive victory, he must prepare thoroughly. Of course, Jory has allotted them only 3 days to ready these provisions. As he turned to return to the castle on Maiden Island, David sent a messenger to inform him that a matter required his attention. Without hesitation, Jory hastened towards the castle. Upon entering the hall, he beheld a robust middle-aged man alongside a girl clad in resplendent blue attire. They awaited patiently in the hall, with David standing by their side. The moment David caught sight of Jory, he bowed respectfully, stating, "My lord, I shall take charge of this matter." Thus, David positioned himself at the entrance of the hall. The middle-aged man and the girl both fixed their gaze upon Jory. "Greetings, esteemed sir," the man began. Jory, feeling a tinge of confusion, replied, "Sir Vane, I recall your family residing in the Dairy Isles. What brings you here on this occasion?" Vane's countenance shifted to one of anger. "The Lord has taken an interest in my daughter, yet he is nearing 60. I refuse to see her leap into a fiery pit." Jory remained composed, pondering the relevance of this issue to him. Noticing Jory's indifference, Vane suddenly took a step back and knelt on one knee. "Esteemed sir, I wish to pledge my allegiance to you in hopes of securing your protection for my daughter." Jory scrutinized Vane's expression, which appeared to be one of sincerity, yet the veracity of his claims required further investigation. "Sir Vane, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request," Jory stated firmly. This individual's origins were unclear, and there was no assurance of his genuine loyalty. Moreover, the matters he presented had yet to be verified and were thus deemed untrustworthy. Jory mused. He had no desire to engage in conflict with another lord over such a questionable individual. However, should sufficient incentives arise, he might reconsider. Amelia, who had been bowing her head, finally lifted it to gaze at Jory, her eyes wide with surprise. She had not anticipated that the Lord of Pebble Island would possess such striking handsomeness. Yet, upon recalling her father's rejection by Jory, disappointment washed over her. Fortunately, she had not harbored great expectations for this encounter. Upon hearing Jory's words, Vane fell silent for a moment before rising. "I apologize for the embarrassment, my lord." "Sir Vane, regarding your earlier statement, I shall require time for verification. 3 days hence, I will deliberate on your offer of fealty," Jory responded, his gaze steady. Jory had suddenly considered that he might need to seize the territory mentioned by Vane in the future, and this individual undoubtedly possessed valuable knowledge of that land. Once the Red Fox members confirmed the truth of Vane's assertions, accepting him would not pose a significant issue. Did that lord truly dare to wage war against him? If he did, it would provide a splendid justification for seizing his territory. A sense of relief washed over Wayne. This was indeed fortuitous, though it meant he would have to remain here for an additional 3 days. "Sir Wayne, I shall ensure arrangements are made for you and your daughter to stay, as if you were in your own home." At this juncture, Jory cast a glance at Amelia, momentarily taken aback. Elegant and resplendent, that was Jory's impression of Amelia. He quickly diverted his gaze, for Wayne's attention had remained fixed upon him. Wayne's eyes flitted between Jory and Amelia, lost in contemplation. "By the 7. Those are the most exquisite words I have heard in quite some time," Wayne replied with a smile. "Sir Wayne, may I pose a question to you, if it is not too much trouble?" Jory inquired. "Esteemed sir, I shall answer whatever you wish to ask," Wayne responded with humility, his gaze sincere. "You see, in the Vale, I am a lord born of wedlock. This is common knowledge. Among the many lords of the Vale, why would you choose me?" Jory's eyes were filled with curiosity, revealing a perplexity that lingered within him. Wayne paused for a moment before addressing Jory earnestly. "Esteemed sir, you are a knight personally bestowed by the hand of the former king, a recognition that cannot be denied. Moreover, I witnessed your valor at the banquet 8 years ago, where you triumphed over the heir of House Stark, Duke John, who has often extolled your wisdom before many. Indeed, I have also heard of your military prowess from the Battle of Pebble Island 8 years ago. I hold your tactical genius in high regard, especially considering you were merely 8 at the time. Before escaping from the Isle of Milk, I heard the Lord speak of your conquest of Maiden Isle, and to hear of your exploits again after 8 years astounded me. Prior to my arrival at Maiden Isle, I visited Pebble Island and learned from your subjects that you are a benevolent lord, the finest I have encountered in the Vale. As your subjects attest, you are a gift from the Seven. Through various inquiries, I have come to believe you are capable, compassionate, generous, and youthful, worthy of the allegiance of House Woodhall. Deserving of my oath of fealty. Even if you are a bastard, you are nonetheless a noble bastard. Upon hearing Wayne's heartfelt words, Jory felt a tumult within him. He had not anticipated that someone was quietly observing him, which indeed took him by surprise. A noble bastard? Jory found this notion intriguing. Sir Wayne. You just mentioned the allegiance of House Woodhall, Jory asked, puzzled. Wayne's face bore a sorrowful expression. The Woodhall family now consisted solely of Amelia and himself. The others had been slain by agents of the Lord to whom he had pledged his fealty. At this juncture, Wayne abruptly turned to Jory and solemnly declared, Esteemed sir, I must convey a grave piece of news. The Sunderland family from Biting Bay has made contact with the Lord of Milk Isle, to whom I was previously loyal. It is highly probable that they will conspire against you. Upon hearing Wayne's words, a weight of seriousness settled upon Jory's countenance. However, considering the formidable defenses of Pebble Isle and the soldiers stationed there, Jory felt a surge of confidence. Should that lord dare to assault Pebble Isle? I shall have his head displayed upon its castle walls for all to behold, Jory remarked, his gaze sharpening with disdain. Witnessing Jory's unwavering conviction, Wayne's resolve to pledge his loyalty to the young lord solidified further. Amelia, observing Jory's confident demeanor, felt a spark of hope ignite within her. Sir Wayne, I am grateful for your revelation. I believe that in 3 days, provided my men ascertain no discrepancies, I shall not decline your oath of fealty to me, Jory said, his expression softening as he regarded Wayne. Wayne nodded, a broad smile illuminating his face. By the gods above, may good fortune be upon us. He then mentioned, You have just met David. He is my first vassal, and this missile shall be his domain henceforth. Jory cast a deep glance at Wayne, seemingly mentioning it casually. Upon hearing this, Wayne felt a surge of excitement. The Woodhall family had always been landless knights, yet from Jory's words, he grasped the profound implication. Should he pledge his loyalty to this young lord, he might one day secure a fief for the Woodhall family based on his merits, thus elevating his station and becoming a true noble. Calming his inner turmoil, Wayne respectfully lowered his gaze. That Sir David possesses his own fief is a testament to your generosity and kindness. For a knight, it is akin to the blessings of the 7 gods. Jory smiled in response. He then instructed his steward, Marjorie, to arrange accommodations for Wayne and Amelia, redirecting his focus to devising a strategy for the assault on Sweet Sister Isle. During this time, he penned a letter requesting the members of the Red Fox on Pebble Isle to gather all intelligence regarding Wayne and Milk Isle. As nightfall descended silently. Chapter 41. Amelia commenced. Amelia, what do you think of Sir Jory? Wayne inquired, seated upon the bench in their chamber, as he gazed at Amelia, who stood lost in thought by the window. Amelia's cheeks flushed. She understood her father's implication and felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, she replied earnestly, He is rather commendable. At the very least, I do not dislike him. Wayne's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he jested, Amelia, I can scarcely believe those words have escaped your lips, that you would find him commendable. This is indeed a first for me. Father, Amelia playfully glared at Wayne, her tone laced with a hint of affection. Vane smiled gently. My dear Amelia, there is nothing to worry about. Back in the day, your mother and I. Before Vane could finish, Amelia interjected, Father, have you truly decided to pledge your loyalty to Sir Jory? Vane paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, Indeed, in the valley, I believe there exists no lord more admirable, kind, and generous than he. Moreover, my reputation in the valley is perhaps more foul than excrement. Amelia's face flushed with shame and guilt. It is all my fault. If it were not for me, Father would not. Amelia. Silence. Vane retorted sharply. Amelia began to sob. Upon witnessing this, Vane's heart softened. Your mother and your brother did not regret their choices, even in their final moments. They wished for me to escape that dreadful place with you. Look, we have already fled, and here we can converse, and even rest in peace. I have fulfilled your mother's and brother's wishes. Amelia, they do not blame you, nor harbor resentment. Do not blame yourself. You must be strong. As Vane spoke, sorrow filled his eyes, tears welling up. Hearing her father's words, Amelia felt a pang in her heart. However, upon seeing his expression, she rushed into his embrace. Wishing to alleviate his pain in any way she could, Vane held Amelia close, gently stroking her hair with his rough right hand, his eyes brimming with affection. Suppressing his own grief, he was a man, and above all, he was Amelia's father, determined to shield her from life's tempests. This was his solemn duty. Intertwined with the legacies of Amelia's mother and brother, in the revival of the Woodhall family. With this resolve, Vane's gaze regained its steadfastness. Amelia, you know, the entirety of the Woodhall family rests upon our shoulders now. We must live on with purpose. As for the blood feud concerning your mother and brother, I will seek retribution, I promise. Vane's eyes sparkled with a fierce hatred. Father, I will avenge this blood feud with you. I am also a Woodhall. Amelia lifted her head, her eyes resolute as she gazed at Vane. Yes, you are a Woodhall. Together, we shall seek vengeance. Vane's demeanor softened as he looked tenderly at Amelia. To seek vengeance, one must possess sufficient strength, he lamented. Clearly, father, we do not, Amelia said calmly. Vane felt a twinge of pain and guilt, believing himself inadequate. No, father, in my eyes, you are the best and greatest father in the world. You must know that I have always held this view, Amelia declared proudly, her face glowing with pride. Seeing this, Vane felt a warmth surge within him. Father, although we lack strength, Ser Jorah possesses it. Perhaps we can leverage his power for our revenge. Amelia's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Wayne fell silent. For Ser Jorah did not trust him at present. Perhaps, in 3 days, a resolution would emerge. Father, verify within 3 days what has transpired with us. Ser Jorah is so confident. What do you think? Amelia's countenance was grave. Wayne pondered deeply and suddenly realized, Amelia, do you mean to suggest that Ser Jorah possesses his own intelligence network? And that it can infiltrate that scoundrel's domain? Wayne felt incredulous. Establishing an intelligence network is no simple feat. It is, at the very least, an enterprise that demands considerable financial resources. In the valley, he had not heard of any noble establishing such a network, at least not overtly. Furthermore, if any noble were to clandestinely form an intelligence network, it would surely be a formidable one. But is Pebble Island truly powerful? It seems wealthy indeed. The castle on Pebble Island is grander than any he had ever seen. Father, do you believe Ser Jorah would lie to us? Amelia pressed on. No, he has no reason to deceive us, and I can discern his sincerity. Wayne replied with conviction. Father, I recall that Ser Jorah captured Miss Island in less than a day's time, and his men annihilated the reinforcements of the Sunderland family. Moreover, do you remember the number of warriors we encountered on our way to Miss Island? Amelia furrowed her brow, her eyes growing brighter. Wayne hesitated. 100 warriors? Amelia shook her head. No, based on my observations, there were at least 300 warriors, all as robust as you, father, possessing a similar demeanor. Wayne's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Indeed, I do not misspeak. I am certain there were at least 300 warriors, Amelia stated earnestly. If Ser Jorah commands such a number, then even Biding Bay cannot contend with him, Wayne remarked, furrowing his brow at Amelia. Perhaps Ser Jorah has his own considerations. Amelia said with a faint smile. However, all this power belongs to Ser Jorah. How can we persuade him to lend it to us? A bitter taste crept into Wayne's voice. Father, Pebble Island is in need of a lady of the manor, Amelia said calmly, as if discussing something unrelated. Amelia. Wayne's expression turned to one of shock, his heart in turmoil. Father, look, Ser Jorah is young and handsome, formidable yet composed, generous and kind. If he were to indeed become the Lord of Pebble Island, it would be a boon for me. Amelia smiled, her demeanor serene. Wayne gazed at Amelia before him and suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. Was this still his Amelia? The innocent and carefree Amelia? He realized that Amelia had matured, developing her own opinions. Wayne felt somewhat disoriented. As he reflected, he pondered when exactly Amelia had transformed into her current self. Was it the death of her mother? Or the tragic moment when her brother perished in her arms to protect her? Perhaps it was the decline of the Woodhall family as he brought Amelia to Miss Island. Seeking to pledge allegiance to Ser Jorah, Vane fell into silence. Reason told him that if Amelia truly became the lady of Ser Jorah, their blood feud might be avenged, and the Woodhall family could rise again. Yet, Vane's heart remained heavy, burdened with reluctance and guilt. Father, you know, it was you who always shielded me in the past. I wish to be the one to protect you in the future. You are my last remaining kin in this world. Tears streamed down Amelia's face uncontrollably. Vane's expression stiffened as he lowered his head, feeling an overwhelming weight in his heart. From a young age, Father, you had someone teach me the etiquette of nobility and the skills to manage a castle. I even took the initiative to learn several languages, dabbled in medicine, and practiced swordsmanship and horsemanship. I could even weave and sew. Moreover, I do not consider myself unremarkable in appearance. I possess no arrogance, and I can sing. Being of the same age as Ser Jorah, I believe I still have a chance to become the Lady of Pebble Island. Of course, to achieve that, I will need your assistance, Father. Amelia's words caused Vane to suddenly lift his gaze to her. Amelia, you know I would give everything for you. His Amelia was indeed remarkable, and as a father, he felt immense pride. No, Father, I only need you to become Ser Jorah's vassal and earn his trust. Amelia quickly interjected, feeling a sense of relief. Vane seemed to realize something and nodded firmly. In 3 days, I will pledge my loyalty to Ser Jorah. Amelia smiled brightly. Then, Father, becoming Ser Jorah's vassal is not far off. I believe in your abilities. Vayne returned her smile. He had won the Valley Spear tournament multiple times and had participated in numerous battles alongside Duke John. He felt confident in his command of military tactics. However, his true prowess lay in swordsmanship. Within the Seven Kingdoms, he believed his sword skills ranked among the top 20. Chapter 42. Poisoned 2 days later. In the stewardess' bedroom on Miss Island, Jasmine was reviewing the accounts. When she noticed a cloaked servant enter, displeasure crossed her face. What brings you here? Jasmine scrutinized the servant, who had come from Pebble Island, her brown eyes devoid of emotion. I am here to deliver a message for our esteemed lord, the servant said, unfurling the parchment in their hand as they approached Jasmine. She sized up the servant before her, her brow furrowing. Who are you? Oh, beautiful Miss Jasmine. How did you discover my identity? The servant beamed with a radiant smile, their gaze calm. Jasmine's expression shifted. The servants of Pebble Island would not behave so rudely. Her face paled as she felt a surge of anxiety. Gazing at the figure before her, adorned with the same visage yet not the same individual, Jasmine felt a twinge of fear. The dark-clad servant appeared to grasp the situation with sudden clarity. Jasmine silently regarded the figure in black. Driven by her unwavering loyalty to her lord, she regained her composure and inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? Her pupils dilated sharply. Moments later, Jasmine rose in indignation, declaring, regardless of your identity, should you wish to harm our esteemed lord, I shall never allow you to succeed. No sooner had she spoken than she called out, Help. There is. The dark figure's gaze turned icy as it swiftly approached, covering Jasmine's mouth and swiftly slashing her throat with a dagger. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Jasmine's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression etched with shock. The dark figure muttered in displeasure, every mortal must face death. It was only when Jasmine fell silent that the figure released her, hearing footsteps outside. The dark figure bowed its head and caressed Jasmine's face. In that fleeting moment, the visage of the dark figure mirrored Jasmine's own. Draping Jasmine's lifeless body with a black cloak, the figure revealed a gray garment beneath, then proceeded toward the door, preparing to confront the approaching presence. Jasmine. We heard your cries. 2 knights who had hurried over cast a puzzled glance at the figure in black. Apologies, I encountered a mouse and was startled. The dark figure feigned trepidation. The knights, upon hearing this explanation, nodded impassively before turning to leave. As they departed, the dark figure furrowed its brow. The castle's defenses were more formidable than anticipated. 2 days prior, it had stealthily infiltrated the lady's castle at night, meticulously observing Jasmine's every action. Every detail had been committed to memory, yet an opportunity to engage Jasmine alone had eluded it. Fortunately, the objective had now been achieved. Subsequently, the dark figure returned to the chamber, disregarding the deceased Jasmine, and produced a small black vial from its cloak. It recalled that Jasmine personally oversaw the arrangement of the milk. Scanning the surroundings, the figure noticed a cup on the long table, accompanied by a wine pouch. Approaching the table, the dark figure sniffed the cup and turned its gaze to the pouch. Upon swiftly opening the wine pouch and discovering it contained milk, the figure smiled. It poured the milk into the cup, removed the cork from the black vial, and poured the dark purple liquid into the milk. After a few shakes, the purple liquid blended seamlessly with the milk, rendering it indistinguishable from its original hue. Laced with the strangler, a single sip would ensure certain death, the dark figure mused. It calculated the time for Jory's meal, and when the time arrived, a servant brought forth rye bread and lamb. The dark figure carefully placed the milk atop the serving. After the departure of the servant, the man in black finally approached the grand hall of the Lady Island Lord, carrying food. Jory had been dining in the hall. Standing by the window, feeling the gentle breeze while reminiscing various military strategies, hoping they might be useful in the assault on Sweet Sister Island. He rummaged through various tactics, seeking to capture the island with minimal cost, yet found himself at a loss. It was only when he saw Jasmine entering with the food that he realized he felt a twinge of hunger. He approached the long table and seated himself in a chair. Jasmine placed the food before him and then turned to exit the Lord's Hall, heading towards the steward's quarters. Jory sensed something peculiar about Jasmine today. Normally, she would respectfully address him, saying, "My lord, please enjoy your meal." But today, she remained utterly silent. Nevertheless, Jory did not dwell on it. His focus was solely on the food before him. Quickly, he devoured the rye bread, feasted on the lamb, and drank the milk with great satisfaction. However, as he rapidly consumed the meal, a sudden darkness engulfed him, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Jory's complexion changed dramatically as he realized the horrifying truth. He had been poisoned. His face contorted in agony, his entire body felt as if it were being shredded by knives. He sensed the potency of the poison coursing through him. The world around him faded to black, an overwhelming fatigue consuming him, and cold sweat poured from his brow. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain and swiftly reached into his bosom with his right hand. Without hesitation, Jory retrieved the antidote and swallowed it hastily. As it slid down his throat, a slight relief washed over him, but moments later, he let out a horrific scream. Then, darkness took over, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The 4 knights stationed at the entrance of the hall rushed towards Jory. One knight immediately dashed to find David, while the others worked together to lift Jory and place him on the bed in the chamber. Upon learning of Jory's predicament, David's face darkened with fury as he hurried to the hall. When he arrived in the chamber and beheld Jory's ashen visage, he understood the dire situation. Jory had been poisoned. What happened? David demanded angrily. Sir, just moments ago, Jasmine brought the meal, and shortly after he finished, this transpired, several knights hastily explained. What? David's eyes glinted with a feral intensity as he turned to one of the knights. Fetch Jasmine at once. I will personally interrogate her regarding her betrayal of the Lord. As you command, the knight responded, bolting from the chamber towards the steward's quarters. David then ordered another knight to head to Pebble Island to summon Kevin in order to treat Jory. Subsequently, David decreed that the entire Lady Island castle be placed under lockdown, with all servants being secured. At that moment, a soldier from the young guard rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, the inhabitants of Miss Island have revolted. We have sustained injuries. Upon hearing this news, a cruel smile crept across David's face, his gaze icy. Kill them all, he commanded, the entire room enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. The young guard, pale-faced, replied, As you wish. I will personally attend to this matter. The moment my lord was poisoned, the people of Miss Island erupted in chaos. If anyone claims there is no connection, I shall not believe it. I will spare no one, David declared darkly. Immediately, he summoned 100 warriors in Jory's name to secure the area around him. Having arranged everything, David, filled with a fierce desire for vengeance, proceeded towards the encampment where the inhabitants of Miss Island were being held. Upon leaving the castle, he learned that Jasmine had already met her demise, having been murdered. David deduced that Jory's poisoning was unrelated to Jasmine, and the true culprit resided elsewhere. This perpetrator was either among the servants in the castle or mingling with the people of Miss Island. At this juncture, David felt no inclination to investigate further. He was resolute in one thing. Exterminating these individuals would lead to the death of the true murderer. He sought retribution for Jory. The assassin must die. Chapter 43. The faceless one Wayne and Amelia were roused from their slumber by the commotion within the castle. Before they could exit their quarters, they were intercepted by dozens of knights. The expressions of Wayne and Amelia shifted dramatically. The Lord has been poisoned, and his fate remains uncertain. As outsiders, you are not permitted to leave your room until the assailant is identified, stated the lead knight, his face devoid of emotion. Wayne appeared astonished, while concern etched itself on Amelia's face. They gazed at the multitude of knights blocking their way, opening their mouths to speak but finding themselves at a loss for words. Reluctantly, they retreated back into their room. Damn it, who is the scoundrel responsible? If I find out, I will surely take his head, Wayne fumed. The knights outside rendered him powerless. Being unable to leave felt akin to imprisonment. This reality was not lost on Wayne, and Amelia understood it well. Father, we have been ensnared by someone, but I cannot fathom who would wish to poison Sir Jory, Amelia expressed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wayne regained his composure, contemplating the various lords of the valleys that flitted through his mind. Yet, he could not identify anyone harboring a deep-seated grudge against Sir Jory. Aside from the Sunderland family, he truly could not think of another. With his thoughts leading to a dead end, Wayne's face fell in despair. If something befell Sir Jory, who among the 7 kingdoms would be willing to pledge allegiance to a knight with a reputation more putrid than refuse? The answer was none. In that moment, Wayne fervently wished that the 7 gods would bestow their blessings upon Jory, ensuring his safety. Amelia, too, was burdened with heavy thoughts, envisioning the direst consequences should Jory perish. Caught off guard by the situation, she found herself at a loss. David cast a frigid glance over the assembly of the residents of Miss Island, encircled by over 300 furious warriors. Undeterred, the residents wore expressions rife with hatred and resentment, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie silence. Among them, a figure clad in black lurked, observing David and his companions with a smirk, pondering the inevitability of mortality. Drawing his long sword, David pointed it at the unarmed residents, his gaze piercing and merciless as he declared, Everyone, heed my command. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single soul. His frigid words sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, striking terror into the hearts of all present. The black-clad figure stiffened, utterly astonished by the leader's unhinged fervor. 600 souls were at stake. It dawned upon him that he had gravely underestimated Jory's standing among these warriors. How could a bastard knight wield such influence? It was utterly unfathomable and terrifying, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. At David's command, the throng of over 300 warriors, including more than 50 archers, drew their bows, aiming at the residents. The black-tipped arrows glimmered with an otherworldly sheen, chilling the onlookers to their core. In the next moment, the air was filled with the whistling of arrows, followed by a cacophony of screams. Blood soaked the ground, and lifeless bodies sprawled across the earth. As the volley concluded, the remaining residents reacted with a chorus of curses, desperate pleas, and utter despair. David appeared impervious to their cries. Another round of arrows was unleashed, and thus, the massacre resumed. Only the presence of a higher authority could halt the slaughter, David mused. The black-clad figure, who had sought to poison Jory, trembled with fear. He had not anticipated that his infiltration among the residents would lead to his eternal entrapment on Miss Island. Should he ever have the chance again? He vowed never to repeat the same folly. Yet, he realized he would have no such opportunity. Gazing at the arrows lodged in his chest, a smile crept upon his face. After all, every mortal must meet their end. Ultimately, he collapsed into a pool of blood, his smile frozen in time. When the arrows ceased flying, David commanded the remaining warriors to surge forward. The bodies piled high, reaching a staggering 40 inches, yet David's heart remained as unyielding as stone. To him, there was no such thing as collateral damage. To kill was to fulfill a necessary act. Early death and late death bore no distinction. It took nearly an hour to extinguish the lives of almost 600 souls. David gazed upon the mound of corpses, towering a staggering 80 inches high. With a tranquil expression, after a brief silence, he spoke. Leave 50 men to incinerate these bodies with wildfire. The rest shall accompany me back to the castle. As you command, the crowd responded in unison. David cast an impassive glance at the grim scene on the ground before turning resolutely towards the castle. He intended to interrogate the servants within its walls, even to execute them if necessary. Upon arriving at the castle's entrance, David found all 30 servants gathered together, nearly all of whom had been brought from Pebble Island by Mary. Their faces were ashen, terror-stricken at the murderous aura radiating from David and his companions. They fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. David regarded the kneeling servants with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze steady. Just as he drew his sword to command their execution, Mary and Kevin arrived. "Stop!" Mary cried out, rushing to stand before the trembling servants. David furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her as he coldly replied, "The Lord has been poisoned. The perpetrator is likely among them." Mary scanned the faces of the supplicants, her compassion evident. "Sir David, they cannot all be the culprits." David remained silent, and an oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. "Esteemed Sir David, perhaps it would be best if I take charge of this matter and question them," Kevin interjected, sensing the tension. David shot a glance at Kevin. "I intend to execute the culprit personally." Kevin felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded, "Very well." David instructed the guards to keep a close watch on the castle's servants before leading Kevin and Mary towards Jory's chamber. Upon entering, Kevin immediately approached Jory to conduct an examination. His countenance grew grave. The more he assessed, the more his heart raced. "This poison," he murmured, lost in thought, "is the strangler." His face paled in horror as the words escaped his lips. David and Mary turned to him in alarm. "What is it, Scholar Kevin?" Mary inquired anxiously. Kevin snapped back to reality, his eyes widening with astonishment as he noticed the poison within Jory beginning to dissipate. What could this mean? He pondered, perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss. Responding to Mary's question, he explained, "My lady, he has been afflicted by the strangler poison, which is exceedingly lethal. Contact with it is invariably fatal. However, curiously, the toxin within his body appears to be diminishing, showing signs of recovery." A flicker of hope shone in David's eyes as he exhaled in relief. Mary glanced at Kevin, exasperated. "Scholar Kevin, is this not a fortuitous sign? Perhaps it is a blessing from the 7 gods?" Kevin paused, then replied with a smile, "Perhaps, indeed. If not for the favor of the 7, I would find it hard to believe what I see before me." Simultaneously, his reverence for Jory deepened profoundly. "Kevin, my dear scholar, may I inquire about this poison? It seems you possess some knowledge of it," David asked. "This poison belongs to the followers of the god of death, who is also referred to as the god of 1,000 faces. His adherents are known as the Faceless Ones," Kevin explained. "The Faceless Ones? Why would they wish to poison a noble?" David pressed further. "As far as I know, hiring a Faceless One to assassinate an ordinary merchant costs merely half the price of employing an entire troop of common mercenaries. I shudder to think who would be willing to pay such a steep price to eliminate a noble like yourself." Kevin pondered, his brow furrowing. "A Faceless One will not kill someone they know. They require the name of their target." Mary's face turned pale with shock. David, perplexed, asked, Who harbors such malevolence towards you? The Sunderland family? Or some other scoundrel? Chapter 44. Paranoia. Kevin, has the noble awakened yet? Mary inquired, her expression weary after arranging for the late butler Molly's affairs. Kevin shook his head. No. Kevin, you should rest. I will keep watch here, Mary said, noticing Kevin stifling a yawn. I am fine, Mary. Based on my examination, the noble will awaken shortly. I shall wait a little longer, Kevin replied, yawning again as his gaze drifted toward Jory. Mary's concern lingered. Quietly, she approached the bedroom door and lit the oil lamp placed in the niche by the entrance. The room brightened, as the noble preferred a well-lit space, she mused. She wished to pray for Jory's recovery in this manner. Kevin observed Mary's actions in silence. The room fell into a tranquil hush once more. Mary stood before the bed, her eyes fixated on Jory. A wave of fatigue washed over Kevin. He propped his right elbow on the long table and inadvertently closed his eyes. Mary was lost in her thoughts. With butler Molly's passing, she needed to appoint a new steward for the castle and review the accounts from the past few days. Memories of her moments with Jory flooded her mind. Unconsciously, she clasped Jory's large hand, tracing his fingers with her own. The warmth of his hand radiated life, she thought, clearing her mind. Mary silently offered a sincere prayer to the supreme seven gods, enduring until the deep hours of the night. At last, Jory awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Mary sleeping by his side, and his heart swelled with warmth. When his gaze shifted to the dozing Kevin, memories of his recent poisoning surged back. Damn it! An expression of anger shadowed Jory's youthful face. He had never anticipated the misfortune of experiencing poison. Had it not been for an antidote he had previously procured, he would likely have met his demise. Jory felt a twinge of hunger in his stomach, but the shadow of his previous food poisoning lingered in his mind. From now on, he resolved that all food should be inspected for toxins before consumption. This bout of poisoning had left a profound impression on him. As he struggled to rise, he was taken aback to find Mary awake at that moment, her face alight with excitement. Mary, I would like some rye bread and honey, Jory said gently, looking at her. Mary nodded and departed like a fleeting breeze. Kevin had just been roused by Mary's voice. Upon seeing Jory, a joyful expression crossed his face. My lord, you are awake. Jory nodded in response. Scholar Kevin, before my poisoning, it was the housekeeper, Jasmine, who brought me food. Where is she? Jory inquired, his demeanor remarkably calm. My lord, according to our investigation, the real Jasmine had died long before the arrival of the impostor. Her throat slit by a dagger, Kevin replied. It seems the assassin had already infiltrated the castle, Jory mused. And the dagger used by the murderer is likely no ordinary blade. My lord, based on the poison you ingested, known as the Strangler, Kevin paused momentarily. The perpetrator must be a faceless one, a follower of the god of many faces. They are hired mercenaries, and their employers pay an exorbitant price. Jory was taken aback. The faceless ones brought to mind the enigmatic figures associated with Jaquen Hagar and the kind priest of the House of Black and White. Moreover, the history of their organization surpassed even that of the city of Bravos. Bravos again. The vendetta against the Bravosi assassins hired by the Sunderland family 8 years prior remained unresolved, and now a new grievance had emerged. Jory's gaze ignited with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He silently vowed that when his army marched into Bravos, he would eradicate every last faceless one and their assassins. Kevin bowed his head respectfully, his heart gripped with trepidation. Though he understood that Jory's wrath was not directed at him, he recognized the gravity of his lord's fury. What of Sir David? Jory inquired. Sir David should be fortifying Miss Island to prevent the enemy from attacking Biting Bay, Kevin responded. Upon hearing this, Jory felt a sense of relief wash over him. My lord, after your poisoning, Sir David. Kevin hesitated. What happened to him? Jory's gaze was fixed intently on Kevin. Sir David slaughtered all the inhabitants of Miss Island, leaving not a single soul alive, Kevin said, his expression heavy with sorrow. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jory's mind raced with apprehension. Scholar Kevin, is there something you have yet to disclose to me? Jory's gaze remained steady on Kevin. Kevin felt a chill run through him and quickly replied, My lord, I learned from the warriors of the castle that while you lay unconscious from the poison, a riot broke out among the inhabitants of Miss Island. Sir David believed your poisoning might be linked to them, and in his fury, he executed them all. Jory nodded slightly, his gaze devoid of warmth. If they must die, then so be it. These individuals are nothing but ungrateful wretches, and their continued existence is merely a drain on our resources. Furthermore, I suspect that David may be onto something. Perhaps my poisoning was orchestrated with the complicity of these subjects. Otherwise, how could the faceless infiltrate our ranks? I find it hard to believe that such an act occurred without assistance. Kevin remained silent. In his view, such a course of action was decidedly inappropriate. Yet he refrained from voicing his dissent, Following this incident of poisoning, he had come to realize that the inhabitants of Bite Bay were notoriously fickle. Securing their allegiance would be less favorable than eradicating them entirely, thus conserving our provisions. A predatory glint flickered in Jory's eyes, causing Kevin's heart to sink. As he regarded Jory, he envisioned the corpses of the Bite Bay denizens piled high. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of helplessness regarding their capriciousness. They had squandered the trust of those within the Seven Kingdoms, leaving behind an indelible stain of infamy. Infamy is a treacherous burden. Moreover, they showed no signs of change. An overwhelming sense of impotence washed over Kevin. At that moment, the words he yearned to express were lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. What of Wayne and Amelia? Have they exhibited any unusual behavior? Jory's eyes scrutinized Kevin. No, they have not. I heard from David that after your poisoning, he arranged for them to be confined. They have merely remained in their chambers, Kevin replied. He believed Wayne and Amelia had no connection to the assailant. Furthermore, his interactions with them had left him with a favorable impression. A look of confusion crossed Jory's face as he murmured, "Then who could possibly wish for my demise?" Kevin, too, fell into contemplation. Having been by Jory's side for 8 years, he could think of no one aside from the Sunderland family of Bite Bay and their vassals. At that moment, Mary arrived with a steaming meal: warm rye bread, butter, honey, blackberry jam, bacon, poached eggs, cheese, and a glass of red wine. The spread was even more sumptuous than Jory had requested. Yet, Jory did not immediately partake of the food, despite its appealing appearance. "Mary, have these provisions been inspected?" Jory inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Mary hesitated, realizing Jory suspected foul play with the food. Initially, she felt a twinge of irritation. But recalling Jory's heightened vigilance following his poisoning, she found solace. That assassin truly deserved condemnation. Mary cursed inwardly, meeting Jory's gaze. She took a small bite of each item before him. Witnessing her actions, Jory felt a pang of shame and thought, how could Mary wish harm upon herself? His sensitivity, heightened by the recent poisoning, had rendered him overly cautious. However, considering that this world mirrors that of Game of Thrones, and recognizing that he does not possess an invulnerable constitution, Jory felt that caution was indeed warranted. Thus, he resumed his usual demeanor. "Mary, for the next tasting, let the servants handle it," Jory said, casting a glance at Mary. "I do not wish to lose you." A warmth enveloped Mary's heart as she replied, "I shall." Observing that Mary showed no signs of poisoning after her meal, Jory began to indulge in the food before him. Soon, he had devoured everything on his plate. "I am awake now. You need not stay here with me. You may both retire to rest," Jory declared, belching slightly as he addressed Mary and Kevin. Mary and Kevin exchanged glances, nodded, and departed. As Jory watched them leave, he glanced at the remnants of the meal he had just consumed and sighed helplessly. Having been poisoned once had sown seeds of suspicion within him. Yet, to err on the side of caution seemed prudent. A paranoid mind was preferable to losing one's life. Chapter 45. The Lannister siblings Mary and Kevin walked along the corridor in silence. Suddenly, Kevin halted. Observing Mary's distracted expression, "My lord's distrust was not directed at you, but rather at others," he reassured her. "He has just been poisoned. And the food prepared by you cannot guarantee complete safety." "I understand, Scholar Kevin," Mary replied, managing a strained smile. "I simply did not anticipate such a scenario." Kevin sighed in resignation. "In light of this incident, I can sense a change in my lord. However, I am uncertain whether this transformation is for better or worse." In his mind, Kevin compared the former Jory with the current one, noting that the latter inspired greater awe, while the former had been more approachable. He could not definitively ascertain which version was superior. Just moments ago, the menacing aura exuded by Jory had nearly caused his heart to cease its rhythmic beating. "Scholar Kevin, have you discerned who among the imprisoned servants is the culprit?" Mary inquired, observing Kevin deep in thought. Shaking his head, Kevin replied, "No. I cannot determine who is the murderer among them. Sir David will not wait long." A look of concern crossed Mary's face, as she feared that David might execute all the servants. Kevin's expression grew serious. "I understand. I will find a way to interrogate them swiftly. I do not wish for them to face Sir David's wrath before me. Perhaps it would be prudent to explain the situation to my lord and plead for clemency," Mary suggested. "No, Mary, you must not do that," Kevin responded, his demeanor grave. Mary's dissatisfaction was palpable. "Scholar Kevin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? At the very least, we cannot act hastily. We must wait some time. My lord has recently endured a shock. He is still so young. If we consider who he trusts most at this moment, it is neither you nor I, but rather Sir David," Kevin earnestly conveyed to Mary. Mary fell into silence. "Indeed. Kevin, perhaps you are right. Nevertheless, if circumstances were to reach their direst, I would still speak out," It is irrelevant whom the adults trust more. Mary's gaze, resolute and unwavering, was not one to be easily met. After delivering her words, she did not linger but continued onward. Kevin observed Mary's retreating figure, reflecting inwardly, Mary. The stewardess remains as benevolent as ever. In the Queen's chamber of the Red Keep, two figures occupied the same bed, having just concluded their intimate encounter. When do you depart for the Vale? Cersei inquired, her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Jaime. He pondered for a moment before replying, the day after tomorrow. I did not foresee you becoming the guardian of the East, Cersei remarked with a smile. Indeed, no one anticipated this. I consider myself fortunate. The gods above. The king's appointment has illuminated my future, Jaime sighed. What could he possibly be contemplating? I fear for your safety, Cersei expressed, her eyes betraying her concern. No. I am a member of the king's guard, sworn to him. He would not act so foolishly, Jaime countered. He has committed enough folly already. Cersei retorted with a hint of derision. Let us not dwell on the king. Let us proceed, Jaime chuckled. No sooner had he spoken than they became entwined once more. Engaged in fervent passion. After their union, Cersei's expression darkened. Jaime, that Stark boy still lives. Today, I received word from the Raven. The assassin's attempt failed. And he was slain by a wolf, utterly absurd. Jaime remained silent for a moment, then said, Cersei, that child is already suffering. Let this matter rest. Jaime, are you mad? He knows of our affair. Cersei exclaimed sharply. Cersei, the boy cannot yet speak, and having fallen from such a height, I believe his mind may have been affected. Perhaps he will forget us, Jaime reassured her. No, Jaime, you underestimate the situation. Cersei retorted vehemently. I feel pity for that boy. It is merely that he stumbled upon our secret. I thought that push would end his life. Clearly, he yet survives, perhaps a blessing from the Seven. Jaime lamented. Cersei, now thoroughly incensed, declared, to hell with the Seven. All I know is that he is aware you were the one who pushed him, and he knows of our affair. Even if he is but a child, for our safety, he must perish. Leave this to me. I will hire a new assassin to go to Winterfell and eliminate that boy. Jaime regarded Cersei's fierce demeanor, his brow furrowed, yet she remained unyielding. Her gaze towards him icy and resolute. Faced with her fury, Jaime felt a deep sense of helplessness. Very well, let us hope that boy meets his end. Living as he does is no different from being dead. Cersei's expression softened slightly. By the way, did our brother write to you yesterday? What did he say? Is he mocking me again as a sister? Jaime shook his head and said, No, he is not as bad as you might imagine. He even asked me to send his regards to you, dear sister. Cersei scoffed. I refuse to believe that his greetings are genuine. With her arms crossed, she continued. When Tyrion wrote to me, he mentioned that I should travel to the Vale to take care of a lordly friend from Pebble Island. Jaime chuckled as he explained to Cersei, his friend? The one who lies on the bellies of women? Cersei replied coldly, No, that is a child. Merely a few years older than Prince Joffrey. 8 years ago, Tyrion attended a banquet for the late king's hand in the Vale. Do you recall? Jaime inquired. 8 years ago, he appeared somewhat disheartened, and the commotion in Casterly Rock was quite significant. I remember it was due to a bastard lord from the Vale. And at that time, he was merely a child, Cersei remarked. Indeed, that bastard lord was a child, Jaime affirmed, adding, Tyrion described him as a kind-hearted boy, who suffered much injustice in the Vale, and the former hand of the king seemingly did not afford him the fairness he deserved. Jaime continued, his lips curling into a slight smile. He is just a fortunate bastard. We Lannisters do not associate with just anyone. Of course, with the exception of Tyrion, who is quite the anomaly, Cersei stated proudly. Jaime felt a twinge of displeasure at Cersei's words about Tyrion. After all, he was their brother. Jaime understood Cersei's pride as a Lannister all too well and chose not to rebut her, knowing that such an argument would only provoke her anger. Contemplating Tyrion's request, Jaime decided to visit Pebble Island and see this bastard lord for himself. He was curious about what kind of person his brother's friend truly was. Upon arriving in the Vale, he would soon uncover the answer. Chapter 46. The deal our new king's hand. Duke Stark seems to be investigating us? A shadow fell across Cersei's visage. Investigating us for what? Jaime asked, perplexed. It appears that this Stark does not believe the rumors circulating in King's Landing about Jon's death. Cersei speculated. Jaime pondered for a moment. Did not the king say that Jon's death had nothing to do with Littlefinger or us? Perhaps Duke Stark is probing into other matters? Other matters? Cersei gazed at Jaime, momentarily stunned. What exactly do you mean? I am uncertain. It is merely conjecture. Perhaps you ought to send someone to keep an eye on what Duke Stark is up to, Jaime advised seriously. Cersei seemed to consider this, her expression shifting. Jaime, do you think it possible that after that little Stark was pushed down, Duke Stark suspects you were involved? You were the only one in Winterfell who did not accompany the king on the hunt that day. Let him investigate. I think he will uncover no evidence. Moreover, this is King's Landing, not his Winterfell. That day, we left no trace of our actions. Jaime's expression remained composed. Indeed, this is King's Landing. And our newly appointed king is unlikely to find anything. Cersei rose and approached the table, lifting a glass of red wine, savoring a sip, a smile gracing her lips. Stark shall certainly uncover nothing. Yora cast a cold gaze towards Sweet Sister Island. At this hour, it was already past midnight. However, Yora felt no inclination for slumber. He opened the window of his chamber, allowing the cool breeze to sweep in. The faceless man who had poisoned him. If anyone were to be suspected of hiring such an assassin, Yora could think of no one but House Sunderland. He resolved that at dawn, he would lead an assault on Sweet Sister Island. According to a letter from Corey of Pebble Island, the giant crossbow had been completed and would be dispatched to Maiden Island before daybreak. In addition to the crossbow, a batch of wildfire contained in jars, a considerable number of arrows, and some crafted leather armor would also be sent to Maiden Island. Yora held great appreciation for Corey's competence, believing that appointing him as the logistics head of Pebble Island was a judicious use of talent. Simultaneously, Yora used a raven to contact a member of the Red Fox covertly stationed in Sisterton, instructing him to keep a close watch on all movements of House Sunderland. Yora gazed into the dark sky, lost in thought. Before long, he refocused his attention and began to access the panel. His eyes remained fixed on the display. Title: Night Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor. Maiden Island Wealth: 9 million gold dragons. Pending collection: Lord level. 1 farming achievement points. War points. 10 marketplace. Entry to basic marketplace open, without a moment's hesitation. Yora opened the basic marketplace and located the position of the Dragon Tiger Pill. He gazed upon it. Dragon Tiger Pill. One may consume only one in a lifetime. Augmenting strength by threefold. Each costs 10 war points or 1 farming achievement point. This time, Yora prepared to purchase the Dragon Tiger Pill, for it would enhance his combat prowess. As for the antidote, he had no worries. Once he secured Sweet Sister Island and Elder Sister Island, he could acquire another for precaution. After a brief moment of hesitation, he expended 10 war points to purchase 1 Dragon Tiger Pill. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a plump, translucent pill materialized in his hand, exuding an alluring fragrance. Subsequently, Yora swallowed the pill whole. As it settled in his stomach, its effects began to manifest. Yet, Yora felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He swiftly dashed into his bedroom, secured the door, and lay down on the bed. Time flowed slowly. When Yora awoke, dawn had just begun to break. At that moment, he clenched his hands tightly, feeling the surge of power within him. The newfound strength of the 3 bulls invigorated Jory immensely. With such power, he felt unstoppable on the battlefield. However, his elation was short-lived as he soon detected an unpleasant odor emanating from the bedroom, his body feeling sticky. Promptly, Jory summoned water for a cleansing bath. After refreshing himself, he gazed into the mirror, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the reflection before him would reveal skin smoother and a visage more handsome than before, exuding an aura of masculinity. Particularly striking were his bright eyes. As he beheld the scene, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. A voice from outside the bedroom interrupted his reverie. It was Kevin. "What is it?" Jory inquired. "The envoy from Pebble Island has delivered some weapons and equipment," Kevin replied. "Have David send someone to receive them," Jory commanded. "At once," Kevin responded, departing promptly. Once clad in armor and wielding the flame, Jory glanced at the panel, noting the war points registered at 0. He thought to himself that he must swiftly conquer the entire valley. Exiting the bedroom, he made his way directly to the barracks. Dave, and Russell hastened to meet him as he left the castle. Jory surveyed them and asked, "Are the ballistae, wildfire, and arrows all prepared?" "All arranged," they replied in unison. "It is time to seize Biting Bay. This time, we shall attack Sweet Sister Island and achieve victory in one fell swoop. This battle may prove exceedingly fierce. To gain greater rewards at a lesser cost, we must adeptly utilize the ballistae, wildfire, and arrows to maximize enemy casualties," Jory stated with a grave expression. "Understood, Dave," and Russell respectfully affirmed. "My lord, how shall we treat the subjects of Sweet Sister Island?" David inquired. "Those who attack us shall be dealt with as enemies. Even if it means exterminating the populace of Sweet Sister Island, so be it," Jory replied coldly. The subjects of Biting Bay were notoriously fickle. He felt no remorse for their potential demise. If surrendering them only resulted in treachery, then it was better not to seek their surrender from the start. Were they subjects from elsewhere, Jory would gladly offer them the chance to capitulate. Yet, it was precisely Biting Bay. David and the others stiffened, their expressions hardening with murderous intent as they acknowledged his command. Subsequently, Jory left 100 men to guard the Miss Sister Island, with Kevin and Mary remaining behind. while he personally led over 500 troops aboard ships towards Sweet Sister Island. Concurrently, he struck a deal with the Sunderland family, which stipulated that they would pay Phillips 5,000 gold dragons. Thorne was brimming with confidence regarding the assault on Pebble Island. In his view, Pebble Island was barren and weak, and with such a substantial force at his disposal, success was assured. Moreover, the Sunderland family had assured him that Pebble Island could be easily taken with merely 100 men. Under the flattery of the Sunderland family, Thorne was led to believe the intelligence provided by them were loomed on the horizon. Chapter 47, The Battle of Sweet Sister Island. At this moment, the Lord of Sweet Sister Island, Count Godric Bonnell, wore a grave expression. He paced back and forth around the long table in the main hall of the fortress, his heart in turmoil. Just moments ago, he had received news that he had never anticipated. Rather than relying on the warriors of Sweet Sister Island to repel Jory's assault, he had dispatched emissaries to the Lord of Long Sister Island, Count Roland Darnup. Damn it, how could that brat arrive so unexpectedly? Godric's mood soured, and his gaze darkened. Yet, the men he had summoned were not fully assembled. The newly recruited warriors had not undergone the unique training of the Sunderland Knights, rendering them incapable of forming a formidable fighting force. Should they encounter Jory of Pebble Island, they would be outnumbered, even with the combined forces of himself, Roland, and Lord Thomas. Godric was haunted by the fate of Count Alexander Torrent of Sister Island, a shadow of dread enveloping his thoughts. With this in mind, Godric clasped his hands behind his back, swiftly pacing the room, traversing from one corner to another, his eyes fixed ahead, contemplating how to endure until reinforcements arrived. Moments passed, and he cursed vehemently. The intelligence from the Sunderland family was utterly abysmal. Hadn't they claimed that the brat would not launch an attack for 3 days? Today marked only the 3rd day, and with dawn just breaking, Godric found himself devoid of a viable strategy. His face etched with intense dissatisfaction as he muttered curses under his breath. Yet, amidst his turmoil, Godric felt a sense of relief, for yesterday he had made thorough preparations. His 2 daughters and wife had departed Sweet Sister Island with all the gold dragons, en route to King's Landing. The Bonnell family would not face annihilation. Gradually, Godric's demeanor stabilized, his countenance filled with resolve. Count Godric was a man of solid stature, an imposing figure with an unrefined appearance. His coarse white hair sprouted from his cheeks and chin, while his nose was swollen, and his balding head bore the marks of age. Between the 3 middle fingers of his hands lay web-like formations. His teeth remained intact, yet many were yellowed, and one was blackened. His reputation within the 7 kingdoms was far from stellar. Nonetheless, Godric considered reputation to be a mere illusion, as he was a man of practicality. As such, he had amassed a series of titles: Count of Sweet Sister Island, Shield of Sister Island, Lord of the Wave Platform, Guardian of the Lighthouse. No, I must not allow that brat to breach Sweet Sister Island, even at the cost of my life, Godric resolved. Just then, his squire, Miller, burst into the hall. My lord, a multitude of individuals has gathered outside the castle, their garments adorned with red emblems. Before Miller could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Godric, who commanded, "Summon all the warriors within the castle. We shall confront these unwelcome guests." Miller, taken aback, replied, "My lord, they are numerous. Perhaps we should await the reinforcements from Marquis Sunderland." Godric scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "There is no need for that. Do you expect me to cower within these walls while that brat leads his entourage to ravage my subjects?" Miller fell silent, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. The sea, indeed, is a cruel mistress. In this remote and impoverished land, Miller cast a resigned glance at Godric before hastily departing. Jory, accompanied by David and others, ascended Sweet Sister Island. Upon arrival, Jory observed the island's inhabitants fleeing in panic. Their eyes radiated intense hatred and revulsion, a scene that extinguished any lingering hope Jory had for the people of Sweet Sister Island. Thus, Jory coldly instructed, Dave, Russell, relay this message. Should you encounter any of these individuals on the island, eliminate them. Death shall be their only fate. Only through death will their hatred for us dissipate. As you command, responded David, Dave, and Russell in unison. Then, Jory unsheathed his sword, flames, and commanded the knights to form the vanguard in a straight line, with crossbowmen and pikemen positioned centrally, crossbowmen to the left and pikemen to the right, as the main force, while the rearguard was composed of the lesser soldiers. Jory stood at the forefront of the Grand Army, which took on a trapezoidal formation, the crossbowmen and pikemen arranged in 3 rows. The army advanced steadily until they encountered Godric and his forces. Godric had assembled 30 warriors, with brave inhabitants of Sweet Sister Island, recently recruited, numbering around 150. They wore no leather armor and wielded a hodgepodge of weapons: hammers, knives, daggers, and iron clubs. The distance between the two forces was approximately 500 inches. Jory drew flames and commanded, "First row of vanguard soldiers, kneel and erect a shield wall." As his words echoed, the knights of the first row crouched, shields in their left hands and swords in their right. Soon, a line of shields stood firm, resembling a thick wall. The main force warriors, consisting of crossbowmen and pikemen, stepped forward and Jory commanded, "Fire." In an instant, a flurry of arrows and spears was launched towards Godrich and his men. Godrich's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and charged towards Jory and his companions, his followers shouting fervently behind him. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows and spears descended upon the throng, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Jory, observing Godrich's charge, remained unperturbed, his countenance tranquil as he continued to issue orders. Main force warriors. First row of crossbowmen and pikemen, kneel. Second row, step forward and fire. The second volley of arrows and spear throws descended upon Godrich and his companions, once again claiming the lives of some under his command. The soldiers in the front line, comprising infantry, crossbowmen, and spearmen, crouched down, while the second line followed suit. And the third line stepped forward to unleash their weapons. After the second wave of arrows and spear throws had been completed, harvesting yet more enemy lives, Jory observed that Godrich and his men were now within 500 inches of him. He immediately commanded all warriors to rise, and with a fierce determination, Jory charged towards Godrich. Behind Jory, knights, crossbowmen, spearmen, and lesser warriors swiftly drew their swords, forming a sweeping arc around him, flanking him on both sides. These warriors roared with fervor, their faces alight with excitement. As the two forces closed in, the cacophony of clashing weapons, anguished cries, and curses intertwined into a chaotic symphony. Blood stained the barren landscape of Sweet Sister Island a vivid crimson, and the pungent scent of gore permeated the air. With a fierce blaze, Jory swung his weapon at Godrich, who raised his sword in a desperate defense. The clash resonated with a sharp clang. Godrich staggered back a few steps, shock etched upon his face, his tightly gripped sword nearly slipping from his grasp due to the force of the impact. In that initial exchange, Godrich realized that he was no match for Jory's strength. Though his hands throbbed with pain, he paid it no mind, his focus entirely on Jory. The surrounding chaos seemed distant and irrelevant to him. The warriors on both sides cleared a sufficient space for the two combatants. Jory scrutinized Godrich's calm demeanor, his brow furrowing in concern. He had exerted only 30% of his strength, expecting an effortless victory over Godrich, yet the outcome was startlingly unexpected. Quickly regaining his composure, Jory's face radiated with martial fervor. He resolved to unleash his full might against the adversary, eschewing the caution that was essential on the battlefield. Godrich, aware of his inferiority in strength, prepared to find an opportunity to close the distance and strike swiftly. However, Jory had no intention of engaging in a game of mockery. Instead, he gripped his sword with determination and sprinted forward, aiming a diagonal slash at Godrich's neck. Feeling a pang of alarm, Godrich maintained his composure, swiftly raising his sword in defense, executing a circular motion over his right shoulder to counter Jory's strike. The swords collided with a resounding crash. In a sudden burst, Godrich's sword flew from his grasp, his eyes widening in shock. Seizing the moment, Jory raised his sword, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Godrich. Just as Jory's weapon was about to descend upon Godrich's neck, a cold arrow shot towards him. Jory's gaze hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile. His attention remained fixed on Godrich, who had retrieved his sword from the ground. Godrich quickly distanced himself from Jory, a look of dread crossing his face as he grappled with the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated the formidable power of the Lord of Pebble Island, which greatly exceeded his expectations. "Little demon, no matter how strong you are, I will stake my life to sever your head," Godrich declared with a grim countenance. Jory, seemingly oblivious to his words, swiftly lunged forward, brandishing his sword towards Godrich. With no other option, Godrich continued to parry with his sword. Clang. After retracting his blade, Jory observed Godrich still holding his sword horizontally and immediately surged forward, leaping high to strike at Godrich's head. A look of terror flashed across Godrich's face. Swoosh. The sword pierced 3 inches into Godrich's skull, splitting it open like a gourd. With blood gushing forth like a torrent, his blood splattered across Jory's face. Godrich was dead. Jory cast not a glance back. His gaze, akin to that of a ferocious beast, locked onto another valiant foe, radiating a predatory glint. Jory swung his sword to meet the challenge. Chapter 48. Reinforcements for Pebble Island. The battle concluded swiftly. After clearing the battlefield, Jory commanded Dave to lead the archers and crossbowmen to secure the castle of Sweet Sister Island. However, much to Jory's astonishment, even at this moment, the reinforcements from Sunderland had yet to appear. Had they abandoned Sweet Sister Island? Jory furrowed his brow in concern. At that moment, a raven from Corey delivered a missive. Jory removed the wax seal and promptly unfurled the letter. After a swift reading, his expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Could it be that the message previously sent by the members of the Red Fox from Sister Settlement was false? Had the members of the Red Fox been compromised? Doubt flickered in Jory's mind. This letter was a plea for help from Simon. Jory instructed Russell to accompany Dave and the pikemen to guard Sweet Sister Island, issuing a command: eliminate all inhabitants of Sweet Sister Island. Subsequently, Jory hurriedly set sail with 300 men towards Pebble Island, confident that even Milk Island would fall under his grasp. At that time, his war points would soar, and his farmland would expand significantly. Beneath the castle of Pebble Island, Roland Longdop commanded the warriors of Long Sister Island and 400 newly recruited soldiers to launch a fierce assault on the fortress. Simultaneously, Simon methodically directed the soldiers within the castle to rain arrows and thrust spears down upon the enemy below. As for the soldiers struck by the enemy's crossbows and pikes, Simon could only pray to the 7 gods for their survival. Under Simon's leadership, the enemy began to suffer considerable losses. War brings not only destruction and death to the mortal realm, but also opportunities for class ascension, Simon mused. Since David became Jory's vassal, Simon's ambitions had begun to stir. He too desired to become a vassal of Jory, the Lord of Pebble Island, much like his adoptive father. David. Certainly, what is paramount at this moment is to endure until Lord Jory leads the reinforcements back. The air is filled with agonizing screams, lamentations, and curses, creating a cacophony of chaos. Initially, it was believed that Pebble Island could be easily seized, yet reality has delivered a heavy blow. He has gained a clearer perspective, his gaze wandering across Pebble Island in hopes of discovering a weakness to breach the fortress. However, observing the transformed fortress of Pebble Island, Thomas understands that conquering it will not be a simple endeavor. Is there truly no way forward? Contemplating this, Thomas begins to doubt the strategy he had devised. Yet, with the war having escalated to this extent, he can only grit his teeth and persevere. Thomas firmly believes that the current resistance of Pebble Island's fortress will eventually crumble under the might of his warriors. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of the necessity for a swift resolution. Gordrich cannot delay that individual for too long, Thomas muses. Therefore, he leads the charge, rallying his soldiers to assault the fortress. Meanwhile, Simon commands the warriors of Pebble Island, mounting a fierce resistance. Casting a glance towards Miss Island, Simon sighs. Why has the Lord not yet arrived? Anxious thoughts swirl within him. At that moment, Jory's ships have just passed near Miss Island, swiftly advancing towards Pebble Island. Jory gazes coldly at the island now within reach. Very well, this battle shall bury you all here, he murmurs, tightening his grip on the flames in his hand. Simultaneously, in King's Landing, within the Grand Hall, Prime Minister Ned is confronted with an unexpected situation. Today, the king has opted not to hunt, as Ed has detained him under the pretext of urgent matters. King Robert is in a foul mood, harboring discontent towards Ed. Ned, what is this about? You know I have been preoccupied with hunting every day, Robert queries. Ed, upon hearing Robert's words, feels a pang of discomfort. He is tempted to abandon this burdensome role, as serving this king has become exceedingly frustrating. All his efforts are aimed at fortifying King Robert's rule. Your Majesty, clearly, as the Chancellor of the Royal Council, there was no necessity for him to slay John, Robert replies. What evidence do you have? Ed counters. Ned, there is no evidence linking him to John's death. Merely that absurd rumor? Robert retorts, unwavering in his stance. Disappointment flickers in Ed's eyes. To him, that rumor is not absurd but likely points towards the truth. Yet, the king remains unconvinced. Your Majesty, I have heard that you sent someone to Pendos to assassinate Daenerys. Ed's gaze is fixed intently on Robert. Robert fell silent for a moment and then spoke. Ned. Eddard furrowed his brow at the mention of this man, a figure he could never forget. The history of House Mormont of Bear Island was ancient and steeped in pride and honor, yet their lands were located in a harsh, barren, and remote region. To augment his income, Ser Jorah sold captured poachers to slavers and lists. However, as vassals of House Stark, the actions of Ser Jorah sullied the reputation of the entire North. Eddard vividly recalled his desire to confront Ser Jorah personally, traveling to Bear Island only to find that Jorah had vanished. He had fled to a distant land beyond the reach of the law and winter's chill. Now, 5 years had passed since that incident. Ser Jorah was currently in Pentos, anticipating my pardon, hoping to return across the sea. A smirk played on Robert's lips. For Lord Varys had made him his own. Eddard's expression hardened. Ser Jorah, a trafficker of men, has now become a spy for the Seven Kingdoms? Frankly, I wish he were nothing more than a cold corpse. No, I would not deem a corpse more useful than a spy, Ned. Ser Jorah is close to Daenerys and Viserys. Varys has received word from him that Daenerys is to marry a Dothraki horse lord. I eagerly anticipate the demise of the dragon's spawn at my hands, Robert expressed with excitement. Your Majesty, she is still but a child. The events of the past are long behind us, Eddard began, but Robert interrupted him harshly. A child? Ned, she is no mere child. With the mere parting of her legs, she could bear a host of dragons, and I fear I shall not sleep soundly again. Eddard shook his head. Your Majesty, while you may have a point, it remains a fact that she is indeed a child. Ned, the king thundered. Your father, your brother, your sister, their deaths are all tied to the Targaryens. Consider them. Do you still think of Daenerys as a mere child? I am the king, and within the Seven Kingdoms. My command cannot be opposed. I shall ensure that all Targaryens meet their end. I do not wish for a single one to survive. Ned, you know how I cherished Lyanna, yet it was the Targaryens who destroyed everything. I will see them all dead, and I shall relieve myself upon their graves. Observing King Robert's fury, Eddard remained silent. Robert's anger intensified, his face contorted with pain. Had Jon not concealed the news of Daenerys and her kin, I would not have remained in ignorance until now. If he were still alive, would he have considered the 100,000 men under that horse lord? Should that horse lord's army march against us, I wonder if Jon would regret not having eliminated the Targaryen spawn. Your Majesty, the horse lord you speak of possesses no ships. His army will not reach the shores of the Seven Kingdoms. Ed turned away, and as he stepped out of the door, he remarked, perhaps I should have left the Prime Minister's tower long ago. It seems time to return to Bran. Rob, witnessing Ed's departing figure, was shrouded in a veil of gloom. Chapter 49. The defense of Pebble Island. Jory and his companions finally arrived at Pebble Island. Upon seeing the significant breach in the southeastern wall of the castle, Jory's expression darkened like water under a stormy sky. The enemy had indeed infiltrated the castle of Pebble Island. Moreover, Jory noted the fallen section of the wall, alongside the wreckage of a colossal crossbow on the ground. Could it have been the crossbow's destruction? This was a notion Jory had never anticipated. A glance at the heap of corpses sprawled beneath the castle revealed a grim sight. Rising to a height of approximately 40 inches, among the remains lay countless dismembered limbs and rivers of blood. Jory discerned that a fierce battle had transpired here. The castle echoed with screams and roars, and without a moment's hesitation, Jory led David and the others towards the breached southeastern entrance of Pebble Island's fortress. Upon entering, Jory found Simon and the others in the square, each bearing wounds, ensnared within the enemy's circle. Surrounding them, scattered foes were slaughtering the local populace and unleashing primal desires upon the women. Jory's gaze ignited with fury. He rallied his 300 men. Like a sharp spear aimed at the heart of the enemy, their arrival captured the attention of everyone in the square. They had endured considerable losses to breach Pebble Island, only to discover that the Lord of the island had returned with reinforcements. This meant that Sweet Sister Island had fallen into the hands of the emerging adversaries before them. In this moment, a shadow loomed over the hearts of the trio. Jory's eyes were filled with hatred as he regarded Thomas and his companions. To him, this was a battle of vengeance. The enemy was at hand, and it was time for retribution. Thus, Jory unsheathed his fiery blade, directing it at Thomas and the others, and commanded, attack. As his words fell, David and the others surged forward, clashing with the surviving warriors under Thomas, Roland, and Thorne. Simon, upon seeing Jory and David, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, a fierce battle spirit reignited within him. His hands gripped his sword with newfound strength. His gaze locked onto Roland Landop, the one who had ambushed him, and his face contorted with animosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Simon lunged towards Roland with his blade. Thomas and his allies, witnessing Simon's entry into the fray, felt a sudden heaviness descend upon them, forcibly compelled to engage in combat. If they did not repel the onslaught before them, none would escape this place. Therefore, Thomas and his companions fought desperately for their survival. Jory fixed his gaze upon Thomas and Thorne, particularly directing a chilling glance at Thomas. As their eyes met, a fierce determination was etched on each of their faces. You little brat, you've finally shown yourself. Your life now belongs to me, Thomas sneered. Jory, however, paid no heed to Thomas's taunts and simply raised his sword, advancing towards both Thomas and Thorne. Clang, clash, boom, whoosh. The blades collided, sending sparks flying. The expressions on Thomas and Thorne's faces darkened in disbelief, for they had not anticipated the extraordinary strength of the man before them. The impact left their hands trembling, blood oozing from the wounds, while their bodies were forced to retreat repeatedly. Observing their expressions, Jory mused, "This is just the beginning. I have yet to unleash my full power." Having gauged the capabilities of Thomas and Thorn, Jory resolved to swiftly conclude this tiresome skirmish. In the next moment, he swept his sword horizontally, prompting Thomas and Thorn to hastily block the strike. Bang! The clash of weapons resounded loudly. Crack! Crack! The swords in Thomas and Thorn's hands were flung from their grasp, their hands seemingly fractured, as they stumbled backward several paces. Pain was evident on their faces. While Jory remained impassive, he swiftly closed the distance, raising his sword to cleave at Thomas's neck. Sensing Jory's intent, Thomas's expression turned to one of horror, and he instinctively crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to parry the blow. Whoosh! With a sickening sound, Thomas's hands were severed, and he let out a harrowing scream as blood splattered onto Jory and Thorn. This gruesome scene profoundly shocked Thorn. Unmoved, Jory continued his assault, aiming a diagonal strike at Thomas's neck. Bang! A head soared high into the air, eyes wide in terror, as a fountain of blood erupted and showered the surroundings. This sight utterly petrified Thorn. In that moment, all thoughts fled his mind. His sole desire was to survive. He dropped to his knees, gazing up at Jory with tears streaming down his face, head bowed, yet eyes burning with hatred. Respected Sir Jory, I wish to surrender and pledge my loyalty to you. Jory, however, offered no response. He merely advanced, sword in hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked down upon the kneeling Lord of the Isle. Gripping his blade tightly, with a swift and decisive motion, he plunged it from above into Thorn's back, pinning him to the ground of the plaza. I can never accept your pledge of loyalty, for the hatred I saw in your eyes just moments ago tells me you would become a traitor. Withdrawing his sword, Jory wore a cruel smile as he surveyed the surrounding enemies. The deaths of Thomas and Thorn instilled fear into the hearts of the remaining warriors of Biting Bay and the Isle, extinguishing their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Simon and Roland had also determined their fates. Simon's sword was plunged into the heart of Roland, who leaned against his weapon, steadfast even in death. Simon addressed Roland, acknowledging him as a noble knight. Subsequently, Jory led his warriors in a brutal massacre that lasted for several hours, until the blood that flowed across the square transformed into a small river, and the corpses piled high like mountains. Jory commanded that the heads of Thomas and Thorn be displayed atop a tall pole at the castle of Pebble Island to instill fear in all who approached. Once the battle concluded, Jory entrusted the task of cleaning the battlefield to David, who was to remain temporarily at Pebble Island. He then instructed Simon to lead 50 warriors to Milk Island, promptly elevating Simon to the position of the second vassal of Pebble Island, granting him the fief of Milk Island. Eagerly, Simon and his 50 warriors set sail for the castle of Milk Island, where they hoisted the banner of the Alexander family, a bronze cauldron on a red field. As for Jory, he led 200 men directly to Long Sister Island, seizing both the castle of Long Sister Island and Sister Tun, while sending men to control all nearby vessels. In the depths of the night, within the grand hall of Long Sister Island's castle, Jory activated a panel, his gaze fixated upon it without a blink. Title: Night, Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor, Biting Bay. Milk Island. Wealth, 9 million gold dragons, pending collection. Lord level, 1. Farming achievement points. War points, 40. Marketplace. Entry to the basic marketplace open. Jory felt a sense of satisfaction at the sudden increase of 40 war points. A tinge of greed flickered in his eyes as he envisioned the Eagle's Nest City, Heart City, and Longbow Hall, all his. However, reason prevailed within Jory. He understood that without the demise of King Robert and Eddard, he would never have the opportunity to partake in the War of the Five Kings, transforming it into a conflict of six. The power struggles of King's Landing held no allure for Jory. At present, his foremost desire was to transform the saline and alkaline lands of his territory into productive farmland, thereby accumulating additional farming achievement points. Furthermore, Jory intended to eliminate the inhabitants of Long Sister Island, as he did not wish to be constantly vigilant against their potential treachery. As dawn approached, Jory, accompanied by his 200 warriors, embarked on a frenzied slaughter under the cloak of night. This carnage continued until the break of day. Long Sister Island and Sister Tun now belonged to him forever. Standing amidst the sea of corpses, with his sword touching the ground and both hands gripping the hilt, he smiled. His gaze turned toward the rising sun, and he mused that his future would undoubtedly be radiant. Chapter 50. Vane's Oath of Loyalty. A day later, Jory resolved to delegate all post-battle statistical work to Kevin. Upon returning to Pebble Island, Jory instructed David to remain at Miss Island, while Kevin and Mary returned to Pebble Island. As soon as Kevin and Mary arrived at the castle of Pebble Island, Jory summoned them to the castle hall. Accompanying them were Wayne and Amelia. During their journey back to Pebble Island, Wayne was profoundly shaken to hear that Jory had seized control of the entirety of Biting Bay, as well as the Isle of Milk. Amelia's sentiments mirrored Wayne's. However, Wayne's resolve to pledge his loyalty to Jory grew even stronger, having learned that Simon had become the second vassal of Pebble Island and acquired his own territory, the Isle of Milk. Upon encountering Jory once more, Wayne's gaze brimmed with reverence. "Esteemed Sir Jory, might you still be willing to accept my oath of fealty?" he inquired. Jory cast a glance at Wayne, recalling the intelligence relayed by the members of the Red Fox the previous day, which contained information about Wayne that largely aligned with what Wayne had previously conveyed to him. However, there were some discrepancies. "Sir Wayne, upon further investigation, I find that your prior statements are nearly consistent with the information my associates have gathered," Jory replied. Joy surged within Wayne, and he hastily declared, "By the seven gods, I am willing. This matter is not urgent. Sir Wayne may settle in Pebble Island with Amelia for the time being. As for your oath of fealty, I shall consider it," Jory stated, shaking his head. Disappointment flickered in Wayne's eyes as he gazed at Jory. "Esteemed Sir Jory, you previously mentioned that." Jory interrupted him directly, his expression calm. "Sir Wayne, your prior declarations to me are not entirely complete. For instance, my sources have uncovered that you secretly corresponded with Viscount Nestor Royce of Moongate Keep, expressing your intention to pledge loyalty to him." A heaviness settled in Wayne's heart. "Esteemed Sir Jory, that was a misunderstanding. At that time, I was at my wit's end and thought of him because he is the steward of the Vale and possesses a commendable reputation." Jory pondered for a moment before responding. "Sir Wayne, to be frank, I am inclined to accept your oath of fealty. Yet, every time I recall that Nestor Royce conspired with the Sunderland family to hire an assassin against me 8 years ago, I cannot easily dismiss the memory." Wayne's countenance reflected despair, disappointment, and regret. Amelia interjected, "Esteemed Sir Jory, is it because of Nestor Royce that you harbor distrust towards my father?" Jory's gaze shifted to Amelia. "Indeed. If I were to offer myself as your woman, would you grant my father a chance?" After all, at that time, he was unaware that the esteemed Viscount Nestor Royce had previously colluded with the Sunderland family to orchestrate your assassination, Amelia earnestly proposed, her eyes alight with hope. Mary shot a glance at Amelia, feeling somewhat unsettled. Kevin discreetly marveled, casting a sidelong glance at Mary, thinking, from this moment, the conflict between the two women begins. What a predicament! Jory found Amelia's forthrightness somewhat surprising and observed her intently. He conceded that this woman was indeed strikingly beautiful, elegant yet resplendent, truly embodying the essence of Amelia. Nevertheless, Jory was unwilling to sacrifice an entire forest for the sake of one woman, for his ultimate ambition was to ascend to the throne. To ascend to the throne, one must have an emperor and empress, along with concubines. The title of king alone cannot satiate Jory's ambitions. In the future, my women shall not be limited to one. Are you still willing? Jory spoke these words with a gentle demeanor. Amelia furrowed her brow, while a pang of bitterness stirred within Mary. Vane observed Amelia's inclination to refuse. He was reluctant to gain Jory's trust through such a compromise involving his daughter, for it contradicted his true intentions. Jory exhibited remarkable patience, granting Amelia the space to contemplate. He discerned that Amelia was a shrewd individual, and he felt uneasy about entrusting the role of his wife to someone so astute. He preferred that during his future conquests, his women could remain undisturbed. Amelia was engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle. At that moment, the most daunting challenge for her was the act of choosing. Amelia, fortune lies within your decision, and the hopes of Woodhall rest upon your choice. Soon, Amelia pressed her lips together and declared, I am willing. I may not choose the best, but I can select what is most advantageous for me. Amelia reflected, for Woodhall currently possessed nothing. A smile graced Jory's face as he proclaimed, from this day forth, the beautiful Miss Amelia shall be my woman. Tears brimmed in Mary's eyes as she bowed her head. Her fingers intertwined tightly, oblivious to the pain. In that moment, Mary felt an overwhelming ache in her heart. Amelia responded with a smile. I am honored to become your woman. Vane lowered his head, consumed with guilt. Jory nodded, and then turned his gaze toward Vane. Sir Vane, do you still wish to pledge your loyalty to me? Vane thought to himself, this opportunity was fought for by Amelia. I cannot betray her goodwill. Thus, Vane promptly knelt before Jory, bowing his head, I am willing to swear my allegiance to you. The 7 gods shall bless you to become a renowned knight within the 7 kingdoms. As for the cumbersome rituals, let us forego them. I accept your oath of loyalty. Sir Vane, Jory said, smiling as he helped Vane rise. Amelia breathed a sigh of relief. Her father had finally become a knight of Sir Jory, and would one day be his vassal. Jory moved to the window, gazing into the distance. Sir Vane, I currently lack a captain of the guard. My esteemed lord, I thank you. By the 7 gods above, I shall forever pledge my loyalty to you. Vane felt a surge of joy. This signified the Lord's trust in him. Amelia smiled, recognizing it as a promising beginning. Vane and Amelia, allow Mary to escort you to your chambers. Jory instructed, turning towards Mary. Mary nodded stiffly, a bittersweet feeling settling within her. Very well, my lord. Amelia's gaze wandered between Mary and Jory, deep in thought. Subsequently, Mary took Wayne and Amelia downstairs to rest. In the grand hall, only Jory and Kevin remained. Scholar Kevin. The casualties and compensations from the recent battles, along with the rewards and the improvement of the saline alkaline lands, must be meticulously arranged. I shall entrust these matters to you. Clearly, some of my recent words have wounded Mary's heart. She requires time to come to terms with this, rather than to handle affairs, Jory remarked. Upon hearing this, Kevin contemplated. You are the Lord. Your word is law. Very well, my lord. The newly appointed guardian of the East will soon arrive in the valley. And he may summon us, the vassals of the valley. What do you think I should do? Jory inquired. Kevin pondered for a moment. Does my lord wish for the news of the conquest of Bite Bay and Milk Island to be disseminated? Jory shook his head. Then it is best to refuse. As we have done in the past. My lord, the former prime minister is no longer present, yet his steward, the Viscount Nestor Royce of Moongate, remains. I recall you mentioning that it would be better not to meet him, as he once caused you harm. Furthermore, the new guardian of the East is not a noble of the valley, who would genuinely heed his words. My lord, do not forget, this is the valley. Kevin responded earnestly. I understand your point. Although this is indeed the valley, I believe these nobles will outwardly express goodwill. I may choose not to attend the new guardian's summons, but I shall write a letter to convey my reasons for my absence. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Scholar Kevin. Jory deliberated before addressing Kevin. Scholar Kevin, I think merely writing a letter may not suffice to convince the new guardian of the East. I would like to venture out before he arrives in the valley, however. I have yet to decide on a destination. Should I go, I will ensure that a member of the Red Fox follows me discreetly, relaying messages to you via the Crow to maintain our communication. Jory seated himself on a bench, fixing his gaze upon Kevin. Kevin nodded in agreement. Additionally, the castles of Pebble Island, Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Miss Island require repairs, fortifications, and elevation. For these expenses, please seek out Mary. I will instruct her to collaborate with you effectively. Upon hearing Jory's words, Kevin wore a resigned expression. My lord, I shall do so. That evening, Amelia knocked on the door of Jory's chamber. Chapter 51. Shadows. I am the Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone. The true dragon heir with the blood of the conqueror Aegon coursing through my veins. Daenerys, she affirmed to herself. Today marked her wedding day to Khal Drogo, the Horse Lord. Draped in her bridal gown, she sat motionless, observing the raucous festivities around her, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of solitude. All this revelry pertains to me. Yet it feels entirely detached from my essence, Daenerys contemplated. She did not understand Dothraki. While Khal Drogo spoke only a few phrases in the Valyrian dialect of the Free Cities, as for the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms, he was entirely unversed. Throughout her upbringing, her brother had always insisted that she was destined to be his wife. She has always firmly believed in this. Until today. Daenerys felt a whirlwind of emotions. Her brother, in a bid to secure the military assistance of Khal Drogo, the Horse Lord, to expel the usurpers from the Seven Kingdoms, had, under the influence of the Governor Illyrio and the threat of her brother's dragon, married her off to the Khal. Henceforth, she would be known as Khal Drogo's bride. Khaleesi. The title Khaleesi is a designation among the Dothraki people, referring to the wife of the Khal, a leader of the Khalasar. Due to the prevailing biases against women within Dothraki culture, a Khaleesi typically wields less influence than a blood rider or a warrior. Should the Khal perish, the Khaleesi would be taken to the holy city of Viz Dothrak, where she would serve as an advisor among all Khalasars. Seated beneath her, her brother Viserys seethed with rage. He resented being overshadowed by Daenerys, and, had the circumstances allowed, he would have unleashed his dragon's wrath upon her. Contemplating this, Viserys' gaze darkened. He recalled his encounter in Pentos with Illyrio Mopatus, who expressed interest in aiding Viserys' quest to reclaim the Iron Throne, hoping to gain favor in return for his assistance. Viserys had always trusted Illyrio implicitly. Together, they orchestrated Daenerys' marriage to Khal Drogo, a powerful Dothraki warlord with an army of 10,000, capable of conquering the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys felt a deep resentment at the thought of relinquishing Daenerys to Drogo, and on the eve of the wedding, he managed to enter her chamber, seeking to claim her virtue. However, Illyrio, understanding Viserys' true nature, anticipated his intentions and stationed guards outside Daenerys' room, thwarting his plans. Viserys was deeply displeased with Illyrio's actions. Trust had begun to fracture. Reflecting on this, a cold glint appeared in Viserys' eyes. Illyrio, once I conquer the Seven Kingdoms, I shall not spare you. He then turned his icy gaze towards Daenerys, who happened to meet his eyes. Today, Viserys donned a new black woolen tunic, emblazoned with a scarlet dragon upon his chest. Witnessing the anger etched upon his face, Daenerys instinctively averted her gaze in fear. This only fueled Viserys' ire further. Yet, aside from his fury, he felt powerless. Once again, Viserys lamented his circumstances. I, Viserys Targaryen III, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, have fallen to such a humiliating state. It is truly abominable, he fumed inwardly, as he observed the servants serving Ko and Daenerys first, before presenting the leftovers to him. Viserys felt his regal dignity crushed, his self-esteem deeply wounded, and he struggled to suppress an overwhelming urge to roar in anger. A flicker of reason remaining in his mind allowed him to confront the harsh reality. He turned his gaze once more to Daenerys, noting her icy demeanor juxtaposed against the lively atmosphere surrounding them, which felt so discordant. Concerned that she might jeopardize this union, he forced a smile, murmuring, "Daenerys, smile. Maintain your smile. Today is your wedding day, and you ought to feel joy." Upon hearing Viserys' words, Daenerys instinctively trembled, recalling his wrath akin to a dragon's fury, and she endeavored to keep her smile intact. Yet, despite her relentless efforts, her facial muscles ached from the strain while tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She fought desperately against the tears, terrified of her brother's wrath and the potential displeasure of Ko. She appeared helpless and panicked, for reasons unknown to him. Witnessing Daenerys' distress and fear stirred something within him, awakening a sense of unease in his conscience. Around them, the Blood Riders of Khal Drogo laughed boisterously, leaving Daenerys without a single companion to converse with. At that moment, an array of food was brought forth, fragrant chunks of dark meat, Dothraki blood pies, thick black sausages, and a variety of fruits. The table before her was laden with food, yet Daenerys felt no appetite whatsoever. She struggled to summon any desire for the feast laid out before her, even on the day she became a bride. She felt neither joy nor readiness to embrace her new role. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the imposing figure of her future husband, a man with bronzed skin, dark eyes, and hair, complemented by a long beard. His hair was braided, cascading down to his thighs, adorned with countless small bells. His braids had never been cut, symbolizing that Drogo had never tasted defeat in battle, a warrior undefeated. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a deadly contest commenced. Daenerys watched in pale horror, her hands gripping her gown tightly, her heart brimming with dread. In the face of such brutality, she recalled the words of Governor Illyrio: "Any Dothraki wedding that does not claim at least 3 lives is deemed a failure." From the onset of the duel until sunset, Daenerys bore witness to the deaths of 12 men. Her fear escalated, and all she could do was cling to the remnants of her sanity to stifle her screams. She was terrified by these bizarre and barbaric acts, especially upon witnessing the deaths that had resulted from this union. An unsettling anxiety gripped her heart, a fear that lingered until Drogon rose and approached her. She lowered her head slightly. When Viserys observed this scene, his gaze fell, consumed by rage. His face contorted in a grotesque manner, resembling a mad king. In the study of a manor in King's Landing, the oil lamp in the niche by the door emitted a faint yellow glow. Thus, the troublesome rumor that had plagued me was indeed the work of the nobles from the Vale? "Indeed," replied Varys. "Can we ascertain who it is?" Peter's tone was exceedingly cold. Varys hesitated, his demeanor betraying uncertainty. Varys was a eunuch, round and portly with a bald head, exuding an air of perfumed elegance. He favored comfortable garments, vibrant silks, and soft slippers that muffled his footsteps. Moreover, he was a master of disguise, capable of altering his appearance, gait, scent, and attire, rendering him unrecognizable to others. Peter pondered these traits, his brow furrowed. He found Varys's current demeanor distasteful and untrustworthy. Is it not possible to divulge? Peter's lips curled ever so slightly, his gaze steady, though irritation simmered within. "Old friend, I only know that this faction is called the Red Fox. Beyond that, I cannot say, but it is certain that it originates from a noble in the Vale." Varys smiled enigmatically. Peter scoffed. "I am well aware that the nobles of the Vale possess the means to establish an intelligence network." Varys maintained a feigned smile. "Old friend, do you require my assistance?" Peter glanced at Varys, shaking his head. "Your little birds can uncover this. I am already satisfied. I will know how to proceed from here." With that, Peter hastily departed, while Varys' smile faded, his eyes glinting with coldness. In the dim light, terrifying shadows danced upon the walls. Chapter 52. The Duke of Stark's discovery 3 days later. Jaime eagerly accepted King Robert's appointment to serve as the Warden of the East in the Vale. His mind was occupied with numerous thoughts, predominantly concerning how to govern the Vale. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the position of Warden of the East. Jaime was tall and striking, with flowing golden hair, shining blue eyes, and a smile as sharp as a blade. He was widely regarded as a handsome man. However, he believed that these attributes would offer little assistance in managing the Vale. At that moment, Jaime thought of his brother Tyrion. He believed that Tyrion's intellect could greatly aid him in administering the Vale. Unfortunately, Tyrion was at the wall in the north. Damn it. It was all due to my insatiable curiosity, Jaime mused. Under different circumstances, Tyrion might have accompanied him to the Vale. Before departing from King's Landing, Jaime learned about the Vale from Lord Stark. In the eyes of Lord Stark, he did not endorse Nestor Royce, the steward of House Arryn, as a suitable ally. Stark harbored suspicions regarding Nestor's involvement in Jon's death. Although Jaime did not wholly trust Lord Stark, he resolved to engage with the nobles of the Vale, leaving the choice of his confidants until his arrival there. For this journey, Jaime took along 10 knights from House Lannister, and they set forth swiftly towards the Vale. In King's Landing, the hand of the king, Eddard Stark, faced the ire of King Robert, who had thrown his emblem at Eddard, threatening to appoint Jaime Lannister as his hand if Eddard failed to fulfill his duties. Reluctantly, Eddard remained in the Hand's Tower, feeling discontented with Robert's disregard for governance. As he entrusted all matters to the small council, Robert's unwavering trust in House Lannister gave Eddard a sense of foreboding. Determined to uncover the truth behind Jon's death, Eddard sought to bring the murderer to justice under the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Before him lay a substantial tome, a gift from Ser Jorah Mormont, delivered through his wife, Catelyn. She had arrived unexpectedly in King's Landing, having learned from Peter Baelish of Bran's assassination attempt, and she suspected the Lannisters were behind it. Eddard's wariness towards House Lannister grew, particularly after hearing of Bran's peril. Concerned that Robb lacked the experience to govern Winterfell alone and gain the loyalty of their vassals, Eddard instructed Catelyn to return home to assist Robb. Moreover, Eddard was motivated by a desire to ensure Catelyn's safety. He perceived King's Landing as a treacherous place where one misstep could lead to fatal consequences, exemplified by Jon's demise. Just the previous night, he had sent Catelyn away for her protection. Ser Jorah Mormont had long served House Arryn. During Jon Arryn's tenure in King's Landing, Jorah had been his personal maester. When Lord Arryn fell gravely ill, Pycelle, citing Jorah's youth and inexperience, dismissed him from the Lord's side, yet claimed to others that he regarded Jorah as a son. Reflecting on this, Eddard recalled Jorah's words, "My Lord Stark, indeed, Lord Jon was poisoned. I attempted to treat him, but was thwarted by Pycelle." Eddard had always known that Pycelle's actions in the small council were primarily to safeguard the interests of House Lannister. The words of Maester Cormon cast a shadow of doubt over the death of Jon, suggesting it was indeed orchestrated by the Lannisters. Yet, such suspicions were devoid of evidence. Eddard suppressed his tumultuous thoughts, directing his attention to the tome presented by Maester Cormon. This volume meticulously chronicled the lineage resulting from the unions between the Lannister and Baratheon families, replete with detailed descriptions. Eddard perused the pages with patience. As time slowly slipped away, how could this be? Eddard was taken aback. He believed he had misread, so he revisited the text. Upon completion, a heavy dread settled in his heart. Every offspring from the Lannister-Baratheon unions was described as having black hair, yet Queen Cersei's 3 children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, were all golden-haired. The implausible revelation struck Eddard. The Queen's progeny were not Robert's. He abruptly rose from the bench, his expression grave. He paced around the long table, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. He picked up the weighty tome repeatedly, questioning its veracity. However, the information it contained aligned perfectly. Save for the descendants of Robert and Cersei's union, that seemingly impossible answer was the true answer, despite Eddard's reluctance to accept it. He could not avert his gaze from such a truth. He delved deeper into thought. Whose children were Cersei's 3 offspring? Eddard's complexion turned ashen. Was this all a Lannister conspiracy to usurp the Baratheon lineage and seize the Iron Throne? Eddard yearned to disclose everything to Robert. Yet, considering Robert's trust in the Lannisters, he hesitated. If he were to reveal this to Robert, the king might dismiss it as mere paranoia towards the Lannisters, despite their once profound bond. But Eddard had to acknowledge that Robert had changed. Simultaneously, a pang of regret struck him. He had witnessed the regicide firsthand when he led an army into King's Landing. But he never anticipated that he would now suffer the bitter fruits of that experience. Robert had become increasingly indifferent to the affairs of the realm, spending his days hunting beyond the city. "Robert, the 7 kingdoms you once conquered will fall to the Lannisters if I remain idle. What am I to do?" Perhaps Maester Cormon had discerned this truth, yet dared not speak of it, paralyzed by fear. Eddard was engulfed in anguish, murmuring to himself, "No. As the hand of the king, I cannot remain passive. I must take action." Since convincing Robert was out of the question, he resolved to approach Cersei. As a woman, she should understand the dire consequences of such a royal scandal being exposed. He believed that for the sake of her 3 children, she would quietly distance herself from King's Landing. If she were to take her children away, perhaps out of respect for King Robert, they could be spared, and all could be forgotten as if it had never transpired. However, if I were to proceed with this, how would I face Robert if he were to find out? No, Robert has always held an affection for my sister, Lyanna. If I act in this manner, he should understand that my intentions are for his benefit and thus he would not harbor resentment towards me. Convincing King Robert to acknowledge Joffrey and his two brothers as his legitimate heirs, despite their true parentage, given Robert's temperament. Would he truly listen to my full explanation? Does he possess the patience for it? Eddard's face contorted with conflict and anguish, tormented by inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, Eddard resolved within himself to confront the Queen, aiming to mitigate the repercussions of this matter. He glanced outside, noting that the hour was still early, and then directed his gaze towards the Red Keep. It seemed time for him to seek an audience with Cersei and engage in a serious discussion. Chapter 53. Cersei's Malicious Scheme. King's Landing. The Red Keep. Queen Cersei's chambers. She stood by the window, a goblet of rich, crimson wine in her hand, gazing downwards. Outside her door stood Sandor Clegane, a member of House Clegane and the brother of Ser Gregor Clegane, the current head of their family. Known for his cruel disposition and unyielding loyalty to his master, he earned the moniker the Hound, symbolized by the 3 dogs of his house sigil. The Hound is regarded as one of the most formidable warriors in Westeros, having been disfigured in his youth by his brother Gregor, who pressed his face into a brazier over a toy. Since that day, he harbored a profound aversion and fear of fire, as well as disdain for his brother and the hypocritical codes of knighthood. On the day Gregor inherited their family's fortune, Sandor decisively abandoned House Clegane to pledge his allegiance to the Lannisters. When Eddard's figure appeared before Sandor, the latter's expression bore a hint of surprise. "I seek an audience with the Queen," Eddard declared gravely. Sandor nodded and turned to rap on Cersei's chamber door. Cersei remained at the window, her stance unchanged. "What is it?" she inquired. "Your Grace, the hand of the King, Lord Stark, requests an audience," Sandor announced. Cersei paused mid-drink, her expression darkening with displeasure. She pondered why this Stark would wish to see her. She had nothing to discuss with him. Yet, considering the fact that this Stark was the Hand and Joffrey was destined to inherit the throne, perhaps he could offer some assistance. Thus, Cersei turned and approached the door. Upon opening it, she stepped aside to allow Eddard entry into her chamber, all the while scrutinizing him in silence. Noticing his somber demeanor, her gaze turned frigid. Once Eddard entered, Cersei closed the door behind him and disregarded his presence, striding directly to a bench draped with deer hide. Eddard observed this with a furrowed brow. "Esteemed Hand of the King, Guardian of the North, Duke Stark, what brings you to my presence?" Cersei sat upon the bench, sipping from her goblet of fine wine, her expression laced with curiosity. Eddard glanced towards the doorway of the chamber. "My Queen, might I request that Sandor step away for a moment? There are matters of significance I wish to discuss with you." Cersei cast a surprised look at Eddard, unable to decipher his intent. However, recalling the nature of the Stark Duke, she nodded and called out, "Hound, go to Joffrey. I require no guard here." Sandor, stationed outside the door, immediately responded to the Queen's command, "Aye, my lady." He then departed with a series of footsteps echoing behind him. "Shall we speak now?" Cersei's demeanor was haughty, her gaze condescendingly fixed upon Eddard, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Eddard regarded the Queen intently. "Recently, I have been investigating the truth behind Jon's demise. May I assume that the Lord Stark believes I am responsible?" Cersei's expression turned mocking. "No, I do not allege such a thing. I merely suspect that Jon's death is intertwined with the Lannister family, though I possess no evidence linking it to you, my Queen." "I do not hastily draw conclusions without proof," Eddard replied earnestly. Cersei fell silent for a moment. "We Lannisters would never stoop to such treachery to eliminate Jon." Eddard remained silent, unconvinced by her words. "Today, I have come to address another matter, one that pertains to the succession of the Iron Throne." Cersei placed her goblet upon the table, her expression devoid of emotion. "I am all ears. In my inquiries regarding Jon's death, I discovered a pattern throughout history. Every offspring born from the unions of the Lannister and Baratheon families has possessed dark hair, yet your 3 children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, are undeniably golden-haired. Is there anything you would care to explain, my Queen?" Eddard's tone was icy. Upon hearing this, Cersei's mind went blank, her pupils dilating abruptly. He has uncovered the truth. How could this be? The realization was palpable in her expression, clearly visible to Eddard. His conviction in his discovery deepened, burdening his heart. Cersei quickly regained her composure. Feigning calm, her hands clenched tightly, her face a mask of fury. "I do not comprehend what you speak of. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are indisputably the King's children. They bear the Baratheon name. Why would you utter such absurdities, Lord Stark?" Eddard met her gaze unwaveringly, his eyes sharp as daggers. My queen, rest assured. I possess evidence to substantiate my claims, and I am certain that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are all regicides. Cersei's complexion paled, and she shouted at Eddard in anger, "Leave. You are not welcome here." Eddard disregarded her outburst and continued, "For the sake of Robert, for the Baratheon legacy, and for the welfare of your 3 children, my queen. Should you wish to depart King's Landing discreetly with those children, I may consider sparing you. The royal bloodline must remain unsullied. The Iron Throne rightfully belongs to the Baratheon family. This, I trust, you comprehend, my queen." Cersei's mind spiraled into chaos. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless. Yearning for Jaime's presence, yet he was nowhere to be found. Alone, she confronted the unfolding crisis, her mind racing as she sought a resolution. First, she resolved to secure the allegiance of the Stark, persuading him to refrain from informing Robert, knowing well his honorable character would lead him to acquiesce. Stealthily, she would dispatch agents to obliterate any evidence the Stark might possess. Residing in the Hand's Tower, the incriminating proof likely lay hidden there. What if the tower were to be set ablaze? Next, while the king ventured out to hunt, she would orchestrate his demise. Ultimately, with Joffrey ascending the throne, she would denounce the Stark as a traitor. In the blink of an eye, Cersei conceived these schemes, her sanity teetering on the brink. "You leave me no choice," she mused. "Respected Duke Stark, might I implore you for a modicum of time? I must convince Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen." Cersei gazed at Eddard, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Eddard regarded her thoughtfully, then nodded, granting her 2 days. "Before I depart, could you refrain from disclosing this matter to Robert? I wish to spare him heartache." Cersei's tears flowed freely, her heart swelling with resentment. Witnessing her distress, Eddard, unable to bear her anguish, vowed, "In the name of House Stark, I swear by the 7 gods that I shall not reveal this to Robert before you leave King's Landing." Cersei sighed in relief, suddenly perceiving the Stark before her as rather amiable, almost bringing a smile to her lips. To her, this Stark seemed easily manipulated. Such an adversary posed little trouble. And even before she had begun to act, victory appeared assured. "By the 7, I thank you for your mercy," Cersei feigned piety. Eddard cast a glance at her. Aware that time was of the essence, "You may begin your preparations." With that, he turned to leave, his own heart relieved. As she watched his figure fade from view, a fierce determination ignited within Cersei. Without delay, she penned a letter to her cousin Lancel Lannister, summoning him to her side. Simultaneously, she dispatched a Lannister servant to set the Hand's Tower ablaze under the cover of night, hoping to eliminate the Stark in one fell swoop. A sinister expression crossed Cersei's face as she contemplated the king's hunting grounds, where wild boars roamed. Perhaps this could be orchestrated to ensure Robert's untimely demise. The details would require refinement. At that moment, she pondered what her father would have done to navigate this predicament more effectively. Ideas flooded her mind until her eyes lit up with a cunning thought. King Robert had a penchant for wine, and her cousin Lancel had procured an abundance of potent spirits, 3 times stronger than ordinary wine. In a state of inebriation, Robert pursued a colossal wild boar, only to meet his demise at the creature's tusks. What a masterstroke it was, Cersei mused. However, contemplating her cousin Lancel Lannister, she realized that persuading him to become an accomplice in the assassination of King Robert would necessitate some personal sacrifice. Yet, everything was worth it, all for Joffrey and his kin. "Jaime, do not blame me. If I do not act, all that Joffrey possesses will be lost, and I cannot bear to witness such a fate. You will understand. Will you not?" Raising her goblet, Cersei approached the window, gazing down upon all that lay beneath the Red Keep, a manic expression gracing her face. "Victory shall be mine," she thought. Chapter 54. The death of Robert the Breeze carried the scent of the sea, tinged with a hint of humidity. Jory stood by the window, listening to Kevin's report on the affairs of the castle. Kevin's narrative primarily revolved around the arrangements for the compensation of those fallen in the recent battle, along with the progress on improving the lands of the Bight and the salt-laden fields of the Milk Islands. Naturally, he also addressed the restoration of the castles on Lady's Island, Sweet Sister, Long Sister, and Pebble Island. Once Kevin concluded his report, Jory fell into contemplation, stating, "The compensation efforts must continue. The families of the slain warriors require these funds for their survival. Should they encounter difficulties, we must ensure that assistance is rendered promptly. As for the improvement of the salt-laden lands, we shall recruit tenants on Pebble Island and the Milk Islands, striving to see results before winter sets in." Kevin nodded. "My lord, besides these matters, I have one more thing to report." "What is it?" Jory inquired. "The members of the Red Fox stationed in King's Landing have gone silent." Kevin replied, his expression grave. "Do you know the reason?" Jory turned, his demeanor calm as he regarded Kevin. "Unknown. Investigations are ongoing." Kevin shook his head. Jory furrowed his brow, instructing, Send Corey and his men to King's Landing to ascertain who is behind this. At once, Kevin responded respectfully. Have you managed to discern who the new Guardian of the East is? Jory asked, his brow knitted in concern. I have found out. It is the Kingslayer. Indeed. It is he, Jory exclaimed, somewhat astonished. What could King Robert possibly be thinking? Did he not fear that such actions would jeopardize his reign? Had there been any messages from White Harbor? Jory turned his gaze to Kevin. White Harbor, a significant port city situated south of Winterfell in the domain of House Manderley, stands as the largest settlement north of the Neck, albeit the smallest among the 5 great cities of Westeros. It serves as the North's primary trade port, located at the mouth of the White Knife River, offering numerous trading opportunities further north. Due to its geographical position, White Harbor enjoys broader interactions with the South, resulting in a greater presence of knights and followers of the Faith of the Seven compared to other northern regions. Furthermore, White Harbor boasts excellent fishing grounds and is home to many silversmiths. Today, Sir Wylis Mandler arrived in King's Landing accompanied by several attendants. Kevin, deep in thought, found himself puzzled by the Lord's recent fascination with White Harbor. Yura remained silent. It was likely that only the Duke of Stark could command such attention from Wylis Mandler. Yet, what events had transpired in King's Landing? Such mobilization seemed rather unusual. Scholar Kevin, how many subjects currently inhabit my domain? The Lord inquired. My lord, there are a total of 129 individuals, came the reply. I am contemplating relocating a portion of the inhabitants from Pebble Island and Milk Island to Bite Bay. What are your thoughts? My lord, leave this matter to me. I shall persuade them, Kevin assured. Scholar Kevin, are you familiar with the lands across the Narrow Sea? My lord, in the realm of Westeros, the region known as Essos is often referred to as the Eastern Continent or simply the East. It is frequently described by its various city-states or regions, such as the Free Cities or the Dothraki Sea. Alas, I must confess my knowledge is rather limited. Yura chose not to respond. Although he harbored a desire for the Unsullied from Astapor, he recognized the substantial risks involved. Initially, he had intended to lead the expedition personally, but after contemplating the dangers of the sea, he hesitated and abandoned the notion. Instead, he resolved to entrust the acquisition of the Unsullied to David and Simon. After all, he possessed sufficient gold dragons, making the purchase of those Unsullied a trivial matter. If David were to successfully return with them from across the Narrow Sea, Yura would have no reservations about swiftly advancing his plans in the Vale. Of course, by that time, the War of the Five Kings would likely be in full swing. Scholar Kevin, please send word to David and Simon to come to me. I have tasks for them, Yura instructed. At once, Kevin replied before hastily departing. With the decision made not to venture across the Narrow Sea, Yura resolved to adhere to his original plan, opting to forego the banquet that Jaime might host. Fortunately, Kevin had already composed a sincere letter of refusal in advance. Yura had no desire to draw closer to Jaime, for doing so would mean stepping into the gaze of Queen Cersei. He wished to avoid being used as a pawn by her. Moreover, he was reluctant to enter the whirlpool of power that was King's Landing, where a single misstep could lead to ruin. All he needed to do was patiently await the onset of the War of the Five Kings, striving to accumulate agricultural achievements in the meantime. Meanwhile, the Red Keep in King's Landing was bustling with activity. A young and robust man, with sandy brown hair and striking green eyes, bore a handsome visage often likened to that of Jaime Lannister. Lancel Lannister, the eldest son of Kevin Lannister from Casterly Rock, served as an attendant to Robert Baratheon. At this moment, Lancel glanced at Cersei, who was clad in light attire, and instinctively lowered his head in bashfulness. Noticing this, Cersei's lips curled into a subtle smile. Lancel, everyone says you resemble Jaime. When I see you, it feels as though Jaime is right beside me, she remarked with a gentle smile. Lancel stammered, Your Grace, you flatter me. Lancel, do not address me as Your Grace. Call me cousin. We are both Lannisters, and should be more familiar with one another, Cersei replied, moving closer to the timid Lancel, placing her right hand on his shoulder, her face nearly touching his ear, her breath warm against his skin. Lancel's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively recoiled, saying, I apologize, Your Grace. I am uncertain why you have summoned me here. I wish for my cousin to assist me with a task, Cersei said, closing the distance between them. Lancel, struggling to maintain his composure, urged, Cousin, please do not. Before he could finish, Cersei's icy lips brushed against his. Lancel's eyes widened in shock, his mind swirling in confusion. In the next moment, the two were entwined in a fervent embrace, engaged in a passionate struggle. Afterward, Lancel knelt before Cersei, his head bowed. Your Grace, I have erred and offended you. Cersei smiled softly. Lancel, I have a task I would like you to undertake. If you succeed, I shall forgive you, and you are welcome to visit me here anytime. Lancel's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed hard. By the 7, your grace, command me. Whatever you ask, I, Lancel, shall not refuse. Cersei regarded him intently, her expression grave. Lancel, can I trust you? Lancel replied hastily. I, Lancel, swear by the 7 that I will do anything for you, your grace. Should I betray this oath, let me. But before he could finish, Cersei placed a finger gently on his lips, silencing him. Our king enjoys hunting beyond the city and delights in wine, which you are to arrange. I wish for you to deliver a selection of exquisite wines I have recently acquired to the king tomorrow during his hunt. Perhaps, in his merriment, he may even knight you. Lancel, will you assist me with this? Realizing that the queen was considering his interests, Lancel nodded without hesitation. Your grace, I shall do it. The wines are in King's Landing, Cersei whispered to Lancel. Upon hearing this, Lancel replied, Your grace, I understand what to do. I shall prepare at once. With that, he hurriedly departed, anxious that lingering any longer might risk the king's return. Should the king discover his involvement with the queen, the consequences would surely be dire. Not long after Lancel's departure, another figure cloaked in dark robes entered Cersei's chamber, obscuring their identity. In the morrow, the king shall hunt. Therefore, prepare an ample supply of formidable wild boars of considerable size. You understand the task, do you not? Cersei spoke in a cold tone. As you command. The cloaked figure replied indifferently. The Lannisters honor their debts. Rest assured, you will not be deprived of your 3,000 golden dragons, Cersei proclaimed with pride. Tomorrow, you shall receive good news. The cloaked figure chuckled softly. Let it be so, Cersei replied calmly. The cloaked figure nodded and departed from the chamber. Gradually fading from her sight, Cersei lifted her gaze to the sky outside the window, now shrouded in darkness. Thus, the machinations at the Hand's Tower should have commenced. The Hand's Tower was engulfed in flames, billowing smoke, and the inferno raged fiercely, a sight most terrifying. Eddard stood not far from the burning tower, his expression as grim as the depths of the sea. His captain of the guard had perished here while attempting to save him, a victim of a nefarious plot. He ought to have met his end as a warrior in the north. In his fury, Eddard immediately dispatched men to investigate the source of the fire. Meanwhile, the voluminous tome that proved Cersei's 3 children were not Robert's was also consumed by the flames. Eddard's suspicions regarding Cersei's involvement in this affair grew, for the coincidences were too striking. However, he did not anticipate that the arsonist would reveal himself. Nor could he believe that this individual was one of his own men from the north, a servant in his employ. This revelation dispelled Eddard's doubts about Cersei. Eddard approached this servant, his face etched with fury, demanding, Vic, why have you done this? Regret was evident on Vic's countenance, lamenting that only a captain of the guard had perished, rather than Eddard himself. Eddard sought to inquire further, yet Vic remained silent. Eddard gestured for him to be taken away and swiftly organized efforts to extinguish the blaze. Once the fire was subdued, Eddard felt utterly drained, bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. At dawn, King Robert, as was his custom, set forth from the city to hunt. Yet, prior to his departure, he partook of a copious amount of wine prepared for him by Lancel, which had been arranged by Cersei well in advance. Concerned that Robert might not succumb immediately, Cersei had replaced her originally planned triple-strength wine with one of quadruple potency. As Eddard fought to stave off sleep, a piece of news shattered his drowsiness and sent his mind into disarray. King Robert was dead. Chapter 55. The Struggle for the Iron Throne at the Red Keep. Upon hearing the tidings of Robert's demise, Cersei sought to leverage her father's influence to secure the throne for her son, Joffrey. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of regret for her inability to eliminate Eddard. To ensure Joffrey's ascension to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei resolved to circumvent Eddard entirely. She has already dispatched someone to contact Grand Maester Pycelle, the Master of Whisperers Varys, as well as the Minister of Justice Lannister and the Minister of the Navy Stannis Baratheon. Cersei has resolved to conceal the news until Joffrey ascends to the throne and then summon them. As for Duke Stark, Cersei intends for him to preside over the matter of Robert's death while ensuring that Eddard has no time to attend to her affairs. She covertly orchestrates unrest in King's Landing, leaving Eddard preoccupied. Furthermore, Cersei aims to meticulously set a trap for Eddard, thereby facilitating his execution. Of course, she has already secretly taken control of Eddard's 2 daughters, Sansa Stark. When Pycelle and the others arrive, Cersei warmly invites them into the hall. Once they are seated, Cersei feigns sorrow and states, "You are all loyal servants of the king. The news of his death has struck me as if the heavens have collapsed. It is truly dreadful. Yet, apart from being the queen, I am also a mother. I have received word that someone seeks to thwart my son Joffrey from becoming king. I wish to inquire of you all." As soon as her words fade, Grand Maester Pycelle promptly responds, "Prince Joffrey is the king's eldest son. It is only natural that he inherits the Iron Throne. There is no doubt about it. Cersei, satisfied, turns her gaze towards Pycelle. She then focuses her attention on Varys, Petyr, and Baelish, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Varys smiles and affirms, indeed, Prince Joffrey is entitled to inherit the Seven Kingdoms and assume the mantle of a new king. Hearing Varys' words, Cersei breathes a sigh of relief and shifts her gaze to Petyr and Baelish. Your Grace, you just mentioned that the one seeking to prevent Prince Joffrey from becoming king would not be the hand of the king, Duke Stark, would they? Baelish, perplexed that such a significant matter lacks the involvement of the hand, voices his thoughts. Indeed, Duke Stark would prefer to see Stannis upon the Iron Throne. As for Renly and Stannis, they too harbor ambitions for the Iron Throne. I fear they may conspire against Joffrey. Tears stream down Cersei's face. Rest assured, Your Grace. With me, Baelish, present, the Kingsguard will exert every effort to support Prince Joffrey in becoming the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Baelish, concerned about potential unrest in the realm, resolves to assist Cersei. Moreover, Joffrey's ascension aligns with the king's desires, as he is aware that the king has never favored Renly or Stannis. Cersei gazes at Baelish with gratitude, his words instilling her with greater confidence regarding Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne, for within the Seven Kingdoms, Baelish holds considerable esteem. Finally, Cersei directs her gaze towards Petyr, and the others follow suit. After a moment of silence, Petyr, with a hint of a smile and calm gray-green eyes, states, of course. Like all present here, I too wish for Prince Joffrey to ascend the Iron Throne and become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the Prime Minister's refusal to acknowledge Prince Joffrey would undoubtedly incite chaos across the Seven Kingdoms and hinder Joffrey's ability to assert control over them. Petyr's words stirred a gust of unease among the gathered. Cersei's expression shifted. She found merit in Petyr's reasoning. How could they persuade the honorable and steadfast Lord Stark to publicly affirm Joffrey's legitimacy as king? Cersei instinctively believed this to be an insurmountable task. Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind regarding Lord Stark's two daughters, igniting a spark of inspiration within her. The hall fell into a profound silence. Let me undertake the task of persuading the Prime Minister. Baelish rose to accept this formidable challenge. Cersei felt a mix of delight and trepidation at Baelish's willingness to take on such a daunting responsibility. She feared that Lord Stark might divulge some uncomfortable truths to Baelish. However, she then contemplated that Lord Stark's unwavering commitment to honor might lead him to remain silent. Then I entrust this matter to you. Cersei bowed respectfully to Baelish. Yet, Baelish evaded her gesture, unwilling to bear the queen's reverence. There is no need for such formality. My queen, I shall see this through, he replied hurriedly before departing. Eddard was engulfed in sorrow over Robert's demise, utterly preoccupied with grief rather than the affairs of the realm. He drank in his chamber, seeking intoxication to escape the harsh reality. The sight of Robert's mangled corpse was nearly beyond belief. How could Robert have fallen to a wild boar? As for Robert's attendants, Eddard had already dispatched men to apprehend them all, believing their negligence played a significant role in the king's death. Robert, you ought to have met your end on the battlefield, not by the tusks of a beast, Eddard lamented, lost in memory. At that moment, Eddard's attendant announced Baelish's request for an audience. Eddard broke free from his reverie, returning to the present. He stifled his sorrow, steeling his weary body to meet the fearless Baelish. Clad in gleaming silver armor, Baelish, despite his white hair, exuded strength and elegance. He was tall, with striking blue eyes. Eddard received Baelish in the hall. Observing Eddard's swollen eyes, weary visage, and sorrowful demeanor, Baelish felt a pang of compassion. My Lord Stark, please take care of yourself, Baelish implored. Eddard replied, if my death could spare Robert's life, how fortunate that would be. Baelish admired Eddard's genuine affection for the king, moved by the sentiment. Indeed, I share your sentiment, my Lord Stark. Yet, this has become our reality. The Seven Kingdoms cannot do without you. I believe the king would never wish for turmoil to arise among them, Baelish respectfully stated. Eddard paused, surprised. Sir Baelish, from where do you derive such notions? We, the king's loyal subjects, are all consumed with grief over his passing. However, the Iron Throne must be established without delay. The hand of the king, Lord Baelish, the master of ships, Stannis, and Prince Joffrey, all stand as legitimate heirs to the Iron Throne. Yet, for the sake of governance over the Seven Kingdoms, I implore you, as the hand of the king, to consider the larger picture and assist Prince Joffrey in ascending as the new king of the Seven Kingdoms. Petyr Baelish knelt before Eddard, his expression earnest and sincere. Eddard opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. He attempted to help Baelish rise, but the latter resisted his efforts. Respectable hand of the king, Lord Stark, should you refuse my request today, I shall remain here on my knees until you relent, Baelish declared resolutely. Eddard found himself in a moral quandary. He understood that Joffrey was not Robert's true child and could not possibly agree. Though he recognized Baelish's intentions were rooted in goodwill and aimed at preserving the Baratheon lineage, he firmly replied, "Sir Baelish, in consideration of the governance of the Seven Kingdoms, I believe that Master of Ships Stannis is more suited than Prince Joffrey." Eddard's tone was unwavering. Baelish's gaze was fixed upon Eddard, who met his stare with equal intensity. Neither party yielded, each steadfast in their convictions, unable to sway the other. After a prolonged silence, Baelish departed, disappointment etched across his features. A heavy cloud of gloom enveloped Eddard's heart. He recognized that it was not a time for further sorrow. Thus, he steeled himself and penned 2 letters, one to Baelish and the other to Stannis. As to who might ascend the Iron Throne, Eddard cared little. He merely wished to ensure that it would be one of the two. Once the Raven departed with the missives, Eddard found himself gazing vacantly upon King's Landing from the window. Subsequently, he mustered his weary frame and made his way toward the Red Keep. He needed to urge Cersei to depart swiftly. Only with her and her 3 children gone would the Iron Throne truly belong to House Baratheon. Chapter 56. Eddard's imprisonment. Jaime and his companions arrived at Seaguard, weary from their journey, and chose to stay there. Seaguard is the principal port of the Vale, governed by House Greyjoy. It boasts a naturally sheltered harbor, situated southeast of the Eyrie, by Crab Bay, and south of Stonehelm. Seaguard is one of the 5 major cities of Westeros, comparable in size to White Harbor, though larger than Lannisport, Old Town, and King's Landing, besides the ruling Greyjoy family. The nobility of Seaguard includes House Shet and a branch of House Arryn. Jaime had yet to pay a visit to Count Geraint Greyjoy when a letter from King's Landing caused his countenance to change dramatically. This letter was penned by Cersei. However, upon reading the first half, which detailed a plot to assassinate the king and elevate Joffrey to the throne, Jaime deemed Cersei utterly unhinged. However, when he witnessed Duke Stark uncovering that Joffrey and the others were not the children of King Robert, Jaime's expression shifted dramatically. The hand of the king possessed undeniable evidence. It was utterly astonishing. Jaime's countenance fluctuated as he grappled with the current state of King's Landing. On one hand, he was deeply concerned for Cersei's safety, fearing that after the revelation she would be in peril. On the other hand, he was anxious that Duke Stark might expose the incestuous relationship between himself and Cersei, leaving him in a state of turmoil. As for whether King Robert was dead, Jaime felt little concern. After contemplating for a considerable time, Jaime inhaled deeply, casting a hurried glance at the bustling town of Seagull, and resolved to head to King's Landing. Regardless of what transpired, he could not bear the thought of Cersei coming to harm. As for the position of Warden of the East, Jaime found it amusing. A Lannister attempting to dominate the territory governed by House Arryn was as laughable as a Stark attempting to control Casterly Rock. Jaime held no attachment to the title of Warden of the East. His mind was solely preoccupied with Cersei. Of course, perhaps Tyrion would understand his predicament. Having reached this conclusion, Jaime resolved to set sail for King's Landing early the next morning. "Cersei, please do not come to harm. Await my arrival, your devoted brother Jaime. I shall certainly reach you." King's Landing. In the dead of night. The basement of the Peters Manor. The dimly lit basement was filled with the stench of excrement, rot, and blood. Peter, holding a torch, approached a stone chamber. Within the chamber, 2 individuals were suspended by ropes, one on each side. Their hair hung disheveled, their eyes dim and devoid of life, their bodies marred with wounds. A robust bald man mercilessly lashed at them with a whip. Upon noticing Peter, the bald man hastily bowed. "My lord, they still refuse to confess." Peter gazed expressionlessly at the 2 suspended figures, understanding that everyone harbored desires, and by comprehending their yearnings, one could manipulate them. He presumed that these 2 were no exception. The bald man remained silent, offering no response. "I shall inquire once more. Who is the mastermind behind the Red Fox?" Peter's lips curled into a cold smirk, his gaze frigid. The chamber fell into an oppressive silence. Observing this, Peter instructed the bald man, "Extract their tongues, and then castrate them, rendering them into eunuchs." His words elicited a flicker of struggle from the 2 suspended individuals. Jaime cast a disdainful glance at them before turning to leave. Just as he stepped out of the stone chamber, one of them called out, "Wait." Peter halted, his expression momentarily taken aback as he turned to look. "If I speak, can you grant us a swift end?" One of the individuals' eyes glimmered with a glimmer of hope. Having endured relentless torment, they had reached their breaking point. Patel's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze shimmering with a hidden light. Though it hinged entirely on your willingness to reveal the puppet master behind the scenes, he harbored a profound loathing for the individual who had ensnared him in peril. Had it not been for his fervent defense before King Robert, he believed that day would have marked the end of his existence. For this person who had thrust him into danger, Patel had long harbored thoughts of retribution. He incurred considerable costs to unearth the whereabouts of the Red Fox from Varys. subsequently managing to subdue both of them. Padel had always yearned to unmask the mastermind behind the Red Fox. Only by unveiling their identity could he ascertain who was truly orchestrating his downfall. The puppet master of the Red Fox was none other than Lord Nestorois of Moondor Castle, the founder of the Red Fox and its intelligence chief. We were all operatives trained in secrecy by him, with our presence felt throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Upon hearing this revelation, Padel's gray-green eyes narrowed sharply. What was he plotting? Padel inquired coldly. I do not know, came the reply. Padel fell into silence. Lisa remained in the eyrie, and with the ambitious Nestorois in proximity. Her safety was far from assured. Padel speculated that Nestor's ambition in founding the Red Fox stemmed from a desire to eclipse House Aaron, aspiring to replace them as the new guardians of the East, or perhaps to pursue even grander ambitions. However, Padel was not entirely convinced by this assertion. The Red Fox might not solely be Nestor's creation. It could also be an entity at odds with him or one embroiled in conflicting interests. The Redwine family, the Aarons, the Royce family of Runestone, the Tollett family of Greywater Watch, the Valerian family of Dragonstone? Padel furrowed his brow, utterly at a loss. Nonetheless, he needed to write to Lisa, advising her to remain vigilant of those around her. He cast a glance at the two captives hanging before him and turned to the bald man, commanding, grant them a swift end. As you command, the bald man replied. After Padel departed, the bald man produced a dagger from his person and approached the suspended captives, ruthlessly slashing their throats. In their final moments, a glimmer of relief flickered in their eyes. Caitlin hastened towards Winterfell, her mind consumed by the words of Littlefinger Padel, which lingered unshakably. The dagger wielded by the assassin of Bran had been lost to Littlefinger in a wager with the imp Tyrion, who now possessed it. Thus, it was indisputable that the hired killer responsible for Bran's assassination was Tyrion. Furthermore, Caitlin suspected that Tyrion might also have been the culprit behind Bran's previous misfortunes. With this realization, Caitlin was enveloped in a murderous rage, her gaze burning crimson. As a mother, she was deeply pained by her son Bran's plight. Her failure to safeguard him weighed heavily on her conscience, leaving her plagued by guilt. The only course of action available to her was to seize this little demon and behead him. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of hastening to the north and dispatching someone to capture Tyrion, in order to vent her pent-up wrath. Arya surveyed the thick walls surrounding her, a profound regret settling in her heart. She ought to have heeded her father's counsel and remained by his side instead of wandering aimlessly in King's Landing. Now, captured and confined in this dismal place, she felt a surge of fear and concern for her direwolf, Nymeria. She recalled how, upon her capture, Nymeria had bravely charged at their captors in a bid to rescue her. Nymeria, you must not come to harm. My dear Nymeria. Sansa attempted several times to exit the room, only to be thwarted at the threshold by Sandor Clegane. Regardless of what Sansa pleaded, Sandor's response remained unwavering. Lady Stark, without the Queen's command, I cannot permit you to leave. Sansa paced restlessly within the confines of the room, yearning for the presence of the prince she admired, Joffrey, to come and liberate her. She longed to escape the tedium of this house, uncertain of what to do with herself. She could not fathom why the Queen had confined her. All she knew was that soon she would wed Prince Joffrey, becoming his wife, and eventually, when he ascended the throne, she would be crowned queen. The prospect filled her with anticipation. Prince, where are you? Have you forgotten me? As Eddard's figure appeared at the entrance to Cersei's chamber, he was immediately surrounded by dozens of gold-cloaked guards. Eddard regarded the scene with cold detachment, questioning, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Assaulting the hand of the king is a charge severe enough to warrant my sword's judgment and a death sentence. The gold cloaks remained unfazed, drawing their swords with blades aimed directly at Eddard. His brow furrowed in concern. He realized he had underestimated Queen Cersei and misjudged her. However, he understood that he could not afford to falter here. Thus, Eddard unsheathed his sword, Ice, which was broader than his palm and taller than his son Robb when raised. The gold cloaks exchanged glances and surged forward, thrusting their swords at Eddard. The clash of steel rang out as he valiantly fought against them. Yet, it was a struggle of one against many. Soon, fatigue set in, and one of the gold cloaks managed to ambush him, stabbing Eddard in the thigh. He staggered, and the surrounding guards eagerly placed their swords at his throat. Despicable men, Eddard cursed them, but they remained unmoved. At that moment, Cersei's figure emerged, her face alight with haughty satisfaction. She glanced at Eddard, a slight smirk gracing her lips, her gaze as frigid as ice. Duke Stark, the intention to assassinate Prince Joffrey and support Stannis in seizing the Iron Throne is treasonous. Take him away, and allow no one to see him. As you command. The gold cloaks responded in unison. Cersei, you cannot proceed in this manner. It violates the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, have you forgotten your previous promises to me? Eddard's countenance was solemn as he spoke. Cersei cast a dismissive glance at Eddard, her eyes reflecting scorn. Dealing with you proved far easier than I anticipated. The allure of power is intoxicating. How could I ever comply with your wishes? Eddard's expression darkened as he regarded Cersei with an icy stare. Robert, you misjudged her, he thought to himself. After watching the gold cloaks escort Eddard away, a weight lifted from Cersei's heart. She had received word that time was of the essence. She needed to compel Eddard to acknowledge Joffrey's legitimacy to the Iron Throne swiftly. Fortuitously, she held Eddard's vulnerability in her hands, a potent bargaining chip. By tomorrow, she intended to assist her son Joffrey in ascending the Iron Throne. This evening, she would also bring Eddard's 2 daughters to converse with him. A victorious smile spread across Cersei's face. Chapter 57. Anticipations for Astapor Pebble Island. Yor received news relayed by the Red Fox, bringing him a sense of relief. Previous preparations had gone unused, and there was no need to approach Jaime. David and Simon stood in the hall, with Kevin nearby. Yor turned to Kevin and inquired, Sir Kevin, has Corey departed for King's Landing? Kevin replied with a smile. At the break of dawn, he set off with 5 men. Yor nodded, aware that it was imperative to uncover the identity of the one pulling the strings in King's Landing. Kevin remained silent, maintaining his smile. Sir Kevin, what are your thoughts on the departure of the new Wardens of the East? Yor asked. After a moment's contemplation, Kevin shook his head. Yor pondered. Could it be that the King of King's Landing has perished? Once Corey arrived in King's Landing, he would surely uncover the unfolding events there. For now, patience was the only course of action. Sir Kevin, please have Mary contact the merchants and procure a substantial quantity of grain. Whatever they have available, we shall purchase. Yor, anticipating the impending chaos of the War of the Five Kings, resolved to stockpile provisions beforehand. As for weapons, after several battles, his castle was brimming with them. At this moment, Yor need not fret over armaments. Even the great crossbows were being crafted and hoarded day and night. Regarding the enhancements for the wildfire collected, Yor entrusted this matter to Kevin for further research. Kevin hesitated. My lord, it seems that Mistress Mary is bedridden. Would you like to check on her? Yor paused. I understand. The procurement of grain is now your responsibility. As for funds, consult Mary. As for Mary, I shall pay her a visit shortly. Very well, my lord. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Kevin, with a furrowed brow, was preoccupied with thoughts of unfinished tasks. You may proceed with your duties, Jory remarked with a smile. Kevin hurriedly departed. Jory then shifted his gaze towards David and Simon. The 2 gentlemen, David and Simon, bowed respectfully. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance that I wish to entrust to you, Jory announced, his expression grave. David and Simon, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, My lord, we are listening. Are you aware of the lands across the Narrow Sea? Jory inquired. My lord, the lands across the Narrow Sea refer to Essos, of which I possess some knowledge, albeit limited, David replied earnestly. Simon shook his head, admitting, I have never ventured beyond the valley. As for Essos, I am entirely ignorant. Upon hearing Simon's words, Jory continued, The task I am assigning you pertains to the Unsullied of Astapor and Essos. I expect you to travel to Astapor and acquire all of the Unsullied there. Of course, I shall cover the expenses. David remained silent, while Simon's face lit up with excitement. Regarding the language spoken there, I recall that a few servants on Pebble Island are familiar with it. You shall take them along. Furthermore, I shall allocate 200 men to accompany you, including 20 knights, 60 crossbowmen, 60 spearmen, 60 infantrymen, along with several siege engines, wildfire, and provisions. I will prepare 1,500,000 gold dragons for you, approximately 100 chests, and provide you with 20 ships, each manned by 5 experienced sailors, along with attendants. Remember, you must bring back all the Unsullied you purchase. I await your news on Pebble Island. As soon as Jory finished speaking, David inquired, My lord, where shall we procure the gold dragons? Jory paused momentarily before responding. They are here in this hall, and in my chamber, where 100 chests need to be prepared. You shall set forth at dawn tomorrow. As you command, David promptly replied, with Simon echoing his agreement. Simon, you may retire for now. I have some matters to discuss with David, Jory instructed. Simon nodded in compliance and departed. Once Simon had left, Jory turned to David and said, David, follow me. David nodded, and Jory proceeded towards his chamber, with David closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the chamber, Jory secured the door, while David stood guard at the entrance. Jory then silently invoked the panel. Title, Night Domain, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor, by Bay. Milk Island Wealth, 9 million gold dragons, pinning collection, Lord level, 1 farming achievement points, 1 more points, 40 marketplace, entry to the basic marketplace opened, seeing that the farming achievement points had increased to 1. Jory felt a surge of joy within. The improvement of saline alkali land is becoming increasingly evident. and the results are expanding, likely due to the soil over on Miss Island. Jory mused. Upon entering the beginner's shop, Jory purchased an antidote pill and a dragon tiger pill. In a flash of white light, 2 jade bottles appeared in his hands, causing a flicker of surprise in Jory's eyes as he recalled that they had previously been contained in wooden boxes. He summoned David to his bedroom and handed him the antidote pill and the dragon tiger pill, pointing to them as he explained, the antidote pill can neutralize various poisons, while the dragon tiger pill is limited to 1 per person throughout their lifetime and can enhance one's strength by 3-fold. David solemnly accepted the pills and bowed respectfully to Jory, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. You must take the dragon tiger pill before bed tonight and keep the antidote as a precaution. Jory instructed David earnestly. Understood, David replied. If both you and Simon fall victim to poison, this antidote can only be administered to you, and remember, if Simon unfortunately succumbs to the poison, I shall take his son as my adopted child and raise him to be the Lord of Milk Island. David, I hope you understand that your significance outweighs Simon's. Jory's gaze was fixed intently upon David, who momentarily held his breath. My lord, I will remember. And I will do everything in my power to prevent such an occurrence, David affirmed, determination etched across his face. Jory chose not to elaborate further. By tomorrow noon, the 100 boxes should be nearly complete. When you arrive, I will send someone to assist you in loading those golden dragons onto the ship, he continued to advise David. David nodded gravely. David, Natalie is with child, as confirmed by Kevin. It has been 2 months. I am pleased you have finally come to this realization. Jory suddenly smiled at David. He had long urged David to find a woman to settle down with and bear children, but David had always declined. Unexpectedly, a drunken encounter led to the continuation of his lineage. Natalie is the steward of Miss Island. David paused, picturing Natalie's visage in his mind. She did not mention this to me, he thought, while a sense of joy welled up within him. At that moment, he yearned to see Natalie immediately. Do not worry, David. I have already spoken to Mary and instructed her to bring Natalie to Pebble Island Castle. She will be well cared for and protected from harm, Jory reassured him. By the 7 gods above, I am grateful for your generosity, my lord. I will surely bring back the army of the innocents for you. You may retire and rest now, Jory said to David, who bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Once David had departed, Jory resumed his examination of the panel. Title: The Death of Eddard, complete. Noble title: Knight Territory, Pebble Island, Alexander Manor, Biting Bay. Milk Island Wealth: 9 million gold dragons. Pending collection: Lord level: 1 farming achievement points, 1 war points, 20 marketplace. Entry to basic marketplace open. Jory gazed at the panel, contemplating that he required an additional 400 war points or 40 farming achievement points to elevate his lord level to 2. Gritting his teeth, Jory silently resolved. Exchange for 10 crossbowmen. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and 10 crossbowmen materialized in his chamber. He instructed them to guard outside the hall. Continuing his silent incantation, he said, exchange for 10 spear soldiers. Another burst of radiance filled the room, bringing forth 10 spear soldiers, whom he also dispatched to stand guard outside the hall. Once more, he whispered, exchange for 10 infantry. The white light returned, and 10 infantry soldiers appeared, whom he stationed at the entrance of his bedroom. Upon reviewing the panel again, his farming achievement points and war points had both been reduced to 0. However, he was now only 370 war points away from level 2. Perhaps, when David returned with the unsullied army, acquiring war points would become significantly easier. Jory felt a surge of anticipation for David's return. The following day, around noon, Jory withdrew 150,000 gold dragons, distributing them into 100 boxes. With the assistance of the soldiers he had summoned the previous night, he packed the boxes, which David then took to load onto 20 ships. As for the 200 soldiers he had drawn, Jory selected them from several territories, replenishing Pebble Island's forces accordingly. With everything arranged, Jory went to visit Mary in her chamber. Under Jory's tender comfort, Mary regained her youthful vitality, her face blooming anew with a smile. On the other side, that very night, Eddard was imprisoned. Cersei threatened Eddard with the lives of Sansa and Arya, and ultimately, he acquiesced, agreeing to publicly affirm Joffrey's legitimacy to the Iron Throne and confess to treason, resigning to spend the rest of his life in the dungeon. After Cersei departed with Sansa and Arya, Eddard sat alone in his cell throughout the night, his eyes bloodshot, burdened by guilt over Robert and remorse for his daughters. Eddard endured a night of torment. That night, Varys also visited Ned in the dungeon, informing him that, due to Sansa's plea, if he confessed to treason, he would be forgiven and sent to the wall, donning the black of the Night's Watch. However, Eddard chose to refuse. He relinquished his honor and agreed to confess. By noon, a look of despair clouded Eddard's face, his gaze dim and lifeless. He understood that he would have to acknowledge in front of all of King's Landing that Joffrey was the rightful king seated upon the Iron Throne. This decision weighed heavily upon him, proving to be an immense struggle. Though he had promised Cersei, considering the lives of their 2 daughters, at this critical moment, the visage of Robert flooded his mind. He felt a profound sense of guilt for betraying Robert's trust and for disregarding his genuine affections. The prison was bleak and dreary. Upon his release, the blazing sun bore down upon him, yet Eddard felt not a shred of warmth. How deeply ironic, he mused. Moreover, this matter had already spread throughout King's Landing. Clad in golden robes, Eddard was escorted to the platform of the Great September of Baelor, where a throng of people gathered below. On the castle walls, he spotted Joffrey, Cersei, and others observing intently. Eddard's expression remained remarkably composed. He cast a glance towards the castle wall and saw Sansa, with Cersei standing beside her. Noticing Sansa's worried and incredulous demeanor, Eddard thought, she knows nothing. He searched for Arya, but her presence was absent from the castle wall. It was only when his gaze fell upon the crowd below that he froze. He saw tears streaming down Arya's face, yearning to approach her, yet fortunately, someone had hindered her. Eddard silently offered gratitude to that person. Subsequently, he caught Cersei's cold gaze and sighed inwardly, preparing to deliver his public confession of treason. The crowd below stirred, most unable to believe that the hand of the king would commit treason, their agitation palpable. On the castle wall, Joffrey smirked, pointing at Eddard and addressing Sansa in front of the assembly. Beautiful Lady Stark, your father has committed treason. He has just confessed before us all. Sansa's heart shattered. She could hardly believe the truth of it, tears streaming down her cheeks as she vehemently retorted to Joffrey. No, my prince, my father could never commit treason. It is impossible. Upon hearing Sansa's words, Joffrey's expression grew cold. You should refer to me as your majesty or King Joffrey, not merely prince. Remember, you are the daughter of a traitor. Sansa turned pale, nearly collapsing as she furiously exclaimed, no, this cannot be true. Joffrey, feeling his pride wounded, turned to his mother Cersei. Mother, what do you think? Indeed, he is a traitor, Cersei replied with a smile. Hearing this, Joffrey's face twisted into a cruel grin, declaring, according to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, a traitor must be executed. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd, their faces paling in disbelief. Even Cersei seemed taken aback by Joffrey's pronouncement. Before she could respond, Varys hastily interjected, Your Majesty, you previously promised that Lord Stark would spend his remaining days in the dungeons, not silence. I am the king. As my first command, shall you not heed my words? Joffrey shouted angrily at Varys, and as all eyes turned to Cersei, Joffrey followed suit, locking his gaze upon his mother. Cersei's expression shifted, a hint of madness flashing across her face as she smiled at Joffrey. As king, surely no one would dare defy your commands. If they do, they shall face the same fate as the traitors upon the stage. Joffrey laughed heartily, declaring, then as king, my first decree shall be to execute this traitor, to be slain by his own sword, ice. As his words echoed, the crowd below erupted in a cacophony of shouts, execute him, execute him. Joffrey, reveling in the adulation of the masses, experienced the intoxicating thrill of kingship. Varys, Peter, and the High Septon exchanged shocked glances at Cersei and Joffrey. In a moment of unexpected cruelty, Joffrey insisted on Ned's execution, and astonishingly, Cersei acquiesced. It was sheer madness. Island Payne wielded Eddard Stark's own massive sword, ice, and before all present, he beheaded him. Arya, engulfed in grief, sought to rush to her father's side, but was rendered unconscious by the disguised Ser Dantos. Dantos gazed with a complex expression at Eddard's lifeless body, his eyes drifting to the new king, Joffrey, and the regent queen, Cersei, filled with loathing. He thought to himself that had he known the brutality of the new King Joffrey, he would have supported Stannis in his claim to the Iron Throne. Alas, it was far too late. Dantos maneuvered through the crowd with Arya in tow, departing the scene. Joffrey descended from the castle walls, ordering Island to mount Ned's head on a spear atop the castle walls, compelling Ned's daughter, Sansa, to witness the grotesque spectacle. Sansa, pale and trembling, could not bear to look at her father's severed head. Beautiful lady, this is your father, the late warden of the North and former hand of the king. Yet a traitor nonetheless. Open your eyes and behold him. If you refuse, is it a sign of guilt? I have always harbored a profound disdain for traitors. As king, I must remind you, the daughter of a traitor is unworthy of my queen, Joffrey said with a complex expression, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he uttered his heartless words. Sansa's gaze toward Joffrey was filled with helplessness, fear, and despair. In the span of a single day, she had lost her father, her ideal prince, and even the cherished prospect of becoming queen. Her heart felt extinguished. Her eyes dimmed as she bowed her head in sorrowful sobs. Seeing Sansa's state, Joffrey grew bored and stormed away. Peter and Varys regarded Sansa with pity. Yet none dared to challenge the king's authority in such a public setting, especially with Joffrey still nearby. As the crowd dispersed, Sansa was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness, pain, and despair. She could not recall how she returned to her chamber. Lying on her bed, she felt numb. Her tears long since dried. On the other side, Balistan, in the presence of King Joffrey and the regent, indignantly resigned from his position as the captain of the King's Guard. In that moment, King Joffrey appointed Sandor Clegane as the new captain of the King's Guard. Having witnessed the beheading of Lord Eddard Stark and being privy to more intricate details, he believed that the Stark Lord did not deserve such a fate. Simultaneously, he prayed for Eddard Stark in the Great September of Baelor, giving thanks to the gods for his resignation. The recent series of events compelled Balistan to reevaluate his years of service as Robert's Kingsguard, realizing that, apart from the usurpers, there were others he deemed as villains. He felt that his service to Robert had been woefully inadequate, rendering him unforgivable. He considered Robert to be a good knight, yet a poor king, and believed he should seek out a true king to whom he could pledge his unwavering loyalty. The bloodline of Targaryen surfaced in his thoughts, prompting him to determine to traverse the narrow sea to Pentos in search of the Targaryen lineage. Chapter 59. News from King's Landing a fortnight later. Gazing out from the window of the castle of Pebble Island towards the sea, where the sky met the water in a harmonious blend of blue and white clouds, Jory's eyes sparkled with anticipation. David and Simon had embarked on their journey to the opposite shore of the narrow sea nearly half a month ago. During his idle moments, Jory would often stand by the window, peering towards the distant shore. At the hall's entrance, Serwain stood guard. Adorning the walls of the hall was the black cloth and red background of the Alexander family's bronze sigil, prominently displayed at the center. Additionally, a map of the Seven Kingdoms hung on the wall. Amelia and Mary represented Jory, addressing the challenges faced by their subjects. With her captivating beauty, graceful demeanor, and deft handling of affairs, Amelia exuded an aura of nobility that commanded respect and reverence. Conversely, Mary, with her approachable nature, kindness, and compassion, endeared herself to the people. As Jory contemplated the virtues of both Amelia and Mary, a sense of contentment washed over him. They were both his women, enriching his nights. At that moment, Kevin approached the hall's entrance. Upon sighting Kevin, Wayne nodded in acknowledgement, to which Kevin returned a brief nod. "My lord, a raven from King's Landing has arrived," Kevin said respectfully as he bowed to Jory. "Is it from Cersei?" Jory turned to Kevin, inquiring calmly. "Indeed, it is from Cersei," Kevin replied, handing Jory the sealed letter. Jory removed the wax seal and opened the letter, meticulously reading each line. After finishing, unease settled within him. Although brief, the letter contained significant information. Prince Joffrey had ascended to the throne, Ser Balistan Selmy had resigned from his position as captain of the King's Guard, and King Joffrey had appointed Sandor Clegane as the new captain. Ser Balistan Selmy has departed from Westeros, journeying across the narrow sea. Previously, the members of the Red Keep's Fox had vanished, a matter linked to Master of Whisperers Varys. Both Renly Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon responded to a missive from Lord Stark, hastening to King's Landing, where they engaged in incessant quarrels with King Joffrey before the court. In a state of urgent disarray, they returned to their respective domains overnight. King Joffrey dismissed Renly Baratheon from his position as the Hand of the King and relieved Stannis Baratheon of his duties as the Master of Ships. Meanwhile, the daughters of Lord Stark, Sansa and Arya, have gone missing. Queen Regent Cersei conspired with the small council, as Jory handed a letter to Kevin, signaling him to take a look. After a swift perusal, Kevin gasped in shock, deeply unsettled by the rapid succession of events in King's Landing. Is this still the Seven Kingdoms he knows? He sensed an impending era of turmoil. "My lord, Lord Stark has been slain, and his daughters Sansa and Arya are unaccounted for. The North will surely rebel, plunging the Seven Kingdoms into chaos. Furthermore, Renly and Stannis Baratheon will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Joffrey's ascension to the Iron Throne. The rivalry within House Baratheon over the Iron Throne will only exacerbate the prevailing disorder. Ser Balistan Selmy resigned from his position as captain of the King's Guard, appointing Sandor Clegane as his successor, which dealt a blow to King Joffrey's stature. The realm is rife with instability. As for our Vale, we are yet to appoint a new Guardian of the East, each faction fighting its own battles. Previously, there was that revelation regarding the truth of Jon's demise. My lord, how shall you proceed?" Kevin's words rendered Jory astonished. He had not anticipated such growth in Kevin's wisdom over the past 8 years. Rather than directly responding, Jory inquired, "Have any new scholars been dispatched from the Citadel to the Bite?" Kevin shook his head. Jory chose not to pursue the matter further, stating, "I am aware of all that you just articulated. Should the Seven Kingdoms descend into chaos, it will result in a war among kings. For the bite once had its own monarch. Kevin gazed at Jory in shock. My lord, you, Jory chuckled. Before long, the king in the north, Duke Renly, and Duke Stannis will each claim a crown, and that Balon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands will not remain idle. He too will seek a throne. As for Prince Daeron and the Lord of Inflatable Fish from the Riverlands, they will likely pursue alliances through marriage. As for myself, I too shall claim a crown when the time comes. Upon hearing Jory's heartfelt declaration, Kevin was left speechless. If I were to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms, I would govern with greater efficacy than any king that has preceded me. Jory's expression radiated confidence. Kevin fell silent, his thoughts in turmoil. Once the North, Winterfell, and Dragonstone have crowned their kings, I shall establish my own reign on Pebble Island. I cherish the long summer. Should I become king, I shall be known as the King of Summer. Jory declared with unwavering resolve. My lord, the nobles of the Vale are likely to unite against you, and likewise, the Lannisters will undoubtedly follow suit, Kevin expressed with a furrowed brow. When the likes of Kevin, the scholar, and the rulers of Winterfell, Wind's Rest, and Dragonstone claim their thrones, David and his companions should be returning soon. At that moment, I shall swiftly seize control of the Vale, declaring my lands as a sovereign realm. Even in the face of other kings, I harbor no fear. Jory patted Kevin's shoulder and smiled. Kevin was aware that the Lord had dispatched David and Simon across the narrow sea, yet he remained oblivious to their true purpose. Hearing such confidence from his lord, Kevin's anxious heart found a degree of solace. However, he knew that for a considerable time, they would be branded as traitors. The unease in Kevin's heart had not entirely dissipated. My lord, the merchants from Seagull Town have transported a substantial quantity of grain in ships. Our men discovered several individuals during the grain transportation. They resisted fiercely, but we managed to subdue them all. Kevin suppressed his worries and began to report the situation to Jory. Jory was taken aback. Do you know who they are? Kevin shook his head. Not yet. But I have had them imprisoned in the castle dungeon. However, among them are 2 children. 2 children? Jory remarked, puzzled. Indeed, I inquired, but they refused to speak. One is a boy, and the other is a girl, Kevin replied with a hint of resignation. Jory pondered for a moment. For now, keep them confined. Until we ascertain their identities, do not release them. Sometimes, the most cunning assassins disguise themselves as children. Upon hearing Jory's words, Kevin thought, his lord must have been deeply affected by the previous poisoning incident. Of course, my lord, I shall act according to your wishes, Kevin said respectfully, lowering his gaze. After Kevin departed, Jory turned to the doorway where Vaon stood and called out, Ser Vaon. Upon hearing his lord's summons, Vaon promptly stepped forward and bowed. My lord, on my behalf, recruit 50 men from Pebble Island and Milk Island to serve as my retainers. I entrust this matter to you, Jory said gently, regarding Vaon. At your command, my lord, Vaon replied with enthusiasm. Once these 50 are successfully recruited, I hope you will train them diligently. Ensuring they are at least equal to the other warriors within the castle, Jory stated earnestly. By the 7, I, Vaon, shall ensure they become exceptional warriors in your service. Vaon declared, kneeling with resolute conviction. Proceed with this task. There is no need for Ser Vaon to remain here, Jory said lightly. At your command. Vaon responded as he took his leave. Chapter 60. Predicament Arya, what are you doing? Sansa inquired, observing Arya with her short hair pressed against the wall. Occasionally tapping her head, her expression laced with confusion. Arya did not respond to Sansa immediately. Instead, she circled around and knocked on the walls before exclaiming helplessly, Sansa. I am contemplating how to escape. The moment we were confined here, I realized that our chances of flight were slim. Jaqen Hagar, leaning against the wall, shrugged and remarked. I did not observe any signs of anxiety or fear on your face. Arya's gaze was fixed intently on Jaqen. He shrugged again. Compared to the terrifying existence of the Night's Watch, this place seems rather tolerable. At least here, we can have our fill. Yoren, clad in black, expressed his discontent upon hearing Jaqen's words. The Night's Watch is a brotherhood that embraces death. We are unbound by family ties and shall never bear children. We are wed to our duties and honor. Yoren, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, was a recruiter traversing the 7 kingdoms to enlist new members. Following Eddard's capture, Yoren was instructed to escort him to the wall. He arrived at the Great September of Baelor, anticipating to take Eddard away. However, upon Eddard's confession of treason, he was not exiled to the wall, but rather met with execution. In the crowd, Yoren recognized Arya Stark and brought her along. I never imagined that the ship from King's Landing to Pebble Island would end up in this wretched place, spoke Jack, one of the newly recruited Night's Watchmen summoned by Yoren in King's Landing. He was a stout stonemason. Aside from their small group, another figure leaned against the corner. A servant assigned by Lord Eddard to protect Sansa. He was slender, with striking blue eyes and dark hair, and had remained taciturn. To rescue Sansa from King Joffrey's brutal treatment, he escaped King's Landing with the assistance of Peter Baelish. Under the cover of night, they successfully boarded a fleet of ships, evading the king's pursuers. Unexpectedly, they encountered Arya's party. Upon preparing to disembark at Pebble Island, they were treated as foes and swiftly imprisoned in the dark dungeon. If I recall correctly, this place seems to be Pebble Island, a location mentioned by Robb once, Arya said, her brow furrowed in distress as she reminisced. Pebble Island? But who can explain why such a barren place has so many formidable warriors? Jaqen inquired, his confusion palpable. His words rendered the others silent, each pondering the reason behind it. Just as they intended to stealthily disembark, they were surrounded by 100 fierce warriors, leaving them with no escape. Had I known, we should have disembarked at Seagull Town, Jack grumbled. Seagull Town? Are you not afraid of the new king taking your head? Did you not see the numerous Lannisters present at Seagull Town? Jaqen shot a disdainful glance at Jack. Jack glared back at Jaqen. Enough of your quarrels. Look at the place you find yourselves in. How can you still be arguing? Euron impatiently interjected. Can we leave? Arya inquired, gazing at Euron. His expression stiffened. I fear that is not possible at present. Observing Euron's demeanor, Jaqen and Jack lowered their heads, suppressing laughter. Sansa, you are not still thinking about that Joffrey, are you? Arya asked, noticing Sansa staring vacantly at the wall. Sansa shook her head. He is no longer the prince in my heart, and I am no longer his queen. Our father was killed by him. He is our enemy, Sansa, Arya exclaimed, her voice brimming with fervor and indignation. I realize I was too naive, Sansa admitted, her head bowed in shame, and I will never believe that father committed treason. He was an old friend of King Robert and aided him in ascending to the Iron Throne. How could he possibly betray his king? Tears streamed down Arya's face, her heart heavy with sorrow. Euron and the others remained silent. Perhaps Maester Corman knows the reason, Arya suggested, her gaze shifting to Arthur. So Arthur, do you possess any insight? Arya asked, wiping her tears away. Arthur shook his head. Maester Corman has always served House Arryn. During Duke Jon Arryn's tenure in King's Landing, Maester Corman was his personal scholar. My lord received a book from him previously. After perusing it, he went to the Red Keep to meet the queen. Shortly thereafter, the Hand's Tower was set ablaze. Arthur, if what you say is true, that book must contain something significant. The scheming queen must have sent someone to set my father ablaze, but he was saved by Ser Jorah. I suspect that woman had a hand in that as well. Arya declared with a face full of resentment. Lady Arya, your reasoning may hold merit, yet the truth can only be unveiled upon meeting Maester Corman, Arthur gently replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Arya resolutely stated, we must find a way to escape. But how shall we do so? Unless the Lord of Pebble Island speaks. Jaqen remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze tranquil. Arya and the others fell into silence. Let us contemplate our escape once more when the servant returns with our meal, Euron sighed. The surroundings fell into utter stillness. Arya buried her head between her knees. Leaning against the wall, her gaze fixated on the straw-covered floor, her thoughts consumed by her father. Sansa, too, found her sorrow difficult to articulate. She felt as though she had lost everything. She pondered, if she had never come to King's Landing, would her father have been safe? Her once bright blue eyes now appeared dim and lifeless. Grief enveloped Winterfell, as the news of the North's protector, the Duke of Winterfell, spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Winterfell, of course, received this news as well. Upon hearing the news, Catelyn was overwhelmed with grief and fainted, falling ill in bed. The absence of any news regarding Sansa and Arya, whom she held dear in her heart, only deepened her sorrow. How she wished this were merely a dream. That upon awakening, everything would prove to be an illusion. However, when she opened her eyes to find Robb's gloomy gaze and the sorrowful demeanor of Maester Luwin by her bedside, she understood that this was all too real. The pain threatened to drive her to madness. Maester, how is my mother faring now? Robb asked in a grave tone. Milady is in deep mourning and requires ample rest. Luwin replied, respectfully lowering his gaze. Whom did mother send for at the wall before she fainted? Robb inquired. Luwin's gaze shifted to Catelyn, following his line of sight. Robb saw Catelyn awake, her pallor lifting, and he grasped her hand with excitement, saying, Mother, you have finally awakened. Seeing Robb's weary visage filled her with compassion. He was still a child bearing the weight of Winterfell's affairs. She knew she could not succumb to despair. Robb, I am fine. Yes, Mother. You must heed Maester Luwin's advice and rest. Winterfell is in my hands. Do not worry, Robb reassured her. Catelyn felt a wave of comfort wash over her. I promise. You will see me riding on horseback by tomorrow. Robb nodded. Very well, then please rest, Mother. As Catelyn noticed Robb preparing to leave, she grasped his hand tightly. Robb, you must send someone to search for your sisters. They must be found. My Sansa, my Arya, they cannot come to harm. Seeing his mother in such a vulnerable state made Robb's heart ache. He could not bear to look directly at Catelyn and resolutely said, Mother, rest assured. I have already dispatched men to seek out Sansa and Arya. Robb, you mentioned sending someone to the wall to apprehend someone. I must tell you with that. Robb departed with Luwin. Catelyn's gaze turned toward King's Landing, filled with animosity. She was determined to avenge Ned, her 2 daughters, and Bran. She must regain her strength. She could not allow herself to falter. Chapter 61. A reminder from Maester in the Riverlands, at the confluence of the Mander and the Red Fork, deep in the night. The protector of the South, the guardian of the frontier, and the Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, met once more with Petyr Baelish. Mace's captain of guards, Nick, stood vigil a short distance away, alert to their surroundings. Long time no see, Duke Mace. Petyr bowed his head in greeting. Littlefinger, what brings you to seek me this time? Mace's gaze fell upon Petyr, calm yet laced with an undercurrent of anger. Sensing the ire in Mace's words, Petyr fell silent. In my quest for my daughter to ascend as queen, the timely assistance extended by House Tyrell has been invaluable. However, now that Joffrey has claimed the throne, my daughter Margaery remains unfulfilled in her royal ambition. Will you not provide me with an explanation regarding this matter? In response to Mace's reproach, Petyr replied, Esteemed Duke Mace, I have come before you with genuine intent. Mace remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Petyr, revealing an undercurrent of coldness. Lord Renly Baratheon, Petyr continued. I had the pleasure of conversing with him in King's Landing, and our discussions were most agreeable, during which your name was also mentioned. A slight smile graced Petyr's lips, his demeanor composed. Mace cast a sidelong glance at Petyr, discerning from his expression that the promises made by Renly had evidently pleased him. Petyr, taken aback by Mace's insight, had not anticipated such an understanding from the Lord of the Inflated Fish. Indeed, Lord Renly is both generous and altruistic. He has pledged to grant me a substantial territory upon his coronation, Petyr replied, continuing, moreover, he has entrusted me with the task of speaking to you. Should you consent to marry Miss Margaery Tyrell to him, you will ascend to the position of Prime Minister under King Renly I. Furthermore, your son Loras shall become the captain of the Rainbow Guard. Upon hearing this, Mace felt a flicker of intrigue alongside a measure of perplexity. The Rainbow Guard? He inquired. Akin to the King's Guard. Petyr answered directly, and Mace quickly grasped the implications. Reflecting on Petyr's proposal, Mace pondered for a moment. Recognizing the potential advantages of an alliance between the Tyrells and Renly, which seemed far more favorable than the benefits derived from an alliance with King Joffrey. Nonetheless, such significant matters warranted further contemplation. Petyr refrained from pressuring Mace, understanding the nature of the Lord of the Inflated Fish, who lacked the finesse of political maneuvering. Duke Mace, I must remind you that your son Loras is the architect of the Tyrell-Renly alliance and has expressed his commitment to support Renly's claim to the throne, Petyr advised. Mace felt a twinge of discontent at this revelation, yet recognizing Loras's intentions were for the good of House Tyrell, he withheld excessive reproach. Nevertheless, the lack of prior consultation regarding such a consequential matter left him feeling uncomfortably coerced into participation. Mace nodded, conceding, since Loras has proposed this plan, I shall lend him my full support. Petyr's smile widened. Then, Duke Mace, allow me to congratulate you on your imminent role as Prime Minister, and know that your daughter shall soon be queen. Mace shook his head, uncertain of when Renly's coronation might transpire. Petyr discerned Mace's impatience. Had he been in the same position, he might have shared the same sentiments. Lord Renly has mentioned that the moment a king emerges from the north. Petyr replied with a smile. Mace, having heard of Eddard's fate, felt a pang of sympathy for the man's tribulations. Certainly. He understood that the Duke of Winterfell had perished in King's Landing with the notorious label of a traitor. A fate that would undoubtedly incite the North to resist the rule of the new King Joffrey. Only a catalyst was needed. He fervently hoped that such a day would arrive swiftly. Mace responded with a smile. I believe Duke Stannis is also awaiting the emergence of a new king in the North, Petyr remarked casually. Mace recognized the truth in Petyr's words. Recalling Prince Doran of Dorne. What stance might Prince Doran take? Do you know? As you are aware, my Lord Duke Mace, Dorne has harbored an irreconcilable enmity with the Lannisters. Should the Lannisters seek an alliance with Dorne, they must present the head of Gregor Clegane. However, he has long served under Lord Tywin Lannister, Petyr implied, knowing Mace would grasp his meaning. Prince Doran's choice, barring unforeseen circumstances, will likely lean towards neutrality. He is a cautious and composed individual, never revealing his emotions, particularly in matters of great significance, Mace asserted confidently. You are correct, Prince Doran's stance is indeed neutral. Petyr concurred. What might Balon Greyjoy, the head of House Greyjoy from the Iron Islands, do upon witnessing the chaos among the Seven Kingdoms? Mace inquired, smiling at Petyr. A cold smirk graced Petyr's lips. During the reign of King Robert I, He sought independence from the Iron Throne, albeit ultimately suppressed. This time presents a rare opportunity. I suspect he will once again strive for independence and declare himself king. The North will surely be lively then. Mace replied, "Indeed, my Lord Duke. It is more accurate to say the 7 kingdoms will be quite tumultuous. The War of the 5 Kings is on the verge of erupting," Peter expressed with great delight. Chaos serves as a ladder. The more disarray within the 7 kingdoms, the greater his prospects for profit. Mace nodded in agreement but refrained from further commentary. "Peter, are you familiar with Bite Bay?" Mace suddenly inquired. Peter's gaze sharpened, recalling Tristan Sand's previous audience with their new king. Mace smiled slightly. Following the outbreak of the Conquest Wars, a king emerged in Bite Bay, albeit a queen. Peter's pupils dilated sharply as he regarded Mace intently. The gentleman before him, likely guided by the Thorn Queen, Olenna Redwine, was indeed formidable. Peter also felt a heightened wariness towards the Lord of Pebble Island. With Lisa still in the Eyrie, surrounded by ambitious individuals, the emergence of an even more formidable figure filled him with concern for the Vale's future. Having received Mace's warning, Peter resolved to seize this opportunity to visit the Vale. He intended to assist Lisa in stabilizing the region and to help her host a vassal feast in the name of House Arryn, thereby gauging the attitude of the Lord of Pebble Island. Should that Ser Jorah prove uncontrollable, there might be a chance to unite all the nobles of the Vale against him. If that Ser Jorah remains under control, one should endeavor to win him over. Ideally through a marriage alliance. It would be best to unite him with the name of House Arryn, ensuring that Ser Jorah ostensibly continues to pledge his loyalty to the Arryn family. To demonstrate sincerity, the territory of Bite Bay should, in name, belong to Ser Jorah, independent of Lord Tristan Sand. Of course, all of this must be orchestrated discreetly. Contemplating this, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. "My lord, the Duke of Mace, I believe it is time for me to take my leave. I hope that when we next meet, you will have ascended to the position of Prime Minister under King Tommen." Concerned about the situation in the Vale, Peter was the first to bid farewell to Mace. The Duke smiled. "I too look forward to serving as a minister under King Tommen." A slight smile graced Peter's lips as he maintained a calm demeanor and turned to depart. Mace watched Peter leave, lost in thought. Chapter 62. Departure. The wall stretches for 300 miles, rising nearly 700 feet high, constructed of ice and massive stone. The top of the wall is wide enough for 12 fully armed knights to ride side by side, and its base is even broader. According to myth, ancient spells are woven within the wall to fortify it against mysterious creatures like the others. A cold wind brushed against his face as Tyrion stood atop the wall, gazing into the endless expanse of whiteness before him. He remained still, resembling a statue. It was then that Commander Jeor Mormont, draped in a thick black woolen cloak, appeared beside Tyrion. The old commander was bald, his bushy gray beard hanging down to his chest. Jeor Mormont, often referred to as Old Bear, was the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the overseer of Castle Black, and the supreme commander. Jeor had once been the head of House Mormont and the ruler of Bear Island, but he chose to join the Night's Watch to pass his position to his son, Lord Jorah Mormont. Tyrion turned to Jeor, his gaze steady. "Old Bear, your concern for me surpasses that of my queenly sister." Jeor studied Tyrion's face, his expression grave. "You and Jon have come here and witnessed what lies before you. What are your thoughts?" Tyrion's gaze remained fixed on Jeor for a moment before he diverted his eyes, reflecting on the wall's decay and the Night's Watch's decline. Jeor fell silent. "I have lingered here long enough. Perhaps I should have departed a fortnight ago. Had I not been injured beyond the wall, I might be enjoying a dark beer and black bread with cheese in some tavern in King's Landing. This cursed cold wind." Tyrion shivered and continued. "Perhaps you should don a few more warm garments," Jeor suggested. "Damn it, I expected you to provide me with a wineskin," Tyrion muttered. The number of Night's Watchmen continues to dwindle, and the Rangers frequently vanish without a trace. The wildlings have become more audacious than ever, descending from beyond the wall. "Tyrion, I beseech you to implore your father, Lord Tywin, to comprehend the plight and necessities of the Night's Watch," Joffrey implored, his gaze fixed on Tyrion, brimming with anticipation. "I cannot dictate my father's actions. In his eyes, I am no different from a bastard," Tyrion replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, rather than seeking me, you should approach my elder brother. At the very least, he is more dependable than I." Joffrey chuckled helplessly. "I only know that you stand before me, and you are a Lannister. As for your brother, I doubt he would come here." "You are correct. My brother Jaime would never set foot in such a wretched place. I shall mention your plea when I encounter my father, but whether he heeds it is beyond my control," Tyrion remarked, preparing to descend the wall, the biting cold wind proving unbearable. "That is sufficient," Joffrey smiled. "And what of Jon?" "I intend to depart tomorrow and wish to bid him farewell," Tyrion inquired. "He is resting in the Black Castle's chambers. At this hour, he should be asleep," Joffrey replied. "No, although my time with him has been brief. I am certain he is not sleeping. He must be engulfed in sorrow, Tyrion said darkly. You are aware? Joffrey was taken aback. Indeed, a letter from my brother. I did not anticipate that my arrival at the wall would be accompanied by such tumult, Tyrion confessed, feeling a weight in his heart. The hand of the king. Protector of the north, yet he was slain by that foolish king. Oh, my nephew, Tyrion stated calmly. A shadow crossed Joffrey's face. Winter is coming. Anyone who dons a crown tends to lose their clarity of thought. My nephew, under my sister's care, has grown more foolish. I am eager to return to King's Landing to impart some lessons. I hope it is not too late. Tyrion's demeanor remained tranquil, yet turmoil brewed within. That would only exacerbate the situation, Joffrey expressed concern, taking Tyrion's intended education seriously. Perhaps, but I hope to successfully depart the north. Tyrion's expression revealed his apprehension. Certainly. Tyrion lamented the prospect of Joffrey's reign and its implications for the Seven Kingdoms. Did my foolish nephew not consider the instability of his Iron Throne when he ordered the execution of Lord Stark? And what of those counselors in the meetings? Did they not contemplate intervention? However, knowing my nephew's vile nature, it is likely no one dared dissent, unless they wished to forfeit their head. By the way, what is my sister up to? Her actions will only serve to worsen matters. Tyrion's troubled demeanor did not escape Joffrey's notice. Are you worried about the Northerners turning against you? Joffrey inquired. Tyrion shook his head, pondering when he might discover a tavern tomorrow where he could indulge in a drunken revelry. Seeing Tyrion's silence, Jan remained quiet and refrained from further questioning. The two descended the wall together. Tyrion bid farewell to Jan, setting off to seek Jon. Jan watched Tyrion's retreating figure, a look of concern etched upon his face. The situation in the Seven Kingdoms was shifting too rapidly. One could only hope it would not impact this place. Should the wildlings breach the wall and descend southward, it would likely spell a catastrophic disaster. When Tyrion found Jon, he was gulping down spirits, his gaze shadowed by melancholy, his countenance betraying sorrow. Ah, my illegitimate brother. Secretly drinking alone is not wise, Tyrion remarked as he approached, snatching the wine pouch from Jon's hands and taking a hearty swig himself. Jon, upon realizing it was Tyrion, fell into silence. I know you are troubled, I can see it, Tyrion consoled him. But keeping it bottled up will only deepen your despair. No, I am not, Jon retorted, reclaiming the wine pouch and drinking deeply. Clearly, you are, Tyrion replied, raising his hands in surrender. Jon paid no heed to Tyrion's comment. Moving closer, Tyrion's eyes met Jon's. Lord Stark, your unwavering commitment to honor and your just demeanor resonate with the essence of your noble lineage. I suspect that while many in the Seven Kingdoms may betray their oaths, a Stark shall not. After a moment of silence, Jon's demeanor softened. He was indeed a kind-hearted man, yet his perpetual seriousness often led others to misinterpret him as aloof or disdainful. Tyrion nodded in agreement. I understand that even a Targaryen can set aside hatred for the sake of the innocent, choosing to forgive despite their lineage. He has clashed with King Robert on numerous occasions. How do you know this? Jon inquired, puzzled. A raven flew from King's Landing to hear. I have learned everything. Tyrion replied earnestly. I cannot fathom why the new king would wish to harm him, Jon said, anguish evident in his darkening gaze. Oh, I too am intrigued by this matter. I wish to comprehend the motivations behind my foolish nephew's reckless actions. Perhaps in King's Landing, I will uncover the truth. Tyrion interjected coldly. Are you departing from here? Jon glanced at Tyrion. I should have left a fortnight ago. Perhaps my words in King's Landing could deter my foolish nephew from his course of action, Tyrion stated. I know you are different from the other Lannisters, Jon remarked. Perhaps I shall pass through Winterfell. Is there any message you would have me convey? Perhaps to Robb? Tyrion inquired. Jon shook his head. If you pass through Winterfell, please extend my assistance to Bran. He is still so young and should not lie motionless upon that bed. Tyrion pondered for a moment. I suspect Lady Catelyn would prefer I not approach him. Jon was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts drifting toward Tyrion's precarious situation, and he couldn't help but feel concerned for his safe passage out of the north. Take care, and I hope you reach King's Landing without incident. Tyrion managed a faint smile. Upon arriving at Winterfell, perhaps your brother will have prepared some wine and bread for me? Jon, somewhat skeptical, replied, perhaps. Tyrion regarded Jon intently. Regardless, do not forget that you are also a Stark. In fact, you resemble the Starks more than your brothers and sisters do. I believe that Lord Stark has always held you dear. After all, you are much like him. When he sees you, it may be akin to witnessing his younger self. Jon's expression faltered as he fell into contemplation. Sensing this, Tyrion took his leave with a sense of relief. Once Jon regained his composure, he gazed at Tyrion's retreating figure and murmured, Indeed, I am also a Stark. Even if everyone else denies it, I believe you will acknowledge it. Chapter 63, Captured the North stretched endlessly before them. Accompanied by two attendants, Jack and Morris, Tyrion set forth on his journey southward. The path was tranquil, and Tyrion had anticipated that the remainder of the journey would be equally serene. However, some matters are beyond human control. After several days of travel, as they approached the King's Road near Winterfell, they were surrounded by a band of northern cavalry, 10 in total. Tyrion prepared to inquire about their intentions, but the cavalrymen remained silent, drawing their swords and charging at Jack and Morris. Tyrion's face registered shock as he fell silent, realizing that they were not targeting him. He watched as Jack and Morris began to falter under the assault, their resistance waning. He could foresee the inevitable outcome. Moments later, as he witnessed Jack and Morris swiftly subdued, he saw one of the assailants raise his sword to strike Jack, while another lunged at Morris with a spear aimed at his chest. Unable to restrain himself, Tyrion called out, "Wait!" A sudden cry pierced the air. "Damn it!" Tyrion was momentarily stunned. He beheld Jack, blood gushing from a gruesome wound that extended from shoulder to waist, his body cleaved in two. Morris lay impaled, a horrific hole gaping in his chest, his blood staining his clothes, transforming him into a figure of crimson as he collapsed to the ground. "Little imp, we have finally awaited your arrival," a voice spoke, icy and laced with hatred directed at Tyrion. Tyrion regarded the speaker with a frigid demeanor. "Ah, how fortunate I am. You must have been waiting for quite some time in this cold weather. You would do well not to play tricks. Come along quietly with us back to Winterfell. Our Lady Catelyn wishes to see you." Upon hearing these words, Tyrion felt a chilling realization that he was likely ensnared in peril. Winterfell, for him, had ceased to be a sanctuary. A sense of unease enveloped him as he observed Tyrion standing motionless, eliciting the displeasure of the individual who had previously spoken. With a mere glance, he signaled to another, who promptly dismounted and roughly shoved Tyrion to the ground, causing him to faceplant into the frigid mud. This spectacle incited raucous laughter among the onlookers, their gazes laden with disdain for Tyrion. He remained silent, fully aware of his precarious situation. Rising slowly, he wiped the dirt from his mouth, his expression devoid of emotion as he continued forward. In his mind, he pondered why Lady Catelyn had dispatched individuals to lie in wait here solely for him. A profound disquiet stirred within him, suggesting that something amiss was afoot. He lifted his gaze towards Winterfell, the castle casting a shadow over his countenance. Simultaneously, an ominous chill coursed through him. Though Winterfell lay within proximity, each step felt increasingly burdensome, as if his feet were weighted with lead, making progress arduous. Meanwhile, in the great hall of Winterfell, Catelyn paced anxiously around the long table. Maester Luwin observed her distress with a sense of helplessness. "Maester Luwin, has Tyrion truly been apprehended by our men?" Catelyn inquired, turning her head towards him. With a gentle smile, Luwin replied, "Yes, my lady. You have asked this question 5 times already." Catelyn's face radiated with excitement. They had finally captured the wretched Lannister. Previously, their men sent to the wall to seize him had vanished without a trace, yet now he had unwittingly walked into their trap. "Indeed, my lady," Luwin affirmed. "This time, I shall seek retribution for Bran upon this accursed Tyrion." Catelyn's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Luwin, observing her fervor, mused that a mother's wrath was an adversary beyond any Lannister's endurance. "My apologies, Maester Luwin." Catelyn realized her behavior might have been inappropriate. "My lady, your emotions are understandable. There is no need for an apology," Luwin responded with a bow. "Has the little imp entered the city yet?" Catelyn pressed. Luwin pondered momentarily before stating, "By my calculations, he should have just arrived in town." "What of Robb?" Catelyn queried again. "He is currently occupied with matters concerning Winterfell," Luwin replied with a smile. Catelyn paused, gazing at Luwin. "I suspect you have aided him, have you not?" she conjectured. Luwin shook his head. "No, my lady, he is quite astute, and I have hardly assisted him at all." Catelyn, well aware of Luwin's nature, knew he held a fondness for her children. "Are there any pressing matters in Winterfell of late?" Catelyn shifted the topic, focusing her attention on Luwin. "There are several matters that may require your ladyship's attention," Luwin said with a grave expression. "What matters?" Catelyn inquired. "The first is that the young master is the legitimate heir of the Lord and should inherit the guardianship of the North and the title of Duke of Winterfell. However, the newly appointed King Joffrey has slain the Lord, and he will undoubtedly oppose the young master's claim." Luwin's face was etched with concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Catelyn replied, "The guardianship of the North and the title of Duke of Winterfell do not require the consent of that king. When the time comes, I shall summon the bannermen of the North to introduce them to the new guardian. I will assist Robb in ensuring he smoothly ascends to the title of Duke of Winterfell and Guardian of the North. Once I have dealt with Tyrion, I would appreciate it if Master Ruin could write to those bannermen, instructing them to arrive in Winterfell at the beginning of next month to meet with the newly appointed lord." "Very well, my lady, I shall see to it," Ruin replied respectfully. "The second matter is that the lord's body remains in King's Landing, and that new King Joffrey has displayed the Lord's head, Ruin continued, lowering his gaze. Catelyn's heart erupted with fury at this thought. She longed to march upon King's Landing and reclaim Ned's body. However, reason prevailed, reminding her that such actions could not be taken lightly at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, I will find a way to resolve this. I still have a friend in King's Landing. As Catelyn spoke, she thought to herself, with his assistance, Ned's body will surely be returned to Winterfell. He is so clever. Ruin was aware of the friend Catelyn referred to, yet he remained silent, choosing not to inquire further. Are there any other pressing matters? Catelyn asked Ruin. Old Bear has written, stating that the Night's Watch has suffered considerable losses recently and hopes that we from Winterfell can send additional men to the wall, Ruin responded. Catelyn rubbed her temples. I recall that we sent a contingent of Night's Watch men previously. Why are they requesting more so soon? According to Old Bear, the Night's Watch has faced significant casualties while patrolling beyond the wall as the wildlings seek to descend southward, and they must send men to halt them, Ruin replied. Catelyn fell silent for a moment. Tell Old Bear to hold on a little longer. Once Robb is appointed Guardian of the North, he will send a contingent of Night's Watch men to the wall in his capacity as Guardian and Duke of Winterfell. Upon hearing this, Ruin understood that Catelyn wished to reserve the opportunity to enhance Robb's reputation. He wholeheartedly agreed with her decision. I trust that Old Bear will be able to endure a little longer, Ruin said with a smile. Master Ruin, there are still pressing matters to address. Let us resolve them while time permits, Catelyn advised. My lady, Lady Lisa has reached out for your assistance and hopes you might visit the Vale when time allows. Ruin conveyed. Catelyn hesitated for a moment. Damn it, Lisa does not easily seek help unless absolutely necessary. Not even from me, her sister. Master Ruin, please respond to Lisa on my behalf and inform her that I will set out for the Vale as soon as Robb becomes Guardian of the North. As the beginning of next month approaches, only a few days remain, and I am certain that Lisa will comprehend. Indeed, my lady, responded Roose. At that moment, the bound Tyrion was brought forth. Upon witnessing this, Roose respectfully bowed to Catelyn and exited the hall. Chapter 64, The Flames of Vengeance upon seeing Tyrion. A predatory glint flickered in Catelyn's eyes. Tyrion, somewhat taken aback by Catelyn's gaze, felt little fear within. Ah, it has been quite a while. The last time we met, you graciously hosted me with fine wine and beautiful company, yet this time, it appears I am treated as a prisoner. How utterly rude, Tyrion greeted Catelyn, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Catelyn, however, was incensed by Tyrion's nonchalance. The mere thought of her son Bran, her husband Ned, and her two daughters ignited an uncontrollable rage within her. She swiftly approached Tyrion, and as he pondered her intentions, she delivered a resounding slap across his face. The impact caused Tyrion to stagger slightly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Regaining his composure, Tyrion regarded Catelyn with a calm, yet simmering fury. You wretched imp, why have the Seven allowed you to persist? You ought to perish, Catelyn spat, her countenance twisted with hatred, leaving Tyrion momentarily bewildered. My lady Catelyn, if I may inquire, how have I offended you? I recall my curiosity leading me to the wall, and I certainly did not anticipate being treated as a prisoner upon merely passing through Winterfell. This is perplexing, Tyrion stated, his gaze fixed intently on Catelyn, his expression grave. Catelyn's fury reignited as she observed Tyrion's demeanor. Drawing a deep breath, she accused, It was you who pushed my son Bran from the tower, and it was you who sent assassins after him. Wait, my lady, your son Bran is but a child. Why would I push him from the tower? Furthermore, given his condition, why would I send assassins after him? Such actions would be utterly senseless. Surely, you must be mistaken, Tyrion replied, his tone low and firm. Catelyn sneered coldly. Although I lack concrete evidence to prove you pushed Bran from the tower to his torment, I possess undeniable proof that you sent men to assassinate him. The weapon used is irrefutable evidence, one you cannot deny. Shaking his head, Tyrion countered, No, my lady Catelyn, if I wish to harm someone, I would not resort to such despicable methods. Of course, if it were a child, I would approach the matter with great caution. I believe I must retain some semblance of dignity. As you know, I am a Lannister. Catelyn retorted angrily, I shall trust no Lannister. The misfortunes of my Bran, my husband, and my two daughters are all tied to your kind. Witnessing Catelyn's fury and listening to her words, Tyrion felt that a mother who had lost her husband and dearly loved her children suddenly appeared less fearsome. Lady Catelyn, I sincerely apologize for the foolish actions of my imbecilic nephew towards your husband. I have always held great admiration for Lord Stark, he said calmly. But what has become of your two daughters? I am entirely unaware of this matter. My daughters are both in King's Landing, and I have since lost all contact with them. I suspect that Joffrey and that woman have imprisoned them, Catelyn replied coldly. Lady Catelyn, I can surmise that your profound animosity towards the Lannisters is evident, yet you still engage in conversation with me, suggesting that you seek to exchange me for your daughters. Or perhaps even for the body of Lord Stark, Tyrion began, but was abruptly interrupted by Catelyn. Honestly, I would relish the opportunity to kill you. Catelyn's eyes gleamed with menace. Ah, well, I must disappoint you. It seems you are not yet in a position to carry out that desire, Tyrion remarked, furrowing his brow. You. Catelyn glared at him with a predatory gaze, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Tyrion remained unperturbed, his expression calm. You truly embody the Lannister spirit. It is no wonder you are referred to as the Imp. Catelyn took a deep breath, striving to quell her tempestuous emotions. Tyrion flashed a toothy grin, replying, Thank you for the compliment, my lady. Catelyn averted her gaze, unwilling to look at Tyrion any longer, fearing that another glance might compel her to sever his head from his shoulders. Take him away and confine him in the stables. Let him dwell among the horses. Catelyn commanded the guards escorting Tyrion. As you wish, my lady, the guard replied respectfully, bowing his head. No, Lady Catelyn. I have no desire to share quarters with those beasts. Tyrion's eyes twitched. Humph, you have no say in the matter. Take him away. Catelyn retorted coldly. Tyrion wore a resigned expression, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Catelyn had not truly sought to kill him. Upon his entrance, such a fear had indeed crossed his mind. Now it seemed he still held some value, at the very least, in Lady Catelyn's eyes. He was a bargaining chip for her daughters. He had never anticipated that he would one day be reduced to someone else's pawn. A self-deprecating smile crept across Tyrion's face. After watching Tyrion being led away, Catelyn sank heavily onto the bench, her gaze drifting into oblivion. She felt immense sorrow. Her enemy was right before her. Yet she could not take his life. For the safety of her daughters, she had to compromise with reality. Ned, I am so sorry, but for Sansa and Arya, I have no other choice. Tears streamed down Catelyn's face as her heart ached with despair. Mother, a voice called out, interrupting Catelyn's thoughts. She quickly wiped her eyes and turned to see Robb approaching. Robb, what brings you here? Robb gazed at the tears that had yet to be wiped from Catelyn's face, a pang of sorrow swelling within him. He approached her, kneeling down to gently brush away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Mother, no matter what, I shall protect you from now on, just as father did before. His words deeply moved Catelyn, her tear-filled gaze meeting his. Robb. She buried her head against his chest, weeping silently. Robb maintained a calm demeanor, feeling a significant sense of growth in that moment. Simultaneously, he recognized the softer side of his otherwise resilient mother. Yet, the sight of her in such distress was like a dagger to his heart. All of this suffering stemmed from King Joffrey. It was because of him that his father had perished. The memory of his father's execution for treason consumed him with anguish and fury. A cold resolve filled Robb's eyes as he thought, Joffrey, I will not let you escape my wrath. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within him. Chapter 65. The invitation in the hall of Pebble Island Castle. Jory sat upon a long bench, flanked by Kevan and Vayne. Lady Lisa had dispatched a messenger bearing an invitation, requesting that I, as the nominal vassal of the Vale, make a visit to the Eyrie. What are your thoughts? Kevan observed Jory's calm demeanor, uncertain of the Lord's intentions. He pondered briefly before responding, My lord. Jory's lips curled into a cold smile. Treason? What? Kevan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Vayne mirrored his incredulity. My lord, is this information accurate? Kevan's expression grew serious. Jory smiled at Kevan, Scholar Kevan. If this were not true, why would I have shared such words with you previously? Kevan paused, recalling Jory's earlier declaration of his ambition to declare himself King of Summer. Initially, he had thought it merely a manifestation of the Lord's lofty ambitions, unaware that Jory had already seen through the facade. Should this revelation hold true, then even Jory's claim to the throne could not be deemed treasonous. If rebellion were to arise, it would be from the Lannister family first. Kevan composed himself, while Vayne's expression shifted continuously. This was his first time attending such a meeting, and he had not anticipated hearing such astonishing news. Were the Iron Throne not occupied by a Baratheon, the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms would indeed be a farce. Should this information spread across the realm, it would undoubtedly incite upheaval. Naturally, my reason for divulging this news is to entrust you with a task, Scholar Kevan. Shortly, I need you to mobilize all our Red Fox members to disseminate this information throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Aside from this, our King Joffrey, upon hearing Jory's words, Kevan was once again taken aback, while Vayne stood in stunned silence. My lord, is it true that Joffrey is indeed the offspring of the regicide and Queen Regent Cersei? Kevan inquired with great difficulty. Indeed, the truth often eludes belief. As for the evidence, I recall a tome chronicling the union of the Baelish and Lannister families, which promises to unveil this very truth. I suspect it was after perusing that book that Duke Stark encountered his misfortunes. Kevan fell silent, while Vayne hesitated to speak. After a moment, Kevin, with unwavering resolve, proclaimed, "I know what must be done." Vayne, upon hearing such explosive revelations, found his mind in turmoil. Naturally, the fact that Jory confided in him these clandestine matters signified a profound trust, which deeply moved Vayne. In that instant, Vayne's loyalty to Jory solidified further. Jory's gaze flitted between Kevin and Vayne as he nodded thoughtfully. The weighty news he had imparted stemmed from a missive from the Red Fox. The Vale had been remarkably tranquil until Peter's arrival, which heralded the invitation to Pebble Island. Were it not for Peter's machinations, Jory could not fathom such developments. Reflecting on Peter's connection to Lisa, Jory furrowed his brow. Even if Littlefinger orchestrated some scheme, he no longer felt trepidation. In the face of overwhelming power, all plots and tricks appear as mere buffoonery. However, considering Peter's current role as Joffrey's Hand of the King, should Peter maneuver to incite Joffrey to dispatch forces against Pebble Island, it would not align with Jory's aspirations. He needed to brace for the worst. If it were merely the noble houses of the Vale uniting, Jory held little concern. To disrupt their plans, he needed to divert Joffrey's attention elsewhere. Clearly, disseminating such news would draw the gaze of the Seven Kingdoms upon the Lannister family. In that scenario, Joffrey's title as the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms would become a source of ridicule. "My lord, will you attend Lady Lisa's invitation?" Kevin inquired, looking up at Jory. Jory shook his head. Lisa was not Aelin. His response clarified his decision to Kevin. If that were the case, the direst outcome might entail Lady Lisa summoning the feudal lords of the Vale to march against you, Kevin remarked, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Jory. Vayne too looked to Jory, eager to discern his reaction. "I am curious about how many nobles in the Vale would heed Lady Lisa's call," Jory said with a smile. Yet Kevin appeared hesitant, furrowing his brow. "There is no room for hesitation, Kevin the Scholar. Do you deem my warriors of Pebble Island weak?" Jory asked, fixing his gaze upon Kevin. Kevin shook his head. "Then it is settled. Should anyone indeed march against Pebble Island, it would afford me a splendid justification to seize his lands. Moreover, should Lady Lisa indeed take such action, I shall declare that Pebble Island will henceforth cease its fealty to the Arryn family. At that moment, I will ignite the flames of war in the Vale. I believe that, in this day and age, no lord in the Vale possesses as many exceptional warriors as I do." Jory's gaze brimmed with confidence. In his view, prior to the onset of the War of the Five Kings, he required a grand battle to forge his reputation. As for his subsequent coronation, it would provide the perfect opportunity to win the hearts of the local lords and their subjects. Although he had previously harbored concerns about the combined assault of all the nobles in the Vale, fearing substantial casualties, he recognized that to amplify his power for the future, such a course of action was imperative. This was a conclusion Jory had drawn from recent intelligence received through the Red Fox following thorough analysis. This world is undeniably tangible. Until now, he had remained an outsider, overly cautious. It was time for him to engage actively. The rules by which this world operates dictate that the strongest voice prevails. There is no essential difference from the world he had previously encountered. With a shift in mindset, Jory discovered a potential truth. Only through conquest, relentless conquest, could his war points and agricultural achievements escalate rapidly within a brief span. In this moment, he grasped the profound significance and mission behind acquiring his panel. With David and the others' return uncertain, should they fail to arrive before the War of the Five Kings concludes, his ambitions to seize the Seven Kingdoms may face even greater opposition. Furthermore, there may be the looming threat of Daenerys returning with dragons and a formidable army, presenting yet another formidable enemy. Of course, such a shift in mentality was not easily attained for Jory. Kevin and Vayne exchanged a glance, choosing to remain silent. During this time, Scholar Kevin had diligently sought to gather wildfire, along with various weapons and provisions. Additionally, he aimed to construct formidable siege engines such as ballistae, procuring materials primarily from merchants, as funds were not an issue. "As you command, my lord," Vayne replied. "The 50 attendants must undergo rigorous training. Henceforth, my safety shall rest in your hands." A faint smile graced Jory's face, his gaze serene. "The Seven watch over us. Rest assured, my lord, I, Vayne, will ensure they are trained to become the finest warriors in the Seven Kingdoms." Upon hearing this, Jory rose from the bench and slowly approached the wall adorned with the map of the Seven Kingdoms, inquiring, "What news has emerged from the north?" Kevin shook his head, replying, "There is no new information as of yet, but I have instructed my men to remain vigilant regarding all developments in the north." After a moment of contemplation, Jory said, "Indeed, pay close attention to the movements in Winterfell. I suspect there will be significant activity there soon. Have the members of the Red Fox remain alert. If possible, let those in the north expand the Red Fox's influence at the periphery, but ensure they undergo rigorous testing to confirm their loyalty to the Red Fox. Without hesitation, Kevin nodded, affirming, "As you command, my lord." "Where are Mary and Amelia? Why have I not seen them today?" Jory inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wayne. Wayne hastily replied, "My lord, they mentioned that they wanted to personally oversee the relocation of the Pebble Island denizens to Biting Bay, expressing concern over entrusting the matter to others." "Have they been assigned protection?" Jory asked. "I have dispatched a dozen warriors, all meticulously chosen by me, capable of ensuring their safety," Wayne responded. "We must further scrutinize the servants accompanying them. I shall entrust this matter to Scholar Kevin. I refuse to allow a repeat of the previous poisoning incident under my very nose." Jory's gaze fixated on Kevin, earnestly admonishing him. "Rest assured, my lord. I will ensure that this does not occur," Kevin solemnly assured Jory. "Are there any leads on faceless men within the Seven Kingdoms?" Jory recalled the earlier poisoning incident, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He had long harbored a vow to eradicate all faceless men. "None, my lord," Kevin replied. Jory was taken aback. It seemed that the only recourse was to venture into the faceless men's stronghold. With a sigh, he chose not to elaborate further, gesturing for Kevin and Wayne to depart. They exchanged glances, bowing slightly to Jory before exiting the hall. Jory's gaze shifted towards the north, contemplating that it would not be long before Robb ascended as king in the north. Chapter 66. Joffrey's Indulgences. King's Landing. The clash of swords resonated throughout the square. After yet another victory over his opponent, Joffrey's face contorted with fury. "Damn it, I demand you fight with all your might. Not hold back out of consideration for my royal status. What meaning does this contest possess?" His opponent was Ser Alan Payne, a knight from the Westerlands, who had previously served as the king's justice and royal executioner under King Robert Baratheon. Following Joffrey's ascension to the throne, he retained Alan in those roles. Due to the Mad King Aerys' too brutal act of removing his tongue, Alan could never utter a word again. Observing Joffrey's wrath, Alan promptly knelt on one knee, bowing his head to the ground. Joffrey, witnessing Alan's submission, was incensed, his face flushing with anger. He delivered a harsh kick to Alan, pressing his sword against Alan's throat. "In the name of Joffrey I Baratheon, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I command you to take up your sword and engage me in earnest combat. Now, at once, seize your sword." However, Alan remained steadfastly kneeling, his head bowed, refusing to rise. Joffrey's rage ignited further. "Damn it, I command you to draw your sword." Noting Alan's lack of response, Joffrey grew disinterested and cast his sword to the ground. "If you wish to remain kneeling, then do so indefinitely. You shall not rise without my command." After uttering those words, Joffrey stormed away in a fit of rage. Observing the scene from a distance, Jaime furrowed his brow. He approached Ser Island, saying, "Ser Island, you may leave now. I shall handle matters here." Island hesitated, glancing up at Jaime and then at Joffrey's receding figure, before nodding in acquiescence. When Jaime noticed that Ser Island was gripping the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, ice, belonging to House Stark, his gaze sharpened. A sense of regret washed over him. The Duke of Stark had yet to face him in combat, and now he was lost forever. Although it was true that the deceased Stark had once spurned him. "Ser Island," Jaime advised, "I must offer you a small piece of counsel. Should you venture to the north, do not wield that sword. It will incite madness among the Northerners, and you will find yourself torn to shreds by them." With that, Jaime hurried towards Joffrey's direction. Alan watched Jaime depart, contemplating. "This is my prize. It belongs to me, and no one shall wrest it from my grasp." Upon returning to the Red Keep, Lancel remained on his knees, unable to raise his gaze, feeling deeply aggrieved. At that moment, his face bore no trace of its former handsomeness, swollen like that of a pig, when Cersei fortuitously arrived. "Enough." Cersei's voice cut through the air like a whip. Hearing her, Lancel's spirits lifted. It was his cousin. Was she here to rescue him from the clutches of King Joffrey? Joffrey, noticing Cersei's approach, did not cease his actions, but rather intensified them, coldly remarking, "Were it not for his being a Lannister, I would have severed his head by now." Cersei's expression turned frigid as she replied, "He is your uncle." Joffrey cast a disdainful glance at Lancel, stating, "If it weren't for him, my father, Robert I, would not have been slain by that accursed boar. As the king's squire, he remains unharmed while the king lies dead. I deem my treatment of him lenient. He is unworthy of the title of uncle." Joffrey's words pierced Lancel's heart like a dagger. Lancel's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself unable to retort, feeling utterly powerless. "Behold, this is Lancel, a Lannister," Joffrey concluded, disregarding Cersei's increasingly icy demeanor. "You are also a product of Lannister lineage," Cersei calmly addressed Joffrey. Joffrey shot her a glance before turning away, his expression marked by displeasure. Once Joffrey had departed, Cersei approached Lancel. "Lancel, are you unharmed?" Lancel shook his head. "Your Grace, I am well. Everything is fine. Observing Lancel's feeble demeanor, Cersei felt a flicker of distaste. You may rest now. As for Joffrey, I trust this is merely a momentary impulse. Lancel opened his mouth, eager to express to his cousin that this was not a fleeting impulse. He had been enduring the brutal beatings from King Joffrey upon his handsome visage almost every few days. This had become a morbid obsession for King Joffrey, and alas, the suffering was solely borne by Lancel. Yet, upon recalling that King Joffrey was the son of this very cousin, Lancel ultimately restrained himself from speaking out. Very well. Your Grace, he said, rising and bowing as he took his leave. Cersei watched Lancel's retreating figure, her gaze devoid of any longing, as the visage of Jaime emerged in her mind. However, the recent conduct of Joffrey cast a shadow of concern across her features. She had not anticipated that since ascending the Iron Throne, Joffrey had grown increasingly tyrannical, disregarding her commands on more than one occasion. Cersei understood that, as the regent, many matters required her approval. Thus, Joffrey's words were rendered futile, leaving him feeling quite stifled in his kingship. Nevertheless, Cersei had no intention of relinquishing power. She had savored the intoxicating allure of authority, becoming utterly enamored and unable to extricate herself. Deep within her heart lay a concealed ambition. She aspired to be more than merely a regent. Yet, she kept this desire buried, even from Jaime. At that moment, Jaime entered. Upon seeing Cersei lost in thought, he smiled and asked, Cersei, what troubles you? Cersei snapped back to reality, her eyes lighting upon Jaime's face, and she replied, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be preoccupied with the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms, as the hand of the king? Jaime shook his head. Cersei, you know I have little fondness for such matters. Besides, it was you who insisted I take on the role of hand. Had it not been for your insistence, I would never have ventured into this. Cersei's expression faltered. Did you just witness Joffrey's fury? Have you quarreled with him? Jaime inquired. No. Merely a child's rebellion against his mother. Furthermore, he seems rather preoccupied with the late Robert, at least more so than you, his biological father, Cersei replied, her face betraying no emotion. Jaime was momentarily taken aback, contemplating her words before responding. To be honest, King Robert was indeed quite kind to Joffrey. In Robert's eyes, Joffrey was his son, destined to inherit the Iron Throne. And you are aware of the extraordinary feelings Joffrey harbors for Robert. Cersei, however, was displeased with Jaime's statement. Jaime, you are indeed his father, she interrupted. Cersei fell silent. Cersei, you know Joffrey has never been fond of me. He regards me as an enemy. Perhaps it is because I am a Kingslayer, or perhaps it is due to my closeness to you, Jaime said calmly. Cersei lowered her head. Jaime, this cannot be blamed on you. I too am at a loss when it comes to him. Jaime sighed, now the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms from the Iron Throne. Cersei, what more can we ask for? Indeed, he is the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, she acknowledged. As long as Joffrey remains seated upon the Iron Throne, he is the king, a truth that remains unassailable. Cersei echoed Jaime's sentiments. Observing the resolute expression upon Cersei's visage, Jaime refrained from saying more, instead drawing her into his embrace. He pondered, if this moment could last indefinitely, it would indeed be splendid. Upon hearing Cersei's words, Jaime's brow furrowed. Trystane, that cunning scoundrel of House Sandler? Jaime's impression of Trystane was far from favorable, and he directed his gaze towards Cersei. Indeed, it is he. Yet, one cannot deny that this so-called cunning rogue possesses an uncanny ability to appease Joffrey, Cersei remarked, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. She shrugged, who knows? Have you had any dealings with him? Moreover, only you seem to believe Tyrion's words. Jaime's countenance darkened. Cersei, regardless of our grievances, Tyrion is still our brother, and we ought to place our trust in him. Cersei remained silent, silently opposing Jaime. He wore an expression of exasperation and inquired, has Joffrey mentioned sending anyone to assault Stone Island? Cersei shook her head. I have yet to consent to this matter. I have already made my position known at the council. They will not acquiesce. Jaime regarded Cersei and cautioned, do not forget, Cersei, Joffrey can bypass you. He is certainly capable of such actions. Taken aback, Cersei's brow furrowed. Jaime, you are still the appointed protector of the Vale by Robert's decree, and Joffrey has not rescinded that position. Will you not intervene to prevent Joffrey? Jaime shook his head. Father has already dispatched Lannisters to seize the prosperous town of Seagull. Of course, under my name. I hold no concern for the Vale. As for obstructing Joffrey, I suspect he would draw his sword against me, mocking me as a regicide. Why should I place myself in harm's way to invite his scorn? Cersei was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling a pang of guilt towards Jaime. I am sorry, Jaime. It is of no consequence, Cersei, Jaime replied nonchalantly. Love me, Jaime. Cersei responded with a smile. Jaime smiled back, thinking to himself that such joyous moments could dispel all worries. Chapter 67. the priestess Melisandre Dragonstone. In a tower, he possessed broad shoulders, robust limbs, and a countenance that remained perpetually taut, his skin hardened by prolonged exposure to the sun. His head bore only a fringe of black hair, the hairline receding significantly. His beard was neatly trimmed, presenting a square chin, while his cheekbones appeared sunken. He had thick eyebrows, beneath which lay deep blue eyes resembling fathomless depths. His lips were pale, thin, and taut. Since the age of 13, he had forgotten how to smile and was oblivious to the notion of joy. At 13, the Duke and Duchess of Stefan returned from across the narrow sea to Windswept Keep, only for their ship to capsize in Broken Ship Bay, resulting in the demise of both nobles. From that day forth, Stannis harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the cruel seven gods who had so mercilessly taken his parents from him. And thus he became increasingly brooding. At this moment, Stannis furrowed his brow, clutching a letter from the former hand of the king, a missive that had once filled him with confidence. Yet, when he hastened towards King's Landing that fateful day, he arrived too late. The Iron Throne had already been claimed by Joffrey, sealing the fate of all. During the reign of King Robert, when Jon had served his hand, Stannis had harbored suspicions that Robert's 3 legitimate offspring with Cersei Lannister were, in fact, not of his blood. He confided this doubt to Lord Jon Arryn, the then hand of the king, and together they reached a consensus to discreetly investigate the matter in detail. Naturally, Stannis refrained from directly revealing his suspicions to King Robert, well aware that Robert would dismiss his accusations, given his disdain for Stannis. However, Robert held Jon's counsel in high regard, which Stannis hoped would lead to a more earnest inquiry. Reflecting on the past, Stannis recalled how he and Lord Jon had scrutinized all of Robert's bastards in King's Landing. Astonishingly, they discovered that every one of these children bore dark hair, while the 3 progeny of Cersei were strikingly golden-haired. This revelation left both Stannis and Jon incredulous, deepening their suspicions. Stannis remembered that subsequently, Lord Jon had wielded his authority to peruse the genealogy and history of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, wherein he unearthed a prevailing law. All known offspring resulting from the intermarriages of House Baratheon and other noble families possessed dark hair. Jon had shared this text with Stannis, and after their perusal, both men had arrived at a definitive conclusion. Once they determined that the 3 legitimate children could not be Robert's, Lord Jon resolved to take action, even devising a plan to send his own son, Robert Arryn, to Dragonstone to be raised as Stannis' ward. Alas, before they could present their evidence to King Robert, Lord Jon was poisoned. Stannis had ample reason to suspect that Jon's demise was orchestrated due to his knowledge of this truth. In King's Landing, a shadowy puppet master manipulated these events from behind the scenes. It could have been the Lannisters, remnants of Targaryen blood, or even other factions seeking to exploit Jon's death for their own ends. These were the thoughts that swirled in Stannis' mind. Yet, he remained at a loss. He was astounded to learn that Duke Stark, while investigating Jon's death, had received a particular book and subsequently visited Cersei at the Red Keep, reportedly with a grim countenance. Given Stannis' understanding of House Stark, he was certain that Duke Stark had unearthed the truth that he and Jon had investigated. The book received by Duke Stark was likely the genealogy and history of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, or possibly a detailed account of its content. Before long, Eddard Stark was hastily executed for treason. Could the Prime Minister, the Warden of the North, and a trusted friend of King Robert truly betray their own? What a ludicrous charge to deceive the world. Stannis discerned that the cause of Duke Stark's demise was far more profound than that. In Stannis' eyes, the deaths of Lord Jon and that Stark were rooted in a truth they both knew. Contemplating this, Stannis' countenance darkened, his already somber expression deepening, akin to heavy clouds piling upon one another. Damn it, is the Iron Throne, which belongs to House Baratheon, to be surrendered to the Lannisters without a fight? No. I shall not resign myself to this fate, Stannis muttered, his gaze icy. At that moment, an elderly man, nearly 80, with a face marked by wrinkles and trembling hands, approached Stannis slowly. Turning to see it was Maester Cresson from Dragonstone, Stannis recognized him as his advisor. Aware of Cresson's advanced age and frail condition, as well as his painful injury that hindered his mobility, Stannis felt a surge of respect and genuine warmth towards him. Maester Cresson, you are unwell. Why have you not taken the time to rest? Stannis inquired with concern. Cresson shook his head. I am well aware of my condition. Moreover, if I do not move about, I may not have the opportunity to do so again. Stannis fell silent, feeling a pang of sorrow as he regarded this elder who treated him as a son, secretly lamenting why the Seven could not extend his life a little longer. Stannis understood that Cresson's time was drawing to a close. Have you come to see me for a particular reason? He asked with genuine concern. Cresson smiled gently, looking at Stannis with warmth. Lady Celis has recently come into contact with a priestess, and under her influence, she has begun to worship the Lord of Light. Stannis furrowed his brow. What is the name of this priestess? Melisandre, Cresson replied softly. Since the day I witnessed the sinking of the Shadow Cat, I have ceased to believe in the gods. I swear by the heavens, I shall never worship any cruel deity that drowned my parents. In King's Landing, the High Septon constantly harped on about how all justice and righteousness in this world stem from the Seven. Yet all the justice I have witnessed has been wrought by human hands. Stannis continued, his expression tinged with resignation. If the lady chooses to believe in the Lord of Light, so be it. Cresson stood momentarily taken aback, hesitant to respond. Observing the darkened expression on Stannis' face, Cresson opted for silence, thinking to himself, as long as this priestess does not affect Stannis, all will be well. Chapter 68. The guidance of Lawler. Lady Sellis stands nearly as tall as her husband, Stannis Baratheon, with a slender frame, a sharply defined face, prominent ears, and a nose with a keen contour. Her upper lip is adorned with a fine layer of hair, which she diligently plucks each day, yearning to rid herself of it entirely, yet it continues to grow relentlessly. Her eyes are of a light hue, and her lips bear a stern expression. It is nightfall, and by her side is a striking beauty, possessing a heart-shaped visage, crimson eyes, and flowing copper-red hair. Clad in a red garment, she radiates warmth, rendering the evenings chill indistinguishable from the lingering warmth of summer. She is Melisandre of Ashai, the priestess of Lawler. Before them lies a roaring bonfire. As Melisandre leads Sellis in chanting prayers to the flames, beseeching Lawler for the gift of dawn, Melisandre's gaze remains fixed upon the flickering fire, yearning to glimpse the visions of the future. She firmly believes that Lawler will manifest in due time, revealing to her the sights yet to come, illuminated by the flames. Both women share an expression of piety. Melisandre murmurs, O great Lord Lawler, magnificent King of Light, heart of the sacred flame, God of shadows and fire, your devout followers. Not far from them lies a darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The night coexists with the light of the flames, silent and harmonious. Suddenly, the fire crackles and pops, igniting a spark of excitement in Melisandre's countenance as her eyes remain transfixed on the burning blaze. In the next moment, a vision emerges from the flames, a horrifying tableau of corpses piled high, with rivers of blood flowing among them. Beside the remains stands a figure with their back turned to them, wielding a sword, a sharp Valyrian steel blade, glistening with fresh crimson blood, as if it were an abyss eager to consume. Melisandre strains to discern the identity of this figure, yet they remain steadfastly turned away, even until the end. She is unable to unveil their visage, leaving her heart laden with uncertainty. Sellis, did you see that? Melisandre's voice rises, sharp as a whip. The scene that burned in the flames was indeed a revelation from the great King of Light. We must discover the owner of that silhouette. Stunned by Melisandre's assertion, Sellis retorts, but it was merely a shadow. The details were obscured. Melisandre responds with conviction, I believe that in our next prayer, we shall clearly see the face of that person. Upon hearing this, Sellis lapses into silence, pondering the significance of the shadow and the flames. A guiding sign from the King of Light. Who could the figure be? Melisandre's heart, too, is not at ease. Before her, the divine presence of Lawler manifested. A revelation that was utterly astonishing. The fiery vision she beheld, particularly the silhouette within, was undoubtedly the guiding hand of the Lord of Light, leading her toward a person of great significance. Could it be that this figure was the prophesied Azor Ahai reborn, as foretold by Lawler? She recalled the ancient text of Ashai, which foretold that one day, the savior Azor Ahai would be reborn, wielding a sword of flame known as the Lightbringer, also referred to as the Red Sword of Heroes, awakening the dragon from the stones to bring an end to eternal strife. Yet, was that Valyrian steel sword truly the Lightbringer? Initially, she believed Stannis to be the rebirth of Azor Ahai, but the silhouette from the flame was certainly not Stannis. Melisandre was resolute in her conviction. With her brow furrowed, Melisandre yearned for Lawler to unveil the true visage of that figure in the next divine manifestation. She felt a powerful premonition that the great Lord of Light would reveal the identity of the shadow in the flames during the next vision. Reflecting on this, she found herself amused at her previous thoughts regarding Stannis. Thankfully, the events had yet to unfold. However, she pondered her next course of action. Should she remain on Dragonstone? Or should she seek out the individual whose silhouette had emerged from the flames? Staying on Dragonstone would allow her to cultivate the faith of Lawler's followers. Yet, with the vastness of the Seven Kingdoms and the uncertainty surrounding the identity of the figure in the fire, was it feasible to search for them one by one? Suddenly, Melisandre considered, the rebirth of Azor Ahai, destined to end this eternal conflict, would surely reveal themselves in the near future. If she could identify several potential candidates, she could narrow her search. With this thought in mind, Melisandre resolved to remain on Dragonstone, while also enhancing her vigilance regarding affairs within the Seven Kingdoms. Melisandre, should I introduce you to my husband? Upon hearing Ser Davos's words, Melisandre would have been elated in the past, but now she simply shook her head. My lady, Lord Stannis is occupied with pressing matters. I would not want to burden you with this. Ser Davos felt a touch of gratitude for Melisandre's response, as her relationship with Stannis had always been somewhat distant. Likewise, her devotion to Lawler was unwavering. Yet, Ser Davos harbored her own concerns. Noticing that Ser Davos had fallen silent, Melisandre shifted her gaze toward her. After a moment, Melisandre appeared to grasp the underlying issue. Shireen, now 9 years old, was the sole daughter of Ser Davos and Stannis. She possessed striking blue eyes, a square chin, and the large ears characteristic of the Florent family. Regrettably, when Shireen was but an infant, she fell victim to a dreadful affliction known as grayscale. This malady nearly claimed her life, leaving her left cheek and much of her neck shrouded in a dark, lifeless skin. Melisandre, having encountered Shireen, perceived her as a kind and lovely child. I believe, dear lady, that kind Miss Shireen will soon receive the blessings of Lawler. Her ailment shall surely be healed, Melisandre reassured Celis. Celis gazed intently at Melisandre, her face alight with excitement. Melisandre, you said that if we find the one whom the Lord of Light guides us to seek, is it possible that my Shireen will no longer be tormented by this terrible disease? Melisandre paused, recognizing the plea in Celis' eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Indeed. It is possible, my lady. A faint smile graced Celis' face. Then I must convey this news to Stannis. I believe he will lend his efforts to this cause. Melisandre's gaze shifted, and she responded with a smile. It seems to be a splendid idea. Melisandre, I shall persuade Stannis to construct a temple on Dragonstone for my Shireen. I must do this, Celis continued. Melisandre fell silent this time, refraining from further comment. She was acutely aware of the high vigilance held by Maester Cresson, who stood close to Duke Stannis, ever wary of her intentions. Cresson commanded Stannis' unwavering trust and respect, making it exceedingly difficult for any outsider to undermine his standing in Stannis' heart. She feared that after Celis presented this suggestion to Stannis, Cresson would take drastic measures against her. My lady, you cannot proceed with this just yet. Maester Cresson harbors considerable suspicion towards me. Unless a new maester is appointed to Dragonstone, Melisandre proposed, her gaze drifting towards the distant, infinite darkness. Celis was taken aback, but nodded. I understand what must be done. Maester Cresson, being aged and ailing, is increasingly fatigued by the affairs of Dragonstone. Once Stannis observes this, I believe he will write to the Citadel requesting a new maester. A slight smile played upon Melisandre's lips as she remarked calmly, If that is the case, the great Lord of Light shall bring illumination to Dragonstone. Chapter 69. A meeting in the cell. Yora was engrossed in reading various historical texts about the Seven Kingdoms in his chamber, his attention unwavering. The light in the room was exceptionally bright, a quality Yora cherished. Mary had always kept this in mind. She had placed an oil lamp in each of the wall niches by the entrance and several long, thick candles in other niches throughout the room. Yora was quite pleased with Mary's arrangements. After reading for a while, he noticed a slight heaviness in his head and closed the book, setting it down on the table. He had been reading all day. Mary and Amelia have been inseparable these past few days, sharing a room and busily attending to various affairs within their territory during the day. However, as night falls, the lights in Mary and Amelia's room extinguish, leaving Jory feeling quite helpless. He is also dissatisfied with the Academy for their unwillingness to send newly appointed scholars to Bite Bay. Jory understands that he cannot lay the blame on Kevin, who has repeatedly written to the Crows urging them to convey the message to the Academy. Yet, the Academy's only response has consistently been one of insufficient personnel. To avert a similar situation in the future, Jory has commanded Kevin to cultivate a greater number of assistants. Kevin did not refuse and readily acquiesced. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Jory's gaze inadvertently fell upon the cold, uninviting bed, and he found himself devoid of any desire to sleep. The long summer has faded, and the harsh winter is looming. Moreover, Jory has instructed Kevin to decline Lady Lissa's invitation through a letter. He remains oblivious to how Lady Lissa and Beric might react, even in the face of conflict. Jory does not cower. He believes in the adage that one must meet force with force. Furthermore, the news he has crafted is detailed and meticulously refined by Jory himself, making it hard to disbelieve. The only uncertainty lies in how long it will take for this information to spread across the Seven Kingdoms. According to Kevin's estimation, it might only take 10 days to reach every corner of the realm, and Jory eagerly anticipates this. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. My lord, I have something of great importance to report to you. Hearing Kevin's urgent tone, a flicker of curiosity crossed Jory's mind. He approached the door, opened it, and stepped aside to allow Kevin into the chamber. After closing the door, Jory regarded Kevin, who appeared flustered. "Scholar Kevin, please, take your time and explain." Kevin immediately began. "My lord, regarding the 6 individuals we previously apprehended, I just overheard some astonishing news while visiting the dungeon." Jory's brow furrowed with intrigue. "What news?" Kevin took a deep breath and met Jory's gaze. "Among those 6, 2 are the daughters of Duke Stark." "What?" Jory's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you certain?" He fixed his intense gaze upon Kevin. Kevin nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. Initially, I believed one of the children was a boy and the other a girl. But it turns out they are both girls, Duke Stark's daughters. One is named Arya, presumably the short-haired child, and the other is Sansa." Jory felt a wave of surprise wash over him. It was his understanding that Arya was currently in hiding, and Sansa should be in King's Landing at this time. How did they both end up on Pebble Island, and why were they imprisoned by his own people? It seems that circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. Jory's face grew serious as he contemplated how to handle Arya and Sansa, his brow knitting in concern. "My lord, are you contemplating how to handle them?" Kevin seemed to discern the turmoil within Jory's heart. Jory did not refute this, directly stating, "Indeed, I am pondering how to address the situation concerning the 2 of them." After a moment of contemplation, Kevin replied, "If we simply release them, after having detained them for these days, once Lady Catelyn of the North becomes aware, I fear she will not let this matter rest." Jory's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of this, hence his desire to devise a prudent approach. "However, if we do not release them, should news of their captivity leak, the North will undoubtedly perceive us as adversaries." Kevin's countenance grew serious, his gaze imbued with concern. "The turmoil in the 7 kingdoms is imminent. At this crucial juncture, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications," Jory asserted. "Then, my lord, perhaps you should first meet with them. If you sense animosity from them, you may continue their confinement. Additionally, ensure that their cell is heavily guarded. We must not allow any information regarding them to escape," Kevin respectfully suggested, lowering his eyes. Jory contemplated briefly before arriving at a decision. "Let us meet with them. It will also serve to gauge their disposition." Kevin interjected. "My lord, allow me to accompany you this time. I can observe whether they deceive you. After all, the eyes cannot be easily fooled. Indeed, the eyes cannot be deceived. Master Kevin, you must scrutinize their expressions carefully. Should even one of them display hostility towards us, we cannot afford to take that risk. Our primary focus must remain on the Vale, rather than the North," Jory replied with a smile. Thus, under Kevin's guidance, Jory arrived at the dimly lit cell of Pebble Island. He was accompanied by 30 loyal knights, whose fidelity was beyond question. The group reached the entrance of the cell where Arya and the others were confined. The guards, 2-foot soldiers of Pebble Island, quickly bowed upon seeing Jory. "Open the cell," Jory commanded. The 2 soldiers, showing no hesitation, unlocked the door. The cell where Arya and her companions were held was the largest on Pebble Island. Once the door swung open, Jory stepped back, allowing the knights who had accompanied him to advance. "Bring them out," Jory ordered. At once, the knights replied, proceeding into the cell. Meanwhile, Kevin summoned a bench. Jory settled onto the bench, his gaze fixed on the dark confines of the cell. Fortunately, Arya and the others did not resist. Otherwise, Jory would have imparted to them the meaning of his wrath. Before long, Jory's knights emerged, escorting Arya and the other 6. Lined up, each flanked by 2 knights, their hands bound behind their backs. Upon seeing Jory, Arya's eyes blazed with fury. Jory furrowed his brow and untied the 2 ladies. "Furthermore, I must caution you both against any attempts at resistance. Otherwise, my warriors will eliminate your personalities on the spot. I believe my warriors possess such capability." Jory's words instilled a sense of calm in Arya and the others. They could not help but notice the vigilant warriors surrounding them, clad in armor and wielding swords. Exuding a fierce demeanor, they had no semblance of a chance. Moreover, the strikingly handsome figure before them was accompanied by numerous formidable warriors. As Arya and her companions' expressions settled, Jory revealed a gentle smile. "Excellent, you have taken my warning to heart. Now, I shall pose questions, and you shall provide answers." Arya and the others remained silent. "Beautiful ladies, what are your names?" Jory inquired, casting his gaze upon Arya and Sansa. Upon hearing the names directly from their lips, Jory felt a momentary daze. He had not anticipated that they were indeed the daughters of the Stark Duke. "In truth, I only recently became aware of your identities, and I came here to verify them." A smile adorned Jory's face. However, Arya and her companions showed no gratitude, responding with cold glares. Jory retracted his smile and surveyed their expressions. He understood that releasing them would invite the wrath of the Northern Army. Nevertheless, he believed he could still persuade them. And he resolved to give it a try. "I recognize that no matter what I say, you will not believe me. given that I have detained you for so long. Although I have only just learned of your identities, I must convey that I cannot allow you to leave. For the sake of my subjects, you will need to remain in your cell for the time being. Of course, I will arrange for a cleaner cell and provide you with ample food and drink. So there should be no grievances. Before Jory could finish his words, Arya interjected, "What if we wish to leave?" Jory regarded Arya and replied, "I am afraid not. As the Lord of Pebble Island, I cannot risk the arrival of the Northern Army by releasing you. For your safety, I find this impossible. I can assure you that the North will not come for you," Arya hastily asserted. Jory shook his head. "I trust your words. But I do not trust the individuals accompanying you and Miss Sansa. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I have observed the hostility emanating from those cloaked figures beside you, making it difficult for me to comply. Indeed, my lord, I too have just noticed that those cloaked individuals harbor animosity towards you," Kevin interjected at an opportune moment. "You scoundrel," Arya exclaimed tearfully. Chapter 70. Easing hostility regarding the matter of the Stark Duke. "I express my regrets, yet I am powerless to change the situation," Jory stated. As soon as he finished speaking, Arya continued to weep, while Sansa's eyes reflected sorrow, and the rest fell into a profound silence. "Certainly, I cannot bring myself to believe that Duke Stark would commit any act of treason. After all, I have encountered him once," Jory gently remarked. Attempting to ease the tension between the parties, Arya ceased her weeping and turned her gaze towards Jory. Sansa also looked at Jory with a sense of curiosity. Jory, with his raven black hair, tall and imposing stature, and strikingly handsome visage, captured Sansa's attention. She thought to herself, he is the most handsome man she has ever seen, possessing a charm that far exceeds that of Lord Renly, and he is remarkably approachable. Upon noticing Jory's gaze upon her, Sansa hastily lowered her head. Her ears slightly flushed. 8 years ago, I had the pleasure of meeting Duke Stark at a banquet hosted by Lord Jon, Jory continued. Arya interjected. "I know that Robb lost to you in the tournament, which has been a source of humiliation for him." "Arya," Sansa whispered disapprovingly. Arya shot a glance at Sansa, but remained silent. "Since you do not wish to hear of such matters, let us speak of Joffrey instead," Jory redirected the conversation. "Shouldn't he be referred to as King Joffrey?" Arya interjected once more. Her words echoed the confusion that lingered in the hearts of Sansa and the others. "Humph. King Joffrey? In my eyes, he is no king at all. It is quite amusing that he accused my father and the 2 young ladies of treason during the council meeting in King's Landing. How absurd," Jory remarked with disdain. Arya and the others were taken aback, gazing at Jory in disbelief. "Are you not concerned, Arya, that perhaps due to Jory's statement, any animosity you held towards him has vanished, leaving only questions upon your countenance?" Sansa and the others also turned their eyes towards Jory. After a moment of silence, Jory spoke, "Because I have uncovered a dreadful truth. I suspect that Duke Stark's death is intertwined with this truth, as is the demise of Lord Jon." As soon as he finished speaking, Sansa looked up at Jory, asking, "Could you enlighten us regarding this truth? Are you implying that my father and Lord Jon were aware of this truth and perished because of it? What, pray tell, is this truth?" Arya's brow furrowed. Her gaze fixed intently on Jory, her heart ablaze with fury. Jory glanced at Yoren and the others, noticing their eyes were upon him. Before he continued, "My informants have discovered that Lord Jon once utilized his authority to peruse a certain tome, wherein he found a pervasive law regarding noble intermarriage. All known progeny of the Baratheon lineage, when wed to other families, are of dark hair." "What?" Arya gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Sansa's complexion paled. Yoren's expression turned to one of horror. Jaqen appeared contemplative. Jack was rendered speechless by the revelation. Jory paid no heed to their reactions and continued. "My informants further revealed that before Duke Stark was executed by this false King Joffrey, he seemingly received a book, which I suspect contains this very truth." Arya and Sansa turned their gazes towards Arthur. With great difficulty, Arthur nodded and said, "Perhaps what Sir Jory claims is indeed the truth. The demise of our lord, as well as the death of Lord Jon, is intertwined with this truth. I believe that Maester Coleman must be privy to the truth, for that very book was a gift from him to our lord." Upon uttering these words, Arthur was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. "If you do not believe me, you may choose to investigate this matter yourselves in the future. You may even seek confirmation from the Maester Coleman he spoke of. There is no need for me to deceive you," Jory stated calmly. "So, the king seated upon the Iron Throne, Joffrey, is actually a Lannister?" Jack still found it hard to accept this revelation. Jory, somewhat taken aback by Jack's interjection, affirmed. "Indeed, Joffrey is a Lannister, and his biological father is none other than the Kingslayer." Arya and the others fell into a heavy silence, especially Arya and Sansa, whose hearts brimmed with animosity. They had come to learn the harrowing truth behind their father's death, which was far from the alleged treason. Their sorrow was immense. They understood their father well and found it almost inconceivable that he would confess to treason before his death. How desperate he must have felt. How regretful. The reason Duke Stark acknowledged the charge of treason, my sources have discovered, was because Cersei threatened the lives of both of you. Compelling Duke Stark to relinquish all his honor, Jory continued. Arya exclaimed passionately, "No, no," while Sansa collapsed to the ground, her complexion pale. Yoren and others regarded Arya and Sansa with sympathy. Jory remained silent. To be honest, I would prefer to let you go, however. You must understand that both Miss Arya and Miss Sansa are being sought by numerous parties, among them, Lannisters and various other factions. I can assure you that they may be seized the moment they set foot off my Pebble Island, Jory continued, noticing Arthur's intent to speak. What I can offer is that Miss Sansa and Miss Arya may move freely within the confines of Pebble Island Castle. I shall treat them as guests. And when the time is right, I will personally arrange for their safe passage back to the north to reunite with Lady Catelyn. As for you, you may need to remain here. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a clean cell and ample food and drink, and you need not fear for your safety. He added, of course, my lovely ladies, you must swear by the 7 gods that you will not attempt to escape from Pebble Island. Jory's words left Arthur and Yoren speechless. Arthur turned to look at Arya and Sansa, asking, Miss Sansa and Miss Arya, shall we proceed as Sir Jory suggests? I trust that he harbors the utmost goodwill towards us. Sansa spoke up, Sir Jory, may I inquire how long we must wait before we can return to the north? When your beautiful brother Robb is crowned king in the north, I shall send for your return, Jory replied with a smile. Sansa and Arya were taken aback. While Arthur fell into deep contemplation, Yoren maintained a solemn expression, and Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. In Jaqen's gaze, there was a hint of surprise. Sansa and Arya, before everyone present, immediately vowed before the 7 gods that they would not secretly depart from Pebble Island. Time would reveal all truths, and it would not be long before that happened. Jory smiled at Sansa and Arya, prompting a fleeting blush to cross Sansa's face. Arya, on the other hand, radiated joy as she declared, Sir Jory, I assure you that Sansa and I will not escape in secret. However, may I learn swordsmanship from your warriors? They appear to be quite formidable. Jory, gazing at Arya with a smile, replied, within my domain, my swordsmanship is unparalleled. Soon, I believe it may even be the finest in all the 7 kingdoms. Arya's eyes ignited with fervor as she looked at Jory, asking Sir Jory, would you be willing to teach me the art of the sword? After a moment's thought, Jory did not decline and answered, of course. In addition to swordsmanship, I can also teach you archery and horsemanship. Sansa covertly observed Jory, feeling envious of Arya. Lady Sansa, would you care to learn as well? Jory turned gently to Sansa. Before Arya could finish her sentence, Sansa interjected, saying, no, I wish to learn. I apologize for the trouble, Sir Jory. Arya looked at Sansa in shock, wondering if this was truly the Sansa she knew. After speaking, Sansa's face flushed with heat, and she looked down, unable to meet Jory's gaze. Master Kevin, please ensure that these 2 lovely ladies have a bath and change into clean garments, and arrange for servants to attend to them, as well as prepare their rooms. As for these individuals, provide them with clean cells, bathing tubs, and fresh clothing, along with fine food and drink to accommodate them. Do not neglect their needs, Jory instructed. Kevin immediately responded with a smile, as you wish, my lord. Following this, the knight led Arthur, Yoren, and the others toward the clean cells. Dear ladies, please follow me, Kevin said with a slight bow to Arya and Sansa. The 2 nodded, their expressions somewhat dazed, astonished that they were granted the opportunity to leave the cell. Before departing, Sansa cast a furtive glance at Jory and then followed closely behind Kevin with Arya. Jory, meanwhile, returned to his chamber to rest.